Volume 1. Chapter 1. Another morning. In Theslight litum interior of Testoni house, sunlight streamed through an arched window one thule, illuminating a corner of tier room. Within that diffused light, Iyun boy sat cross-legged on his bed, his fingers interlaced and resting upon his crossed legs. His breathing was calm and rhythmic. After a short while, Heros from Thebadan began topa tundra his body. Knock 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 accompanied by 3 brief knocks. Asami Waklamzi Female voice call led from outside. Master Joji, it's time for breakfast. Inno, Ileana. Please get downstairs and fetch a basin of water and a toll, instructed the boy, named Joji, turning his to spinai through the door. Oh, and ask the chef to prepare a to extrazla sea soft smoked meat for breakfast today. Having finished speaking, the boar assumed his previous actions, continuing to massage and path his body. From the perspective of motor medicine, this practice acudrelix muscles while he accelerating the discharge of lactic acid from them. Once Hoji completes his earlier routine, Hekasuli pick a dupabook, 2 fingers thick, from the double in the room, leaned back against Thebed, and began to flip through its pages. The sizal readid the 10th time I've read this book. When I go to Catalan next time, I must try to the library to exchange for a fumery, element, reflecting Gontherarity and expins of books in this world. He couldn't help but recall his failed papermaking experiment. Reading was one of the few hobbies Hoja had before his transmigration. Yet, in Thyssera Hera papermaking was underdeveloped and printing was non-existent, books were indeed a luxury. Even with this current status, he could not indulge in reading at will. Master Joji, may I come in? Came a voice off the girl outside. As soon as he spoke, the heavy iron-bound door creaked open slowly. A young girl appeared, cradling Gadark bronze basin in her hands, with a towel in her right hand. She leaned against the wooden door with her left shoulder, one leg slightly bent, her body tilting towards the entrance. Dressed in a long, fitted black gown thought concealed her shows. The long sleeves were convenient for movement and helped prevent abrasions. Through Hydapron, with its rolled edges, conveyed a sense of cleanliness on deficiency while remaining practical. Most importantly, it provided a striking contrast to hair otherwise dark hair, imbuing hair with unequal vitality. Beneath her center-parted bangs, a pair of large blue eyes blinked frequently, hair exceptionally bright and naughty thorurity in Thyssera, which weighs a significant treason she's Vita's Joji's personal maid. Her chestnut brown hair was relatively neat, though a bit unruly, tied back into a ponytail with arabin. A few freckles in her face added a touch of playful charm. After neatly arranging the toiletry as he carried, Thegral crouched down, smiling at the boy engrossed in his book. May the master wash a pan change now? Go ahead, but to Mr. Mindiu, Ileana, Tobigintle, while a combing me hair and avoid scraping his scalp, Joji attempted to advise. Understood, master, it will be careful this time. Ileana replied, her eyes blinking as he playfully shook Joji's arm. Feeling Thesoff to Shanyasarm, Hoji aside in exasperation, I really can't deal with ya. Ash spoke, Harriet Kadau Tandraful Dilianishare. Thepper traversed Thena row, somewhat Hirieka rider. Theater case affixed to thules, flickered unceasingly with a movemento fair, casting shadows tat danced ominously. Turning his head back, Joji asked Ileana, how was following Bingbin? Have a there been any interesting happening since the neighborhood latterly? Let me think. The dog from Uncle Edward Shausuant missing a couple of days ago, Andy Virion's ear ched for quite a hila boot couldn't find. Ileana replied, resting her cheener hand. Really are Pete's going missing frequently these days? Joji inquired, following her lead. Onothadia you mention it, think it from the familial so disappeared last week. If there are any others, I wouldn't know. Asan lie these a 12 familiusni are my home half-bits. Theon Leother nusist the tight the conflict synth west district they've escalated significantly in recent days. He heard Thatton cood stills melts and toff blood don't the streets in Themmerning. Realizing she had drift Ted slight lie away from Joji, while speaking, Ileana quick lie to Kafush Tep's door turned to her previous position. Such vints are indeed troubling. It appears that declining in public order has its reasons, Joji murmured himself. After rounding a corner, they descended to Theddening Hall. Joji's father, Seat Dathel, Hadel readus this nap canine place, while Ileana on to fetch breakfast. At this moment, Hoja felt to Niemens in Zofferly of the Theod not being transported to medieval Europe, but to a world imbued with Western fantasy elements. Thanks to the existence of true deities, the competition among churches was for more prolonged than Oni might imagine. The absence of fathermen and churchmen had divine authority did no exert overly upperent influence over secular matters. Additionally, medicine was relatively advanced least stoned na thavto enduri a lifetime of infrequent baths. The physician serenot limiteto bloodletten gondine mas therusa verbal remedius was commendable. In Thevan toff particularly challenging ailments, diviny arts and magic could be employed, thought healiter was not accessible to the average person. Moreover, he was grateful for the blessing of an unknown deity who had ensured his transmigration into an oblefamily, sparing him thetrial sofal of faveardship. The essential golden finger tat camu with his transmigration had afforded Heimabro at her future. Lost in his hots, Ilyena Hadel ready brought breakfast to the table. In terms of cuisine, these world was for from comparable to his past life. Every morning, the staple wark bread, accompanied by goat cheese, fried eggs, androastodonians. Today, a next reserving goff smoked method be nated day satrete. Of course, a vegetable broth was indispensable without soaking the dark brains. It was near lie impossible to swallow. As Hoja prepared to indulge his meal with knife and fork, Henitist Mr. Craig, the butler, entering through he side doored. Turning to Ilyena, he said, Ilyena, please take this opportunity to die up my room. The un maid not deed in acknowledgement tan turned to leave. Isoma thingamus, Mr. Craig? Usually spend this time organizing the servants, is forth a day, Joji remarked, placing his cutlery back on either side of his plate. He have just received word, Master Joji, your father wishes for ye out o travel to Catala be themed off this month. Mr. Craig presented Joji with an inquiry. Isn't it customary to head to Catala mid next month? With a sudden change, Hoji scratch at the shading confusion. The specifics were not disclosed by or father. Beauty you have reached an age where such matters are pertinent. The old butler replied with a peculiar smile. Fortunately, he hadn't started eating yet otherwise, witnessing the usual solemn Mr. Craig displaying such a lewd expression would, Hovger like cause Joji's bit of this food. Wasting food would surely incur divine wrath. What do I mean ambithatage? Joji pondered over Mr. Craig's surlier expression. Could it be thought a legendarity botched nightlife fuff the nobility ice about in full beform? There exists a talent this world that, upen reaching gassertainage, young noblemen error range ed bethyralder sto partake in a periodo fervelry, to prevent them from becoming excessive lie infatuated with a young woman. There are be jeopardizing family interests. Isn't thismer lithifant siful imagination off to common folk? Add a leak into those about he emperor's goldenrod that he heard pre-ordimitrance migration. And what if Simeonuerto become a complete inamord? Do thee not fear that thee here they have an nurtured for I, your smite be wasted? However, if such an experience so are indeed forthcoming, Hoja couldn't help you feel a flicker of excitement within. Master, I believe your father might prepare you for an engagement. Mr. Craig interrupted Hoji's daydreaming, thoughts without a hint of mercy. What? An engagement? Joji was taken aback. Thought he was not to master of romance before his transmigration, he had at least experienced a formal courtship leading to marriage. Now, he was to be engaged without Tevin having met the prospective ebreed. It seemed like clith at thighs ways a political marriage he hoped wouldn't encounter any bizarre and glady. Indeed, responsibility and privilege were closely intertwined relative lie, comfortable lifted not us. Seemingly aware of his young master's concerns, Mr. Craig elaborated, every autumn, Catala holds an autumn hunt. This day service not only an occasion for the feudal nobility for nation to interact and pay tribute collective libutals, prime opportunity for. Your father likely hopes you will prepare in advance to avoid any blunders during the fierce encounter. So it was an arranged meeting, Joji's eyed in relief, thinking had been thrust into marriage without forewarning. Still, he tempted to voice his concerns, with Thudum harvest approaching, it wouldn't be ideal for me to leave ye at this time. After all, it is an exceptionally busy zone. Do not seek any excuses, young master. The master has swayed a firm decree regarding this matter. Furthermore, the civil servants at the town hall will competently manage the routine affairs. As for the states beyond the city, they can proceed in accordance with customary practices. The unlice like complicationless with the port, but litus allow the civil servants and the merchant associations in a solution for the timing that should suffice for a while. You still have a more than 10 days to arrange the specific matter sathand. Moreover, although file your state histome may extend longer than usual, it will last no more than 12 months at most. Certain Suez can undoubtedly wait until our return. Should a significant problem aris, vepossess the means sto makes we've contact, downot? The old steward effectively closed Dofmastoff Georgie Savenu as for negotiation. In that moment Georgie found himself a talash for better reasons to bargain. Ismi single life fetistine to concludus a prematurely? Am might be bound be theshackles engagement heaven before the insatofma secondouth. Although I was somewhat prepared, this comes far too ifly. Since evasion is not an option, I shall confront this reality with equanimity and focus on the affair Sathan for today. Georgie ere salutli picked up his knife and fork, embarking on a battle with his breakfast, while the old steward stood beside him, wearing a knowing smiley she observed wath perceived tope the master sulking demeanor. For a moment, the hal was filled solely with the sound soft cutlery clashing gone food being chewed. Dinkling thesoons reverberate das the cutlery methoplate. Georgie at a bedis napkin across his mount hand addressed Craig, prepareth a carriage a mustatin to official business at the town hall. I shall likely visit the harbor today, so I will no treadern for lunch. As Fordner, if possible, procure an addition all rabbit teeth not, substitute it author fresh meats. As you wish, my young master, Craig replied with asmal, bowing slight libo for turning to prepareth the carriage. Chapter 2 Governance. Klop der Heithmix sound dafuve striking the cobbled road, accompanied by the creaking goff the carriage axle, reverberated as Georgie furrowed his brow within the carriage. He was contemplating his most significant secret, the system for digitizing this world. Territory Bolum domain, 447.8 square kilometers. Affiliation Duchy of Nohan. Specialties brandy, whiskey, smoked meat products, straw paper, paper armor, coarse sugar, olive oil, dried fish, seasonings, salt, hard cheese. Characteristics military honor Dookie characteristic. Territorial traits regular militarills, militia training, basic officer education, civil service system, robust commercial management, regional trade oversight, background verification system, meticulous farming, use off manure. Territorial technologies straw paper production, distillation of spirits, seasoning brewing. Territorial population 33, 128. Annual population growth 3. Minerals copper mine. City Poitou. Port Morbihan. Agricultural income 3, 172 gold coins. Mineral income 353 gold coins. Commercial income 151, 568 gold coins. Tax revenue 45, 869 gold coins. Building revenue 410 gold coins. Other income 433 gold coins. Official salaries 5, 600 gold coins. Military maintenance 154, 800 gold coins. Military recruitment 1,000 gold coins. Tribute 300 gold coins. Other expenditures 3, 600 gold coins. Surplus 36, 675 gold coins. As Georgie perused the data pertaining to territory, Hakud Nathel Bufile twin job nostalgia. Armed with thick knowledge from his previous life and the systems reminders, Georgie began his formal involvement in territorial management at the Tinderagia fate. Through his remarkable performance, he became the acting lord of the territory in his father's absence. From a modest manner, after 6 years soft seasons passing, Hefina left this mark in this world. His exceptional contribution Zevin led his father to abandon the tradition of sending him to as a knight for elsewhere. As the secretary to his grace, Duke Claudius Cockley Garfield, Georgie's father, Viscount Halak Cahill Bolam, spent a month in the capital, Kadala. For the past 2 years, having gasumid thoroughly affecting lord, Georgie effectively became a the truly drove Bolam domain. Their forms undertaken over the past 6 years shave brought about significant changes in various aspects of the Bolam domain. When these reforms began to yield tangible results, they manifested in the data listings. Initially, experiments with the distilled spirits were conducted in the manner. The wine production here is lacking the same batch of wine newest roughly divided into fine and inferior varieties. The market price for a bottle of finu wine and a half pounds started at a minimum of 10 gold coins, while at the inferior vary, packaged in clay jar seeing 6 pounds, weighs only valued at 23 silver coins, marginally better than unadulterate dale. The tragic stat of storage technology for the exacerbated it, causing the valuavnali produce said wine to biblically tenfold that of the previous year's vintage. The latter would often turn sour and undrinkable, only fit for filtration and salius vinegar. However, both the Finuini and Mistinferior varieties could be distilled into commendable brandy, with the market price rising to a minimum of 15 gold coins per bottle. More importantly, due to the reduced impurity and high temperature sterilization, the shelf life was significantly extended. The emergency of the spirit garnered enthusiastic support from aristocracy, establishing jitus at crucial source of economic revenue for the territory. Distilled ale or whiskey also proved competitive against the similar distilled water, achieving commendable sales among merchant caravans from the north. Yet, by the third year, various imitations began to flood the market, although her reputation of Bohm winery had already been firmly established. Conversely, the simultaneous sat paper production did not meet expectations. Whether due to lack of understanding of the paper-making process or other factors, their salting paper exhibited poor durability and water absorption, rendering it unsuitable for writing. Thus, Georgia Chopa Furidu said book price was temporarily lidashed. Nonetheless, isso of fusing de leves and wooden slats for toilet purposes was resolved. Although the price was modest, the fried send was to hempus raw material skep cost low, making jetapuling tosmal and medium size nobility of catala. Later, driven br fuse altares and twos and jit solo for such purposes, Georgie experimented with thesa paper to produce a batch of paper armor. Logically, the lack of durability in the paper should have rendered it an effective a former. Surprisingly, however, the outcome was quite satisfactory. Overall, its protective capability was comparable to Thatoff Thicklothermer, yet it offered superior performance against strange weapon and was more honorable to wear. However, the cost was twice a Thatoff Thicklothermer, severely undermining its practicality. Subsequently, adhering to the principle of minimizing wasta, that paper armor was distributed among the Maritime Patrol Sathaport. After all, shoe done don paper armor and falantathisi, it would not weigh him down as significant lie as thick clothermer would. To Georgie's astonishment, after prolonged immersion in sea water, the paper armor, despite the considerable damage to its fabric exterior, exhibited remarkable resilience in its inner paper structure. This phenomenon was genuinely perplexing, but then again, I say anything truly logical in a world of transmigration? Although underlying principles eluded him, as long as it proved full, that sufficed. Eventually, that paper armor produced using the sea water soaking technique we boasted protective capability is rivaling that of leather armor, and its lighter weight led to the emergence of another flagship product for Bullim domain. As for the legendary weapon of transmigrators glass, this world daddle ready develop darrelative Lemaitre glass making technique. Unfortunately, finding qualified glass artisans was a challenge. The glass artisans were monopolized by manufacturing guilds in various regions, and tragically, the Duchy of Nohanlakita Glassgold. Regarding the approach of purchasing flat glass to manufacture mirrors, Georgie admitted his ignorance of classical mirror-making techniques, now in gone lie the silver mirror reflection. After all, Nuna could anticipate their own transmigration, nor would they have invested in specialized industrial manuals. The production of soy sauce and fish sauce is motivated by Georgia's tradition culinary inclination, says a Chinese individual. To his surprise, these condiments became quite popular in the barring culinary world. It was precise lijuito the immense profits brought by these new products hat the barong ranted Georgie greater autonomy indeed. Economic foundations dictate the superstructure. Unbeknownst to him, the Karja Hadel reedy halted before a theflower beateth the town hall. Thoffrefered toast he town hall, it was merely a three-story stone structure, yet entirely sufficient for its town of, what two, Wickboasta Dopppermanent population of around 10,000. Unlike the fortress-like he castle where Hera resided, this building featured Damplina Tura light from its floor onward, thanks to its surrounding corridor sad large windows. Two guards is tutored to tension at the entrance, their posture proud and alert. Georgia's office was situate on the top floor, and Thestaff heen countered on his way to his offices a Ludheim with precision. Seated in a high-back chair behind his desk, Georgie leaned slightly forward, his fingers interlaced before his face, obscure ringe of everything below his nose. Here a head for rope hanging from the ceiling, and the sound ofting belding belechoed from a room on the second floor's western side. Shortly thereafter, a thin man with his small mustache appeared before Georgie. This middle-aged man, possessing sharp highbrow sankinis, stood at attention on known side off the desk after Giorgio for das light bow. Ivis, please bring for themeter stow be dressed today. Georgie instructed Ash lift the disgazita off middle gedman. 80 or command, my lord. Ifs replied with irrigatimi nor before turning to leave. Honestly, how did Devrin dupe with thrice motionless fellow was a deputy? Georgie leaned back in his chair, hishin shanging limb pliathicities. Is it mere libby caw shava superior abilities? Hecus Waliapund ves character card. Name Eve Barnett. Specialization Intelligence 14. Abilities Categorization, Administrative Analysis. Relationship Respectful. The information ways exceedingly vague the system gradually refine details subbuddhithers based on the relationship and familiarity with Georgie. Their initial interaction was, marked be coldness. Were it not for his position as a clerk in the town hall, Ivs would they've even hit a charter cardadal the initial data content on lihis namey and specialization in intelligence, devoid of fanu numerical values. However, being gone off he few individuals sent the town hall possessing specialized attributes, particularly his intelligence with coup d'etat administrative matters. Georgie appointed High Mash's messenger for further development. Over the course of Marathon for your self work, Ivs matured into competent secretary. His relationship with Georgie also improved, leading to a gradual enhancement of his data. Yet, his origin and excessive luf personality hinder dis progress, like capping is potential for this lifetime. Tap hivis rapidonthio pinder. My lord, these documents require our signature today, he said, presenting twaliather pouches. Georgie opinet in a pouchen dextracted a triplicat toft agreement as I def from the copious foriach party, one who is stormain in thedum pleof to godophistus, tier. Naturally, such agreements swarmer like conventional. When crucial materceros, they were reefed and governed by magical contracts imbued with supernatural power stopping Elysian evulators. Of course, the cost was commensurate with the efficacy. The paper used for thegaria mint was than yet resilient, its smooth surface reminiscent tofa baby skin, exuding galistraken to fine bunka that was pleasing to thigh. Reflecting on his own paper mill, Georgie couldn't help but sigh. Yet, the price of thiazole chemically produced said paper remained exorbitant. Each sheet, approximately the size of 4 from the original world, commanded a minimum price of around 4 silver coins, equivalent to 40 copper coins. In terms of purchasing power, it could be valued at some minimum cost of 40 pounds of wheat. Even parchment made from lambskin, at these dimensions, cost merely half that amount. Winkin templating thathamira cost off paper for abu cranejed from 10 to 40 gold coins, Georgie consistent, lefeltations of helplessness. This docrental agreement is satisfactory, however, their important dickets tap the stone of docks nearing capacity. Eve, please contact the Architects Guild may need to prepare for the construction of new docks. After meticulously reviewing the Frankisoft agreement and verifying accuracy, Heinz scribe at this nami and stampedite with hissinetring. Although her reputation off Earthly Journeys Trading Company is commendable, and door previous collaboration shave been reasonably pleasant. It would be prudent for the soldier stormain vigilant caution is never misplaced. Oh, custom paper armor? That's quite a substantial order of 300 sets. Should confirm the buyer side entity Marie. Wouldn't want toinade vertent lie attract trouble. Ha careful I placid the seconda agreement back in toth pouch, then turn ed town lockin on cabinet with and deposit to tin side. Ivespri sent a das scroll loaf parchment my lord, does this the new decrier quisteto be drafted da fude sago? Please let me know if there are any issues. Georgie era turn et the parchment to Eva. Please revis these con clause regarding penalties 5 years so laborin thequari is sufficient with, without additional punishments. Is theory thin gelsi our choir, my lord? Recently, there have been frequent reports of missing animal synthesizins district. Sensimiana to investigate what hersamething has wanderedin. Itis imperative to eliminate any danger before either san ion. Furthermore, the lower district fast not be in particular lipies fu lately zinda message told Tominos what odo. Georgie waved ashint, signaling Vest that he was dismissed. Chapter 3. The harbor. The mountains on either side stretch out over the sea, resembling arms that embrace the vast ocean. Nestled between these peaks lies a continuous sandy beach, akin to a golden serpent gliding upon the azure waves. Along the shoreline, numerous frothy bubbles dance gently, pushed and prodded by the waves, accumulating in ever greater numbers, forming heaps that resemble a silver snake entwined with a golden one. Under the blazing sun, the harbor bustles with activity, where 5 3-masted sailing ships and over 10 2-masted vessels rest upon 4 rows of stone docks. Although not overly crowded, there is a certain congestion, yet the movement of merchant ships remains relatively smooth. A stone-mounted wooden crane at the dock hoists a massive net filled with baled goods of straw from one of the 3-masted ships, as workers struggle to turn the winch controlling the hoist. Wooden barrels roll off the gangplank connecting the ship to the dock, halted by dockworkers wielding crowbars. One dock extends furthest into the sea, at its end standing a tall stone tower. Atop the tower sits a large fire basin and 2 copper plates connected at a right angle. The wheels beneath the plates rest upon tracks encircling the fire basin. Next to the basin, 2 guards, armed with long spears, scan the horizon. A measuring officer holds a leather tape to assess the space occupied by the ship at the dock, while a tax officer, accompanied by tax collectors, counts the unloaded cargo. Porters either push or carry goods toward the temporary warehouses beside the dock or to the freight carts within the harbor. The scorching sun beats down upon the earth, causing those caught in its rays to sweat profusely. At this moment, Georgie has just disembarked from a carriage. After a few stretches, he strides directly toward a two-story building within the harbor. Upon seeing Georgie, the guard at the entrance promptly approaches, cupping his right fist over his left chest and bowing in greeting. "My lord, welcome to Morbihan Harbor." Georgie reciprocates the gesture, inquiring, "Is Portmaster Barrowman available?" "It seems the Portmaster has just stepped out due to a dispute among traders. Please, go inside and rest. I shall arrange for someone to inform him of your arrival." Passing through the corridor, Georgie ascends to the second floor, where the end of the hallway leads to the port office. Unlike the municipal office, the port office resembles a parlor. Inside, besides desks and chairs, there are benches, small tables, and cabinets, all intended for receiving guests. Georgie casually opens a cabinet, retrieves a glass, and pours himself a cup of water. "Why, Lord? Why have you only just returned?" "The Lord has been here for quite some time. Did John fail to locate you in a timely manner?" A soldier named Tom remarks at the entrance of the port office. "Little Tom, John found me long ago. However, I had to conclude my affairs before returning." The stout man tidies his disheveled hair from the journey. "But won't the Lord grow impatient? What if he becomes angry?" Tom expresses concern. "Tom, your time here has been too brief. You are not yet familiar with the Lord's temperament." As he speaks, he adjusts his clothing to conceal the bits of exposed belly. "The Lord has always prioritized work. If I had interrupted my tasks to return immediately, it would have provoked his ire." "Tom, do I appear presentable?" he asks, turning around with agility despite his corpulence. "Yes, my lord." "But you must remove the feathers from your back." Tom rubs his somewhat stiff face. "Then help me with that. I can't tell if they belong to a seabird or were cargo from the ship." He gestures for Tom's assistance. "Do well, little Tom, and you shall find that you are engaged in a profession with a promising future." Once we confirm that no further mistakes will occur, Barrowman pats Tom on the shoulder before hastily ascending the stairs. Georgie waits on the bench for approximately a quarter of a magical hour. Not wishing to waste time, he settles down to meditate. Calming his mind, he relaxes his entire body, breathing evenly and steadily. Inhale in 9 segments, each entering seamlessly. Exhale in 3 segments, allowing the rhythm to linger. Gradually, an image of a pagoda emerges in Georgie's mind. The tower, slender and upright like a spring bamboo shoot, is topped with a cover. The ancient structure is hexagonal, with 4 smooth, sturdy crimson pillars on each side. 6 round doors are embedded in the white tower walls, adorned with a uniquely styled mural. Within the tower lies a grand altar. Each corner of the tower extends outward, with small bronze bells dangling beneath intricately carved dragon heads. As if stirred by a gentle breeze, the bells chime melodiously. Strangely, amidst the green bricks and blue tiles of the Chinese pagoda, Western-style stained glass windows are interspersed. Whether there are other Western elements remains uncertain to Georgie at this moment. This bewildering blend of styles is truly perplexing. Just as Georgie contemplates delving deeper into the pagoda's mysteries, an instinct compels him to cease his current actions. Since the beginning of his training, this sensation has intensified over the years, becoming sharper and more accurate. It must be that Barrowman has returned. Georgie halts his meditation, opening his eyes just as Barrowman, the portmaster, strides into the office. "Welcome, my lord, to inspect our harbor." Barrowman bows, his corpulence making the gesture appear rather comical enough. "Barrowman, you make each bow too cumbersome. Did not father say that we need not bow in the absence of outsiders?" Georgie waves his hand dismissively. "Though the Viscount has said so, years of habit are not easily altered. Moreover, if I were to forget to bow in public after changing my ways, it would only invite gossip." Barrowman stands a bit awkwardly. "Never mind. You always have your excuses. Please sit down. I can see you are weary from standing." Barrowman quickly pulls a chair closer and plops down. The wooden chair creaks under his weight, and what was once a slightly tilted chair seems to lean even more. "Let us discuss serious matters. A few days ago, you sent word that the stone dock is insufficient. It seems the recent increase in port traffic is somewhat abnormal. It shouldn't have surged so quickly. Do you have any insight into the situation?" Georgie takes a sip from his cup to soothe his throat. "It appears to be due to pirates. There have been reports of pirate activity along the southern routes. Several ships have been attacked in recent months. Our harbor, being relatively small, cannot accommodate many vessels, thus allowing us to benefit from the situation. Many ships are now unloading their cargo here." Barrowman explains that this is an uncertain variable. If the pirates are eradicated, the number of ships coming to our harbor will undoubtedly diminish. By then, the new dock might not even be completed, Georgie muses, tapping his fingers thoughtfully on the table. The cost of constructing a new dock will be no less than 5,000 clawed gold coins. I do not wish for this investment to yield no returns. After all, the development of our territory requires substantial funding, so I hope you have a comprehensive plan to alleviate my concerns. Actually, the dock has been showing signs of inadequacy for several months, but due to uncertainty, I hesitated to report it. I have been busy dealing with this situation for some time now. Recently, several trading companies that had never previously frequented us, such as Lucky Coin and Ivy Consortium, have begun to arrive. Barrowman's voice trails off suddenly. Noticing this, Georgie rises and retrieves a water jug and glass from the cabinet, pouring a cup and offering it to Barrowman. Do not be anxious. Take a sip of water and gather your thoughts. Barrowman accepts the cup with his thick, short fingers, gripping it with both hands and gulping down a large mouthful. The room falls silent for a moment. However, the tranquility is soon shattered. Later, 4 of the trading companies discovered that their goods were more favorably routed through our harbor than their previous trade routes. They hope to establish new trade routes here. Based on the volume of goods they provided, the dock's reserved berths appear rather strained. Furthermore, some fleets wish to make mid-journey resupplies at our dock. Calculating all this, if we do not construct a new dock, the existing berths will be completely insufficient. Georgie strokes his chin, contemplating for a moment. I will make arrangements regarding the dock as soon as possible. Tomorrow, the municipal office will commence a feasibility study and draft a budget. The association's craftsmen have already been contacted, but construction will not begin until after the autumn harvest. That is agreeable. As long as those merchants know a new dock will be built here, there will be no issues. After all, good trade routes and resupply points are not easily found. Barrowman sets down the cup, rubbing his hands together. By the way, Barrowman, how much do you know about the pirates? While the current situation is advantageous for us, it may not remain a threat indefinitely. Georgie expresses his concerns. The areas where pirates are active are approximately half a month's sea journey from us. Moreover, trade routes are currently disrupted, and news does not travel as swiftly as before. However, there have been no reports of any attacks on our harbor thus far. Yet, it seems some lords from the south have organized fleets to eliminate the pirates. But they reportedly failed. The veracity of this information remains uncertain. Barrowman begins to sweat profusely as he speaks. Failed to eliminate them? We must ascertain whether they could not locate the pirates or if it was a naval defeat. This is imperative to clarify. If it is a naval defeat, we may be in trouble, Georgie emphasizes, his tone growing more serious, his expression somber. For the time being, intelligence on this matter must become a top priority in our operations. Certainly, I shall also arrange for alternative channels to gather information on this matter. However, the port possesses a natural advantage in such affairs. I hope it does not disappoint. Understood. I will certainly make an effort to keep a close eye on developments in this regard. Barrowman immediately began to express his determination. Although there has yet to be any concrete news of pirates, it would be prudent to elevate the port's defense level for the time being, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. As George raised his right hand, he seemed to recall something halfway and let it drop. Indeed, there was an incident at the port this morning that required your personal attention. Alas, it is still the matter of the berths causing a stir, which has persisted for several days. The key issue is that the parties involved are all major merchant guilds, each with their own powerful backing. Moreover, the entangled grievances among these guilds complicate mediation efforts. Barrowman could not help but vent his frustrations. Well, you've had a tough time lately. At least you will profit from the construction of the new dock. George chuckled lightly. How could I dare, my lord? Barrowman quickly denied it. Let us not dwell on this. It is already midday. Shall we have a meal together? George extended the invitation. It would be my honor. My lord, Barrowman readily agreed. Chapter 4. Memories of Proswan. Not far from the Port Authority, there stood a 2-story structure, its first floor elevated and constructed from a blend of stone and wood. The exterior walls of the first floor were made of stone, while the second floor was fashioned from wooden planks. The slanted roof was covered with thin slate tiles, beneath which lay dried seaweed. This style of building is considered a template in the harbor. Residents of some means tend to construct their homes in a similar fashion. Whenever George beheld such houses, he often pondered whether he should expedite the acquisition of brickmaking techniques. However, his understanding of the firing process was limited to basic principles, leaving him utterly clueless about the practicalities involved. Since the incident at the paper mill, he had harbored a cautious and skeptical attitude towards the feasibility of various techniques from his previous life in the current state of affairs. It was unlikely that he could replicate the serendipity of the paper-making venture. Repeated failures could tarnish the hard-earned reputation he had established. After all, he was not yet a true lord and had no military achievements to his name. His youth, coupled with a naturally boyish visage, did little to instill confidence in his subordinates. In the parlance of his former life, he was merely a youth without facial hair, unfit for serious business. Unlike other houses, this particular building had only 3 walls on the first floor, leaving the side facing the dock supported solely by 3 wooden pillars. Hanging from the rightmost pillar was a wooden sign adorned with images of bowls, spoons, and wine cups, indicating that this was a tavern. George led Barrowman into this establishment, where a wooden counter was positioned behind the sign, with a closed kitchen at the rear. The robust proprietress, Jill, was busily collecting coins from patrons while calling out orders in her boisterous voice. Approaching lunchtime, the waitresses were bustling about. Although their attire might be deemed rather revealing by the standards of this world, it consisted merely of low-cut tops and short skirts, as for their appearances. They were not unattractive, and their figures likely appealed to the taste of the seafaring men. Their additional income largely came from the long-starved sailors and a few uniquely inclined adventurers, but this was typically only during the tavern's off hours or after closing. Upon entering the tavern, one would notice that it differed significantly from typical urban establishments. The open walls allowed for ample natural light, and a gentle sea breeze flowed through the 3 pillars. Circulating out through the windows on the opposite wall, the bright light, fresh air, and well-placed furnishings imbued the tavern with a uniquely warm ambience. "Jill, 2 special meals, please," George said, tossing a gold coin into the air. "Oh, a young master from the city," Jill exclaimed with a broad smile, deftly catching the coin despite her ample figure. "2 portions, is it?" she inquired, glancing over George's shoulder. "Welcome, esteemed Port Authority official. Please, follow me upstairs." Looking around, one could see several small round tables on the first floor occupied by groups of brawny men, bare-chested and disheveled, their clothes stained with grime and some even bearing dried blood. They drank heartily, boisterously bragging and jesting with the waitresses, occasionally crossing the line with unwarranted familiarity, seemingly intent on venting their frustrations before setting sail. The atmosphere in the tavern was exceedingly raucous on a corner. A few patrons dressed relatively neatly could be seen. Clad in typical adventurer garb and armed with easily accessible weapons, they were clearly adventurers. Judging by their demeanor, they were likely on a mission. Otherwise, they would typically have mingled with the sailors. When I left, it had been raining intermittently at North Diskport for nearly a month. Surely that cannot be true. How could it rain for such an extended period? I assure you, it is no deception. If not for the rain making loading and unloading cumbersome, there would be far more ships arriving here. Not just a few more, I reckon. Prior to arriving here, Curtis Port and Yorkley Port were also frequently beset by rain. Yes, all due to those cursed pirates. Otherwise, we wouldn't be stuck here, no. You must have some acquaintance at a southern port. Then, judging by your words, short-haul work must pay less. But the risks are also lower, are they not? Are you truly that hard up for money? To be honest, I was fortunate this time. I didn't encounter any pirates while heading north. However, our fleet was attacked by fishmen, but we managed to fend them off. Goodness, this year seems to be plagued by both fishmen and pirates. Amidst the sailors' jovial banter, George and Barrowman ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. Compared to the first, the 2nd floor was markedly quieter. Tables were somewhat separated by wooden partitions, and the floor was kept relatively cleaner than downstairs. However, the windows were small, rendering the space somewhat dim. The 2 found a table with better lighting. Surrounding them were mostly minor agents from merchant caravans and a few senior crew members, all engaged in hushed conversations. In truth, there was no strict delineation between the 2 floors of this tavern. The sailors downstairs often found the upstairs too subdued and preferred the lively atmosphere below. Consequently, the upper floor became a refuge for those who disliked noise or required a space for discussions. Gradually, a clear division emerged. The upper floor catered to those purchasing expensive dishes, while the lower floor was for those seeking more affordable fare. Barrowman, how has young Daniel been faring lately? It feels like ages since I last saw him. You know, Daniel was previously studying letters and grammar under the Scholarly Inn. Due to his rapid progress, Ian recommended him to study at the Boka Boo Temple in Kadala City. Barrowman's face lit up with pride as he spoke of this. Exceptional offspring are often a source of pride for their parents. Oh, studying at the Bokabu Temple, you say? In that case, Daniel may very well become a wizard. George's interest was piqued. Not likely. Daniel's talent is merely a shade better than average. Moreover, the cost of wizard training is exorbitant. Even noble families with territories may struggle to afford it, let alone my own. Though his words were casual, a hint of disappointment lingered in his tone. Indeed, the expenses were steep, and the most crucial factor was that he lacked the bloodline to inherit such abilities as knights do. For a family, the cost-effectiveness of such an endeavor was far too low, especially given the uncertainty of whether future generations would possess magical aptitude. George attempted to offer comfort to Barrowman, though in truth, his words also resonated with his own situation. As a child, George had been discovered to possess remarkable magical talent at the Bokabu Temple, one that merited significant cultivation by a mage organization. However, as the sole heir to his territory, he was obliged to pursue a more practical path, even if his interests lay in the arcane arts. At times, George contemplated how wonderful it would be to have a brother. Yet, such thoughts were fleeting. For the struggle for inheritance is hardly a pleasant affair, despite the stringent primogeniture laws in place. While he might not be able to study magic, the temple still imparted a wealth of knowledge sufficient for him to become a competent scholar. The expenses in this regard were manageable. Have you ever considered making Daniel a knight? Becoming a knight is far more challenging for those without noble blood than for those with it. Even if one succeeds, the first-generation knights often pale in comparison to those of established lineages. Besides, obtaining a fief is becoming increasingly difficult. To find suitable knights to instruct and manage the associated costs is a challenge, although far less daunting than that of a wizard. Barrowman chuckled bitterly. The costs and educational resources should be supported by the Lord's estate for a knight apprentice under his domain. Thank you for your kind offer. However, your knight apprentices are all heirs of knights within the territory, aren't they? This was initially a safeguard in case a knight was unable to train the next generation. It has now become tradition, and the competition for those slots is fierce. Without a compelling reason, one could easily become a target of resentment. Even a viscount would not dare to do so. I had not considered this aspect. Let us speak no more of it. Look, our lunch has arrived. The waitress brought forth 2 large copper bowls, a copper plate, and some spoons. The copper bowls contained the signature seafood stew, while the plate held slices of black bread. The seafood stew here bore resemblance to the bouillabaisse that Georgie had once tasted before his journey, although it was said that his previous experience was less than authentic due to the inclusion of mussels. In this world, the seafood stew, hindered by the lack of spices, fell short of the flavors he had once savored, yet it evoked a sense of nostalgia. After all, he had only discovered this establishment after much trial and error in his culinary pursuits. And while the castle's chef could cater to his preferences, the seafood lacked freshness. Georgie gestured for Barrowman to begin their meal, and the two of them savored the stew accompanied by the bread. However, upon the first taste, Georgie sensed something amiss. He scooped another spoonful of the stew and savored it meticulously. To his surprise, this version of the stew included not only the usual ingredients of fennel, basil, cilantro, onion, and garlic, but also an unexpected addition of fennel seeds and pepper. The proprietor must have been running at a loss with such extravagant ingredients. Clearly, the addition was made out of goodwill towards Barrowman, and Georgie never imagined he would one day benefit from that connection. The flavor is quite delightful, isn't it, Barrowman? Indeed, it is exceptional. How did I not discover this establishment sooner? I shall certainly return often. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from frequent visits, lest the proprietor be driven to tears, Georgie mused inwardly, realizing that voicing such thoughts aloud would be ill-advised. After their lunch, Georgie proposed that they take a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. Barrowman, however, deemed it safer to return to the port office promptly. Georgie noted that Barrowman's ample physique was rather unkindly exposed to the midday sun of early autumn, thus he acquiesced to Barrowman's preference. The two departed the tavern and made their way directly back to the port office. Chapter 5. The waves. The midday sun blazed fiercely in the short distance from the tavern to the port office. Barrowman was already drenched in perspiration. Upon entering the office, Georgie glanced back to see Barrowman, sweat cascading from his hair, dripping onto the stone floor of the corridor. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Georgie said, "You should attend to your matters first. I shall see you in the office shortly." "Very well, my lord." Until then, Barrowman acknowledged, understanding the cue. This was his second visit to the office that day, and sitting down immediately after a meal would hardly be appropriate. Georgie began to practice the combination steps he had learned prior to his journey, attempting to merge them with the combat techniques of this world. After years of practice, he confirmed that this light exercise greatly aided in digestion. His movements, characterized by sliding steps and lateral exchanges, lacked the delicate grace of a butterfly or the elegant transformations of a dancer. This was the essence of practical training, fluid and unembellished. The gentle sea breeze carried the damp, salty scent of the ocean, and Georgie felt an unexplainable stirring within his heart. Although he was aware that it was not the most opportune moment, he feared that such feelings, once missed, might never return. He quickly closed and locked the door, allowing himself to release the restraints on his spirit. Before long, he felt himself immersed in the tumultuous waves. The convergence of wind and water, the resonance of sky and sea. Waves surged with the force of the wind, and the sea was battered by the tumultuous currents, glimmering like shattered silver. The leading waves ushered in the following, crashing against the clouds as the clouds swallowed the waves, all intertwining. They collided, transforming into misty vapor. Suddenly, the entire sea morphed into a battlefield, alive with the sound of galloping steeds and the beating of war drums. The scene shifted, and Georgie found himself transported back to the time he had witnessed the tidal bore of the Chienteng River. A row of small waves approached with increasing urgency and height. As they neared the river's mouth, the surging white crests resembled flocks of egrets taking flight. The monstrous waves that surged into the river roared and galloped like 1,000 stallions with raised manes. Akin to countless furious dragons, ultimately, they piled into a cascading silver mountain that crashed against the embankment, sending waves soaring several meters into the air. The spray leapt into the atmosphere, momentarily suspended before drifting down with the sea breeze, scattering like snowflakes, glistening and shimmering. As his thoughts ebbed and flowed, Georgie's steps adapted accordingly, his movements becoming increasingly natural, akin to the ceaseless tide. Gradually, however, his form became unsteady, his limited strength interrupting this rare moment of enlightenment. Ding! The host has acquired a new stance. This stance belongs to the oceanic lineage of the wind and water hybrid style. Please name your stance. Georgie seated himself at the table, drawing upon the foundation of his diligent training in this life. Utilizing the experiences and knowledge from his previous existence to finally fuse the footwork of both lives into one. The system prompted him to assign a name, and he pondered, what shall I call it? I am truly not adept at naming things. It should relate to the waves. I cannot simply name it emerging from the azure sea. Ah, yes. The dark current, which I vaguely recall hearing about. Let that be the name. The system confirmed the stance as dark current. Georgie silently affirmed. Naming successful. Stance technique, dark current. Flowing movements enable you to navigate effortlessly through the chaos of battle. When the host is in this stance, as long as mobility is retained, your defense will receive an additional evasion bonus equivalent to your agility adjustment value. Due to the acquisition of the stance technique, dark current, the oceanic martial arts skill tree has been unlocked. Along with the option for oceanic martial arts specialties, the host may choose to cultivate these skills. What a predicament! The name hardly aligns with the effect, Georgie inwardly lamented, questioning why the effects of the first skill learned would only be revealed post-naming. This was not the usual step-by-step training. It could be considered his first act of creation, albeit with a significant blunder. In reality, Georgie had only grasped a small fraction of what he had just experienced. Yet the system refined those insights into a skill tree and selectable specialties, indicating the direction for his future cultivation. Without the system, those incomplete insights might linger in his mind, possibly benefiting him at some future moment. Or worse, vanish entirely, leaving him forever disconnected from them. With his emotions settling, Georgie resolved to examine the newly formed skill tree and available specialties. The skill tree was divided into 3 branches: stance, techniques, and enhancement skills. Aside from the already acquired dark current, the stance tree displayed the next level, riding the wind and breaking the waves, designed for high-speed movement, enhancing both speed and the impact of charges. Techniques and enhancement skills only revealed the first tier. The technique wind-slashing wave cutting could simultaneously enhance attacks and create a unique slicing effect through wind pressure, albeit at a considerable energy cost. The enhancement skill was the basic underwater breathing, which allowed for a limited time of underwater respiration at the cost of stamina and mental energy. Mastery of these two would unlock the next tier of abilities. Currently, 2 selectable specialties appeared: Son of the Sea and Child of the Storm. Son of the Sea. Your blood flows with the essence of the ocean. Facing waves and shedding blood on the deck is no stranger to you. You gain a 2 bonus to checks related to balance and proficiency. Sailor. Ignoring penalties while fighting on a slippery or uneven deck, and gain a 1 evasion bonus to defense while battling on a ship. Child of the Storm. A lifetime at sea has attuned you to the whims of oceanic weather, allowing you to navigate vessels through adversity. You gain a 4 environmental bonus when checking for weather changes at sea, and an insight bonus equal to your intelligence adjustment value when combating adverse weather. Georgie was preparing to thoughtfully consider how to integrate his newly acquired abilities with his existing skills and the extent of their enhancement when a series of knocks interrupted his contemplation. "My lord, may I enter?" Barrowman's voice called from outside. "Very well, Dio, you have the key?" "I do, my lord." "Then please unlock the door, Barrowman." With a click, the door swung open. Georgie reminded himself to arrange for maintenance on the old door to his room upon his return. After attending to his personal hygiene and changing into clean attire, Barrowman presented a much more pleasant appearance. "Barrowman, I believe you should find a way to manage your physique. While you may manage for now, it could become quite troublesome as you age," Georgie could not help but advise. Barrowman sighed, gazing at his ample belly with a look of resignation. "I will try my best." Setting aside other matters, once the dock expansion is completed, port affairs are bound to become increasingly hectic. At that point, you may find it impossible to enjoy the midday magical respite as you do now. What then? Shall we assign someone to shade you with an umbrella? That certainly won't fall under the office budget, Georgie teased. "It's nothing to worry about. A little extra sweat is manageable. I can manage with a fan." Barrowman replied, sitting down across from Georgie. "I've heard that parental figures greatly influence their children, particularly those who idolize them. Barrowman, do you truly wish for young Daniel to grow up with a physique like yours?" George had to change his perspective. Although he had heard this saying before his journey, its reliability remained uncertain. Nevertheless, he decided to give it his all. Barrowman furrowed his brow, and this time it was George who sighed. He had not anticipated that this visit to the tavern would yield some unexpected gains. George absent-mindedly brushed the tips of his hair behind his ears, if they were not speaking in jest. The number of ships arriving here in a few days might indeed increase. Barrowman's attention had successfully shifted. It seemed necessary to make some preparations. Should they reinforce those wooden docks and allow some smaller vessels to dock? "You are the expert in this matter, though the patrol's manpower should have increased. After all, with more people, complications are likely to arise, especially since many would be visiting our port for the first time. Please consult with the port warden and provide me with a specific number regarding this matter," George replied thoughtfully. He mused to himself. "I should check if any of the well-performing militia members are available for odd jobs. Not only pirates, but even the fishmen seem restless. Yet it is strange. Logically, the shipping routes should not be suitable for fishmen habitation due to the water's depth. Moreover, they rarely stray far from their homes." Barrowman felt a sense of unease. "Until we acquire more intelligence, all we can do is remain vigilant, for this is a commercial port, not a military one. We must keep our doors open for business." George reassured, knowing that Barrowman relished dealings with merchants. This was not merely about profit. It had become a passion. "By the way, Barrowman, aside from the salt we have already sold or contracted, let us stockpile the rest," George commanded. "Why, my lord?" Barrowman inquired, appearing puzzled. "Because I want to take a gamble. Did you not hear in the tavern that it has been raining heavily near the northern port? The salt-producing areas along the coast might also be experiencing significant rainfall. And certainly, the salt-producing lands near the port will be affected in the north. Due to temperature and climate, salt production is primarily concentrated in these months. If even one month is impacted, the annual yield will undoubtedly plummet. Although most of their table salt is supplied by the south, such an incident would unsettle those merchant guilds, and salt prices would likely rise to some extent. It seems worth the risk," George explained. "But what if the prices do not rise?" Barrowman expressed concern. "Regardless, I am not worried about selling the salt. If worst comes to worst, we can produce more salted fish and cured meats this year." George replied nonchalantly. "You know what to do with the rest." "Understood." Barrowman's eyes sparkled with determination. Chapter 6. Revisiting the past to embrace the future, the return carriage had already set off. The trees lining the road stood tall and straight. Although autumn had arrived, the leaves still appeared lush and green, as if they were striving to display their final splendor before succumbing to decay like a supernova. The carriage traversed the gravelly road far more quietly than the stone-paved streets of the city. This was the main route to Poitou. While it could not be described as bustling with traffic, one would occasionally encounter transport caravans and solitary travelers. This road had been constructed during his grandfather's administration. Contemporaneously with the road connecting Poitou to the capital, Kadala, it was said that the initial construction consumed an entire decade's worth of fiscal surplus. Of course, the financial revenues of that time were incomparable to those of today. Yet expenditures were relatively modest. Presently, the maintenance costs for these two roads alone, excluding tolls, exceed 1,000 gold coins annually. Beyond the trees lay drainage ditches, channeling water directly to a small river that flowed into the sea near the port. Further out were fields cultivated under a crop rotation system, which, due to the nature of rotation, no longer presented the vast uniformity of crops seen before his journey. Scattered sheep, plow oxen, and horses leisurely grazed on the fallow alfalfa fields, creating a picturesque contrast with the nearly ripe grains beyond the fences. Seated in the carriage, George had no leisure to admire the pastoral scenery. At that moment, he was preoccupied with assessing the changes in his own abilities. Even if he had free time, he was no longer the insignificant urban dweller he had once been. These familiar sights no longer sparked his interest. George silently commanded, "System, open the character attribute panel." Instantly, his mind was flooded with his attribute information. Name: George Austerbolum. Gender: male. Rank: mid-tier. Red Iron. Age: 14. Bloodline. Source: unknown. Belief: undefined. Heritage: Book of Wisdom, fragmented, Path of Transcendence, Tower of Ascension. Basic identity: noble heir. LV5. Knight Squire. LV3. Occupational heritage: Shaolong disciple. LV5. Basic profession: Knight Squire. LV3. Shaolong disciple. LV5. Note: identity level explanation: LV1 novice, LV2 apprentice, LV3 standard, LV4 elite, LV5 expert. Additionally, Knight Apprentice LV5 can be promoted to Knight Squire LV1. And Knight Squire LV5 can ascend to Knight LV1 upon mastering their beliefs, with the transformation requiring an oath ceremony. Strength, muscle power, and explosiveness 14. Strength sufficient to overpower most professional soldiers. Agility, nerve reflexes, and coordination 16. Precise bodily coordination. Capable of winning the Golden Clown Award. Constitution, body self-purification, and endurance 16. Immune to common diseases and toxins. Capable of rapid blood clotting for ordinary wounds. Intelligence, discernment of matters 14. Exceeds the average in rational thinking. Capable of easily scoring high, provoking envy in others. Perception, understanding external objects 18. The ability to sense the slightest changes, akin to the cicada sensing the wind. Charm, self-mastery 14. Most people feel a natural affinity towards him. Character level: 8. Rank: elite. Mid-tier. Innate skill: perfect memory, essentially system recording. Identity bestowed specialization: 2. Noble heir, noble honor, legal immunity, glory recruitment, morale boost, territory management. 3. Knight Squire, knowledge of etiquette, Knight's Code, radiant avatar, squad management, mastery of military flags. Occupational bestowed specialization: 1. Knight Apprentice, proficient in light armor, proficient in simple weapons, proficient in shields, combat reflexes, defensive strikes. 2. Knight Squire, proficient in medium armor, proficient in military weapons, weapon specialization, mastery of initiative, mounted combat. 3. Shaolong Practitioner, mutation immune to temperature extremes, similar to elemental resistance, unification of essence, similar to a mental shield. Mirror Stillness, intuitive evasion, unarmed strike. Special abilities: none soul armament, none specializations, swift strike, similar to advanced initiative, evasion, mastery of evasion, close range shooting, precision shooting, rapid shooting, powerful attacks, mastery of armor, medium, momentum/combat techniques, dark torrent, posture, wolf pack strategy, leadership, dance of steel, iron serpent strike, explosive charge spells, golden light spell, mutation, night techniques, strike storm, dazzling charge word spirit, dispel force field. Overall, George's abilities were quite commendable among his peers, specifically those from knightly families with heritage. However, despite the assistance of the system and his prior accumulation of knowledge, he still lagged behind those hailed as prodigies. IT was only natural. These geniuses either hailed from families with exceptional lineage or had undergone rigorous mental and physical training from a young age. Akin to ascetic monks, a notion that was nothing short of daunting. Some even grew amidst the chaos of war, tempered by the fires of conflict. Furthermore, many possessed a combination of these advantages. The Bolam family to which George belonged was a nascent knightly lineage. With its heritage spanning only 10 generations, their most illustrious ancestor was the third-generation forebear, a tactical master of mid-tier rank. Tactical masters are a branch of commander-type knights known for their battlefield prowess. They must possess exceptional command skills and be able to provide extensive support through their word spirits. The third-generation Bolam Viscount was renowned for his rare aura-based abilities. An aura is an advanced manifestation of a knight's spiritual prowess, which stems from their understanding and purification of the soul and human nature. Only those with exceptionally virtuous spirits can traverse the chasm between the spiritual and material realms to create external miracles through profound self-exploration. The human heart is the most inscrutable, thus making the inheritance difficult to encapsulate. Therefore, it is unwise to compare oneself to those legendary families. Even among families of similar ranks, the Bolam family occupies a mid-tier position. The brief history of the family head and the lack of sufficiently advanced talents have resulted in a dearth of unique knightly techniques, linguistic abilities, martial arts, and specialized training methods within the lineage. The foundational practices, akin to common fare, adopted by individuals like Xiaoji, predominantly rely on knowledge from another world. Only the family's exclusive ability to utilize linguistic powers to dismantle stances remains. This remarkable contribution from the third-generation ancestor has, through many generations of evolution, become fully integrated into the bloodline. Even the force fields unleashed by mages slightly stronger than oneself can typically be dispersed with a mere breath. Due to the family's intrinsic connection to its bloodline, this linguistic ability, seldom employed, has transformed into the enlightening linguistic power of the Bolam family. Of course, common techniques possess their own merits, as they have been thoroughly researched and possess well-defined progression. It is said that while some families' knightly techniques yield significantly superior results compared to common methods, advancing further lacks systematic training approaches, leaving practitioners to navigate their own paths. Perhaps the newly comprehended martial arts of the ocean lineage will eventually merge with the family's heritage. The crucial aspect lies in the relative completeness of the system, which underscores the advantages of having a structured framework at hand. Conversely, an individual devoid of a system would likely only grasp the most rudimentary footwork. Although it remains unclear whether this system is a creation of the divine or a jest of demons, since it can be utilized, one might as well make use of it before the transition. As an aspiring practitioner, although I did not necessarily cultivate any extraordinary abilities, I did peruse numerous classical pathways post-transition. These insights have been distilled into a tome of enlightenment. Within this tome lie detailed analyses of cultivation and key points of emphasis. However, it must be noted that, despite the same foundational principles, significant alterations have occurred due to the transition. The majority of abilities have been categorized by the system as specialties, with some effects markedly differing from their original interpretations. For instance, the only spell Xiaoji currently can employ, the Golden Light Incantation, was originally designed to purify the body and mind while guarding against demonic incursions. However, being one of the 8 divine incantations of Taoism, it is certain that the deities of Taoism do not exist in this realm. Therefore, its failure to manifest anomalies would indeed be peculiar. Even complete ineffectiveness would be deemed normal. The mutated Golden Light Incantation bestows a 1 bonus to the caster's attacks and damage while enhancing their efficacy against malevolent foes. There is an undeniable semblance to that of a paladin, and one hopes that no deity will claim a bond with oneself in the future. After careful contemplation, Xiaoji realizes that, at present, the newly comprehended ocean martial arts may not substantially enhance his prowess. However, the Dark Torrent technique, which he can now wield effectively, has proven to be quite beneficial. After all, he had previously not received acknowledgement from the system for any combat-oriented footwork. The further technique of riding the wind and breaking the waves should also yield favorable outcomes during ambushes. Yet the technique of cleaving the wind and slicing the waves lacks any particularly distinguishing characteristics, rendering it somewhat irreplaceable. It may prove useful at certain junctures, but overall its significance is minimal. And one can only hope for advanced techniques to emerge once it is mastered. The enhancement technique of underwater breathing is highly specialized, with limited practical utility. Moreover, Instinct tells Xiaoji that many of the forthcoming enhancement techniques will likely adhere to this same pattern. The two specialties, Seafarer and Child of the Storm, are purely maritime in nature, yet regrettably, this world has yet to enter the grand age of exploration. One can only wish that circumstances will not necessitate their application. In essence, the ocean martial arts offer Xiaoji a potentially promising future, yet for the present, only the footwork represents a tangible improvement. With a mindset embodying the philosophy of fortune favors the fortunate, Xiaoji feels inclined to celebrate. Thus, during the afternoon's training session under Sir Owation's guidance, he plans to surprise him with his newly acquired footwork. Chapter 7. Companions in the Southern City. A pair of towers stand side by side, with single-story buildings below connecting them to form a square. Within this square lies a remarkably flat expanse of open ground. The rhythmic clanging of metal reverberates through the air, and upon closer inspection, one can discern 3 pairs of figures engaged in combat, clad in steel breastplates, skirts, and riding boots, with tightly woven chainmail enveloping their limbs, half-closed helmets, and weapons wrapped in cloth. The scene is filled with young men exuding an invigorating spirit as they sweat profusely. In the southwestern corner of the open space, Xiaoji is practicing with a significantly taller opponent. With his left foot firmly planted, he pivots on his axis and unleashes power through his right leg. Twisting his waist as he swings his sword, the long blade swiftly descends towards the towering man. This movement flows seamlessly from preparation to execution in the blink of an eye, the friction between the sword and air causing the cloth wrapped around the blade to emit a sharp whistle. With a resounding clash, the taller man, wielding a sword in his right hand and pressing down on the inner side of his blade with his left, effortlessly deflects Xiaoji's strike. Seizing the opportunity created by their crossed swords, he pushes upwards with his left hand, sending Xiaoji's sword flying. In a swift motion, he steps forward, bringing his right hand down to strike at Xiaoji. Initially, Xiaoji had not anticipated securing a decisive blow, and as his attack was parried, he instinctively retreats, utilizing the recoil to regain his footing. However, the sheer force behind his opponent's simple upward push nearly disrupts Xiaoji's balance. Fortunately, he maintains exceptional control over his body, stabilizing himself, albeit missing the optimal moment to withdraw. Faced with the looming threat of the tall man's assault, and having just been thrown off rhythm, Xiaoji involuntarily resorts to the Dark Torrent technique to narrowly evade the attack. He hadn't expected to reveal a trump card so soon, Xiaoji mused. Before he could ponder further, his opponent unleashed a barrage of strikes akin to a tempest. Soon enough, Xiaoji found himself completely overwhelmed. Although he could still manage to fend off the attacks with his newly acquired footwork, he was unable to mount an effective counteroffensive. That moment, Xiaoji felt as if he were navigating a small boat amidst a storm, battered by monstrous waves and fierce winds, utterly defenseless. Additionally, the shortcomings of his footwork, untested in real combat, began to surface. The lack of synergy with other techniques rendered his footwork incapable of organically integrating with his offensive and defensive maneuvers. It cannot be denied that human potential is boundless. Amidst this turmoil, a phrase he had once encountered flickered through Xiaoji's mind. In the flux of reality and illusion, one must remain vigilant. Energy permeates the body without pause. Motion arises from stillness, as the enemy's changes reveal the miraculous. As their duel continued, Xiaoji's initially awkward movements gradually became more fluid. Eventually, he moved with the grace of flowing water, wielding his sword with confidence, effortlessly dodging and parrying, transitioning between offense and defense without a trace. Though still at a disadvantage, he no longer resembled a fragile vessel on the verge of capsizing. Gradually, other practitioners surrounding them halted their exercises, turning their gazes towards this exchange. While Xiaoji reveled in his own progress, he also bore unspoken burdens. To employ a phrase from his previous life, Xiaoji was already brimming with vitality. He tightened every pore in his body, channeling strength through his bones and muscles, coiling it into a single force to contend with his opponent. Although he still managed to engage in a back and forth with his adversary, he was, in truth, at the end of his tether. Reluctantly, Xiaoji seized the opportunity during a momentary lapse in his opponent's onslaught to create a small opening and swiftly retreated, raising his sword with the blade pointed downward to indicate surrender. "Ah, well done, future lord." A playful voice accompanied the gentle thump of a fist against his breastplate, reminiscent of friendly gestures shared among comrades in his previous life. Xiaoji returned the gesture with a friendly smile. Is that so? I thought I could hold out longer. Simultaneously, he gave a light tap on the left side of his opponent's chest. RC was right. You performed admirably. Not just well, I would say it exceeded my expectations. The towering man remarked, as other youths training nearby gradually gathered around. It became apparent that these were the direct heirs of the vassal knights within the territory. The towering figure was none other than today's instructing knight, Alpha Wei. While he was indeed a large man, this was merely in comparison to Xiaoji, who was but a 14-year-old boy still in the throes of growth. Earlier, the one who had patted Xiaoji's breastplate was R.C. Baptiste, a quintessential sunny boy. His father, Sir Camille Baptiste, followed the path of a knight commander and currently serves as the deputy commander of cavalry within the territory. However, it seems he himself harbors little interest in this direction. At this moment, a muscular figure interjected. Earlier, it seemed that Sir Awatian employed a degree of knightly power towards the end. Though not overt, Xiaoji, you truly made great strides in handling it. This imposing figure, named Hirin Wainval, stands at 8 feet tall and possesses a visage adorned with robust features. He is the eldest among their group at 18 years. Naturally, he also boasts the greatest strength, having already achieved the status of a squire. Mastering one's convictions to elevate the soul is the path to knighthood. Regrettably, many squires find themselves stagnant, unable to progress beyond this point, and it remains uncertain how long Hirin will require to advance. Interestingly, his lineage may be the finest within the Bolam territory, as his family is a branch of the Valen lineage. Renowned for producing priests and paladins of the sun Geodidite, is said that the first generation was a divine offspring of Pelair. Although much of this heritage has diminished over time, the remnants still hold considerable weight. His father is the strongest within the territory, following a unique path known as the Dawnblade. Although the specifics of his abilities are unknown, the effects he demonstrates suggest he possesses aspects of both paladins and priests. Traditionally, this family has been known for producing stunningly attractive individuals. However, this generation has yielded such a peculiar figure, were it not for the undeniable truth of bloodline inheritance. One might question if his father had, in fact, been unfaithful. However, the immediate concern that followed was whether the offspring of his family would resemble him in such a manner. It was only after his younger brother and sister had matured significantly that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing it was merely a singular anomaly, the typically stern Sir Ahuatian did not exhibit any anger at Shiluan's interjection. It was evident that his current mood was rather buoyant. Shiluan speaks aptly. I did indeed harness the abilities of certain knights later on. However, the fact that Xiao Ji could withstand such an assault was not the crux of the matter. Of course, I do not mean to diminish the importance of his progress. Rather, there exists something of greater significance. A fair-complexioned youth looked on with a countenance full of questions. Is there truly something more vital than the advancement of strength during our training? This seemingly delicate boy was Craig Bart, rumored to have bloodlines from the Taji people of the eastern Great Plains. Yet, apart from his jet-black eyes and hair, there was little to suggest any resemblance to the rugged tribes of the plains. If one were to claim he bore the blood of the southern Shaoling Dragon Empire, it might be more believable. Nevertheless, his family excelled remarkably in both foot archery and mounted shooting, standing out even within the duchy. His father, Kabuto Bart, served as the archery instructor in their territory. Xiao Ji's proficiency in archery stemmed from his teachings. Although he did not acquire any secret techniques, his understanding and application of archery had greatly improved. Their household owned a castrated wolf named Xiaobai, which Bart had found during his youthful travels. This unique magical beast likely bore the lineage of a winter wolf and, after years of training, had attained the strength of a squire. When paired with Bart, it could unleash combat capabilities akin to a full-fledged knight, which had become a topic of much amusement due to its incongruous name. Sir Ahuatian stroked his chin thoughtfully. How should I put it? Yes. After a brief pause, he clapped his hands together and declared, while this may not immediately enhance one's prowess, it does indeed constitute a facet of strength. Xiao Ji has now developed his own combat style. In other words, he has discovered his own path forward. This will be immensely beneficial for future growth and strength. Although Xiao Ji's current abilities are still in their infancy, they are already quite remarkable. Indeed, many formal knights have yet to establish their own style. Remarked a voice. It appears our young master Xiao Ji is destined for the title of genius. His limbs moved in a whimsical dance that left those present both amused and bewildered. The comical sounds combined with exaggerated gestures, alongside his not-so-hilarious quips, shaped the impression of the auburn-haired youth before them. Uhtred Faulkner was the only individual present regarded as a potential troublemaker. His demeanor may not have raised eyebrows in the world prior to his crossing. But here, one could only hope that Sir Faulkner would not strip him of his inheritance rights in the future. Uhtred's father, a Francis Faulkner, was not particularly gifted. He had become a knight solely through exceptional perseverance and relentless determination. However, such efforts had drained his potential, and after more than a decade as a knight, he made no further progress. He had long since pinned his hopes on his son, and whether Uhtred's rebellious nature stemmed from an excessively harsh upbringing remained uncertain. As for the present Sir Ahuation and the remaining knight Chris, neither had offspring of an appropriate training age. Sir Ahuation chuckled. Though Uhtred often speaks without reliability, he is not mistaken this time. Xiao Ji, you can indeed be deemed a genius now. However, do not let this go to your head. Many youthful geniuses ultimately fail to reach their potential. Xiao Ji mused inwardly. How can I be considered a genius? It is merely the support from the system and the accumulation of 2 lifetimes. If others had my circumstances, they might excel even further. I must strive harder. Sir Ahuation, shall we continue our sparring? Xiao Ji proposed. Do you not need a moment's rest? That training was quite taxing for you, Sir Ahuation replied. Thank you, but my stamina recovers swiftly. Then let us proceed. Soon, the sounds of clashing resumed. Echoing in rhythmic cadence. Chapter 8. The journey begins. There is nothing more delightful than a hot bath after exercise. Submerged in the tub, Xiao Ji could not help but let out a soft moan. It is time to consider the matter of arranged marriages. Xiao Ji furrowed his brow. It was not that he had much resistance to the concept of arranged unions. After all, one must adapt to society. Most individuals of a certain standing had traversed this path. While there were indeed tales of serendipitous encounters or childhood sweethearts, such instances were exceedingly rare, and most outcomes were far from the idyllic portrayals sung by bards. Were one to disregard family background, Shiluan's sister, Laxia Wainval, would be an excellent choice. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but their relationship was also quite amicable, and importantly, her character was without reproach. Furthermore, her lineage was exceptionally distinguished, particularly alluring for someone from a burgeoning family like Xiao Ji's. Regrettably, their family was merely a vassal knight within the territory, and the Bolam fief was too prosperous, necessitating alliances through marriage. Politics often required one to project an appearance. Were her family of baronial status, Xiao Ji could persuade his father to secure a betrothal. Alas, he dismissed the thought, believing his father had likely already selected suitable candidates for him, though he was uncertain which young lady it would be. Xiao Ji silently grumbled. Fortunately, the upper echelons of the Noam Duchy maintained a relatively conservative atmosphere, so the likelihood of infidelity should be minimal. Were it the southern kingdom of Clintock, however, the risks would be substantially greater. There, men seemed to regard such matters with a casual attitude, as long as the bloodline of the offspring remained intact. Alas, as a modern individual who had crossed over, Xiao Ji placed great importance on this aspect. The secrecy surrounding gatherings such as masquerade balls was excessively stringent. By the time the male party became aware, he would have long since lost count of the number of hats he had donned. Should he resort to purchasing magical items to detect the fidelity of a partner? Setting aside the issue of cost, it was simply disrespectful to probe a prospective family with magic without evidence. The more he pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became. Ultimately, he concluded that it was safest to remain in familiar territory. Xiao Ji decided to discuss this matter with his father once they reached Kadala City. "Eilina, please bring my clothes in," he called, and with a swift motion, he leapt from the tub. After changing into casual attire with Eilina's assistance, Xiao Ji made his way to the dining hall to prepare for that evening's meal. The perfectly roasted rabbit, infused with rosemary, garlic, and parsley aromas, lay atop a bed of slightly charred onions, carrots, and celery. Upon cutting into the meat, he discovered it stuffed with a delightful mixture of coriander and sage. If only there were some Sichuan pepper and turmeric to elevate the dish, but those were indeed true luxuries. Additionally, there was cheesy baked salmon and a hearty vegetable soup, accompanied by the ever-present black bread. As was customary, he engaged in post-meal exercises, noticing a marked change in both his gait and physique compared to noon. Yet, he could not articulate the specific changes. Perhaps this was what Sir Ahuation referred to as personal style. As darkness fell, Xiaoji returned to his chamber without lighting the oil lamp. Night vision? No, it was better described as dim vision. This ability was quite common among the knightly class, with the Val family boasting an even higher level of dark vision. He sat cross-legged on his bed, bare feet resting on the ground, palms facing skyward, practicing abdominal breathing while reciting the golden liquid elixir dispersing the mist song. As he breathed in rhythm, his entire body seemed to resonate with the flow of qi and blood, invigorating his inner being. The tranquil transition from stillness to movement manifested not only in the undulation of his abdomen, but also in the rhythmic rise and fall of the muscles at the soles of his feet and the palms resting on his knees, as if he possessed 5 hearts beating in unison with his breath. This spectacle made it appear as if he had 5 hearts pulsating throughout his body with each inhalation and exhalation, allowing the vitality to circulate within. Once his skin began to flush slightly, and a faint mist of energy enveloped his head without any perspiration, he gradually transitioned from movement to stillness, slowing his breath and allowing the qi and blood to settle. When his restless thoughts quieted and his mind became as light as a wisp of silk, he summoned his inner being, feeling a gentle white light, as if a translucent essence was forming within him, gradually producing a golden liquid that coursed through his body, akin to alchemical refinement. As this golden essence enveloped him, he felt a sense of completeness and luminosity, concluding his practice. Regrettably, he lacked the method for spontaneous alchemical formation. Xiao Ji could not help but lament, acknowledging that even the true disciples of the Taoist sect were often only granted a glimpse of the elixir's potential. He regretted not having cultivated any transcendent abilities before his crossing. Perhaps he could have earned a genuine path. Yet sometimes, Xiao Ji pondered whether it was the system that rendered the Taoist arts tangible. Although he could not achieve alchemical transformation, he planned to use the golden liquid for body refinement as a foundation. Supplemented by the Wudong sect's Taihe Min techniques, such as the Dragon Roar Iron Cloth and the Tiger Howl Golden Bell Shield, along with the muscle armor of this lifetime, he hoped to cultivate something akin to the legendary Golden Body Jade Pillar technique. In the absence of entertainment on this night, aside from an early rest, he could only engage in his preferred activities. Regrettably, Xiaoji felt he was still too young and had to suppress his desires to avoid hindering his growth and strength. Otherwise, Eilina could easily take advantage of him, rather than merely enjoying the current situation. As men, they naturally desire for the red flag at home to remain standing while the colorful flags flutter outside. Jorge approaches this matter from the perspective of a man influenced by feudal traditional thoughts. In summary, it can be said that one's posterior dictates one's intellect. Time passes swiftly, and before one knows it, the moment to embark on the journey has arrived. As the autumn harvest season approaches, the affairs of the territory become particularly bustling. Jorge has finally managed to arrange what he deems essential before departing for Catara. "Young master, is there anything else you wish to instruct?" inquired the old steward, Craig, standing beside the carriage. From today onward, let us assign more personnel for night watch in the estate," Jorge replied. After all, this is his first extended absence from the territory since assuming the role of acting lord, and he feels a sense of unease. Upon boarding the carriage, Eliana had already been waiting inside for quite some time. Accompanying them on this journey to the capital, Catara, are the Val father and son, as well as the Bart father and son. Together with their followers and attendants, along with a contingent of 50 elite soldiers selected from the territory, they form a retinue of over 260 individuals. Although they travel through the interior of the duchy, there are still occasional sightings of roaming bandits and outlaws. The Borlum territory practices regular military drills and patrols, and its relatively small size contributes to a somewhat better security situation. However, once they reach the Duke's domain, the situation becomes less certain, as the vastness of the territory makes comprehensive defense impossible. While attacks on merchant caravans by bandits are not frequent, they do occur from time to time. It is far more challenging to hunt down bandits without fixed strongholds than to deal with mountain thieves. Furthermore, the duchy's main military forces are concentrated in the northwest to guard against potential invasions by orcs and minotaurs. Leaving available resources rather meager, the carriage slowly departed from Poitou City, and thus began the monotonous and tedious journey. With less than half of the journey within the territory completed, Jorge donned his paper armor and disembarked the carriage to ride alongside the Val father and son. Noticing the absence of the Bart father and son, Jorge inquired of Sir Isolde Vainval beside him, "Mr. Val, have Mr. Bart and Craig gone ahead to scout the situation?" "Indeed. This time, the entire party is riding at a quicker pace. And in such circumstances, ordinary scouts are of little use. Cobdo volunteered to lead his attendants ahead. Young Craig insisted on joining him, considering it a valuable learning experience. Sir Val explained, By the way, Jorge, we shall make do with rations for lunch today. And we will undoubtedly reach Greywood Town in the Duke's territory before sunset. We will spend the night there, which is far safer and more comfortable than camping in the wild. With so many of us, I fear Greywood Town may not have enough inns to accommodate everyone, Jorge remarked, having stayed in Greywood Town a few times before. Based on his understanding of the town, he had little confidence in arranging lodging and meals for such a large group. Of course, we cannot all stay in an inn, but we are nobles, Jorge. As long as we offer a little extra coin, the mayor will be more than willing to allow our soldiers and merchant caravan to set up camp in the town square. Provided we manage sanitation properly, the townsfolk will gladly serve us for a fee, and the costs are significantly lower than those of an inn. Sir Val confidently outlined his plan. Yes, for you, Jorge, your status as a lord entitles you to stay at the mayor's residence. Cobdo and young Craig can accompany you under the guise of protection, while Hurin and I will oversee the camp. I detest managing camps, Hurin muttered quietly. Sir Val turned and bellowed, You ought to rectify that irritating aversion to mundane tasks. Setting up camp and managing it are essential skills for a knight. What will you do in the future if you lack this knowledge during campaigns and battles? He lowered his voice. Moreover, Cobdo and young Craig, who will serve as scouts during the day, will undoubtedly be more exhausted than us. They deserve better rest at night. Before long, it was lunchtime, and everyone resolved their midday meal with rations and water while mounted or in the carriage. The rations consumed by the group were, surprisingly, quite palatable. These high-calorie provisions suitable for travel included dried fish, jerky, nuts, hardtack, and other sustenance. If boiled with water, they could also make a delightful stew, which Jorge had designated as the standard marching ration upon assuming control of the territory. The journey proceeded smoothly. Although scouts ahead frequently reported, the information pertained primarily to other merchant caravans. Given their swift pace, they sometimes needed to navigate through other merchant groups, necessitating prior arrangements. Jorge believed that due to years of periodic purges and military patrols, the bandits within the territory had been largely eradicated. As the fiery sun began its descent, Jorge spotted the buildings of Greywood Town in the distance, particularly the striking silhouette of the tall clock tower. Chapter 9. The first night the clouds in the sky were tinted a dazzling gold by the sun's radiant glow. Taking advantage of the setting sun's afterglow, Jorge and his company approached the entrance of the small town. The guard post at the entrance appeared somewhat dilapidated, with both the pillars and wall planks bearing signs of neglect. Not only had they not been painted, but they also lacked even a smoothing with the plane. The nearby horses and the fence outside the town bore faint scars from where branches had been cut away. The 4 soldiers stationed by the guard post yawned languidly. They gave off an impression of lethargy. Rather than holding their long spears, it seemed they leaned against them. Their thick fabric armor appeared to glisten with oil, and one soldier, with his unkempt and long hair, clearly had not worn a helmet in quite some time. In contrast, a man clad in leather armor, with a long sword hanging from his left hip, appeared more alert. However, he was preoccupied with assisting the tax officer beside the road in checking for any underreported numbers from the merchant caravan. Observing that there was still a considerable line of wagons waiting to pass through the guard post, Jorge felt no urgency to enter the town now that they had reached Greywood's gates. They waited until the sun had almost completely sunk into the green waves of grass before it was finally their turn. The somewhat stooped tax officer first scrutinized Jorge's caravan and then reached out to halt the swordsman who was about to approach. After gazing intently at a flag held aloft by one of the riders for some time, he cautiously stepped forward and asked, "May I inquire whose caravan this is?" The tax officer's voice seemed somewhat ethereal. Likely due to his nervousness, Sir Val replied in a gentle tone, "We are the caravan of Viscount Borlum, escorting the esteemed lord to Catara. Please proceed." "My lords, I shall inform the mayor immediately," the tax officer responded, turning to relay a message to the swordsman, who then hastened into the town. "Here is the toll for passage," Sir Val announced, tossing 3 gold coins to the tax officer. The officer swiftly caught the coins and replied with a somewhat wistful tone, "My lord, you needn't have done that. The law is the law. While some exploit their privileges to bypass it, that does not negate its existence. If some choose to disregard it, there are certainly others who will abide." Sir Val's response was firm and resolute, complemented by his visage reminiscent of an ancient Greek statue, complete with a charming smile revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Jorge quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for any infatuated young maidens. Once they passed the guard post, the caravan swiftly entered the town. As they watched the departing Jorge and his entourage, the tax officer muttered to himself, "Could that be the legendary nobleman, Lord Isolde? Born to privilege?" He then jangled the coins in his hand, contemplating, "Today is indeed fortunate. The tax revenue targets for this month will soon be met. The first stop for the Borlum territory entering the Duke's domain. Greywood Town serves as a resting and resupplying point for many merchants. It is also the site for the payment of transit taxes, thus falling directly under the jurisdiction of the Duke's household. Mayor Duzzy is elected by the locals to manage the town's daily affairs and also serves as an arbitrator for neighborhood disputes, possessing a remarkable talent for balancing various interests and conflicts. Duzzy frequently seizes opportunities to cultivate friendly relations with superiors, peers, and subordinates alike. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to maintain his position as mayor for such a long time in a town where the patrolmen, tax officers, guards, and soldiers are all appointed from outside. Upon receiving news of the arrival of Lord Borlum's caravan, he instructed his servants to tidy a few guest rooms in anticipation of their arrival and to prepare a banquet. While casting a knowing glance at the soldier delivering the news, alongside a jar of quality ale, Jorge had previously passed through Greywood Town with minimal baggage, prioritizing travel. This was his first time entering the town with such a large company. Seizing the rare opportunity to ride at a leisurely pace, Jorge decided to carefully observe his surroundings. Surveying the area, Jorge felt a twinge of disappointment. The roadsides were lined with crowded houses, their uneven heights tightly pressed together, resembling a fortress wall. The visible signs of weathering indicated poor maintenance. The road surface was far from clean. Had it not been for the announcement from the god of knowledge a few years prior, the ground would likely have been littered with remnants of agricultural cycles. Not far ahead, an unremarkable small door bore a wooden sign depicting a bed, signifying it was an inn. Jorge had stayed there before, but had no fond memories of the experience. Amidst the dull clatter of hooves, they arrived at the town's central square. This was the location for gatherings, festive celebrations, and market days, and it was also one of the few areas in the town with a cobblestone pavement. Sir Val seems quite familiar with this place, leading most people to wait in the square while he takes Georgie and a few others ahead to the mayor's residence. The mayor's house is not far to the south of the square, and the presence of a small courtyard suggests that the family has long been esteemed in the town. Before they could announce their arrival inside, someone emerged to greet them. Judging by his attire, the leading figure appeared to be the owner of the house. He called out in their direction. "It has been a long time, Isolde, my old friend. Welcome to your arrival, and the esteemed Lord Borlum. It is a pleasure to serve you." The 5 of them quickly followed the mayor into the house. There was a brief exchange of pleasantries between Sir Val and the mayor, followed by introductions of the remaining 4 companions. The mayor then arranged for everyone to freshen up and rest while waiting for the evening banquet, simultaneously sending someone to the center of the square to inform Georgie's group that they could set up camp on the spot. The banquet welcomed a considerable number of guests, most of whom were prominent figures in the town, along with a few appointed officials. From Georgie's perspective, the meal, while not exquisite, was still quite lavish. Due to their need to travel the following day, Georgie's group only sampled the drinks lightly. The dining table buzzed with exchanges of various experiences and anecdotes, which felt far more enjoyable than the massed discussions rife with intrigue typical of noble gatherings. Overall, it could be said that both hosts and guests were in high spirits. After the banquet, Georgie and the others decided to return to the square to check on the camp situation. As they stepped outside, a cool breeze swept over them. Autumn was already setting in, and although the daytime sun still blazed, the night bore a chill. The 5 of them strolled along the street, carefully avoiding debris on the road while ignoring the curious gazes of the townsfolk around them. "Mr. Val, it seems you are acquainted with the mayor here," Georgie said, struggling to find the right words. "Are you wondering about what I mentioned at noon?" Sir Val replied with a hint of amusement. "What I told you earlier are typical methods that work in most small towns within the Principality. Of course, in situations like today, one can save quite a bit." Sir Bart chimed in teasingly, "But Isolde's circle of friends is indeed extensive. If he were leading, we could avoid lodging fees in any town within the Principality." Sir Val waved his hand dismissively. "It's not that exaggerated. If I could manage to have a quarter of that, it would be remarkable. The remaining members of their party wore expressions akin to constipation, while Georgie felt as if a herd of wild llamas had just stampeded through his mind. The camp's construction was proceeding excellently. Not only were the tents and sleeping bags properly set up, but all personnel were divided into batches for dining. By the time Georgie and his group arrived, the last batch was already eating. The two knights immediately began organizing the night's watch and defense strategies, while Georgie and the other children were instructed to observe attentively. Sir Val specifically requested Shuren to undergo a related examination shortly, observing the distorted face of a certain large comrade alongside Craig's tightly suppressed grin. Georgie found the scene quite amusing. The bonfire in the center of the camp crackled, and unlike the wilderness, the square's bonfire was laid upon a bed of stones and covered with fine sand. Georgie calculated the expenses for setting up camp that day. Approximately 210 pounds of black bread, 40 pounds of raw meat, and 30 pounds of cheese, along with various vegetables, totaling 16 gold coins. Indeed, it was considerably cheaper than the tavern or inn, where it would have cost at least 25 gold coins, Georgie mused. He turned to the maid beside him and said, "Elena, you should rest in the carriage tonight. You know where the sleeping bag is. If I or someone familiar doesn't call for you, try not to leave the carriage, understood?" Elena blinked, her understanding unclear, but she nodded nonetheless. Georgie stood up, placing his hands on Elena's shoulders. "All right. Now go back to the carriage. I still have matters to discuss with Mr. Val." After sending Elena back to the carriage, Georgie turned and walked towards Sir Val, who was reprimanding Shuren, indicating that his management of the camp had likely not met expectations. However, the sight of Shuren, who was much more robust than Sir Val, dutifully bowing his head to accept the scolding was quite comical. Georgie approached Sir Val. "Mr. Val, may I take a moment of your time?" "I have some inquiries to make, Georgie. I am more than willing to address your questions," Sir Val replied, turning to Shuren. "For now, I shall let you off the hook." Just as Shuren cast a grateful glance at Georgie, he heard the disheartening words, "Wait a moment. I will finish answering Georgie's questions before we discuss your matters." Georgie asked, "Mr. Val, did you meet the mayor during your travels?" "Indeed, that was shortly after I had sworn in as a formal knight. As my father was still young enough to fulfill his knightly duties, I set out to travel in hopes of finding my path forward." Sir Val's face was filled with nostalgia as he recounted many experiences and friends made along the way. Of course, I also acquired some enemies. So, Mr. Val, will I have the opportunity to travel the continent in the future?" Georgie asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. "I cannot say for certain. You would need to inquire with the Viscount." Sir Val quickly shifted the topic. "You, Cobdo, and young Craig should hurry to rest at the Duz family home. We have to set off early tomorrow." Unable to glean any further answers, Georgie, along with Bart and his son, headed towards the mayor's residence. After calming his emotions, Georgie began his usual evening study in the guest room. However, by the time the moon hung high in the sky, fatigue overcame him, and he succumbed to slumber. The soft bed was indeed far more comfortable than a sleeping Biajai in the midst of his dreams. He vaguely heard a series of urgent bell tolls. Someone was sounding the alarm from the bell tower. Was it a fire or an enemy attack? Sensing something was amiss, Georgie quickly rose to change his clothes. Chapter 10. The prelude to battle. After changing, Georgie took a few deep breaths and adjusted his movements. Quickly clearing his mind and regaining his spirits in under a minute, he overcame the lethargy of his recently awakened body, mobilizing all his joints and muscle groups. "If only I could master the Jade Pillar Golden Body method. I could maintain my body in peak condition at all times. And if I could elevate my mental cultivation, I might be able to replace sleep with visualization techniques," Georgie thought to himself. Envisioning a time when he could engage in battle without any hindrance, prepared, Georgie retrieved the dagger he had stashed under his pillow and tucked it into his boot, then grabbed the sword resting beside his bed and burst out the door. To his surprise, he found Sir Bart already stationed in the corridor, with Craig rushing over from a nearby room. Sir Bart pulled Craig, who was about to dash forward, and commanded, "Don't run off. Follow me to find Mr. Duz. Shouldn't we head back to the camp first in this situation?" Craig tilted his head, confusion etched on his face. "If the mayor hadn't invited us today, we would have waited for him at the camp for clarification before deciding on our next actions." Sir Bart explained, ruffling Craig's hair. "However, considering we owe Mr. Duz a favor, it is better to proactively inquire." He continued, "Given the relationship between Isolde and Mr. Duz, We cannot simply disregard it, Craig pouted, widening his eyes in a pitiful manner at Sir Bart, as if to say that he had never mentioned such matters before. These things I will teach you in due time. At your age, there is no rush. Your priority now is to improve your strength. We will cover other matters gradually, Sir Bart said with a hint of indulgence. Georgie couldn't help but internally scoff at the scene. I don't recall anyone teaching Craig how to act cute. Is this fellow naturally adorable? A cross-dressing cutie is reminiscent of the legendary Shuji from the last century. Struggling to suppress his desire to comment, Georgie interrupted their father-son exchange. Hurry up, Mr. Bart. This is not the time for heartfelt discussions. Ah, indeed. I got a bit carried away, Sir Bart replied sheepishly. Georgie wanted to shout, even if this isn't our territory, you should still be more attentive. But he refrained from voicing it. Noticing Georgie's slightly darkened expression, Sir Bart chuckled. All right, let's hurry down to find him, Ard. As they hurried into the hall, they found the mayor already waiting there. This was, after all, expected. The midnight bell tolling indicated a significant issue in the town, and as mayor, he could not afford to remain in peaceful slumber at such a time. Georgie, being the one of the highest status among the three, began to inquire, Mr. Do you know what has transpired outside? If assistance is needed, we will do our utmost to help. The precise reasons for the current predicament remain shrouded in mystery. However, I just witnessed flames flickering from the second floor. The mayor sensed an unsettling atmosphere, as the messenger who typically delivers news should have arrived by now. The urgent and forceful knocking at the door resonated through the air. Sir Bart swiftly positioned himself alongside the door, gripping his sword with his right hand while opening the door with his left. To his surprise, the patrol leader, whom he had encountered at the night banquet, staggered in, supported by others. His attire was tattered, with bandages wrapped around his left arm and right leg, and his body was smeared with a grotesque mixture of blood and soot. In a feeble and hoarse voice, he proclaimed, Mr. we have been attacked by goblins. Numerous goblins, along with other monstrous beings, have overwhelmed us. The town's guards are nearly decimated, and the mercenaries and adventurers can barely fend for themselves. Upon hearing this, the mayor's demeanor shifted dramatically. Lord Bolham, Duke Nohan formally requests your assistance for Greywood Town. In accordance with ancient oaths, I, representing the warriors of Bolham, accept your plea for aid, replied Bart. Although this was Jorge's first encounter with such chaos, he discerned from Bart's expression that they had not botched their performance. Having resolved to assist the town in expelling the invaders, Jorge and his companions hastily made their way to the town square to rendezvous with their group. After all, the three of them were armed only with their side swords and lacked any substantial weaponry or armor. This state of affairs was manageable in a one-on-one confrontation, but chaos would prove problematic. The mayor's residence sat atop a slight elevation, allowing a view of the surrounding buildings, many of which were engulfed in flames. The dense structures facilitated the rapid spread of the fire, which was beginning to encroach upon the town's heart. Meanwhile, indistinct sounds wafted through the air, a cacophony of cries, screams, and the sounds of violence barely discernible amidst the turmoil. The only area relatively unaffected was the affluent district surrounding the mayor's home. Witnessing the town's dire plight, Jorge sighed. It appears that even if we manage to repel the invaders immediately, it will take Greywood many years to recover to its former state. I never anticipated such devastation. Bart's expression was grave. He questioned what had transpired in the town, pondering how things had escalated so severely in such a short span of time. It is perhaps unwise to jump to conclusions so hastily. And Mr. Bart, do not compare this small town to our territories, Jorge suggested, believing it prudent to refrain from hasty judgments without thorough investigation, though he recognized the validity of Bart's concerns. Ultimately, for the fallen guards, their past actions were irrelevant. They had sacrificed their lives in the final moments to protect the townsfolk. Was it not said that the dead deserve respect? Discussing such matters amidst wartime was a disservice to the fallen. Should this reach the ears of the townspeople, they might not voice their grievances openly, but one could not guarantee what they would whisper behind closed doors. If Bart's reputation were to be tarnished, it would be a regrettable outcome. Suddenly sensing danger, Jorge instinctively lunged forward. The seasoned Sir Bart, however, clutched Craig under his left arm and leaped backward. With a resounding crash, a wall of a nearby building collapsed. Scattering stones and debris across the ground, an overwhelming stench pervaded the air. Jorge, choked by the foul odor, disregarded the refuse clinging to him and focused intently on the creature that had emerged from the wreckage. It stood between 9 to 10 feet tall, clad in rudimentary leather and fur, with patches of armor crudely affixed to its vital points. Its dark yellow skin bore grotesque, raised tumors, and its thick neck was adorned with toughened skin. Its wide, flat nose and purple eyes with white irises were unsettling, and as it opened its maw to roar, orange teeth glinted menacingly. Its greasy, matted 2-foot mane was undoubtedly one of the sources of the repugnant odor. Jorge assessed his chances against the creature. A troll, perhaps? If all went well, he could handle it alone, but it would require considerable time. Trolls were grotesque, greedy humanoid beings among the inherently malevolent creatures. They were a subset of the broader goblin family, related to ogres and other such beings. Lethargic yet ferocious, they relished in feasting upon the flesh of elves, dwarves, and halflings. One should not mistake their brute strength for simplicity. They thrived on plunder and thievery, often employing ambushes and surprise attacks. Even before engaging in close combat, they were known to utilize ranged weaponry. The troll, however, had not fixated on Jorge. Instead, it turned to swing its massive club at Sir Bart. Sensing a greater threat, Bart deftly sidestepped the blow, tossing Craig aside. With agility, he stepped into the troll's blind spot and ducked under its roaring left fist. Rising with a powerful exhale, he executed a diagonal slash from lower left to upper right, his weapon carving a wide, lethal arc. Had it not been for the sickening crack of bones and the subsequent tearing of flesh, the fluidity of the motion could have been likened to a heated knife slicing through butter. With a resounding thud, the troll fell, nearly severed in two. Craig, thrown backward, adjusted midair, landing gracefully on his feet after a few quick steps. A bit of a waste, Bart panted. We must hurry. Trouble is undoubtedly brewing. And not for us, but for this town. Jorge pondered Bart's words, realizing the waste he referred to pertained to the troll's valuable materials. The troll's body was a treasure trove of alchemical components, yet Bart's swift strike had obliterated much of its innards, rendering them unsalvageable for sale in the city. As for the town's imminent peril, the goblins and now the troll suggested that a significant number of larger goblins and ferocious wolves were likely part of the marauding party. The anticipated casualties among the townspeople could be staggering. Let Thomas deal with it if it's still around. He's the best at handling such matters, Bart instructed Craig. Stop dawdling. We must make haste to the camp. As Jorge and his companions approached the camp, the square bore the grim aftermath of battle. The ground was strewn with a variety of corpses, both monstrous and human. Among the monstrous remains, one could discern goblins. Large goblins, dire wolves, and savage wolves. The human bodies included both adventurers and mercenaries, as well as civilians. Their lifeless forms mingled together, blood-soaked and indistinguishable due to the smoke and carnage. Upon entering the camp, they found it brightly lit, with guards either patrolling or tending to their weapons. Near the campfire, several injured individuals groaned in pain. Seeing the group return safely, Sir Val let out a sigh of relief. He then briefed Sergeant Anason, who was in charge of the 50 guards brought along for this expedition, on the earlier events. Anason's sharp features and intense gaze conveyed a sense of competence, and the scar across his nose added to his rugged demeanor. Standing at 6 feet tall and possessing a robust physique, he exuded the aura of a seasoned warrior. Why, lords, the assault we encountered was utterly unforeseen. I believe the large goblins possess skills that rival those of the shadow thieves from the Southern Guild, Anason stated candidly. However, I do not intend to shirk responsibility. The accounts of the adventurers we rescued corroborate this assessment. Jorge felt that Anason need not veil the truth in such circumstances and interjected. What was the specific outcome? Initially, 2 of our guards were ambushed and gravely injured, while 5 of the mercenaries perished. Anason reported. However, we clearly gained the upper hand in subsequent combat. The strength of our guards surpasses that of the large goblins, and our coordination is far superior. Anason glanced toward the mercenary section, noting that the invaders had been swiftly eliminated upon entering the camp. Yet, 3 mercenaries had been incapacitated by the large goblins' thrown hammers. Were we involved in the fighting outside? Jorge gestured to the corpses littering the square. Of course, interjected Heren. Do you think those mercenaries and adventurers could have managed alone? In truth, the battle in the square had been anything but orderly. It was a chaotic melee of monsters, adventurers, mercenaries, and fleeing civilians. Preventing friendly fire was no simple task, and at times, the panicked individuals would charge into their ranks, threatening their safety. Sir Val waved his hand, signaling Heren to silence so that Anasun could continue. In order to swiftly resolve the situation with the group of ruffians in the square, several followers and retainers of the knights came to assist. To be frank, it was largely thanks to Lord Gallic and Lord Gallinod at that moment, who, with a few minor spells, successfully dispersed the crowd. This enabled us to engage in battle with greater composure later on. Anasun expressed a sense of nostalgia, recalling the fierce confrontations in the northern fortress where both sides clashed head-on. Requiring at least third-tier spells to influence the tide of battle, he had not anticipated that such low-tier spells and tricks would wield such significant impact in this environment. Night Val stroked his chin and nodded. Did you hear that? Shuren, do not underestimate the remaining low-tier incantations. They are not to be neglected in your studies. 2 months from now, I will assess your proficiency in these incantations, and if there is no progress, you are well aware of the consequences. Once we were able to unleash our full potential in combat, the monsters quickly faltered. Aside from those slain in the square, some managed to flee into the alleyways or houses of the residential area. Subsequently, due to the lack of a request from the town, we refrained from recklessly entering the homes to eliminate the remaining monsters and opted to regroup instead. Anasun sighed, remarking that among the members of the guard responsible for the frontal assault, had sustained minor injuries and could rejoin the fray after initial treatment. However, the guards tasked with flanking support, though not primary attackers, suffered 17 injuries, with 8 being of a serious nature. It was truly disheartening. Such casualties indeed astonished Georgie. Previously, he had been diligently establishing a professional army within his territory, improving rations and standardizing training, while recruiting exceptional veterans and a selection of knightly followers, classifying soldiers based on their talents. His goal was to ensure that every soldier became a competent warrior. The guard was particularly composed of the finest veterans selected from over 2,000 soldiers in the territory. According to the system's calculations, these warriors, who had once battled the orcs at the northern fortress, averaged 4 to 5 professional levels. Out of the total of over 100 guards, Georgie retained 50, entrusting the rest to his father, who had long resided in Kadala. He had not anticipated that this newly formed unit would experience such exaggerated losses in its first battle. Georgie had been viewing this world through the lens of his previous life, where the concept of cold weapon warfare reigned supreme, with the addition of mages and powerful knights. Yet in this magical realm, the disparity in strength among ordinary individuals had reached an extraordinary level. A group of powerful and well-coordinated professional soldiers could easily crush a much larger force of expendable troops at a minimal cost, and at times, even sustain no losses. This strongly reinforced Georgie's resolve to continue implementing a policy of professionalization and elite forces. After all, humanity did not hold superiority on the continent, and the internal strife had become overt. His prosperous territory certainly required sufficient strength for protection. Otherwise, it would soon be regarded as a prime target by others. While the knightly order remained relatively united internally, it was clear that the prosperous and strategically located Bolam territory, with its excellent harbor and proximity to the capital, would be the first to suffer in the event of foreign invasion. Georgie was determined not to lead a life of dependency, thus the responsibility of defending his homeland fell squarely on his shoulders. Having concluded his train of thought, Georgie cautiously inquired, Sir Val, how are the injuries of the wounded? The ones still alive have undergone preliminary treatment and should not be in danger of death. By tomorrow morning, I will be able to perform a few more healing spells. However, there are some guards who will no longer be able to pursue this line of work. Night Val replied, his expression tinged with sadness. After all, the guard consisted of the elite soldiers of the territory, while the retainers were merely hired adventurers or mercenaries tasked with protecting the caravan. The bonds of kinship and familiarity dictated that the guards received priority treatment. Given Sir Val's limited divine powers, coupled with the fact that the weaker retainers often sustained more severe injuries, the current situation had arisen. Nevertheless, those retainers should have been mentally prepared when they chose this path, and thus were not causing any discord. Georgie shifted the topic to their forthcoming actions. By the way, Sir Val, the mayor has formally requested that we eradicate the monsters within the town. Soldiers, having accepted the request, let us embark on a grand undertaking, Night Val declared, turning to issue commands to the members of the caravan present. "Yes, my lord," was the response from the guards, while the retainers echoed their support with a howl. After having restrained themselves for so long, the time for vengeance had finally arrived. "I believe we should send some individuals to Mr. Does, as we encountered ogres on our way here," Georgie suggested. "Very well, I will make the arrangements," Val replied loudly. "Georgie, Shurin, and Craig, you three shall change your attire and act together. Consider this a trial." With that, Knight Val approached Shurin and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Remember to take care of them." "I will," Shurin asserted, thumping his left chest with determination. Chapter 11, Night Battle, Part 1. As they traversed the town's alleyways, they remained vigilant against any potential ambush. At every corner, behind the remnants of crumbled walls, monsters could be lurking in the shadows. The trio donned steel breastplates, skirts, and boots, complemented by tightly woven chainmail covering their limbs and half-helmets. This situation called for urban warfare, necessitating a balance between defense and agility. Mixed iron armor and brigandine were too cumbersome for movement, let alone the unwieldy half-plate and full-plate armors. True heavy armor was only suitable for tournaments or frontal battlefields. With a swift swing of his sword, Georgie cleaved a goblin wielding a spiked mace and a lightweight wooden shield in half. He then pivoted to deliver a downward strike that sent a raging wolf crashing to the ground. After dispatching these foes, Shurin could not help but exclaim, "Damn these wretched creatures," and charged towards the recently wounded wolf. The goblins before him stood at a mere 4 feet tall, sporting broad faces, flat noses, pointed ears, and oversized mouths, with their foreheads slumped backward and their arms extending past their knees. Their frail bodies walked with a slight hunch, and their dull orange eyes paired with oddly earth-toned skin were particularly repugnant. Though many regarded them as mere nuisances, these malevolent beings could inflict substantial harm if left unchecked. Each year, adventurers fell victim to goblins far more than to any other monsters. They were notorious for being the bane of novices, both early and late in the game. Beside them, dire wolves were common allies of the goblins. The one before them stood approximately 3 feet tall and 5 feet in length, boasting a coat of gray fur. As Georgie shifted his gaze, he spotted Craig behind him. Georgie lowered his head, allowing Craig to take aim with his composite longbow and release a conical arrow that struck the goblin's right arm. The pain from the arrow caused the goblin to falter, prompting Georgie to seize the opportunity and charge forward. Executing a diagonal cut that severed its right arm completely, he then delivered a thrust that ended the life of this nefarious creature, quickly retreating to evade the counterattack from the goblin to his right, while simultaneously parrying a thrown javelin with his long sword. In stark contrast to the diminutive goblins, the two larger goblins stood about 6.5 feet tall. Appearing robust and sturdy, one displayed deep orange skin while the other bore a reddish hue, with their noses being blue and red, respectively. Their disheveled hair was a deep reddish brown, and while their eyes were obscured, they likely possessed deep brown irises. Their neglected teeth were a charred yellow, yet they adorned themselves with leather armor featuring a bright red base accented with black stripes. From the known accounts, the larger goblins differed significantly from their disheveled goblin cousins. They were a militarized race, highly aggressive, and frequently attacked other humanoid races. Furthermore, they possessed a wealth of personal combat skills and strict organizational discipline. Each adult larger goblin could be considered a seasoned warrior, while an ordinary adult male, armed and courageous, might stand a chance against a common goblin. The larger goblins were formidable foes that even trained militia would struggle to confront equally. As they journeyed through the town, Georgie and his companions dispatched numerous invaders, yet they had not encountered any survivors. The sporadically found mutilated human corpses served as a grim test of the will for the living. No wonder Night Val dubbed this a trial. It was not merely the potential for monster attacks that posed a challenge, but the haunting aftermath of the slaughter that weighed heavily on the soul. For Shurin, who had already endured rotations at the northern fortress, this was merely child's play. It was said that there, the true mountains of corpses and seas of blood awaited, with thousands of expendable soldiers and beasts perishing each year. Such training would accustom even those initially unprepared to this grim environment. Georgie's practice of Eastern philosophies, which emphasized mental fortitude, equipped him with various visualization techniques aimed at confronting such challenges. Coupled with the barrage of images and videos from the information age before his transmigration, he adapted to this environment with relative ease. However, for Craig, the shock was overwhelming. He was not yet capable of engaging in close combat. In such circumstances, being in a position where bloodshed was imminent posed a considerable risk. To send him back so directly would be imprudent, as it would undermine the very essence of the trial. Thus, the adept archer became the auxiliary attacker behind Georgie. In this T-junction, Georgie and his companions found themselves ambushed. Shuren charged straight into the throng, while Georgie faced two burly earth goblins and an unidentified creature lurking in the distance. Ordinarily, such adversaries would pose little threat to Georgie. However, the distracted Craig rendered their struggle somewhat precarious. With one of the earth goblins no longer able to flank him, Georgie squinted, drew a weighted throwing axe from his belt, and hurled it forcefully towards the shadow from which a spear had just flown. Taking a deep breath, he dashed forward 2 paces, parried the long sword swung by the earth goblin, and then, bending low, delivered a downward slash that felled it. He swiftly followed up with a thrust to its chest to ensure its demise. Having dealt with these 2 foes, Georgie hurried towards the shadow where he had thrown his weapon, only to discover that a rather unsavory goblin had been dispatched by his axe. What had begun as a mere distraction to prevent interruptions during his assault had inadvertently resulted in the goblin's demise. After addressing the situation at hand, Georgie surveyed the chaotic surroundings. To his left stood the only nearby house that had not been engulfed in flames, where the lifeless body of an adult male lay sprawled by the wide-open door, the blood on the ground suggesting he had been crushed beneath something. The conditions inside the house could wait until Shuren arrived. Sensing a temporary lull in immediate threats, Georgie turned to signal Craig that all was well. Upon turning, he was surprised to find that Shuren had already dealt with his adversaries and stood at the intersection, providing cover for Georgie and Craig. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that no corpse in Shuren's area of engagement remained intact, raising the question of whether this was the infamous method of a human meat grinder in battle. In another direction, a contingent composed of guards and mercenaries was diligently searching for the monsters that had invaded the town. Among them, a young man clad in leather armor and wielding a lance, with chestnut hair, posed a question to the nearby sword and shield guard. Is it truly wise to allow those young masters to operate independently? The eldest among them has scarcely transitioned into adulthood, while the other 2 are mere children. Their prowess is certainly not comparable to the likes of us lesser folk. The guard, sporting an aquiline nose and light blue eyes, replied incredulously, "You mean to say that the eldest, young Val, hasn't even reached adulthood by noble standards? Surely, that towering young master must be at least 22 or 23 by now," the questioning guard expressed, a look of skepticism on his face. The soldier lowered his head, shaking it with a sigh. Young Val's appearance indeed belies his true age. If only he resembled his father, Lord Val. The guard's remark visibly startled the mercenary, who exclaimed, "Surely not. Are you referring to the knight Val in our company?" "Of course, who else could I mean?" the soldier retorted, exasperation evident in his tone. The mercenary, now slightly dazed, muttered, "But he doesn't resemble him at all." Not even remotely. Unbeknownst to him, several members of the guard nearby wore sly smiles. Suddenly, a hushed command from the leader pierced the air. "Units, attention! Archers, 80 yards to the left front." The guards prepared to charge. While the mercenaries shielded the archers, as they rounded the corner, they beheld a large earth goblin commanding over 20 of its kin as they besieged a group of individuals. Judging by the attire and actions of the besieged, they appeared to be members of a merchant caravan. However, the dire circumstances were evident, as each of the surrounded individuals bore injuries to varying degrees. Moreover, the attacking goblins displayed a level of training that set them apart from the typical rabble encountered in the wild. Their proficiency with weapons and teamwork distinguished them markedly from the usual bands of goblins. A sudden volley of arrows disrupted the goblins' assault. While describing it as a rain of arrows might be an exaggeration, a mere dozen arrows had indeed struck. Remarkably, 8 goblins lay pinned to the ground, with several others visibly wounded. Even with the firelight illuminating the scene, the outcome in the dead of night spoke volumes of fortuitous luck. The large goblin, witnessing the loss of over a third of its forces in the initial wave, glanced at the newly arrived group and emitted a series of unintelligible commands that only the humans could hear. The goblins, previously engaged in their assault, abruptly halted their actions, turning to face the newcomers, shields tightly clutched to their chests, bodies angled to minimize targets, weapons poised for possible retaliation. Observing the retreating goblins, Sergeant Annison furrowed his brow. By Tamora, When did these wretched goblins learn to form ranks? In the current environment, a direct confrontation was inevitable, yet they still held the advantage. With a rallying cry of "Follow me! Archers, cover us!" Anison led the charge towards the goblin horde. While the archers readied their crossbows for firing, true to their nature, the goblins exhibited a deep-seated instinct to shy away from strength. Arrows flew towards them. Many goblins cowered behind their wooden shields. This provided an opportunity for the warriors charging forward. Anison spearheaded the assault, piercing through the goblin ranks and skewering one through its shield. He then kicked the impaled goblin aside and slashed at another nearby. Similar events unfolded throughout the battlefield until the large goblin, sensing the shift in fortune, attempted to flee. Unfortunately for it, Anison's thrown lasso tripped it, sending it sprawling to the ground. In quick succession, a nearby warrior delivered a powerful strike that severed its head. The skirmish concluded before the merchants could even react. Yet, once the goblins had been exterminated, the surviving members of the caravan regarded Anison's group with wary eyes, clearly apprehensive that these newfound saviors might turn hostile themselves. Given the severity of the ambush, it was entirely plausible that the slain goblins would be labeled as murderers. Unperturbed by the merchant's caution, Anison chose not to elaborate. After all, their vigilance stemmed from the bitter lessons learned through the blood of countless merchants. While the atmosphere of suspicion was uncomfortable, Anison's party had more pressing matters to attend to. With the hope that moving forward might save more lives, he directed his team to swiftly scour the battlefield. After a brief respite, they vanished around the next corner. At the same time, Shurin, also taking a moment to regroup, grumbled, "What a bunch of miserly fools. Not a single worthwhile trophy to be found. If goblins were wealthy, they wouldn't resort to robbery," Georgie interjected. "Besides, some of their weapons could be repaired and reused, and the rest could be sold as scrap metal. It's not like we came away empty-handed." Unable to contain himself, Georgie suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. "No, wait. Shurin, why are you thinking about this at such a time? Previously, you'd have been more concerned with the suffering of the deceased and any potential survivors." With a sigh, Shurin replied, "If you spend a few winters at the northern fortress, you might end up like me. Just defending the place, dozens of soldiers fall daily. That doesn't even include those who take the initiative. Death? You grow numb to it after a while. It's better to focus on living for yourself and your comrades. Besides, I'm on the verge of becoming a knight." Georgie pondered Shurin's words, sensing a deeper implication that eluded him. As Craig, having stowed his bow, began to tilt his head and act adorably. "Just keep an eye out for sneak attacks. You'll understand when you grow up," Georgie replied, somewhat exasperated. "Humph." Craig, dissatisfied with the lack of a satisfactory answer, sulked off to keep watch. Truth be told, Georgie comprehended Shurin's current predicament. Once he officially became a knight, he would be able to recruit followers. Followers were not mere retainers. The current retainers were primarily those unable to attain knighthood or capable warriors. While some were paid, many sought to learn from knights in exchange for a period of service. Conversely, followers were a diverse group, often better described as companions rather than subordinates. Some might lack combat skills but possessed other invaluable talents. Thus, to attract followers, a knight needed both charisma and the means to provide a substantial settling fee, with subsequent pensions being equally essential. Shurin's father, Isolde Wainval, had made quite a name for himself during his travels in his youth. The legendary titles of the Noble Young Master and the Sword of Zhaoyang were well known throughout the continent. Unsurprisingly, his followers were exceptionally skilled, including even a five-ring mage. Regrettably, the mage could not join them this time due to impending experiments. It is fortunate that the mage did not enlist his father's support for his arcane studies. Otherwise, the burden would have been insurmountable. With such a father, who could be deemed great, the pressure on Shiluin is indeed considerable, both in terms of reputation and finances. Coupled with his experiences at the Northern Fortress, it is only natural that he feels somewhat lost at this moment, which explains his earlier remarks. However, if he cannot overcome this hurdle and solidify his convictions, he is destined to fall short of becoming a knight. Theo put it in gaming terms. Shiluin's alignment seems to be shifting from lawful good to lawful neutral. I do not doubt that Isolde has noticed Shiluin's predicament, but perhaps he wishes for Shiluin to grasp this matter on his own, mused Georgie. I suppose I should refrain from meddling too much, though a gentle nudge might be beneficial. After all, in the midst of battle, one's life hangs in the balance. I'll consider it an unintentional remark with slight relevance. After a brief contemplation, Georgie expressed his thoughts on Shiluan's earlier statements. Shiluan, for the sake of the living, you must also consider the feelings of the survivors who have lost their loved ones. Your current demeanor may only serve to pour salt into their wounds. It would be acceptable if such words came from adventurers or mercenaries. But as a knight dedicated to battle and protection, it is rather inappropriate. Let us set aside this discussion for now. Our priority is to deal with these beasts, Shiluan replied, clearly unwilling to continue the topic. Craig, come here quickly. I will lead the way, and Georgie will cover our rear. With a thud, a burnt beam fell to the ground not far away, prompting Craig to turn toward the sound. Georgie approached and patted his left shoulder, signaling that it was merely a false alarm. They entered a room adjacent to the door where a corpse lay, with Shiluan, who possessed dark vision, forging ahead. On the table in the largest room, there rested a lamp marked with scratches. As Georgie approached, he casually ran his gloved hand across it, discovering a somewhat sticky texture, likely due to infrequent cleaning. Come quickly. There is something amiss here, came Shiluan's voice from the right. After initially spreading out to search the room upon finding no monsters, the three swiftly regrouped towards a smaller chamber on the right. Upon entering, Georgie realized it was a kitchen. Look at this, Shiluan said, reaching into a bag in the corner to produce a handful of flour. Placing it before Georgie, he then pointed upwards. Georgie glanced up to see several strips of cured meat hanging from the ceiling. Just a few strips of cured meat? He questioned, but then a realization struck him. No? This cannot be the legendary salt beef of the British Royal Navy. How could there be consumable items left in places that those brutes have raided? Georgie's expression shifted with concern. There's something wrong with those strips of cured meat? Craig, who had just entered, asked, puzzled. Shiluan interjected, do you honestly believe that under normal circumstances the goblins would leave these behind? Even if the flour was left due to its inconvenience for consumption and transport. What about the cured meat that is ready to eat? Georgie chimed in. So, this is not merely an act of robbery in the conventional sense. These ruffians rarely target human settlements. Craig offered his perspective. Could they be planning to attack us? Unlikely. Such a small number of them could not inflict significant harm upon our party, Shiluan affirmed. Craig, have you found anything? Georgie inquired. Aside from discovering a deceased mother and daughter in the bedroom. Nothing else, Craig replied. Georgie made a decision. Very well, let us depart from here. We will address other matters once the clearing is complete. Thus, with Shiluan at the forefront, the trio exited the room in single file. Suddenly, Georgie felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, but before he could issue a warning, darkness enveloped him. Be careful. Everyone, crouch down, Georgie shouted, his vision obscured, instinctively dropping into a squat. The sound of whistling through the air filled the space, and the disturbed air caused a tingling sensation on his scalp. Shortly thereafter, he heard a series of thuds behind him. A sense of danger emanated from the right. Though he could not pinpoint its origin in an effort to prepare himself, Georgie swiftly turned in that direction, employing techniques he had learned in the past to twirl his long sword with precision. Avoiding any missteps, clang, clang, clang. The sound of weapons clashing echoed as he engaged an unseen foe, who struck with considerable force, causing discomfort in Georgie's wrist due to his incorrect swordsmanship. Refusing to remain passive, Georgie shouted, beware of surprise attacks, and, having successfully parried several blows, deduced that his assailant wielded a battle axe or a cleaver. Understanding the type of weapon made things easier. Georgie launched a few tentative strikes toward the presumed location of his adversary. However, not only did he fail to inflict any damage, but he could not even compel the opponent to defend themselves. The relentless onslaught from his foe left him in a flurry of confusion. A piercing scream rang out from directly ahead, Craig's voice. Are you all right, Craig? Georgie asked, concerned. I'm fine. Just got hit on the calf by something, Craig replied, though his tone did little to reassure Georgie. The lower legs of their trio were well protected by iron boots and chainmail. Thus, any minor injury would not elicit such a loud outcry. Suddenly, a beam of light dispelled the surrounding darkness, revealing Shiluan's sword glowing faintly blue. Georgie recalled Shiluan mentioning his innate magical ability, the light spell. Then it must have been a darkness spell affecting us, Georgie lamented, realizing too late that he had overlooked this possibility, recognizing that his experience was still lacking. Once the darkness receded, Georgie quickly surveyed his surroundings, only to find they had been encircled by a horde of monsters. These creatures were enormous and formidable, standing approximately 7 feet tall. Their skin ranged from pale yellow to tawny brown, covered in thick, coarse fur that varied in color from brown to brick red. Their eyes resembled those of wild beasts, with greenish-white irises and red pupils, complemented by large, shovel-shaped ears. Their mouths were filled with sharp fangs, and their noses, tough hide, and claws bore a striking resemblance to those of bears, though their movements were far from clumsy. These were bear goblins, the largest and most robust type among goblinoid creatures. Exhibiting far greater aggression than their kin, they preyed upon any weaker beings. If goblins served as the cannon fodder and laborers among goblinoids, then bear goblins were their rulers. The appearance of these creatures brought to light the potential masterminds behind the recent events. As for ogres, while they were powerful, their lineage diverged too far from ordinary goblins. Though alliances could form, they were unlikely to assume leadership roles. Georgie counted 7 bear goblins encircling him and his companions, the closest standing a good 20 paces from Shiluin. What, then, was it that attacked us earlier? Suddenly sensing danger from behind, Georgie turned to block the incoming strike, finally catching a glimpse of his assailant. He also noticed a spear embedded in the wall near the door. To his astonishment, it was a silver-gray battle axe seemingly suspended in midair, engaging him in combat. In a wonder, he could not find anyone to strike earlier. It turned out there was no one there at all. It should not be a sentient weapon. No goblin clan could possibly possess such a valuable magical item. Could it be a peculiar specter? That did not seem right either. Both ghosts and spirits typically exude an aura of dread. It must be a cleric's divine weapon. However, he had never heard of such a weapon exhibiting such agility. One would expect it to strike only from a single direction. Perhaps it was an improved divine spell. If spells could be enhanced, why not divine magic? Meanwhile, in a wealthy district along a certain road, a diminutive humanoid, shorter than a goblin, crouched beside an ogre's corpse. Turning to the knight Bart who stood behind him, the small figure remarked, "Kabuto, you were rather ruthless. Your strike has diminished this ogre's worth significantly." "Enough of your complaints, Thomas. I was in a hurry to regroup with the main party and had no time to worry about such matters," Bart replied in a formulaic manner. The short figure named Thomas, standing around 3 feet tall, had light brown skin, bright golden hair, and sapphire-like eyes, all framed by a round face. Were it not for his neatly trimmed beard, one might mistake him for a child of nobility. Thomas stroked his beard and teased, "You think I do not know you?" You, the juvenile enthusiast, clearly wished to impress Craig. Bart immediately stepped forward, grasping Thomas and covering his mouth with his right hand, ensuring no one was within earshot before exhaling a sigh of relief. The knight Bart whispered into Thomas's ear, "Thomas, we need to discuss a few matters." Thomas, with his mouth sealed, nodded vigorously. Once released, Bart inquired, "Now, tell me, what is it that you desire to silence your own voice?" "An ounce of premium curated tobacco and 2 pints of Abbey honey." Thomas promptly declared the price of the trade. Bart roared in anger, "You are blatantly extorting me. At this moment, aside from your height, you resemble nothing more than a half-man." Thomas took 2 steps back, feigning to distance himself from Bart, and replied, "What's the matter? This is merely a hobby of mine. Otherwise, should I inadvertently get drunk one day and let something slip, it could lead to—" "You certainly have some nerve." With his face flushed, Bart sighed, "How about we negotiate? As for the curated tobacco, once I reach Kadala, I will endeavor to find a source for you. However, could we perhaps postpone the Abbey honey? You aren't pretending to be short on funds, are you? The loss incurred from the ogre you cleaved in too far exceeds the price of those 2 items that, of course, this is only achievable through the expertise of an alchemist like myself." Thomas retorted, standing tall, "This is not solely about money. The items you request are exceptionally difficult to procure," Bart replied, his expression troubled. "Let us start with the curated tobacco. Though it is merely a luxury item, it is sourced from the southern forests of Luriel, east of the Dambras Desert. Given its low yield, if not for the flourishing maritime trade, it would be nearly impossible to find a supply within the Duchy of Nohan. However, I should be able to secure it for you within the next 2 months in Kadala." After a brief pause, Bart continued in a conciliatory tone, "But the Abbey honey is a different matter entirely. That is a specialty of the Abbey bees. While they do trade a certain quota annually, the quantity is only slightly greater than that of curated tobacco. The key point is that abe honey not only boasts an exquisite flavor, but it also has remarkable nourishing properties for the human organs. This is of utmost importance for those engaged in physical cultivation. I lack the ability to swiftly procure it amidst the scramble of so many people. Moreover, you are requesting an astonishing 2 pints at once. Given my capabilities, aside from what I need for Craig, it would take at least 3 years to gather enough for you. Thomas jumped up, waving his hands in protest. 3 years for abe honey? Can't you ask a sold for help? Beseeching others could easily expose this matter. Once it leaks, do you think there would still be a need to silence you? This time, Bart looked at Thomas with a knowing glint. Thomas realized it was time to withdraw. Fine. Let's proceed as you suggest. Since we've reached an agreement, let us get to work and clean up this ogress corpse so we can move on to other matters. Bart clearly did not wish to linger on this topic. Understanding the cue, Thomas began to process the ogre's remains. First, he used a knife to incise the eye sockets, carefully extracting the ogre's 2 eyeballs and placing them in a specially crafted Cavister alchemical box for preservation. Next, he employed a small saw to cleave the skull, extracting the brain within, applying his newly concocted potion, and wrapping it in alchemical bubbles before placing it into a dimensional bag. He then soaked all usable internal organs, except for the heart, in a potion. The heart required a special method to tan the muscle fibers, so he buried it in a large ceramic jar filled with a blend of several herbs. The next crucial step involved meticulously peeling off the skin from the ogre's hand, which was 3 times the size of a human hand, down to the forearm. To ensure precision, he spent more time on this task than on all the previous ones combined. Afterward, he skinned the remaining parts of the ogre's body, categorizing them according to their intended uses. Once these skins were simply cured, Thomas turned his attention to the ogre's magical muscle. After a flurry of work, all that remained of the ogre was a pile of bones and other refuse. Panting and drenched in sweat, Thomas exclaimed, "Have someone wash these bones and load them onto the cart." Bart approached, saying, "Thomas, since we have so many materials, why not see if you can create something useful? If you sell off the unnecessary materials, the proceeds could allow you to purchase additional ones. I am confident I can craft a pair of ogre gloves." Thomas pondered for a moment before responding. Bart inhaled sharply. "Is it really going to cost that much?" Thomas, exasperated, countered, "Isn't that obvious? A pair of ogre gloves on the market costs at least 3,500 gold coins." Bart gritted his teeth. "Let us consider it an early gift for Craig's coming of age. However, Thomas, the items you requested earlier may have to be delayed." Upon hearing this, Thomas's expression darkened, his brows furrowing, and lines creasing his forehead. After a long pause, he took a deep breath and said, "Fine. In light of Craig, I shall postpone my requests." With the affirmation received, Bart rushed forward, enveloping Thomas in a hug and tossing him into the air. "Help! Are you out of your mind?" Thomas cried out. "I'm sorry. I got a bit too excited," Bart replied sheepishly as he set Thomas down. While this pair of adult clowns frolicked, Georgie faced his first significant challenge of this life. The equipment of these bear goblins was not comparable to the previous goblins or their larger counterparts. They donned custom-made scale armor, wielding weapons that consisted primarily of large steel shields and massive maces, with some utilizing large axes. Damn it, these rascals must have some backing, Georgie thought angrily. The previous uniformity of the larger goblins' equipment had raised suspicions, but it could be attributed to a robbery of a merchant caravan. However, the gear of these bear goblins was clearly tailored. Otherwise, where could one find such large and fitting armor and weapons? Georgie seethed inwardly. If only I could pinpoint the culprits behind this mischief. They would surely face dire consequences. Nevertheless, he needed to focus on how to deal with these foes. The standoff persisted until the magical weapon disappeared, allowing Georgie to scrutinize these adversaries. Suddenly, he noticed a bear goblin in the back wearing a wooden badge emblazoned with a skull and crescent moon. The crescent painted blood red. That one was a priest, albeit at a distance. Just because he couldn't reach it didn't mean others couldn't. With Hiren's strength, he should be able to charge over. Having formulated a plan, Georgie shouted, "Hiren, take care of that priest in the back." As soon as he finished speaking, Hiren gathered his strength and propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the bear goblin adorned with the badge. In the meantime, one of the bear goblins spotted Hiren and, raising its arms, let out a roar as it charged forward to intercept. Little did it know, Hiren had activated his knightly skill, Iron Dragon Charge. The term Iron Dragon refers to a giant dragon with scales resembling dark iron, and the creator of this charging technique likely intended to convey its ferocity. The intercepting bear goblin was thrown off balance by Hirin's forward momentum, crashing onto its back. Hirin then continued his assault towards the priest bear goblin. Simultaneously, Georgie swiftly grabbed Craig, pulling him back until he was against the wall. Having shared many years together, Craig understood Georgie's intent immediately. Among the three, he was the weakest and now injured, making him vulnerable to an attack from the two bear goblins. With his back against the stone wall, he only had to face threats from 3 directions, significantly reducing the difficulty. With Craig secured, Georgie felt at ease. As he rushed towards the nearest bear goblin, he silently recited, "Heaven and earth, the profound mystery, the root of all energies, broadly cultivate calamity, prove my divine power." As he drew closer to the bear goblin, golden light flickered across his body. Meanwhile, the priest bear goblin took advantage of Hirin's slowed pace after the interception. Squinting his eyes, he quickly retrieved a projectile from his waist pouch, spinning it around with his sling before launching it towards Hirin, who was still charging forward. To maintain his momentum, Hirin angled his body, sword in right hand while bracing the blade with his left, deflecting the projectile. With a resonating clang, the projectile collided with the sword, altering its trajectory as it veered off towards the rear. Hirin felt a shock reverberate through his arms, a slight sting in his wrist, and his momentum faltered. Glancing down at his sword, he noticed the projectile had left a noticeable dent in the steel blade. What incredible strength, Hirin thought, startled, and quickened his pace towards the priest, determined to prevent a second attack. As for the other bear goblin, it swung its long axe at Georgie, confident due to the length of its weapon. However, Georgie exerted force with his right leg while using his left leg as a pivot, causing his body to tilt over 30 degrees. As he evaded the attack, he positioned himself within striking range. He then lunged forward, swinging his sword in a diagonal upward motion. Unfortunately, although the opponent appeared clumsy, he demonstrated considerable agility, slightly turning his body to the right and using his large steel shield to block Georgie's longsword. With his initial strike thwarted, Georgie decided to circle left around the bear goblin, taking advantage of the creature's cumbersome turning radius. The bear goblin, having just turned right, struggled to overcome its momentum to turn left. To protect its left side, it was compelled to swing its shield with its left hand towards Georgie. It was evident that this goblin was not accustomed to using shield strikes, as it swung with excessive force and a wide arc. Recognizing such an obvious opening, Georgie seized the opportunity. He crouched slightly, channeling all his strength into a single, concentrated force, and, accompanied by a flash of brilliance, unleashed a steel serpent strike. With a resounding crack, the bear goblin's left leg snapped at the knee joint. Seizing the moment as the goblin fell towards him, Georgie stepped back and raised his weapon overhead, delivering a powerful downward slash to the creature's head. With a sickening thud, the bear goblin's skull split in two. And although he managed to dodge most of the blood and brain matter, some splattered onto Georgie. The other bear goblins, clearly taken aback by the swift demise of their companion, had yet to regroup for support. They may have assumed that one of their own could easily handle someone as small as Georgie. Taking advantage of the moment of shock among the remaining bear goblins, Georgie turned his attention to the one that had just been knocked down by Hirin. The force of Hirin's earlier charge had been substantial, and the bear goblin struggled to regain its footing. After taking a few deep breaths to recover from his earlier exertion, Georgie harmonized his inner light with the golden aura surrounding him. In an instant, he transformed into a brilliant sphere of light, dashing toward the unsteady bear goblin with incredible speed. This was Georgie's self-modified knightly technique, the dazzling charge. Traditionally, this skill had 2 applications, one employed by a user with paladin abilities harnessing their holy light, the other during mounted combat with a special steed, the radiant warhorse. Georgie, however, had ingeniously substituted his own inner light and golden incantation, and the results were surprisingly effective. The 3 bear goblins that had been fixated on Georgie were momentarily blinded by the brilliance. Allowing Craig to seize the opportunity, drawing his bow and landing an arrow squarely in one goblin's abdomen. Unfortunately, due to its protective scales, the injury seemed relatively minor, but hitting a target in the poor visibility of night was commendable. However, the bear goblin struck by Georgie's dazzling charge was far less fortunate, instantly killed by the overwhelming surge of light energy. with two of their ranks down before the battle had even truly begun. The bear goblins were forced to take their foes more seriously. Apart from a particularly large bear goblin priest who rushed to assist, and the one who had been struck by Craig's arrow heading towards the wounded Craig, the remaining two began to roar and flank Georgie from both sides. Chapter 13. Night Battle, Part 2. Faced with the dual assault, Georgie could no longer afford to be as reckless as before. More critically, the earlier dazzling charge had drained not only his physical strength, but also left his spirits somewhat diminished. After taking a couple of deep breaths to stabilize his racing blood, Georgie realized that the golden aura surrounding him had almost completely dissipated. Seizing the opportunity before the goblins could close in, he hurriedly began to chant a spell. "Damn it, I can't move." Hirin cursed inwardly, genuinely feeling that he had landed in serious trouble. After the bear goblin priest's stone-throwing attack had failed, it withdrew a slender wooden staff wrapped in snake skin from its belt with its right hand while chanting incantations with its left. Upon witnessing this, Hirin understood that the situation was dire. Though he wanted to accelerate his pace, the iron armor he typically wore for protection now felt like a cumbersome burden. 50 yards, 30 meters, 15 yards. Just as he was almost within striking distance of the bear goblin priest, the creature completed its incantation. A faint glow flashed, and Hirin felt something restraining his control over his body. Upon seeing his spell take effect, the bear goblin priest, whether out of caution or some other reason, refrained from attacking directly. Instead, it gestured for the bear goblin rushing from behind Hirin to hasten its approach. Meanwhile, the priest raised its holy emblem high above its head, chanting in a rhythmic tone, "Move, move, move." Hirin was sweating profusely, desperate to regain control of his body. "I can't fall here. I haven't yet become a true knight, nor inherited my family's glory, and I haven't accomplished anything worthy of being recorded in the family annals. If I were to die, my father would surely weep for me. I fear I won't see your wedding. Razia, and the burden of our family will fall upon Alect. I wonder if he can even become a knight if he only starts training now." A torrent of thoughts flooded Hirin's mind. If he fell, Georgie and Craig would likely have even less chance of survival. He had promised his father to take care of them, and although he often pushed back against some of his father's decisions, he had never broken a promise. Suddenly, a horrific scene from the town flashed through Hirin's mind, and no matter what, he had to make those butchers pay. Even if he died here, he would ensure they received their due punishment. With a loud crack, it felt as though the control over his body had returned. Suddenly, he heard a whooshing sound from behind him. Drawing on his extensive experience, Hirin rolled to the side without a thought for appearances. A tremendous crash echoed as the large meteor hammer wielded by the bear goblin priest landed heavily in the ground, sending dirt flying. Hirin's heart raced as he observed the deep crater left behind. He had initially assumed that these creatures, with their bear-like strength, would possess considerable power. However, witnessing the force of that strike and the glint of exhilaration in the priest's eyes, he realized it was no ordinary strength. Hirin quickly decided against confronting it head-on. Assessing the positions of the bear goblin and the priest, he recognized that it would be nearly impossible to bypass the goblin and directly threaten the priest. He had to eliminate this creature swiftly. Unfortunately, his size made it difficult to maneuver like Georgie or Craig. Resolute, Hirin moved forward with a series of quick steps. Meanwhile, Georgie was enduring the simultaneous assault of two bear goblins. Nevertheless, thanks to his advantageous size and agile movements, combined with the newly learned footwork, he managed to maintain a slight edge. This was evident from the increasingly furious and agitated roars of the two bear goblins. However, the disparity in strength was still considerable. With a resounding clang, Georgie blocked a swing of the meteor hammer with the spine of his sword. The sheer force nearly sent him flying, but his solid stance allowed him to regain control after stumbling back 5 steps. Had he not managed to direct his retreat effectively, he could have provided the other bear goblin an opportunity to strike. While he was not in immediate danger of being overwhelmed, victory would not come easily. If he committed fully to one opponent, a fierce attack from the other could easily incapacitate him. Given the current situation, Georgie hoped for the timely arrival of Hirin or Craig to assist him before he could be struck down. Betting on the bear goblins forgetting to follow up was a gamble he was not willing to take, for every life is precious. Georgie turned his head slightly, catching a glimpse of Craig, and was astonished to see that he was no longer pinned against the wall. This revelation startled Georgie, but upon noticing that the bear goblins were blocking the doorway, he couldn't help but smile, thinking, what a clever trickster. So that cute demeanor was all an act. I must ask who taught him that. Despite his contemplations, Georgie remained vigilant against his adversaries, as the battle was still fiercely contested. Suddenly, a dim yet discernible blood-red halo flashed through the night, causing Georgie to feel a sudden weight upon him. Almost immediately, the golden aura flared to life, neutralizing the effect. However, during the subsequent engagement, Georgie noticed that the two bear goblins, now empowered by the halo, exhibited a marked increase in strength. The tide of battle shifted from Georgie's slight advantage to an even contest. This development, however, raised concerns for Georgie regarding Hirin and Craig, as not only would their enemies be bolstered, but their own abilities might suffer. The emergence of the halo clearly indicated that the bear goblin priest had completed another divine spell. After casting, it retracted its holy emblem and scattered a pinch of silvery powder, drawing a 3-foot diameter circle upon the ground. Suddenly, the circle emitted a dazzling red light, enveloping the bear goblin priest, its brightness gradually diminishing until it exhibited a visual aura similar to Georgie's earlier golden incantation. Hirin, positioned closest, watched in alarm, his heart racing, but the previous halo had already affected him. Although he couldn't completely overpower the goblin, he had hoped to maintain an easy upper hand. As soon as the battle commenced, Hirin found himself evenly matched in strength with his adversary. However, he possessed a remarkable agility and combat prowess that surpassed that of his opponent. Under the circumstances of leveraging his strengths while avoiding weaknesses, the formidable bear goblin, despite being the strongest among the 7 in close combat, was gradually forced to retreat. Yet, following a flash of crimson light, the balance of power shifted, granting the goblin newfound resilience. Consequently, all 3 skirmishes descended into a stalemate. The bear goblin priest had also managed to free his hands, and if the goblin's stamina proved superior to that of George and his companions, it was time to contemplate a strategic withdrawal. Hirin found himself in a quandary. Damn it! He had initially intended to reserve his ultimate move for that wretched priest, but he realized that failing to deal with the immediate threat would leave him vulnerable. With a newfound resolve, Hirin executed 2 swift backward leaps, creating some distance from the bear goblin. He positioned his swords before his chest, gazing ahead with a solemn expression. Then, he uttered a single word in the celestial tongue, which translated to holy sword in the common language. Instantly, the sword in his hands shimmered with a faint blue hue, adorned with an anti-evil glyph, as golden rays of light poured forth from the blade, illuminating the entire alleyway. The interplay of light and air transformed into golden flames. This was the sacred sword of the word spirit, a technique Hirin could barely wield once a day, and due to its recent acquisition, the duration of this empowered state was exceedingly brief. Based on previous trials, its maximum efficacy lasted no more than 6 to 12 seconds. Of course, such stringent limitations and fleeting duration came at the cost of immense power. The Holy Sword, as the name implies, was an advanced version of the sacred knight's swordsmanship. Whether it was a mere imitation, replication, or enhancement remained a closely guarded secret of Hirin's family. Its effect was to transform an ordinary steel longsword into a holy sword, granting the wielder the capabilities of a legendary weapon for a fleeting moment. This would bestow a significant advantage even within ranks below legendary status, and in the elite tier where George and his companions resided. This advantage was overwhelmingly potent. Only a family like the Val family, whose progenitor was a demigod, could possess such an extraordinary secret. Prepare to perish. It is time to pay for your past transgressions. In the name of Rai-Zeal, I shall judge you, Hirin roared as he charged forward, sweeping his blade. Even the unseasoned bear goblin recognized the danger in that moment, gripping his weapon and shield tightly, adopting a defensive stance. Alas, with the holy sword unleashed, none could rival its might. The bear goblin's hammer was shattered, its shield obliterated, and its armor crumbled as if it were mere tofu under a knife's edge. In a single stroke, the bear goblin was cleaved in two, unable to utter a roar before being consumed by the igniting holy flames, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Simultaneously, the shadows that had lingered in Hirin's heart since last year seemed to disperse like that very smoke. The path of judgment, perhaps? Hirin murmured to himself, a smile gracing his lips. Perhaps this was not so bad after all. Seizing the moment while the holy sword's brilliance still flickered, Hirin swiftly dashed toward the bear goblin priest. However, upon witnessing Hirin's current ferocity, the goblin immediately turned and fled, calling for help. Yet, the priest's flight was anything but swift. Even clad in heavy armor, Hirin gradually closed the distance between them. The bear goblin engaged in a skirmish with George. Recognizing the priest's peril from the cries, grew increasingly agitated by their inability to secure victory. The two exchanged glances, simultaneously brandishing their flails as they charged at George. The prior balance was abruptly shattered. Though the two bear goblins exposed significant vulnerabilities, George's instincts warned him that it could be a trap, a ploy to exchange injuries. After all, they were stronger and outnumbered him, if they are willing to take risks. It indicates they are growing desperate, which means Hirin must be gaining the upper hand. George deduced. He resolved to prioritize stalling them, waiting for a more significant opening to strike. Unfortunately, fate proved unkind. The bear goblin that had been preoccupied with Craig abandoned its pursuit and turned back. However, it appeared remarkably disheveled, with over a dozen arrows protruding from its body. Yet, its thick scales and robust physique ensured it still had some fight left. Now it was George who furrowed his brow. Should all three converge upon him, he feared he would be overwhelmed. The best course of action was to eliminate one before they regrouped. The bear goblin that had just abandoned Craig was heavily wounded and distanced from the others, a prime target. Albeit a bit far, if he managed to dispatch it, the other two might reach the priest before he could intervene. At this juncture, it became crucial to gauge the distance precisely, ensuring he could attack without allowing them to assist one another. George had never undergone training for such scenarios since his arrival. Perhaps he had not anticipated encountering such a situation. As for the martial arts he had practiced before his transition, they were merely designed for human combat, rendering them less effective against beings of different physiologies. Just as George pondered his next move, Craig limped out from the doorway, dragging a wounded leg. His entire form was smeared with grime, adorned with various debris stuck to his chest plate, and his limbs bore remnants of many objects. It appeared that, constrained within the confines of the room, Craig had adeptly utilized the terrain to evade his foe, sustaining minor injuries in the process. In the blink of an eye, Hirin had closed the gap with the fleeing enemy. The bear goblin priest, realizing escape was futile, had no choice but to turn and confront the impending battle. Regrettably, at that moment, the radiance of the holy sword began to wane, the azure blade gradually reverting to its mundane steel form. Witnessing this transformation, the bear goblin priest's mouth twisted into a triumphant grin. Its excitement palpable as it howled in exhilaration, its jubilant expression incited within Hirin an urge to strike with greater fervor. Meanwhile, the other bear goblins, hearing the call, instinctively calmed their earlier impatience. Yet, from another perspective, this also alleviated some of the pressure on George during the conflict. Did this creature truly believe that without the holy sword, it had him at its mercy? Hirin silently seethed at the underestimation. Perhaps it was time to showcase the newly awakened abilities he had recently acquired. Even if they were still nascent, they would suffice against this foe. With a determined gesture, Hirin pointed at the bear goblin priest and uttered the celestial term, sanction. Instantly, a beam of light materialized, piercing through the priest's protective layer of malevolent energy, leaving a feather-shaped mark upon its forehead. Sanction evil was a new word Spirit Hirin had awakened while dispatching the larger bear goblin. Once a day, he could invoke the power of goodness to aid him in combating formidable evil. Hirin could designate a target within his sight to be subjected to this sanction, if the designated target belonged to the evil faction. A mark of retribution would manifest upon their brow. Every subsequent attack and defense against this target would be subtly adjusted towards a more favorable outcome. Moreover, these attacks would inflict additional holy damage upon evil creatures, bypassing their innate damage resistance. Such a potent ability was not easily obtained by others. Hirin had clarified his path in the recent battle, and under the guidance of his steadfast conviction, the dormant blood of Pero within him began to awaken in full force. Due to his choice of the path of judgment, this was the first ability he had acquired. With this newfound power, even the bear goblin priest, despite its low intelligence, sensed the shift in the tide. It hastily retrieved a small pouch from its waist, sprinkling a handful of grayish powder that glimmered under the moonlight upon itself. With a series of crackling sounds, the bear goblin priest expanded in size. its strength noticeably enhanced as it prepared to charge at Hirin with renewed vigor. Just as well, Hirin feared nothing more than the priest's escape. Since the creature approached him willingly, he had every reason to feel exhilarated. Furthermore, although its enlarged form granted it greater strength, the resulting clumsiness favored Hirin's agility. Clang. Steel met steel as Hirin deftly parried the bear goblin-esque flail. Though the priest was not a warrior by nature, the spell's augmentation rendered its strength comparable to that of the recently slain large bear goblin. The only drawback was its combat technique, which was inferior to that of its predecessor, roughly on par with the elite soldiers of the accompanying guard. After successfully deflecting a powerful downward strike, Hirin momentarily held his ground against the bear goblin priest. Suddenly, he executed a retreat that forced the goblin's attack to overextend. Seizing the moment, Hirin leapt to the left, using the momentum of his long sword to disrupt the creature's balance. Now was the time. Hirin swung his sword towards the bear goblin priest's right hand, wielding the weapon. With a sharp crack, the adversary's right hand detached from the wrist, severing its connection to the body, followed by a resounding thud as the meteor hammer struck the ground. Simultaneously, a flash emanated from the brand on its forehead, and a golden holy flame erupted from the wound on its wrist, eliciting a wretched howl from the bear goblin priest. Realizing its fate was sealed, it raised its empty left hand in a final, defiant gesture towards the heavens. Although Hirin was unfamiliar with the phrase to take advantage of someone's misfortune, he grasped a similar notion intuitively. With a swift twist of his waist, he aimed a strike at the opponent's abdomen. The sound of scales tearing apart resonated, followed by the sickening thud of steel sinking into flesh. If the adversary had no hidden cards left, this life would be claimed by him. Suddenly, a scarlet meteor hammer appeared to Hirin's right, hurtling towards him. Hirin realized he had no time to evade. He hastily withdrew his sword, embedded in the foe, and pivoted to defend himself as the meteor hammer approached. The surrounding air thickened with a viscous quality, momentarily slowing the assailant's strike. Seizing the opportunity, Hirin managed to parry. Yet he was still sent sprawling, crashing into the wall of a nearby building, raising a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the wound on the bear goblin priest reignited with holy flames, draining the color from its eyes entirely. Chapter 14. A triumphant first battle. The priest's agonized roar disrupted the composure of the remaining 3 bear goblins, and recognizing their disarray, Georgie sensed his opportunity. He unfastened the weighted throwing axe from his belt and hurled it with ferocity at the bear goblin riddled with arrows. Simultaneously, he drew another axe to target the one flanking him on the left, then surged forward in a burst of speed. The bear goblin he charged at initially thought the thrown axe merely served as a distraction, believing Georgie's true target was the closer companion. Just as it instinctively raised its shield, the axe struck with a resounding clang, embedding itself into the shield. Simultaneously, the agile little figure had already reached its side. The explosive charge was deemed fundamental to all charging techniques, in Georgie's view, merely an effective means of swiftly mobilizing muscle groups, lacking the diverse effects or specificity of other skills. However, with the aid of spiritual energy, it could serve as a rapid entry tactic. Most importantly, this technique required minimal energy expenditure. Despite its name, it was merely a basic skill, with explosive referring more to the sudden acceleration of speed. Having already used several abilities consecutively, Georgie found himself compelled to conserve his strength. For this assault, he aimed to employ a familiar strategy, targeting the bear goblin with the shield. Unfortunately, the death of its companion had made the foe wary. Despite its clumsy movements presenting apparent openings, it managed to defend itself adequately against Georgie's strikes without sustaining fatal injuries. Damn it, why is this taking so long? Georgie cursed. Meanwhile, the other 2 bear goblins, witnessing Georgie's struggle, rushed over. One hesitated momentarily to dodge the flying axe, but the other was already upon him. With a swift whoosh, a conical arrow pierced the back of the bear goblin Georgie was attacking, fortuitously slipping through a gap in its armor. The intense pain caused the creature's movements to stiffen momentarily. Seizing the moment, Georgie executed a steel serpent strike aimed directly at its vulnerable region. The impact landed squarely between the bear goblin's legs, delivering a blow that was excruciating for any male creature. Instinctively, the bear goblin doubled over. Taking advantage of this opening, Georgie stepped forward, grasping his sword with both hands. Channeling all his strength into a diagonal slash, cleanly severing the creature's head. As a fountain of blood erupted from the fallen foe, Georgie swiftly retreated to avoid being splattered and to distance himself from the remaining 2 bear goblins. The remaining creatures, sensing their predicament, scattered in opposite directions. Georgie quickly hurled another throwing axe at the one closest to him before pursuing it. Meanwhile, Craig, nursing his injured leg, could only watch as the bear goblin, still laced with arrows, fled towards the alley they had previously traversed. Suddenly, a flash of steel sliced through the air, and the arrow-riddled bear goblin was cleaved in 2. Sir Val emerged effortlessly from the alley. Addressing Georgie with urgency, "Hurry, that creature won't take long to dispatch." As he spoke, Georgie's axe struck true, embedding itself in the bear goblin's back, likely severing its spine. The creature slowed dramatically, and Georgie, leveraging his momentum, leaped forward, delivering a thrust that ended its wretched existence. Upon witnessing the last enemy fall, Craig unceremoniously collapsed to the ground. He cradled his injured leg, tears brimming in his eyes, resembling a mistreated animal. Fortunately, he refrained from sobbing aloud. Otherwise, both Georgie and Sir Val would have been overwhelmed. After catching his breath, Georgie, sensing no immediate danger, found a relatively clean spot to lean against a wall and began to regulate his breathing, relaxing his entire body. Had he not been clad in armor, he would have eagerly massaged his limbs. "What are you 2 little rascals doing sitting there?" Sir Val teased with a mischievous grin. "Aren't you concerned about Hiren's condition? He might be gravely injured, buried beneath rubble, waiting for your rescue. Isn't that what you're here for, Uncle Val?" Craig retorted, wiping his nose and gazing wide-eyed at Sir Val. "Isn't that a bit presumptuous?" Georgie interjected, attempting to articulate his thoughts. "I believe Hiren has emerged victorious from the earlier battle." The bear goblin's morale evidently diminished upon hearing the priest's final roar. "Moreover, Sir Val, aren't you set to assess Hiren's progress in 2 months? You wouldn't allow him to incur severe injuries at this crucial moment." Sir Val's expression turned regretful. "Clever of you, but my lad is indeed trapped beneath a pile of rubble. The strike from the bear goblin priest was sufficiently powerful. He won't be able to extricate himself for some time. Damn it, even in such dire circumstances, you still find time to jest with us." Truly speechless, Georgie thought, fixing a penetrating glare at Sir Val, while Craig mirrored his frustration. All right. Rest a bit longer. Soon, we shall go and dig Hiren out," Sir Val conceded, abandoning his earlier demeanor. As night fell, the flickering flames from the surrounding buildings danced in the chilly autumn breeze, casting elongated shadows of Georgie and his companions that oscillated between light and darkness. It was unclear whether the humidity, the quality of the construction materials, or some other factor contributed to the flames spreading rapidly yet burning feebly. Most of the damaged structures had collapsed after their beams, pillars, or floors succumbed to the flames. With his hand resting against the wall for support, Georgie gradually rose to his feet. He approached the slain bear goblins and began to retrieve the weighted throwing axes he had previously cast aside. While one had struck true and another had embedded itself in the ground without issue, the one that had clashed against a shield required substantial repairs, as for the spoils, while reclaiming the weapons. Georgie took the opportunity to search the goblins and discovered that the truly valuable items were the armor and shields adorning them. A sense of pride swelled within him as he thought. Fortunately, as a beheader, he had preserved most of the gear without the need for major repairs. Bringing these items back would not only save on lodging and food expenses for this journey, but might also yield a modest profit. Georgie hesitantly suggested, "Mr. Val, could you arrange for someone to collect the spoils promptly? I fear that this may provoke conflict with certain unscrupulous adventurers or mercenaries." Sir Val drew a short staff from his belt and murmured something to it before turning to the two with a smile. "All is arranged. Now, let us go and see how Sir Hiren fares." Georgie couldn't help but think what a negligent father Val was, wondering how his son had come to earn the title of noble. He silently pondered the absurdity of Hiren's resemblance to his father. Georgie approached Craig, extending his palm upward as he softly inquired, "Craig, can you walk?" Craig attempted to muster strength in his legs to stand. But alas, his left leg buckled under him once more. With tears in his eyes, he shook his head. "Never mind, allow me to carry you," Georgie said, grasping Craig's right hand and lifting him effortlessly onto his back. The clattering sound of armor echoed as he adjusted Craig's position. Craig draped his arms over Georgie's shoulders, striving to steady himself. Once Georgie secured Craig's legs, he turned to Sir Val and declared, "All right, Mr. Val, let us be off." As they traversed the alley and rounded a corner, they spotted a massive corpse not far ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this was the body of the previously slain bear goblin priest. To the left lay a dilapidated building with a wall collapsed, and the newly formed pile of rubble served as Heren's temporary refuge. Finding a relatively clean patch of ground, Georgie gently set Craig down and darted toward the rubble. Whether it was Heren's size or the wall's collapse that was at fault, the debris primarily consisted of Heren's body, with stones and dirt scattered around him, insufficient to conceal him. Observing this, Georgie concluded that there was no need to clear the area. If Heren could be roused, he would rise on his own, provided he could be awakened. Georgie scrutinized Heren closely, apart from a layer of dust making his face appear pale. No other visible injuries were apparent. He reached out to check Heren's nose, noting his breathing was steady and rhythmic. It seemed he was likely unharmed. No wonder Mr. Val had appeared so relaxed. He must have known the situation all along. Resolving to wake him, Georgie glanced back at Sir Val, who appeared nonchalant, stroking his chin with a curious expression, seemingly anticipating an amusing development. Georgie shook his head, baffled by Sir Val's perspective on such matters. "Heren, Heren, wake up, Heren." He gently tapped the face of the large figure lying on the ground. However, for a considerable time, Heren showed no signs of waking, leading Georgie to wonder if he needed to resort to the legendary awakening technique from tales of old. Enough noise. I've been tossing and turning for nearly an entire night, and you want to let me sleep a little longer?" Heren muttered without even opening his eyes. He then rolled over, dislodging the stones and debris that had been resting upon him, stirring up a cloud of dust. Realizing he had been tricked, Georgie could only suppress his irritation towards Sir Val. He seized Heren's neck guard and shook him vigorously, shouting, "Get up already. If you want to sleep, go back to the camp. Do you not fear being carried off by wolves here?" To be honest, in this town ravaged by goblins, there was a chance that wolves might indeed be lurking. However, even the most ferocious wolves posed little threat to Heren. Yet, sleeping exposed on a pile of rubble made him susceptible to an ambush. If he remained asleep until dawn and someone recognized him, whispers would soon circulate throughout the entire duchy about the noble heir Isolde Vane Val sleeping on a heap of rubble. As for whether the tale would evolve into one of him sleeping in a lavatory or pigsty, that remained uncertain. Observing the indifferent attitudes of both parties involved, Georgie found himself at a loss for words. Despite the vigorous shaking, Heren could not find rest. When he finally opened his eyes, Georgie was startled, causing him to loosen his grip, and Heren's helmeted head made intimate contact with the ground once more. "Ouch, Georgie, why did you suddenly let go?" Heren reached up, intending to rub his sore head, but his hand merely flopped onto the helmet. Ignoring Heren's complaints, Georgie hastily unstrapped and removed Heren's helmet. Beneath it lay silver-gray hair, a stark contrast to Heren's previously light blonde locks, coupled with the transformation of his amber eyes to a golden hue. It was clear that Heren, like Sir Val, had awakened his bloodline and was beginning to exhibit traits of celestial beings. Georgie fixed Heren with a serious gaze, stating, "Congratulations, Heren, your bloodline has awakened. Go wash up. You so covered in dust, I can't tell if you've become more handsome." "Really? I must get up quickly then," he replied, promptly flipping over and pushing himself up with his hands. Georgie's words struck a chord with Heren, who had long been dissatisfied with his appearance. Anyone would feel uncomfortable when their father was strikingly handsome while they bore the visage of a rugged uncle. Having set Heren aside, Georgie now turned his attention to Sir Val. "Mr. Val, you must have known about this situation all along, right?" "Well, I had a notion when Heren's bloodline awakened. This phenomenon is known as bloodline resonance, often occurring among direct relatives of those with special bloodlines. Other knights without such bloodlines may experience similar occurrences, though not as pronounced," Sir Val explained, shrugging his shoulders. "Moreover, Heren sustained significant injuries last night. Had his bloodline not awakened just then, even with divine healing, he would have been confined to a cart for the next 2 days. Upon hearing this, Craig muttered under his breath, "If he only has to lie down for 2 days, Heren should manage fine, avoiding any trouble like last time. Besides, you treat Asa here." It was evident that he intended to speak so that only Georgie could hear. Georgie silently chastised Craig for his tactlessness, recalling the old saying about how every natural fool had a dark side. Harin stretched, dusting off his attire and yawning. Truth be told, that priest's final blow was genuinely powerful. I lost track of what happened after being struck. As for how I fell asleep afterward, I couldn't say. I suppose I just felt no danger and might have continued sleeping until dawn. How could this fellow sleep so soundly in full armor without discomfort? Should we head back now? My foot is killing me, Craig complained. Let us hold on a moment. I believe the bear goblin priest may possess valuable items, Harin interjected, noting that he had seen what looked like a staff among the spoils. Georgie admonished, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and search the corpse. Given the situation, how can you still think of sleeping? By morning, there may be nothing left." With the combined efforts of Georgie and Craig, the bear goblin's corpse was stripped bare. The once finely crafted leather armor it had worn was now irreparably damaged beneath Harin's blade. They could only consider patching it up to sell at a discount. Additionally, they discovered 2 bags of metal powder and a bundle of unidentified materials. According to Harin, there was a potentially valuable slender wooden rod wrapped in snakeskin. They also found a wooden holy emblem, along with weapons such as a meteor hammer and a large steel shield. Other scattered items of uncertain value included a small linen sack. However, the coins were scarce, comprising only a small pile of silver. Chapter 15. The condition of each individual. The bear goblin priest undoubtedly played a significant role in this attack. To ensure nothing was overlooked, Georgie turned and, with a sincere expression, asked, "Mr. Val, could you assist us in determining if there are any remaining valuables on this fellow?" "I had thought you would handle everything yourselves," was Sir Val's bemused reply. "Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously extend my assistance." Sir Val's demeanor resembled that of a cunning fox who has pilfered a chicken. Leaving one utterly speechless, he examined the corpse from various angles and remarked, "You have indeed conducted a thorough investigation of the body. However, there is one aspect you may not have considered. Sir Hilrin has severed the head from this corpse, and there happens to be someone in our party skilled in preserving organs." George, somewhat skeptical, inquired, "Are you suggesting a bounty?" While this bear goblin possesses commendable strength, it has not garnered much renown in the duchy. Is there truly a substantial reward, or would the cost of preservation outweigh it? No. You have only contemplated the official bounty. Have you not considered the temple's perspective? Sir Val responded. This bear goblin is a cleric, as evidenced by his holy symbol, which designates him as a priest of the bear goblin deity, Haragak. By delivering the head along with its holy emblem to the Temple of Justice, one could receive rewards from both the dwarven and halfling temples. As he spoke, Sir Val patted George on the shoulder, adding, "Of course, the monetary aspect of the reward is still managed by the Temple of the Goddess of Wealth. If one were to exchange directly at the dwarven or halfling temples, the value of the rewards would undoubtedly be greater. Alas, their churches have yet to establish temples within the duchy." He continued, "Moreover, several other bear goblin ears along with the large goblins have been severed. These can be considered additional offerings." Upon hearing this, George was taken aback, pondering, "Isn't this akin to the kill rewards in a game? I wonder if there will be experience points as well. If so, in what form will they be awarded? Surely, as the primary contributor, Sir Hilrin would receive the lion's share. Furthermore, it seems the Temple of Justice also manages the distribution of rewards for other temples. I wonder if they engage in the transfer of offerings as well." Having been an atheist prior to his transmigration, George realized with chagrin that he had not delved deeper into the workings of these churches in this world inhabited by true deities. Alas, what a significant oversight, he lamented. Tentatively, he posed a question, "Sir Val, what kind of rewards might the temple offer?" "Let me ponder that carefully," Sir Val replied, intriguingly withholding his answer. After a considerable pause, he explained, "Each temple offers different rewards. The Temple of Justice, aside from providing legal services, also engages in the eradication of evil forces, in addition to the usual scrolls, holy water, ointments, prayer candles, and incense found in most temples. One may also exchange for weapon enchantments or military support. However, the latter requires astronomical sums, and the supporting troops primarily assist with territorial defense. Should they be dispatched, they are tasked solely with combating vile creatures." Once again tantalizing George and his companions, Sir Val continued, "You may also opt for rewards from the dwarves, who, in addition to the standard offerings, possess various weapons and equipment. If your contributions are significant, custom orders may be possible. As for the gnomes, they typically offer alchemical potions, consumables, exquisite tools, and specialized jewelry, with some rare alchemical items available at higher tiers. Furthermore, if funds are lacking, one may convert rewards into special tokens and present them at the temple of the goddess of wealth in exchange for coins or gems. I must inform you, however, that since there are no dwarven or gnomish temples in the area, obtaining their items, even through the network of the Temple of Justice, will take at least a month. George contemplated for a moment before turning to Craig, who was leaning against the wall. Craig, if you have no objections, let us use this opportunity to procure a better weapon for Sir Hilren. After all, he has contributed the most by slaying this bear goblin, and he is on the cusp of knighthood. It would be unwise for him to lack a suitable weapon. I have no objections. I scarcely exerted myself, Craig replied with a hint of childish petulance. George attempted to placate him, saying, "All right, Craig. Once we reach Kadala, I shall treat you to sweets at the halfling candy shop." Craig's eyes lit up as he looked at George. "You promise?" George waved his hand dismissively, "as if I have ever deceived you. A suitable weapon. I had anticipated that my father would provide for me upon becoming a knight. I never imagined it could be obtained in this manner." With that, Hilren instinctively glanced at Sir Val's sword. Sir Val shot Hilren a stern look, exclaiming, "You seem to be overthinking this. Every weapon in the Val household is earned by its bearer." He then grasped the hilt of his sword. After a moment of contemplation, Sir Val continued, "George, at times, I find myself at a loss for words regarding you. On one hand, you are to be my future lord. On the other, you have not erred in your actions. Yet, do indulge in youthful exuberance from time to time. Your usual demeanor exudes a certain dissonance. My previous remarks are neither the counsel of a vassal nor the admonitions of a knightly mentor. Consider them the hopes of an elder who has watched you grow. Embrace vitality occasionally. Even engaging in seemingly foolish antics is acceptable. Just look at Hilren, who is thriving. However, if you were to resemble that Uhtred boy, that would be excessive. I believe even the Viscount would wish for you to possess some youthful vigor, despite his high expectations of your political acumen." Hilren immediately refuted, "As if I often act foolishly." "Ah, in truth, you have improved over the years. But was it not earlier this year that you and Uhtred were caught in folly? Not to mention your antics with George and Craig during your younger years. Such experiences are the essence of youth. In comparison, George seems overly mature. While maturity is not inherently negative, indeed, it can be advantageous for a lord. Excessive precocity devoid of youthful spirit is rather extreme." After saying this, Sir Val cast a glance at George, who seemed hesitant to speak. "Most importantly, your occasional displays of youthful spirit lack authenticity. Those who have truly experienced life can easily discern that. Perhaps the pressures of managing a territory have weighed upon you excessively, but remember not to stifle your true nature. Some lessons can only be learned through experience, and mastering them will greatly aid your future path as a knight." George fell silent, contemplating these words. Having been in his 30s before his transmigration, he felt no younger mentally despite his youthful appearance. As a self-proclaimed, almost middle-aged man, where would his youthful spirit come from? To avoid arousing suspicion, he occasionally performed actions befitting his age in daily life. However, lacking the finesse of a professional actor, his efforts may have appeared somewhat disingenuous to the discerning eye. Sir Val believed George's premature maturity stemmed from the pressures of managing a fief, and that his contrived behaviors were merely efforts to reassure others not to worry about him. Consequently, the concerns Sir Val held regarding George's knightly path were likely minimal. Despite having lived through a previous life, George possessed genuine experiences, negating the issue of suppressing his true nature. With the techniques he had been practicing since before his transmigration guiding him, it was unlikely he would encounter significant problems. After a prolonged period of reflection, George finally responded, "I am truly grateful, Sir Val, for your concern regarding my situation. However, it seems my nature is simply such. I cannot emulate them, I assure you, though, that it will not hinder my ascent to knighthood." With a sigh, Sir Val replied, "If you believe there is no issue at present, I shall refrain from further comment. However, should you find yourself in need of clarification in the future, do not hesitate to seek my counsel." The ensuing silence was uncomfortable for Hilren, who finally broke it. "Father, may we depart now? Craig's foot injury requires prompt attention." Though the camp was not far, carrying Craig back in such a state could exacerbate his injury. Sir Val dismissed Hilren's suggestion, stating, I have already arranged for individuals to handle the spoils and have instructed them to bring a stretcher. They should arrive shortly. Let us wait a moment longer." "You are indeed thoughtful," Hilren remarked, unexpectedly flattering Sir Val. "This sword bears witness to my journey. Regardless of your intentions, do not even conceive of taking my sacred executioner from me," Sir Val declared, stroking the scabbard with a somewhat wistful expression. Once merely a finely crafted steel sword, it had evolved alongside his adventures, transforming through a profound resonance with his soul into its current form. Only in my hands can it unleash its full potential. Upon my demise, its essence shall accompany me to the divine realm, leaving behind only the original finely crafted steel sword. Truly, a father knows his son best, as Sir Val effortlessly severed all of Hilren's hopes in an instant. Overwhelmed, Hilren hung his head in despair. Prior to his transmigration, rumors of nurturing swords in both martial and mystical circles had circulated. He had not expected such tales to manifest so close to home. Regrettably, unlike the previous two instances, this particular weapon seems to have inexplicably failed to endure through the ages. Reflecting on this, one might ponder, if I were Shuren, and my father possessed such a formidable weapon, I would have anticipated that I would eventually inherit it. To discover that all of this was merely an illusion, a fleeting dream, must surely be an immense blow. Georgie attempted to console Shuren, saying, "At the very least, your starting point is undoubtedly higher than that of Sir Val, for soon you may possess a fine weapon crafted by dwarves. I cannot imagine that it would be inferior to an ordinary finely wrought steel sword. As for future glory, that will depend on your own hands to forge." It was uncertain whether Georgie's words resonated with Shuren, as he remained unresponsive except for a slight twitch at the beginning, rendering the atmosphere rather somber. After a considerable pause, the voices calling for Lord Val and Lord Duke finally shattered the silence. "Oh, Pars, I cannot believe you are leading the charge," Knight Val inquired with a hint of surprise. "There was no other option. Captain Anason's team is still in the town, clearing out those goblins. Someone had to remain behind at the camp, so I was tasked with leading the way," replied the young man with slightly brownish-black hair and freckles. Bowing as he spoke. Upon hearing this news, Mr. Val expressed his astonishment. Is it possible that some have yet to be cleared? The main force of the invaders should have been vanquished here. How many of them were there? Indeed, Pars scratched his head. I have yet to receive any concrete updates from those tasked with the extermination. Therefore, I am not entirely certain. Nightval pondered for a moment and remarked, "Well, it's probably nothing to worry about. Perhaps that group of goblins is simply adept at fleeing. A panicked horde of rats is not easily caught." With the assistance of 6 guards, the spoils of battle were swiftly gathered, and Craig was promptly laid on a stretcher. "Let us return to the camp. Even after the battle, it seems we still have much to attend to." Mr. Val's words hinted at something more. With the monsters no longer a nuisance, there was no need for cautious vigilance against ambushes. Despite the burden of their spoils, the time taken to return was considerably less than that spent arriving. Whether it was Georgie's imagination or due to the reduced flammability, the surrounding fires had either extinguished or diminished significantly upon their return. Upon reaching the camp, Georgie noticed that the guard personnel were still quite diminished. It appeared that another team led by Sergeant Anason was still engaged in the clearing operation. As for whether they encountered danger. With the dual assurances of alchemical fireworks and signal wands for distress, should they indeed face an enemy capable of silencing their calls for aid, it was Georgie himself who would have cause for concern. Once inside the camp, Craig was immediately taken to the fire where the injured were being treated. Meanwhile, Shuren retreated to his tent. Perhaps it was best for him to have a moment of solitude to reflect. However, when Georgie arrived by the fire, he found that Daniel Cork, the primary medical officer, was conspicuously absent. Although those who ventured into the world often possessed some medical knowledge, and the guards had received training in the world's first aid techniques, Georgie felt that having a professional oversee the situation was essential. He dispatched someone to notify Sir Bart of Craig's injury. After giving his instructions, Georgie glanced around the camp and spotted an owl perched atop a tent, rotating its head as if standing guard. Spotting his target, Georgie rushed over to the tent and called out, "Mr. Cork, are you in there? Craig has been injured." "What? Craig is injured?" came the immediate response, followed by the clattering of various metal and glass implements from within the tent. Moments later, a man with dark brown hair cascading down his shoulders emerged, bent over with a small leather bag. Standing straight, He measured approximately 6 feet tall, his deep green eyes and soft, delicate facial features imparting a handsome appearance, complemented by slightly pointed ears that hinted at his elven lineage. Among humans, he appeared somewhat androgynous, though the meticulously groomed mustache added a hint of masculinity to his demeanor. Upon exiting, Mr. Cork's first words were, "Where is Craig? What has happened to him?" It was evident that he was quite anxious about Craig's injury. Georgie quickly led Mr. Cork to where Craig lay, explaining as they walked, "He has sustained a leg injury and is currently by the bonfire. I was not entirely confident in letting the soldiers or adventurers handle it, so I came to fetch you. I have exhausted all my divine spells while treating the severely wounded earlier, and for now, I can only rely on ointments. Lord Val's spells will be restored by this morning, while mine will not return until noon. If more critically injured individuals arrive, I cannot guarantee we will be able to save them." Cork's tone conveyed a sense of despair. In light of the night's assault, Georgie and his companions had been unable to provide sufficient aid to the town. Merely tending to their own injured had proven to be a daunting task. In gaming terms, they simply lacked the healing capacity. After all, no one had anticipated such an attack within the Duke's territory, and they had not brought many magical or alchemical medical supplies. Though Georgie's group was not the primary target of the invasion, they had still suffered considerable losses during the initial wave of comprehensive strikes. Daniel Cork was a follower of Sir Bart, originally a member of the Candia Forest Guardians. The Candia Forest Guardians differed from the appointed rangers in that they were a semi-religious group composed of druids and rangers. They sought out and eliminated or expelled the malevolent creatures threatening the wilderness. They also protected travelers traversing the wild and occasionally acted as guides for a fee. Naturally, they would fight fiercely against those who maliciously harmed the forest. Daniel was one such ranger. However, unlike others who wielded dual blades or shot dark arrows, he preferred to work with herbs. Years of training alongside druids had significantly enhanced his natural magic abilities beyond that of other rangers, as well as his skills in the cultivation and application of herbs. Of course, the price paid was that he was only a mediocre swordsman and archer compared to the expertise of ordinary rangers. While his combat skills were not particularly outstanding among his peers, they did exceed those of the average guardsman. Regrettably, the details of his relationship with Sir Bart remain unknown, but since his arrival, the medical conditions in the territory had markedly improved. Georgie had previously expended considerable effort arranging for the children of the territory to learn medical skills from him, though it was uncertain when those little ones would graduate. His animal companion, an owl named Bazat, was well known for delivering messages for Sir Bart. Upon arriving at Craig's side, they found the situation somewhat alarming. Craig was biting his lip, and traces of tears were evident on his face. The steel boot that had been injured was still firmly on his foot. Unable to contain his frustration, Daniel exclaimed, "What is the matter? Why has no one helped remove the encumbering boot from young Master Craig's injured leg?" Georgie crouched down to inspect the situation, gently grasping the misshapen boot, and remarked, "Mr. Cork, I fear this is not their fault. The deformation of the boot is wedged tightly at the ankle. It appears impossible to remove it by conventional means. Then hurry and find a table to move Craig onto, and summon a blacksmith to remove this boot." Daniel's urgent commands made it clear he was quite agitated. Yet, as a physician, he would undoubtedly be the one to save those soldiers' lives in the future. Georgie signaled to a nearby guard, "Quickly find someone to construct a platform using wooden planks from the supply cart for Craig's foot. Remember to ensure his injured leg is positioned without obstruction when moving him. As for the blacksmith, it's better not to seek one at this time. It may be difficult to locate one in a hurry. I will go find Night Val. He should have no trouble cutting the boot off with his skills." Chapter 16. Heart-wrenching injuries. Leaving the bonfire, Georgie made his way straight to the main exit of the camp. He recalled that when returning earlier, Night Val had not entered directly but lingered nearby. The camp's entrance was merely a gap left for convenience, surrounded by freight carts. Unfortunately, fate was not on his side, as Night Val was nowhere to be found at the exit. Georgie felt as if he were cursed. Even when merely drinking cool water. "Cinda, do you know where Mr. Val has gone?" Georgie inquired of a nearby guard. "Just now, Captain Anason sent a message via the signal wand. It seems they have encountered a significant problem." "So, Lord Val hurriedly went to assist," replied the squint-eyed guard, conveying the information he had. "A significant problem?" Upon hearing this, Georgie felt a wave of dread wash over him, yet he quickly began to contemplate the situation. Logically, the town should have been nearly cleared of threats. After all, the previous goblin priest had been clearly in charge. Unless there are ogres, of course. However, a mere handful of ogres, 5 or 6 at most, would hardly pose a threat to Anison and his companions. If there were so many ogres, they would have long since clashed with the goblins. An alliance would be utterly improbable. Let us consider a different perspective. What could compel such a multitude of ogres to collaborate with the goblins? A powerful sorcerer? No, for most sorcerers would not deign to associate directly with those filthy goblins. They typically communicate and oversee through proxies. If the sorcerer is absent, it cannot be deemed a grave predicament. Could it be a demon beast? Yet, the clerics are acutely aware of the dangers posed by demon beasts. Given the nature of the demon beast, neither it nor the bear goblin cleric would likely tolerate the presence of the other within their ranks. But there exists the possibility of an ogre shaman. However, not only within the kingdom, but even in the surrounding regions, there have been no sightings of ogre shamans. George believed he had unraveled the connections at play. If it truly were an ogre shaman, then this situation would transcend mere bandits receiving assistance. Very well, he thought, once Sir Val returns, the truth will undoubtedly reveal itself. For the moment, with no other recourse, George leaned against a cargo wagon at the entrance, awaiting Sir Val's return. "George, what has become of Craig?" came the distant voice of Sir Bart. George lifted his gaze toward the source of the voice and saw Sir Bart hurrying toward him. Thomas tucked under his right arm. Simultaneously, he could faintly hear Thomas's irate exclamations. As they drew nearer, George noticed Thomas struggling in Bart's grasp, his short arms flailing as he pounded against Bart's breastplate with a series of muffled thuds. Just as Bart approached George, Thomas's voice choked off George's intended response. "You bastard, Cobdo! Set me down this instant. How dare you clutch me like this? At the very least, let me rest on your back. Look at how you've nearly jostled me to death on this journey." Thomas's rapid-fire tirade was truly challenging to endure. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Bart inexplicably released his grip, causing the unprepared Thomas to tumble unceremoniously to the ground. Thomas scrambled to his feet, supporting himself with his hands, and glared at Bart, indignantly pointing a finger. "You fool Cobdo. I meant for you to set me down, not just let go. Look at the mess you've made of me." He gestured at his forehead, which was now red and sore from its encounter with the floor. At that moment, George experienced an epiphany. It seemed Craig's antics were learned from Thomas. He had never witnessed Thomas behave in such a manner before. Was this perhaps a unique interaction between him and Sir Bart? There must be some special trigger for such behavior. Otherwise, after knowing them for so long, George would not have discovered it today. Of course, as Thomas's follower, he resided at Bart's estate. Thus Craig's exposure to him was far greater than that of others. It was only natural for him to be privy to such dynamics. Having observed their interactions with Sir Val daily, George appeared to have resolved one of the questions lingering in his mind. "Enough of this nonsense, Thomas. I am anxious. I still do not know the extent of Craig's injuries." Sir Bart said, his face contorted with concern. Thomas retorted, "I cannot decide whether to call you naturally dim-witted or overly concerned for Craig, leading to diminished intellect. If Craig were gravely injured, either George or Shurin would have come to summon you personally. How could they have sent merely a guard to deliver the news?" Sir Bart turned to George. "Is what Thomas says true? Craig's injuries are not severe?" George hesitated, as he too was uncertain about the specifics of Craig's condition. Reluctantly, he relayed what little he knew in his conjectures to Sir Bart. "Craig's injury seems to be on his left leg. Initially, when he was hurt, he managed to endure the pain and evade the bear goblins using the terrain. While the injury may have worsened, it likely remains a mere flesh wound. At the very least, the bone should be intact. However, his boot has become misshapen and cannot be removed, and we do not yet know the precise situation." "Cannot remove the boot? Then we must find a blacksmith," Sir Bart answered bluntly. Thomas scoffed, "You truly are panicking without thinking. How could we possibly find a blacksmith in this town, even if he hasn't been slain by goblins? Who knows where he might be hiding?" George interjected to quell their dispute. "I had intended to have Mr. Val use his sword to cleave the boot open. However, when I went to find him, I encountered a significant problem with Sergeant Anison. He set off to provide assistance. Sir Bart, do you have a strategy to remove the boot without harming Craig?" Sir Bart hesitated. "We must assess the situation first. Your previous notion was sound. Isolde's swordsmanship surpasses my own by a considerable margin. If he were to come, our chances of success would increase. Zinda. Once Sir Val returns, tell him to come find me at once. George instructed a guard to relay the message, then proceeded with Sir Bart and Thomas toward the campfire where Craig lay. Thomas's full name was Thomas Gallic, who claimed to be a gnome illusionist. Yet, to those around him, his alchemical and gathering skills were far more valuable than his meager skills in illusion. At 36 years of age, he remained considered a minor under gnome customs, granting him ample opportunity to indulge in antics. Moreover, he insisted that those close to him refrain from using his surname due to his status as a minor. However, George often pondered what would happen when he eventually came of age and requested them to address him by his surname. It would be a challenge for their accustomed group to adapt swiftly to it. Was said that he was initially rescued from the jaws of a vicious wolf by Sir Bart while on a task. From that point onward, he had followed Sir Bart, though he officially became a follower only after visiting the prosperous lands of Bolham. In some respects, he resembled a halfling more than a gnome. Sir Bart gently lifted Craig's injured leg to inspect it, touching and tapping the steel boot. The entire process caused Craig's face to twitch in discomfort. He then sighed. "We should wait for Isolde's return. I cannot guarantee that I can remove this boot without injuring Craig." Meanwhile, Mr. Kirk was quietly conferring with Thomas, both appearing rather grim. "My lord, the platform you requested has been constructed. The guards previously tasked with modifying the cargo wagon have returned." George quickly commanded, "Good. Bring 2 men to swiftly lift Craig onto it, and fetch a few bullseye lanterns while you're at it." The so-called bullseye lantern refers to an oil lamp meticulously crafted to direct light through a single opening. It is capable of providing illumination over a conical radius of 60 feet. Upon seeing the guards lift Craig onto the stretcher, George turned to Sir Bart, Thomas, and Mr. Kirk, saying, "We should go too. At least lying there. Craig will be more comfortable. By the way, has Craig fallen asleep? He has been silent with his eyes closed since earlier." Kirk was about to respond when suddenly a brilliant light erupted from the western side of the town, shooting skyward. Moments later, the light faded, revealing a humanoid figure with silver wings. It sped forward, and a flash of light arced through the air, followed by a deafening scream. Sir Val confidently stated, "Do not worry. That is Isolde. It seems the enemy has been dealt with. But what manner of creature could compel Isolde to assume his celestial form? This situation grows increasingly intriguing." Once Kirk was assured there was no cause for concern, he responded to George's earlier inquiry, "I just administered some sleeping potion to Craig. It should alleviate his pain while he rests." This meant that when Sir Bart examined Craig earlier, he had been in such agony that even in slumber, he was convulsing. The thought of this filled George with dread. Suddenly, he felt a presence drawing nearer. Everyone looked up. They saw Sir Val returning, soaring through the air with remarkable speed, descending toward George and the others. As he touched down, merely 2 inches from the ground, he snapped his fingers, and his wings dissipated into light. Sir Val turned and smiled at the group. "What are you all doing gathered here?" "Surely you weren't waiting for my return?" Sir Bart interjected. "Of course we were waiting for you. Craig's boot has become misshapen and cannot be removed. You are the only one in our party capable of extracting it without causing him further harm. By the way, what manner of foe required you to invoke your celestial form?" Sir Val shook his head. It was merely an ogre shaman. The wretched creature was quite perceptive. The moment it saw me, it transformed and fled. "To catch up with it, I had no choice but to assume my celestial state. This is not of great significance. Let us focus on treating Craig's foot injury with that." The group hurriedly lifted Craig and rushed toward the cargo wagon. Throughout this process, George found himself pondering the matter of the ogre sorcerers. The term ogre sorcerer does not refer to ogres who serve as sorcerers, but rather to a subspecies of ogres endowed with innate abilities. They possess the power to shapeshift, become invisible, and even transform into a gaseous state to fly, abilities that rival the spells cast by high-level mages. Typically, these beings are stronger and more intelligent than ordinary ogres, boasting a regenerative capacity comparable to that of trolls. Just imagine, after you sever one of their arms, they can reattach it on the spot and deliver a punch. What a terrifying adversary that would be. Fortunately, this subspecies is exceedingly rare. Their appearance bears some resemblance to the Yasha of Chinese legend. Skin in pale blue or green hues, adorned with horns, and hair that contrasts with their skin tone. A green-skinned ogre might have blue hair, while a blue-skinned one could have green hair. Their claws are black, yet their teeth are astonishingly white, if one were to closely observe their eyes. One would find that, like ordinary ogres, their dark eyes feature white pupils. Gathered around the cart, everyone formed a circle, with several individuals holding cattle eye lanterns. George directed the beams of light emanating from the lanterns to create a shadowless illumination effect. Sir Val swung his sword towards Craig, aiming for the leg that was resting on the plank. After 3 strikes, Kirk hurried forward to remove the severed boot. Upon seeing the injury to Craig's leg, everyone couldn't help but gasp in horror. Chapter 17. The beginning of a new day. Gazing at the wound on Craig's calf, a shiver ran down George's spine. In such a situation, George should have been plagued by a severe case of trypophobia. How could one even begin to describe this injury? The tightly woven chainmail inside the boot was utterly shattered, leaving jagged iron rings embedded in the flesh. The outer side of the calf above the ankle evoked the unsettling imagery of a postpartum frog's back. Fortunately, the amount of blood lost suggested that no major arteries had been compromised. As a seasoned doctor, Kirk appeared unfazed by the gruesome sight. He approached, lifted the injured leg, and meticulously examined the wound, gently prodding at the ankle and other areas, eliciting a shudder from Craig. After concluding his examination, Mr. Kirk let out a sigh of relief, stating, "It's not too serious. Though the wound appears alarming, it's merely a flesh wound. While it will require some intricate treatment, I have encountered similar situations before, so it is not insurmountable. The ankle is dislocated, but it can be set right shortly. There may be fractures in the ankle joint and the bones of the calf. But for now, we can only provide emergency care. Tomorrow, once Mr. Val and I have regained our divine powers, we can proceed with further treatment." Concerned for his son, Sir Bart could not help but inquire, "Daniel, can you give me a definitive timeline? How long will it take for Craig to return to his previous condition?" Mr. Kirk pondered for a moment before responding, "It won't take much time. With the assistance of divine powers, this injury will heal rapidly. Aside from the first 2 days post-treatment during which he cannot bear weight, he will need to refrain from strenuous activity for another 3 to 5 days. I will check on his recovery every day, and he should return to normal soon after. Fortunately, it won't be a lengthy delay." Sir Bart breathed a sigh of relief, eager for the healing process to commence. Sir Val placed a reassuring hand on Sir Bart's shoulder, saying, "There's no need to worry. Craig is still young. Even if there's a slight delay, he will catch up quickly. In comparison, the growth he will experience from this battle far outweighs the temporary setback." Upon hearing Sir Val's words, Sir Bart seemed somewhat comforted. Mr. Kirk opened his medical kit and retrieved various tools such as pliers and a small knife, turning to the onlookers and instructing, "I need a few of you to hold Craig down. Otherwise, it will be troublesome when we extract the iron rings." The sedative we administered won't be very effective in such circumstances. Just as George was about to lend a hand, Sir Val gently raised Craig's head and tapped on his cervical spine a couple of times. He then turned and remarked, "There, that should do it. However, he might remain in a deep slumber for the next day or 2, since he won't be able to move around during this time. It is not a significant concern. Let's arrange for someone to keep watch over him, and George, you should hurry back and get some rest. Tomorrow there will undoubtedly be a great many matters awaiting your attention." Initially, George hadn't considered it, but upon hearing Sir Val's prompt, he suddenly recalled, while the immediate battle has been resolved, the aftermath of this calamity is likely just beginning. I wonder how deeply we will be involved in this regard. After all, this is not our territory, and overstepping our bounds would be against protocol. However, completely ignoring it might leave many key members of our team dissatisfied. Never mind, I should just get some sleep." George first made his way to the tent where he had changed earlier, removing all his armor and tidying up his personal hygiene. At that moment, he longed for a hot shower. Alas, there are always inconveniences when one is away from home. Once changed back into his regular clothes, Craig yawned. At such a time, it was certainly not feasible to return to the mayor's guest room. George approached his cart and called out, "Elena, are you awake?" With a loud thud, the cart door swung open, and Elena burst out, enveloping George in a hug. "Are you all right, my lord? It was chaotic outside just now, and the guards warned me to be cautious. I was truly worried sick when you didn't return." George recalled that upon returning to the camp, he had rushed to change and join the battle without taking a moment to greet Elena. In truth, others in this world often regarded Elena as inconsequential. Even when alerted to danger, it was merely a formality done in consideration of George. It's no wonder Elena, unaware of the situation, was so anxious. All is well. I have returned safely, George reassured, patting her back. Could you kindly prepare my sleeping bag? I am quite fatigued, of course, my lord. I will do it right away, Elena replied, stepping away from George's embrace and turning to enter the cart. After a brief clatter, she poked her head out and announced, Everything is ready, my lord. Once inside the cart, George quickly changed and nestled into the sleeping bag on the folding recliner. Having exerted himself throughout the night, he felt utterly drained. It wasn't long before he succumbed to slumber. As George slept soundly, Elena reached out to gently caress his face before lying down beside him. In the midst of this tumultuous night, a semblance of tranquility finally enveloped the atmosphere, as the first light of dawn illuminated the deep alleys of Greywood Town. The survivors who had been hiding in various corners began to emerge cautiously from their hiding spots. Initially, only a few appeared, but as the first group ventured out and realized the danger had dissipated, a chorus of cheers and jubilant cries erupted, prompting more survivors to leave their sanctuaries. The survivors sprinted back to their homes with all their might. Soon, some were weeping openly, others embracing in joyous relief, while a few stood in stunned silence, lost and dazed. In stark contrast, the affluent area near the mayor's residence within the inner circle of the town seemed remarkably calm. Most individuals there had chosen to remain indoors the previous night, hoping that the sturdy stone walls and iron-bound wooden doors, along with hidden basements, would protect them from calamity. They were fortunate, as their gamble paid off. Aside from a few households that had suffered losses, the majority had successfully survived. This was undoubtedly thanks to George and his companions swiftly eliminating the invading goblins. When news of the threat's elimination reached the mayor, he promptly organized the residents of the affluent district to extinguish the fires. Having labored throughout much of the latter part of the night, they were now resting. Sunlight poured through the frosted glass of the cart door, and the morning air managed to wash away some of the stale odors lingering in the camp. However, the pervasive stench of blood throughout the town would likely take some time to dissipate. As the vibrant light streamed in, it roused Elena from her slumber. She retrieved a copper basin from a compartment in the cart and stepped down. The sound of Elena's descent startled George awake. Instinctually, he sensed no danger and simply flipped over, returning to his dreams. It was not until midday that George finally stirred from his slumber. Emerging from the sleeping bag, he stretched and began his morning routine in the bright noon light. Although he was outdoors, the cover of the cart shielded him from undue exposure. After completing his morning rituals, George's stomach began to protest. Glancing at the sun through the window, he realized he had missed both breakfast and lunch. Dressed and prepared, he set out to find something to eat in the camp. Upon opening the door, he discovered Elena standing beside the cart, holding the copper basin. Curiously, George inquired, Elena, what are you doing, my lord? You are finally awake. I was just about to fetch some water for you to wash your face, Elena replied, startled by George's sudden appearance. Observing the beads of sweat glistening on Elena's forehead and her clothes clinging to her form due to dampness warmed George's heart. Had she truly been waiting here with the basin since morning? Descending from the cart, he gently ruffled Elena's hair and softly said, You silly girl, look at you sweating so much. Why didn't you find a shady spot to rest for a while? You could have stayed in the cart. I wanted to see you as soon as possible, my lord. If I had gone into the cart, I might have disturbed your rest, Elena earnestly replied. Xiaoji found himself momentarily speechless upon hearing these words. And after a brief pause, he finally spoke. Ileana, weren't you supposed to help me prepare the washing water? I will be waiting for you in the carriage, though, and please bring me some lunch as well. I am absolutely famished, Ileana promptly replied. Of course, young master, you shall have it shortly. With that, she hurried off carrying a copper basin. Xiaoji shook his head with a smile and returned to the carriage. Before long, Ileana reappeared with food and the washing water. After washing his face, Xiaoji began to take note of the meal before him. The roasted meat from the previous night, black bread, and cheese. Surely the flask does not contain just water, he mused. He took it and took a sip, detecting a hint of spiciness accompanied by a sweet and sour flavor, along with a trace of bitterness and the aroma of apples. Though regrettably, it was rather impure. He waved the flask in front of Ileana and inquired, What is this? It is apple cider, young master, she replied. The mayor had it sent over this morning to reward everyone. Mr. Val tried it and said the alcohol content was low, so he suggested we all share it. Ileana licked her lips and smiled. Young master, How does it taste? Not too bad, Xiaoji replied absently, his thoughts drifting to the idea that perhaps it was time to dismiss this girl. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Xiaoji left the carriage, intending to explore the camp. "I asked that not Shiluan," he exclaimed, having spotted Shiluan practicing swordsmanship alone. From the expression on his face, it seemed he had already regained his composure. "Oh, Shiluan, have you come to a realization?" Xiaoji greeted him. Shiluan halted his practice, turning to respond, "Do not mistake me for a simpleton. If I couldn't figure this out after a whole night, it would be truly foolish." Xiaoji thought to himself, "I was merely concerned you might overthink it." He then asked, "What have you come to understand?" "That one must earn everything through their own efforts," Shiluan declared, clenching his fist, his eyes seemingly ablaze with passion. Observing this fervor, Xiaoji couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless, wondering how Shiluan had adopted the style of a Japanese shonen manga character. "I am glad you can think that way, by the way. I am still uncertain about the condition of Sergeant Anison's squad from last night. 6 of the mercenary guards perished, and 2 are unaccounted for. The guard squad did not suffer any immediate casualties, but 1 soldier may no longer be able to fight on the front lines. Sikkim sustained severe internal injuries, which will greatly affect his stamina in the future." Shiluan's tone grew somber as he spoke on this topic. "As long as they are alive, if he cannot serve on the front lines anymore, perhaps he can become an instructor or a squad leader in the defense unit." Upon hearing that the guard squad had not suffered fatalities, Xiaoji felt a weight lift from his heart. After all, such talent is rare. "By the way, Shiluan, have we assessed the spoils we obtained from that priest yesterday?" Xiaoji shifted the topic, posing what was likely the question of most concern to Shiluan. "Not yet. I am not well versed in such matters. Is there anyone in our camp who can assess these items?" Shiluan looked puzzled. Xiaoji rubbed his forehead and urged, "Quickly gather the items. We must find Thomas. I cannot understand how you have been with us for so long and still do not know that Thomas excels in these matters." "Ha ha ha, as long as you know, that is sufficient," Shiluan replied with a hearty laugh. Chapter 18. A windfall. Speaking of spoils, both Xiaoji and Shiluan became increasingly animated. After all, Shiluan was on the verge of becoming a knight, and there were many expenses to consider. It seemed that Sir Val would not provide much support in this regard. Meanwhile, Xiaoji controlled a substantial amount of funds, but most of it was public money, at least until he formally inherited his title. Although it would not be a significant issue to take a little for personal use, there were so many demands for money within the territory that he felt remiss about filling his own pockets. With the meager allowance he received each month, he was particularly attentive to any opportunities for extra income. The spoils from their exploits the previous day were mostly piled separately on a freight wagon in the eastern part of the camp. The 2 of them lifted the canvas covering the wagon, revealing a collection of high-quality scale armor. The scale-like plates were directly connected to each other and closely covered the leather base. Xiaoji ran his fingers over the smooth metal plates and attempted to pry one open, only to realize it would require considerable strength and might damage the armor. He abandoned the effort. "What a fine treasure! A true gem," he exclaimed, "but alas, it is difficult to sell that a fine treasure that is hard to sell. How does that work?" Shiluan appeared bewildered. "Those 7 bear goblins we fought yesterday left behind these 6 sets of scale armor. Though one set is so severely damaged that I am unsure if it can be repaired." Xiaoji shot Shiluan a glare, barely refraining from calling him a spendthrift. Upon hearing this, Shiluan wore a pained expression, tugging at his hair in frustration. "Forget about the damaged one for now. Let's calculate the price based on the market rates before we set off. Each of these tailor-made, high-quality scale armors costs between 234 and 265 gold coins to commission from a craftsman. The retail price in stores will undoubtedly exceed 320 gold coins." As he spoke, Xiaoji struck the armor's surface with a firm hand, noting the absence of the clattering sound typical of inferior scale armor. Shiluan, hailing from a knightly family, was no fool. He had clearly put effort into understanding armor and weaponry. Rubbing his hands together, he remarked, "This is quite impressive. Even if sold at a loss, 5 sets should fetch around 1,000 to 1,200 gold coins." Xiaoji sighed, but therein lies the dilemma. They are exceedingly difficult to sell. This armor is not tailored to human sizes, and even among the tall northern barbarians or orcs, few would find it fitting. Generally, adventure shops would not accept such items. Moreover, if we wanted to resize them, we would need to find a skilled craftsman, and even then, the quality would likely diminish. Is there no way to resolve this? Shiluin seemed at a loss. Chaoji suggested, there is an equipment shop in Karada. I could take advantage of the situation and leave it there on consignment. Who knows when it might sell? Will this not tarnish your reputation? Shiluin expressed concern. Chaoji waved his hand dismissively. This matter is not particularly problematic. If the shop were to purchase them outright, then that would raise eyebrows. Unfortunately, it seems we cannot expect to obtain much cash from this in the short term. After the initial excitement had been doused with cold water, Shiluin grew anxious about the status of the other spoils. Weapons might be in better shape. Wow, we have a few exquisite pieces here. Although they are rather large, they could at least be sold as two-handed weapons. Of course, the market for them is limited, and selling for a high price will require patience. However, the shield should attract good buyers. I believe the Earth-Bear Heavy Infantry Regiment of the Principality would not mind acquiring a spare full steel tower shield. These 6 shields should fetch around 800 to 900 gold coins. As for the smaller meteor hammer belonging to the priest, I suspect someone might be interested in that. Chaoji tapped on a large meteor hammer, mentally calculating the worth of the items in the wagon. Though the spoils from the goblins and the great goblins we defeated may not be worth much, they should sell easily. This portion may be valued between 200 to 500 gold coins. Shiluin was astonished by the potential windfall. So, we 3 will soon have approximately 1,100 to 1,400 gold coins in profit. I never expected there would be so much money. No wonder so many people enjoy fighting. Do not celebrate too soon. The bulk of this profit comes from the armor and the exquisite weapons and shields, and we have yet to find buyers for 2 of those items. Chaoji admonished Shiluin. Staring at the equipment, a question had been gnawing at Chaoji's mind. Who could have provided such lavish gear for this band of goblins, especially the bear goblins, during the battle? He had not paid much attention, merely assuming it was custom-made equipment, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was all of exquisite quality. This was quite extravagant unless they were guaranteed to obey the commands of their master unconditionally. Furthermore, what significance did it hold for goblins equipped with such gear to assault a small town like Huemu? As Chaoji searched around, he found something amiss and turned to Shiluin. By the way, how come you did not bring the other items you obtained from that priest yesterday? Oh dear, after we returned last night, I went straight back to my tent, and the lighter items are in my possession there. Wait a moment, I will fetch them. Shiluin suddenly remembered something and dashed back. Chaoji stroked his chin, pondering. It seems he has indeed recovered, but I did not anticipate he would be so dazed last night. Shiluin returned, holding a bag and waving a wooden rod, calling out, Hey, Chaoji, I am back. Chaoji glanced at the sky and urged, Hurry up. Otherwise, by the time you finish, the sun will have set. Since they needed to assess these various items, they must first find the team's chief appraiser and estimator, Thomas. However, that ever-busy gnome seemed to have vanished once more. The camp was indeed quite small, yet despite having circled around it, they found themselves unable to locate anyone. Reluctantly, the 2 decided to seek the assistance of Sir Bart. Of course, you won't find that fellow, he remarked. Didn't Isolde distribute some cider this morning? For some inexplicable reason, he took a couple of swigs and became utterly intoxicated. Causing quite the ruckus, we had no choice but to confine him temporarily in a cellar at the mayor's house until he sobers up. Sir Bart's face revealed a hint of schadenfreude. Herein, feeling anxious, inquired, Sir Bart, how long do you think that will take? Well, that remains uncertain, he replied with a sigh. After all, Thomas has never been drunk before. Yet, it shouldn't be too long, as he only consumed a small amount. As he spoke, Sir Bart gestured with his fingers, indicating a diminutive quantity. Seemed that today would not present any opportunities. Georgie suddenly recalled that Craig was said to fall into a deep sleep for a day or 2. But that was merely uncertain. He could wake up at any moment within that time frame. Observing Sir Bart's amusement regarding Thomas, Georgie felt that Craig must have already regained consciousness. Thus, he ventured to ask, Sir Bart, how is Craig doing now? Upon hearing this, Sir Bart's face lit up with joy. He awakened this morning. Isolde's skills are indeed commendable. Daniel's ointments and divine arts have also proven effective. At the very least, Craig's wounds have completely healed. However, he must remain bedridden for the time being. Following Sir Bart's words, Georgie responded, Oh, that is splendid news. Let us pay him a visit shortly, lest he grows weary from solitude in the tent. I heard that a member of our guard can no longer serve actively due to injuries sustained in last night's battle. Is that correct? Sir Bart sighed. Indeed. It is quite a pity. Dowd is an exceptional soldier, and he might have had the chance to ascend to the rank of elite warrior in the future. However, given the injuries he sustained last night, he can no longer endure prolonged, intense combat. Do you know the specifics of what transpired? Harin inquired curiously. I was not present when Dowd was injured, nor was Isolde, so how should I say this? Sir Bart paused, contemplating. Perhaps it would be best to ask Anison directly. He was there and is the leader of that squad. I cannot elucidate the matter as clearly as he can. Georgie felt a bit conflicted. While having an eyewitness explain would indeed clarify matters, Mr. Anison was likely quite busy. I think I shall wait until dinner to inquire about it, he decided. Sir Bart looked surprised. Oh, you are not aware? It seems he has just awakened. Anison has sustained an arm injury and is currently recuperating. Isolde performed magical treatment on him this morning, but it appears it will take at least 3 to 4 days for him to fully regain his combat capabilities. Georgie asked, So, does that mean Anison is not in command of the guard today? Who is responsible now? Sir Bart, you were just enjoying a drink, and Mr. Val is not here either. I was aware of his injury. I noticed his arm hanging awkwardly when I caught a glimpse of him from afar in the camp. Thanks to the rigorous officer training you have championed over the years, we now have several promising candidates. The current operations are being managed by Cadet Kennedy, Sir Bart explained. Georgie was taken aback. They have already been thrust into real combat so soon? I had thought it would take a while longer. You seem to underestimate us. It is rather disheartening, he continued, placing a hand over his heart. We knights are still quite youthful and readily embrace new ideas and technologies. However, in other territories, or if we were a group of old-timers, such changes, what did you call it? Reform, would not be so easily implemented. Even the execution would face significant resistance. Sir Bart's face beamed with pride as he spoke. Georgie's eyes glistened with gratitude. I sincerely appreciate your unwavering trust and support over the years. Sir Bart patted Georgie's shoulder. Your performance in managing the territory these past few years has been commendable. Nay, it has exceeded everyone's expectations. That is why we have the courage to take a gamble on you. All of this is a result of your wisdom and diligence. Georgie smiled. Upon reaching Calada, I shall treat you all to drinks at Guns and Roses. Guns and Roses, then it is settled, Sir Bart replied, stroking his mustache. Indeed, it is settled. Georgie turned to Harin. Let us seek out Chief Officer Anison now. Chapter 19. Post-battle reassurance. As Georgie and Harin had encountered Chief Officer Anison during their search for Thomas, this time, their quest proved remarkably smooth. They headed straight towards the location where they had last seen Anison, and fortunately he had not wandered far. He soon came into view. Georgie approached him with Harin, greeting, Hello, good afternoon, Anison. How are you faring? He gestured towards Anison's right arm, which was suspended in bandages around his neck. It is utterly dreadful, my lord. No. I do not mean to imply that you are dreadful, but rather my own condition, as if triggered by some sensitive nerve. Chief Officer Anison grew increasingly agitated, his hands beginning to flail. Georgie placed his hands on Anison's shoulders, urging him to bend down. Calm down, Chief Officer Anison, and look into my eyes. As a soldier, as a squad leader of the Lord's Guard, as a warrior who has beheaded an orc chieftain at the northern fortress. There is nothing that should cause you to lose your composure. Anison broke free from Georgie's grasp, standing tall as he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His face shifted through various expressions, gradually paling before turning an alarming shade of green. It was evident that some form of mental suggestion or similar magic was at play. After all, Anison had emerged from the battlefield, and the strongest foe from last night had merely been an ogre shaman. Under such combat conditions, it should not have affected him so severely. Georgie had come to a firm conclusion in his mind. Otherwise, merely having an injured arm would not suffice for a temporary change in command. Georgie turned to Harin. Do not let him move about too much and risk further injury. Harin, having understood the cue, swiftly stepped behind Anison, crouching down to secure his elbow with one hand and his knee with the other. Georgie formed a seal with his hands to cast the golden light spell. For reasons unknown, he found that while he could recite the incantation silently for himself, assisting others required him to form seals. Upon completing the spell, Georgie touched his right index finger to Anison's forehead, and immediately, Anison's complexion improved. However, his limbs began to thrash, thankfully restrained by Harin. Realizing that the golden light spell alone would not suffice, Georgie's forehead creased with worry. If this continued, It might inflict permanent damage on Anison's psyche. Perhaps the consistent ease he had experienced had caused him to grow complacent. If it were truly that simple to dispel, Sir Val would have resolved it long ago, and he would not be here attempting to show off. The thought that Anison might suffer a significant reduction in ability due to his blunders sent Georgie into a frenzied panic. He mentally cried out, "What to do? What to do? Stay calm. Stay calm." Repeating the words of the Tao Te Ching in his mind helped him regain composure. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He could use a startling method to jolt him back to reality. Georgie swung his arms, forming fists that arced upward to strike Anison's ears. Simultaneously, he inhaled deeply, tightening his abdomen, and progressively relaxing his mouth, throat, chest, and finally his belly. With a sudden, commanding shout, he declared, "Wake up!" In truth, Georgie had initially wished to shout, "If you do not awaken now, when will you?" However, if he did so, Chief Officer Anison might not comprehend the words. Anison's head wobbled, his body swaying unsteadily. Had Hirin not rushed to support him, he might have collapsed to the ground. Gradually, as he regained his bearings, he shook his head vigorously, stabilizing himself. Anison, using his left hand to steady his head, asked, "What just happened to me?" "Nothing serious. It was likely a side effect from the enemy's magical attack during last night's battle." Georgie chuckled, brushing the matter aside. Upon seeing Anison recover, Hirin released his hold. "I wondered why I felt so off since that ogre shaman hit me last night," Anison remarked, attempting to wave his uninjured left arm. "I truly must thank you, my lord. I feel much better now. However, a humble individual like myself cannot fathom how I might be of assistance to you. As long as you fulfill your duties effectively, that is the greatest help you can provide me," George replied without hesitation. "Yet, executing tasks is my primary responsibility. One must draw a clear line between different matters," thought Anison, somewhat perplexed. Hirin, standing behind him, delivered a light punch to his shoulder, saying, "Anison, George is destined to be our future lord. Whatever he says must be taken as truth. Do not heed Hirin's nonsense. Just remember your duties. Guard the territory well, eliminate invading foes, and ensure the safety of our people. That is the best assistance you can offer to me, an ambitious future lord." With that, George shot a glare at Hirin. "I understand. I shall not disappoint you, my lord," Anison declared loudly while pounding his chest with his left hand. "After such a commotion, I nearly forgot the matter at hand. Although it may have been influenced by magic and thus slightly skewed, please recount the events of last night's battle to me." George finally steered the conversation back on track. There were numerous details regarding last night's skirmish. "I need a moment to gather my thoughts," Anison said, looking down and scratching his head, seemingly at a loss for where to begin. Immediately, George made a decision for him. Focus on the main points, particularly the moment of distress. The other details can be summarized briefly. The previous battles had gone quite smoothly. Those goblins and their larger counterparts were no match for us. In close combat, their strength and coordination paled in comparison to ours, and in ranged attacks, their slings and small javelins were no competition for crossbows. The only significant trouble came from those wolves. Their agility allowed them to easily breach our frontline defense, posing a threat to the crossbowmen and the less capable adventurers guarding them. Most of our injuries had stemmed from this. Nevertheless, even as crossbowmen, our squad members displayed commendable melee skills, and thankfully, none had perished. Thus, while we eliminated the visible invaders, we also rescued at least 5 merchant caravans along the way. Anison succinctly recounted the earlier parts of last night's battle. After a moment of pause, he continued, "We continued our sweep to the west of the town. Nearing its outskirts, it was there that we were ambushed, though it could hardly be called a true ambush. Even though they were cloaked, the sheer size of those ogres made them impossible to conceal. The noise of their running and the debris they knocked over revealed their presence. Infuriatingly, the adventurers proved utterly useless. Upon witnessing the situation, they panicked, scattering and disrupting our formation, delaying our archers' support and failing to effectively hinder the enemy's advance. Invisible foes are always troublesome. Knowing their general location is one thing, but hitting them is another matter entirely. Moreover, as you know, those ogres have tough skin, and unless struck in a vital area, a blow or two hardly phases them." A look of distress and frustration crossed Anison's downturned face. They leveraged their advantage of invisibility to drag us into chaotic melee. Facing 4 ogres and at least 1 ogre mage at once, Even if we achieve victory, our entire squad would likely suffer severe losses. Consequently, I immediately sent out a distress signal. The majority of our casualties occurred during the time before Serval arrived. Although we primarily adopted a strategy of delaying defense, the sweeping attacks of the ogres were simply too extensive. Coupled with the occasional magical support from the ogre mage, many soldiers were struck before they could evade, leading to fractures and the like, which were relatively minor injuries. However, like Sikkim, who was struck directly in the abdomen, he nearly succumbed to his wounds. The subsequent events are well known. Serval single-handedly dispatched all the enemies. The ogre mage, attempting to escape by transforming into mist, was also dealt with by the knight. To this point, although Anasan's eyes still glistened with redness, his face was filled with longing on the battlefield. Having a leader with exceptional combat prowess rallying the troops with a commanding "follow me" is undeniably uplifting for morale. Even though a mage can annihilate an entire formation with a single spell, in the eyes of warriors, he may come across more as a monster. Thus, knights inspire admiration, whereas mages evoke fear. George pondered for a moment before speaking. Anasan, does our squad require better armor? After some deliberation, Anasan replied, there's no need. Adding more would be excessive. The soldiers are not knights, and even among those recently promoted to the Iron Tier, very few can bear the weight. Unless you could procure legendary mithril armor, very few could sustain prolonged combat in heavy armor. Mithril armor? Upon hearing this, George gasped. A complete set costs no less than 5,000 gold coins, and is often unavailable for purchase. Even the knights in the territory have not donned such armor. It seems this path is unfeasible. Speaking of which, has Sikkim awakened? We should check on him. It wouldn't impede his recovery, would it? Not at all. If you go to see him, I believe he will be quite pleased. Soon, the three arrived at a wagon designated for the injured. Sikkim, guess who has come to see you? Anasan called out with a loud voice. A young man with red hair lying in the wagon turned his head towards the source of the sound. Upon seeing George, he seemed to struggle to rise. George hurried forward, pressing him down gently, saying, just lie still. Do not think of anything else for now. Focus on healing. I will arrange everything else, do not worry. Getting back to the squad is the most pressing matter. Return to the squad. Sikkim's gaze dimmed. My lord, there is no need to comfort me. I am well aware of my situation. Even if I recover, I will not be able to serve in the army again. So, do you regret your choice? George posed the question. Without a moment's hesitation, Sikkim replied, I do not regret it. Even if given another chance, I would still choose the same. George responded affirmatively. That settles it then. Once you recover, if you are unfit to remain in the guard, you can transition to an instructor or become a squad leader in the garrison. The Lord's Manor will not abandon anyone who has contributed. George wished to add more, but distant shouts called for him. Chapter 20. A discussion, my lord. Serval wishes for you to visit the mayor's residence. There are matters requiring your presence. George queried, somewhat puzzled. Oh, just me? The short-haired soldier pondered for a moment before responding. Serval only mentioned you, but I believe it would be prudent to bring a few others along. George first glanced at the freight wagon in the blazing sun. The injured, gathered in small groups both on and off the wagon, were drenched in sweat under the sweltering afternoon sun. George called out to Anasan. Arrange for someone to purchase a large covered wagon from the town. I noticed some available after yesterday's events. Many merchant caravans will likely have surplus now. The intense sunlight is not conducive to the recovery of the injured. Understood. I will take care of it shortly, Anasan replied. George turned to Hirin and said, let us go together. Indeed. Since this morning, I have yet to see my father. Hirin chuckled. Oh? Has Serval been absent from the camp since early this morning? George remarked. I believe he would be pleased to see you in your current state. While George casually reassured Hirin, he pondered internally. What could possibly require Serval's attention elsewhere during the recovery period following the ambush? It seems he is likely suspicious of the events from last night. The two exited the camp, greeted by a potent stench of blood mingled with the odor of decay. The square had been cleared of human corpses. Yet the remains of the invaders lay scattered about. Nearby buildings bore signs of damage, with charred walls and battered structures. Upon witnessing this, George shook his head, thinking to himself that he would suggest to the mayor to expedite the removal of bodies from the town when they met. Repairs to the buildings could wait, but in this sweltering heat, the corpses would soon begin to rot. If a plague were to break out, it would be disastrous, as the mayor, He had no excuse for being unaware of this. The question remained whether he was hindered by other matters. Upon reaching the affluent district, George noted the situation was considerably better. There was little damage, and even the two houses that had been struck the previous night had received basic repairs. Hiren remarked, "The disparity between these two areas is astounding. Surely it cannot fail to incite dissatisfaction among the populace." "It will not," George replied. "The primary reason the affluent district has maintained its current state is simply that it has not suffered from any large-scale attacks. We may understand the underlying reasons, but the impoverished residents might not grasp it. Without guidance, most will attribute everything to the intangible force of fate." George paused before continuing, "Do you really think the bodies in the square would be so easily cleaned up without the assistance of the affluent district? When the impoverished face their direst circumstances, these individuals would extend a hand of charity, providing them with the means to navigate their tribulations. Essentially, this could defuse all potential conflicts. I tend to categorize this as a dynamic equilibrium. A manifestation of wisdom cultivated over the years on this continent. Is it truly so?" Highland pondered, his gaze cast downward. If someone had asked Xiaoga, prior to his crossing over, what he deemed the most significant subject during his secondary education, he would have unhesitatingly selected political science in his previous life. The political course in middle school, which encompassed a vast array of worldviews, methodologies, and dialectics, was of paramount importance to Xiaoji. It constituted a critical element in understanding society and the world at large. In America, such insights were typically reserved for master's programs in prestigious law schools. In a sense, it imparted to children during their formative years the notion that the state serves as a tool for the economically dominant class to exercise class rule. Classism is the fundamental attribute of a state. Whether this theory is labeled as enlightened or cruel is a matter of contemplation. Lost in thought, Xiaoga and Highland found themselves at the outer wall of the mayor's residence. A servant, who had long been awaiting their arrival, ushered them into the courtyard. They proceeded along a path lined with commonplace white pebbles, flanked by meticulously manicured lawns. The trees and shrubs in the garden were planted in flower beds constructed of gray mud bricks. And encircling the garden was a whitewashed wall, standing as tall as a person. Unlike the previous day, the courtyard appeared somewhat disordered today. A considerable portion of the climbing ivy had been torn down, lying scattered on the ground, while the grass beneath suffered from trampling, bending underfoot. The walls of the house were fashioned from ordinary blue bricks, with polished large stones used at the foundation and edges. The open wooden-framed windows bore no distinction from those of ordinary households, but the painted iron bars and window frames, adorned with what appeared to be woven fibers from flax or other plants, attested to the status of the homeowners. Although this style seemed somewhat antiquated by contemporary standards, it remained unsustainable without a certain level of financial means. While generally similar, subtle differences in detail set the mayor's family residence apart from the majority of the affluent houses in the town without making it appear ostentatious. Stepping through the front door, one would immediately notice the absence of the previously rectangular dining table in the hall. It had been replaced by a circle of over a dozen armchairs. These chairs, crafted from sturdy yet lightweight rattan, were generously cushioned with soft woolen upholstery. The hall was filled with guests, including Mr. Val and the mayor, along with most of the individuals who had attended the dinner the previous evening. Even the previously inebriated Thomas sat languidly in a chair, gazing about aimlessly. Most guests congregated with their acquaintances, occasionally engaging in hushed conversations. Upon spotting Xiaoga and Highland's entrance, the mayor rose first, clapping his hands to draw attention. "All right? Everyone, please settle down. Our guest of honor has arrived." Under the mayor's guidance, Xiaoga took a seat in the empty spot at the center of the semicircle, while Highland stood resolutely behind him, akin to a sentinel. Observing this, Sir Val nodded approvingly. "First and foremost, we must extend our gratitude to Lord Bolham and his entourage for their assistance during last night's assault. Without them, I fear none of us would be seated here today." The mayor's words stirred a ripple of unrest among the attendees. Calm down," he urged, raising a hand. "Let us hear from our watchman, Mr. Kuehl, regarding the casualties sustained in the town last night." Mr. Kuehl, still bandaged from his wounds, stood tall, his previously disheveled appearance transformed. "This morning, we collected a total of 482 bodies scattered throughout the town. Of these, 433 have been identified. The rest, aside from 18 that remain unidentifiable, belong to passing merchant caravans and adventurers. The confirmed death toll of over 400 was indeed staggering, prompting a collective gasp from those present. Even Xiaoga, who had experienced the battle firsthand, had not anticipated such significant losses. If the figures held true, the town had likely lost at least 1/5 of its population due to last night's attack. In truth, the final count would likely be higher than reported. This implied that, without an influx of new residents, it would take the town at least 30 years to recover. Observing the impact of this news, the mayor gestured for Mr. Kuehl to continue. After a brief pause, Mr. Kuehl hesitated, as if grappling with the gravity of his next words. Following last night's attack, only 2 militia members remain in the town. The soldiers and officers dispatched from the capital have all perished. And even Sheriff Dako met his end in his own home. The town is now utterly defenseless. This revelation ignited a fervor among the assembled residents of Greywood. Upon realizing the implications, Xiaoga immediately thought, does this mean the town will be unprotected from now on? If there are other bandit groups in the vicinity, an unguarded town would be an inviting target. Surely, the duchy must have contingency plans for such situations. Yet, in circumstances like these, no amount of preparation could guarantee prompt action. Moreover, it had been years since such incidents had occurred within the duchy. They would likely need to wait some time before assistance arrived, by which point it might be too late. Thus, the primary objective of today's gathering was becoming increasingly clear. Please, everyone, remain calm. There is no need for panic. We have convened to brainstorm appropriate solutions, the mayor swiftly interjected, showcasing his aptitude for maintaining stability. Kuehl, you must have a plan, don't you? If so, please share it. We can't afford to leave everyone in such disquiet. Xiaoga couldn't help but inwardly scoff, sensing the tension growing thicker in the air. Mr. Kuehl paused before continuing. In fact, I dispatched someone this morning to the nearest town and knightly estate to seek assistance. However, based on my knowledge of the Duke's troop mobilization, if all goes well, emergency reinforcements should arrive within 2 to 3 days. As for a long-term garrison, I fear we will have to wait until the replacement officials are appointed, which may take about half a month to a month. Xiaoga discerned that the mayor was clearly engaging in a subtle performance with Mr. Kuehl. It was premature to consider the garrison, but preparations for the reinforcements' lodging, provisions, and even military pay should commence immediately. What? Reinforcements require pay? How can that be? With the town in such dire straits, where would the funds come from? A chorus of discontented exclamations erupted from the crowd, interrupting the mayor. His expression stiffened, and a slight pallor crept over his face. Xiaoga stifled a chuckle in his heart. Had there not been any prior rehearsals or briefings? Or was that individual simply an exceptionally skilled performer? Yet, judging by the mayor's demeanor, it seemed more likely to be the former. Mr. Kuehl hastily attempted to smooth things over. Of course, they require pay. They are merely local militia or soldiers from nearby knightly estates. There may even be some mercenaries among them. However, aside from the mercenaries, we can certainly arrange to pay the rest in installments, as we are all neighbors, and they may well need our assistance in the future. The mayor continued, the rest can wait, but the most pressing concern is how we will manage in the next 2 or 3 days before the reinforcements arrive. As soon as he finished speaking, the representatives of the town turned their gazes toward Xiaoga and his companions. So it has come to this, Xiaoga thought. Chapter 21. The Agreement. Xiaoga maintained an impassive demeanor. Stealing a glance at Sir Val, who appeared unaffected, his expression unchanged. Sir Val has made no indication of intent to speak. Does this mean the responsibility for this matter falls entirely upon me? Perhaps it is wiser not to respond too hastily, considering they are the ones in need. Xiaoga resolved to feign youthful ignorance, acting as though he could not comprehend the previous discourse. A moment of silence ensued, punctuated only by the distant mewing of a cat outside. In this atmosphere, no one was eager to express an opinion, as doing so could disadvantage them in future negotiations. In truth, should Xiaoga and his companions decide on a course of action, the townsfolk would scarcely be afforded the opportunity to negotiate. Nevertheless, to avoid the appearance of bullying, or to preserve some semblance of decorum between Sir Val and the mayor, a modicum of superficial effort was warranted. Ultimately, it was the more vulnerable party, Mayor Does Airs High, who could no longer contain his impatience. Given the current state of the town, we must seek assistance from Lord Bolham and your entourage. During this interim period before the reinforcements arrive, we need help safeguarding the town and maintaining order. Xiaoga feigned deep thought before raising his head to speak. In light of these events, it weighs heavily on everyone's hearts. To be frank, we cannot disregard the plight of the townspeople. However, after last night's battle, our caravan suffered a permanent reduction of about 20 personnel. Although the majority of the losses were suffered by peripheral personnel, there were still a considerable number of ordinary casualties. Thus, the assistance we can provide is rather limited. The mayor waved his hand, prompting all those present in the town to rise. They then huddled together, engaging in hushed discussions, which, unbeknownst to them, fell upon the ears of Xiaojia. Why should I bear such a burden? Why is Linda's family exempt? Nonsense, their eldest son died last night in defense of the town. How can you even think of asking them for this sum? Well, as you all know, my family is in the business of adventurer supplies. I estimate that, following last night's battle, there will be a substantial influx of revenue. Perhaps I could contribute a bit more. That won't be necessary. This sum must adhere to the established rules. If you truly wish to help, you may exert yourself further during the town's post-disaster reconstruction. After a round of internal debate and haggling, they dispersed, a few individuals left with expressions of painful reluctance, while the rest wore equally grim visages. The mayor, acting as a representative, conveyed their decision to Xiaojia. First, we would like to once again express our gratitude for the assistance rendered by your lordship and your party to our town. Regarding the losses you incurred last night, our town will provide compensation. In the coming days, if you are willing to offer protection to our town, we shall endeavor to ensure the provision of supplies. Having reached this point in the conversation, Xiaojia felt compelled to respond. To agree wholeheartedly would imply an insensitivity to the situation, so he pondered briefly before replying, I appreciate your town's goodwill. However, the losses we suffered last night were not significant, so let us forego the matter of compensation. Of course, I must request that you provide support for the families of those who fell in defense of us. As for the supplies, that is unnecessary. Our caravan intends to remain in the town for a few days to recuperate. During this time, we shall take responsibility for protecting the town from external invaders. However, we cannot interfere in maintaining order within the town. I kindly ask that you mobilize local young men to handle this matter, as we are but vassals stationed away from our lord's domain, and it would be inappropriate for us to meddle in the daily affairs of your territory. Upon hearing Xiaojia's response, the mayor sighed with relief. For the next few days, we shall entrust our safety to you. My lord, we will send the compensation to your camp shortly. With the agreement established, Xiaojia resolved to depart swiftly, lest he intrude upon the town's internal matters. Then it is settled. If there are no further questions, we shall take our leave, as it is prudent to arrange the town's defenses as soon as possible. Following this, Serval spoke up, I will accompany my lord back as well. Should anything arise, do send someone to the camp to find me. Unless unforeseen circumstances occur, I should remain there for the next few days. Oh, then we shall not see you off. We have our own matters to discuss. The mayor replied, wearing a relaxed expression. With no further invitations to stay, Xiaojia and his party rose to depart. However, just after leaving the mayor's courtyard, Xiaojia received a notification from the system. The host has completed the regional task, Shadow's Underpiece's Night Raid. The host has also completed the life task, the first night battle. Rewards have been distributed. Please check. To his astonishment, he had accomplished 2 tasks at once, something he had not anticipated. The system never distributed tasks in advance, rewarding only upon completion. Xiaojia speculated this was likely to prevent the host from becoming complacent, as over-reliance on the task system might lead some to neglect their efforts in other areas. Tasks shrouded in uncertainty were often viewed merely as Easter eggs. The sense of impending crisis would serve to motivate one further. The task Shadow's Underpiece's Night Raid appeared to be part of a series, and the name itself hinted that the undertaking was no trivial matter at this juncture. Xiaojia surmised he might be entangled in a grand conspiracy targeting the duchy as a whole, or at least aimed at the duke's title itself. If it were the former, one could not speak of survival without the means to fight. To avoid a significant decline in power, an army must be rallied to battle. After all, a knight's strength is largely bound by oaths and beliefs. To remain passive in the face of invasion would lead to a fate akin to that of a fallen paladin. Should it be the latter scenario, it likely involved a struggle for the crown among heirs, which would severely contravene the long-standing primogeniture system of the duchy. However, how to navigate this situation required further communication with his father before any decisions could be made. Throughout this ordeal, Xiaojia had not connected the recent attack to his own party. After all, targeting them would necessitate a formidable force, which even the most powerful among the town might not guarantee. Moreover, the disorganized assault and the division of their main forces further indicated that they had no intention of engaging in a protracted siege. Additionally, Xiaojie felt no persistent malice or imminent danger directed at himself. His changing expressions seemed to attract the attention of those around him. To mask his concerns, he turned to Sir Val and inquired, "Sir Val, do you have any particular leads regarding last night's attack? Why would you suddenly think I possess such clues?" Sir Val replied, arms crossed. Regarding Xiaojie with interest at a guess, Xiaojie laughed awkwardly, tugging at the sleeve of Herin beside him. "Oh? And how did you guess?" Sir Val pressed on. Xiaojie scratched his head, articulating, "Herin informed me that you were absent from the camp very early this morning. Considering you just dispatched someone to inform me of the meeting's time and details, it seems unlikely that merely negotiating with the town or having a private meeting with the mayor would consume so much of your time. Therefore, you must have devoted your time to another matter. Most likely investigating last night's attack. I await your findings." Sir Val uncrossed his arms, lowering one to ruffle Xiaojie's hair. The motion, though slow, felt inescapable to Xiaojie. Such was the stark disparity in their strengths. Xiaojie marveled silently at how this seemingly casual gesture rendered him powerless to resist. "Sometimes I truly wonder how your mind works. I indeed went outside the town this morning to search for clues. And while I cannot say I found nothing, I also have yet to uncover any decisive evidence," Sir Val responded. Whistling lightly to it merely involves speculating possibilities based on existing clues and logical deductions. This was Xiaojie's sole significant improvement in his original world capabilities since crossing over, independent of the system. Naturally, he could not disclose this to others. Facing Sir Val's jest, Xiaojie could only feign the bashfulness of a youth receiving praise from an elder. Chuckling awkwardly, "Stop pretending. Did I not mention before? Your acting skills leave much to be desired. Next time you smile, remember to do so from the heart," Sir Val chided lightly, giving Xiaojie's head a gentle pat as no outsiders were present. All right, it's a habit. It's not something I can change overnight," Xiaojie retorted in exasperation. "But enough about that. Sir Val, what leads did you uncover? Speaking of leads, do you know what I discovered? Approximately 10 rolls southwest of the town, I found a rather rudimentary encampment. Judging by the footprints and other traces left behind, it appears to belong to that infernal group of goblins." Sir Val shrugged, having failed to provoke a reaction. Herin gasped, "Father, are you certain you are in your right mind? Did the morning's apple cider affect you in any way? Goblins establishing a camp outside? That is truly ridiculous." With a resounding smack, Sir Val delivered a playful thump to Herin's head. Naturally, given Herin's height surpassing his father's, the action appeared somewhat comical. Observing Herin rubbing his head, Xiaojie interjected, "While it is indeed astonishing that goblins would establish a camp, I believe Sir Val would not err in such a matter." "Please continue, Sir Val. What did you find at the camp?" "Very well. Let me show you some of the indicative evidence I found at the camp." With that, Sir Val retrieved a rough, dark brown block from his pouch. This coarse, brown object was riddled with air holes. Xiaojie stifled his doubts and reached out to touch it. Though it felt solid overall, there was a surprising degree of pliability under pressure. Confused, Xiaojie pointed to the item and asked, "This seems to be a baked product made from fermented grains. Are you suggesting, Sir Val, that you intend to use this commoner's bread to substantiate something?" The latter, while dismissing the words of this individual with a scornful gaze, retorted directly, "I never consume inferior food." Coughing violently, the Knight of Val nearly choked on those very words. It was a rare sight to behold the Knight of Val in such a predicament, prompting peculiar smirks from Xiaojie and Shiluan, which earned them yet another thump on the head from Thomas. "Now, this is not the time for frivolity. Let us return to the matter at hand regarding this loaf of bread." The Knight of Val continued, holding up the blackened chunk. "This bread is known as Galiva, a staple from the kingdom of Rus located to the northeast of the principality." Thomas, who had just been reprimanded, muttered under his breath, "What of it?" As if no one else consumed such fare. The Knight of Val made a dismissive gesture, causing Thomas to scurry behind Xiaojie. Following this, the Knight of Val brushed his hair back and, after casting a glare at Thomas, remarked, "Never mind. I doubt you would comprehend. This bread has a rather firm texture, a hint of sourness, and a touch of saltiness. For most people from other regions, it is initially quite unpalatable. Thus, aside from those with a culinary tradition of it in the kingdom of Rus, few partake in its consumption. Moreover, the process of making this bread is labor-intensive. Kneading and fermentation alone take nearly 2 days. Once the dough is prepared, it is placed in a specially designed oven where it is slow-baked over gentle heat. When it emerges, the bottom of the bread should produce a satisfying sound when tapped. Its exterior glossy and dark, and when sliced, it should be soft and flavorful without crumbling. This is the mark of a successful loaf. Due to the complexity of its preparation, even housewives in Rus seldom make it at home. Instead, they regularly visit bakeries to procure fresh galiva for their families. Look closely at this. As the Knight of Val pointed to the cross-section of the blackened loaf, do you see those tiny granular specks? Do not be misled into thinking they are sawdust or gravel added by unscrupulous merchants to bulk it up. These are natural herb seeds. Generally, the army of Rus favors incorporating them into galiva to enhance its aroma. After all, this bran bread's shelf life is not significantly better than that of unleavened flatbread, serving as both a staple and a ration for the armed forces of Rus. Suddenly, Shiluan exclaimed, "Speaking of the northwest of the empire? Isn't that the territory of the barbarians? Then the kingdom of Rus is right next to those Tungus savages, isn't it?" Observing his reaction, both Xiaojia and the Knight of Val could not help but shake their heads in disbelief. It truly took him a while to grasp such a notion. Xiaojia remarked, "Shiluan, we've advised you for quite some time to read more, at the very least. Understand the basic history and geography of the principality to avoid being ridiculed when you venture outside." Though Xiaojia was reluctant to be too harsh, the Knight of Val seized the moment to add, "What Xiaojia mentions is merely a minor concern. Should you earn the title of a barbarian knight or a brute knight while abroad? To preserve the honor of the Val household, I would be compelled to strike your name from our family tree and disown you entirely." This declaration startled not only Shiluan but also Xiaojia and Thomas present. The weight of his words was immense, akin to Shiluan receiving an ultimatum, at the very least. During their time in Khaleda, Shiluan would need to diligently study his books. Although the group's intentions regarding his education were aligned, Xiaojia resolved to devote time to supervising him this time. "All right, let us enlighten our uninformed brawny friend Shiluan with some essential knowledge. The kingdom of Rus was once the northern granary during the Old Empire era. Many of its subjects were naturalized from barbarians before the collapse of the Old Empire. In essence, the Knight of Val implied that they are aligned with the barbarians, indicating they could potentially cause trouble." Shiluan could not help but interject again, this time his face reddening with indignation. "Ha! Is this the fabled divine interruption?" Followed by another thump, a punishment from the Knight of Val for Shiluan's interjection. The Knight of Val shot Shiluan a fierce glare and continued, "First, allow me to finish my point. Afterward, you may engage that brain of yours, which may or may not be stuffed with muscle, to ponder your response. Now, where was I?" The Knight of Val paused momentarily before resuming, "I was just mentioning that many subjects of the Rus Empire were naturalized from barbarians, but this does not imply they enjoy a cordial relationship. Quite the opposite. Barbarian society is tribal, and these naturalized tribes often harbor deep-seated blood feuds against one another. Either they had to commit acts of slaughter against a smaller tribe before naturalization as a form of payment. Thus, the kingdom of Rus can be viewed as the primary battleground for the barbarians' southern incursions. Our northern stronghold is merely one of the larger points of invasion among many from the west. Of course, as an established kingdom with a sizable population and numerous remnants from the Old Empire era, they would undoubtedly be no less formidable than us. Are you suggesting this matter could be orchestrated by the Rus Empire?" Shiluan inquired tentatively, only to receive yet another thump on the head. This time, Shiluan, feeling aggrieved, asked, "What have I done wrong now?" "Nothing. This was merely a spur-of-the-moment reaction," the Knight of Val replied, though his facial expression betrayed a sense of satisfaction. Left without a retort, Shiluan could only silently nurse the pain on his head. "I have heard from passing merchant caravans that under the governance of the current King Inyakov VIII, the kingdom of Rus has experienced increasing political stability in recent years. Their national strength seems to have improved somewhat, leading to a heightened internal clamor for external expansion." Xiaojia shared his understanding of the kingdom of Rus. Public sentiment is often the most unreliable. Thus far, no significant figures have expressed support for this endeavor. After all, while the political situation in Rus has stabilized over the years, the scars left by the coup 20 years ago have not healed quickly. The Knight of Val remarked, suggesting his sources of information were more comprehensive and reliable than Xiaojia's. Pondering for a moment, Xiaojia voiced his speculation. I believe such a strong and sustained outcry from the populace cannot simply arise spontaneously. The Knight of Val seemed uncertain. Are you implying someone is manipulating all of this from behind the scenes? The world from which I came, due to the relatively less stark disparities in individual power, had advanced far beyond this realm in terms of political maneuvering. Moreover, the subsequent rabbit movement has taken the integration of politics and mass mobilization to unprecedented heights. As an adult educated in political matters from a young age, and having been bombarded by various movements, conspiracies, and revelations of corruption during the internet age, Xiaojia had not only witnessed the proverbial pig running, he could also infer much from it, coupled with the persistent lack of security since his arrival in this world. Xiaojia often leaned towards the worst-case scenarios. Such a possibility exists. Those in power may incite public sentiment to rouse the enthusiasm of the majority, while simultaneously maintaining a neutral stance among the upper echelons. This ambiguous approach could disrupt the judgments of potential dissenters, both foreign and domestic, while quietly preparing for war. Once the moment is ripe, they could rally public support to instigate conflict, thereby reducing mobilization time and boosting troop morale. Xiaojia articulated his thoughts after some contemplation. Meanwhile, Shiluan appeared to be innately oblivious to such matters, as he seemed completely disinterested in what was being discussed. Meanwhile, Thomas appeared contemplative, stroking his beard, lost in thought. Although this situation had not arisen before, Xiaojia's reasoning certainly did not rule out such possibilities. Regardless, these goblins were inextricably linked to Russ in some manner. I will arrange for my own channels to gain targeted insights into the recent developments in the Kingdom of Russ. Once we reach Calada, Xiaojia, you should also discuss your thoughts on this matter with Lord Viscount. I am certain he will take action as well, the Knight of Val concluded, deciding to partially trust Xiaojia's judgment while awaiting further intelligence before making any definitive decisions. What perplexes me is why the Kingdom of Russ would set its sights on our Nohan Principality. After all, our lands are not particularly fertile, and due to years of barbarian invasions, our military capabilities are quite formidable. Furthermore, owing to historical reasons, the populace here is fiercely independent, and culturally, we share little in common with Russ, making us an undesirable target for annexation. Upon hearing the Knight of Val's suggestion, Xiaojia expressed his doubts. If it were merely for plunder, it would be even less worthwhile to be why your reasoning. The southern kingdom of Cruz would fit the criteria for annexation perfectly. Its wealth is well known, and that nation has not engaged in any significant wars for quite some time. Culturally, being remnants of the old empire, Cruz and Russ are not too dissimilar, the Knight of Val deduced from Xiaojia's observations. Thus, it is plausible that this incident could be a smokescreen released by Russ to confuse the neighboring nations, or perhaps a plot hatched by the Kingdom of Cruz to alleviate some pressure by dragging our principality into their schemes. And truth, judging by the equipment worn by the bear goblins, I find myself more inclined towards the latter. After all, Lucia, who treats her soldiers as mere beasts of burden, certainly does not possess such grand ambitions. Regardless of the angle one considers, our battle yesterday has thwarted their objectives. It is indeed unfortunate to find ourselves embroiled in such troublesome affairs. Let us hope for a stroke of good fortune that this matter remains unconnected to those two nations. Truly commendable are the Val Knights, for their ability to draw inferences is remarkable. From the slightest hint in Georgie's words, he deduces an abundance of circumstances. Chapter 23. The bamboo stick rings loudly afterward, on the return to the camp. The atmosphere among everyone appeared rather somber. Encountering such events leaves no room for joy. While we cannot be certain, should foreign intervention truly be at play, a series of troubles may very well follow. These troubles may not specifically target Georgie and his party, yet having been drawn into it, escaping entirely seems improbable. Most concerning is the shadow of war that seems to loom over the Duchy of Nohan. Although, at present, the likelihood seems minimal, it is prudent to make plans and preparations. The Val Knight, feigning ease, remarked, "Do not worry. Such matters between nations are best left to the significant figures of Caladari. We need only to focus on what we can do at present. If this were to escalate into a war with Lucia, Mr. Val, what do you believe our nation's chances of victory to be? Should we lose, what fate awaits our domain of Bolam?" This habit of contemplating defeat before victory is one Georgie has cultivated through numerous failures since his arrival in this world. Though failure is a constant, the price to be paid differs vastly between the two worlds. By always preparing for the worst, one is less likely to be utterly crushed by a single setback. Honestly, it is difficult to say. Based on the strength of our two nations, it is improbable that we could secure a victory. However, it would not be easy for them to triumph either, Gil put it this way. They have an abundance of cannon fodder, while our military strength is superior. If the battle were to take place on open plains, it is conceivable that Lucia would utilize a considerable number of expendable troops to hold back our main forces, leaving them with enough strength to invade our heartland. Fortunately, the border between the two nations is predominantly hilly, significantly reducing the difficulty of our defense. However, if the threat from the northern barbarians were to vanish, Lucia could launch relentless offensives each year without hesitation. In less than a decade, our duchy would lack the strength to confront them. After all, compared to the vast and populous Lucia, Nohan is but a small nation. Valnight's words were devoid of excessive concern. In his view, Lucia lacks the capacity to decisively conquer Nohan in the short term. Upon hearing Valnight's response, Georgie fell into deep contemplation. Does that mean? Without the annual winter barbarian invasions, and should Lucia be willing to invest heavily in attrition, Nohan is destined to lose. Should he then devise a contingency plan to secure a retreat for himself and his family? Do not overthink it, Georgie, Valnight seemingly saw through Shurin's worries. If we were to suffer defeat, the worst that could happen is exile abroad. As knights of noble blood, we will always be of noble status wherever we go. Moreover, to defeat our duchy of Nohan, they must first contend with the swords in our hands. Indeed, they must first contend with the swords in our hands, Shurin echoed, raising his voice. Georgie looked at the father and son, shook his head, and then called out, "Let them come and ask about the long swords in our possession." Thomas observed the fervent trio and began to crouch, seeking the shadows around him. Suddenly, Georgie and the others turned their gaze towards Thomas, who trembled and stuttered, I don't use swords, ha, ha, ha. Seeing Thomas in such a state, Georgie and the others exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Upon arriving at the camp, Valnight sought out Knight Bart to discuss the town's guard duties for that night. "Don't run off, Thomas. We have matters to discuss with you." Georgie grasped Thomas, who seemed intent on fleeing. Thomas trembled, stuttering, What matters do you have?" Georgie gestured, and Shurin understood, heading towards the spot where their items were placed. He then turned back to Thomas, saying, "There are a few items whose identity we cannot ascertain. You claim to be the master of identification in the territory, so we would appreciate your assistance." Thomas sighed in relief, murmuring, "So that's it. I thought the caviar incident had been discovered." Though his voice was faint, it did not escape Georgie's ears, whose expression instantly darkened. In a chilling tone, he asked, "What is the meaning of this? Just half a month ago, I retrieved the caviar from the workshop and now, for some unknown reason, a jar has gone missing. So it was you who caused this trouble. What do you think I should do about it? Thief of caviar? Ha, ha, ha. It's just a jar of caviar. I'll compensate you for it." Thomas's smile was noticeably stiff. That caviar is the freshest and finest quality salmon roe available once a year. Although it pales in comparison to the magically preserved beluga caviar from the North Sea, each jar fetches a price of around 150 to 200 gold coins on the black market. Moreover, your theft could have jeopardized this year's tribute delivery, so tell me, how do you intend to compensate for this? Georgie's words echoed in Thomas's ears like the voice of a vengeful spirit. Thomas continued, stuttering, What do you suggest I do?" Georgie grinned. This time, "You cannot set the terms for the identification." Hearing this, Thomas exhaled deeply, but Georgie's next words made him hold his breath again. In addition, 3 vials of minor healing potions. Cough, cough, cough. "What did you say? I didn't catch that." Thomas, choked, refused to believe his ears. Georgie repeated, 3 vials of minor healing potions. "You're extorting me." "Absolutely not." Thomas exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Georgie, with a grim expression, spoke in a heavy tone, "Then you're insisting on me handling this formally." Thomas, "Fine. If we must go that route, let us calculate what you need to pay." Thomas, sulking, jumped up and shouted, "All right, let's see. If we handle this formally, you owe for the caviar you consumed. Since it was theft, you must pay double the original price, which means you owe 300 to 400 gold coins. Let us settle on 350 gold coins." Georgie paused before continuing, "Furthermore, the caviar you pilfered was a tribute meant for our feudal lord, Duke Nohan. Therefore, according to the minimum standards, you owe either a fine of 100 gold coins or must work in the quarry for 3 months as punishment." Thomas gritted his teeth, trying to be evasive. "I won't admit to it. I should inquire whether Mr. Val has prepared for lie detection today. If he hasn't, I'll remind him that there will be a public trial in the camp tomorrow so he can prepare. Now, Georgie's expression returned to normal, and his tone shifted as if discussing something unrelated. Seeing Georgie prepare to leave, Thomas hastily grasped his sleeve in resignation. All right, you win. 3 vials it is. Upon hearing Thomas's concession, Georgie turned, extending his right hand. Hand them over. Thomas jumped in surprise. What do you mean, hand them over? Are you playing dumb, or are you truly foolish? Of course, I mean the healing potions, Georgie replied, rolling his eyes at Thomas. Thomas protested, while his left hand instinctively slid away. How can you do this? I don't have those on me right now. I'll find an alchemy lab to prepare them in Caladari. Don't even think about dragging this out until Caladari. After today, you'll certainly try to delay as much as possible. Besides, if you don't have healing potions, then why are you covering your left hand? Georgie pointed at Thomas's left hand. Caught off guard, Thomas begrudgingly pulled out his potion pouch from beneath his clothing, extracting 3 small glass vials and holding them tightly, unwilling to relinquish them to Georgie. Seeing this, Georgie had no choice but to raise his voice. Hurry up. I'm not refusing you. Why are you being so fierce? With that, Thomas handed the potions to Georgie, declaring, All right, let us pretend the caviar incident never happened. Did you hear me? I don't want a third party to know. Georgie pointed behind Thomas. There is already a third party who knows. Startled, Thomas turned around, discovering Sharon standing behind him, holding the items that required identification. Due to the lighting, Thomas's shadow had trailed behind him, and in focusing all his attention on Georgie, he had not noticed Sharon's approach. Sharon, this is for you. Georgie extracted one of the healing potions from the 3 vials and handed it to Sharon. He then turned back to Thomas, saying, Now, surely there will be no fourth person who knows. The items for appraisal are all here. As he spoke, Shiluin set the sack down and handed the wooden rod to Thomas, simultaneously taking the potion that Georgie had passed him. After receiving the rod, Thomas examined it thoroughly before retrieving a crystal lens from his spatial pouch for a closer inspection. Finally, he cast a radiant spell upon the rod. Well, it seems fortune is on your side. This is a high-quality precision totem that primarily enhances the efficacy of divine spells. With it, negative effects from divine spells are more likely to take hold on adversaries. Thomas remarked, stroking the totem as he continued, its market value is approximately between 5,500 and 6,500 gold coins. Given its difficulty in being sold, it would be prudent for you to seek acquaintances at temples dedicated to the god of war or the goddess of night, both of whom specialize in destruction or negative effects, for trade. That way, you might sell it for about 70 to 80% of its market value. All right, the appraisal is complete, and the fee is approximately. Wasn't it supposed to be free? Georgie interjected. Thomas scratched his head. Oh, I almost forgot. It's become a professional habit. He then proceeded to appraise a series of miscellaneous items from the sack one by one. Finally done. I'm absolutely drenched in sweat, Thomas said as he organized the contents. This spell component pouch has hardly been used, consisting solely of evil spell materials, which can only be sold separately for about 50 gold coins. The real treasures are these gemstones, 3 garnets valued at around 300 gold coins, 1 moonstone priced at about 60 gold coins, and 1 garnet worth approximately 120 gold coins. Additionally, this 5-pound bag of silver powder is worth around 25 gold coins, though I believe it would be better to give it to Isolde, as he could make good use of it for casting spells. The rest of the scattered items are hardly worth 5 gold coins. Upon hearing the price of the totem, both Georgie and Shiluin were momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, they quickly composed themselves to avoid embarrassment. Thank you so much, Thomas. Shall we go find Craig and share this good news? Georgie suggested. On second thought, I need to soothe my wounded spirit first. Chapter 24, The Golden Belt and the Treasure Trove High. Craig, are you feeling any better? Before the words had fully escaped Georgie's lips, he and Shiluin pushed aside the fabric curtain and entered Craig's tent. Oh, someone's indulging in divination, Craig exclaimed, tossing aside his tarot cards to complain to Georgie and Shiluin. Finally, you've come. I've been cooped up in this tent alone since I woke up today. It was stifling. I did come to check on you this morning, but you were curled up like a little kitten. Shiluin teased, bending down to mimic a cat. It wasn't like that, Craig protested, attempting to rise defiantly but unable to do so due to his leg injury. Instead, he turned his head away, puffing out his cheeks in silent protest. Georgie approached and ruffled Craig's hair until it was completely disheveled, a gesture that seemed to please Craig. "That's quite the feline demeanor," Shilluin remarked, eager to try the same. Sensing Shilluin's intentions, Craig pressed down on Georgie's left hand to halt his actions and turned to Shilluin, baring his teeth in an attempt to dissuade him. Aware of Craig's resistance, Shilluin shrugged his hands in a gesture of peace, indicating he had no intention of continuing. Craig opened his mouth to speak. "Georgie, please don't do that. I'm grown up now, so stop treating me like a child." Yet, in the eyes of Georgie and Shilluin, neither his tone nor expression conveyed any persuasive power. Seeing Craig's demeanor, Georgie smiled and withdrew his hand from Craig's head, then queried, "What do you wish to play?" Craig pointed to a small drawstring leather pouch in the corner of the tent. As Georgie lifted the pouch, it emitted the delightful sound of glass marbles clinking together. "Oh, it's this. It brings back fond memories. I and the world before my crossing. Glass marbles were a significant part of boys' childhoods. Unfortunately, the place I lived had no suitable area for playing marbles." Thinking back on this, Georgie shook the pouch, the sound of the marbles evoking a unique sense of nostalgia. However, Sir Bart's indulgence towards Craig seemed excessive. These glass marbles cost at least 2 to 3 gold coins each. Spending such a sum on a toy with little collectible value for a child is truly bewildering. Wait a moment. Though, at this point, Craig is unable to play marbles. Moreover, Georgie had yet to hear of any marble games in this world. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a wooden board where the pouch had been pressed down. Lifting it, he found it surprisingly heavy, seemingly made of oak. The board was carved with circular indentations and painted in a checkered pattern of black and white, resembling an international chessboard from a distance. Suddenly, a realization struck Georgie. Marbles and a grooved board. Could it be checkers? He never expected to find such a game after his crossing. Georgie handed the pouch to Craig and placed the board at his feet. Craig counted out 18 marbles from the pouch and arranged them in 3 corners of the board. He waved his hand, beckoning Georgie and Shilluin to sit down and join him. "How do we play?" Shilluin scratched his head, indicating he was just as clueless. Craig, brimming with excitement, began to explain the rules of checkers to Shilluin. Picking up 2 pieces, Shilluin examined them. The clear marbles sparkled brilliantly, while the dark green ones resembled caddisite stones. "Craig, these are made of glass, aren't they? You really are a wealthy little rascal," he remarked. "Hee hee. Dad bought these for me," Craig replied, rubbing his nose with his index finger. Meanwhile, Shilluin wore a discontented expression. "He'll lighten the mood." Georgie interjected, "Speaking of money, Craig, I nearly forgot to tell you that we scored big this time." "Scored big?" Craig immediately thought of the spoils from last night. "Indeed, although we didn't find anything particularly useful for ourselves, selling it all could yield a substantial sum," Shilluin exclaimed, dancing with excitement. "This batch of goods is valued at around 8,000 to 9,000 gold coins, but to fetch a good price. We may have to wait," Georgie calculated, startling himself with the realization. The actual value of this haul was equivalent to a quarter-s surplus for the Borum estate. Truly, the golden belt of murder and plunder. However, the truly frustrating part was that the totem alone accounted for more than half of the total value of the spoils. Magical items are indeed worth their weight in gold. Frankly, Georgie found himself regretting his earlier decision to abandon the path of a mage in favor of inheriting the estate. Craig pouted. "Do we really have to wait long? Can't we just sell it at an adventurer's shop or go to an auction?" Hearing Craig's question, Shilluin plopped down on the ground, propping his head up with his hand. Shaking his head in silence, Georgie wore a defeated expression as well. "Craig, you really ought to avoid listening to those wandering bards at the taverns or the market square on trading days." As he spoke, he playfully pinched Craig's nose. "Do you have any idea how much 9,000 gold coins actually is? Is that a lot? Don't the protagonists in those stories often get tens of thousands of gold coins?" Craig replied, feigning innocence. Georgie felt utterly speechless. "I told you not to listen to those bards' tall tales. Do you know how much your father typically earns in a year?" Craig appeared somewhat embarrassed as he admitted. "I receive about 30 silver coins each month as pocket money, but I'm not sure how much my father earns." "Craig, your pocket money is even more than mine," Shilluin exclaimed in disbelief. Georgie wondered if Sir Val was perhaps too strict with Shilluin regarding this matter. Yet, to avoid creating tension between father and son, he aimed to redirect Craig's focus. "As a squire knight, You must be receiving some compensation by now, right? Although you had less pocket money before, it shouldn't affect you too much now. Shiluan smiled. That's true. In this regard, Shiluan appeared quite magnanimous. As long as he was well off in the present, he wouldn't dwell excessively on past concerns. However, this attitude might leave him with few avenues for additional income when it comes time to inherit the family estate. Let us hope Sir Val finds him a capable and practical wife to manage the household. Georgie turned to Craig. Your family's estate provides for your daily expenses and still generates less than 200 gold coins in extra income for your father each year. Then there's the annual salary. After deducting the 90 days of mandatory service to the Lord, Mr. Bart earns around 600 gold coins. That's a stable income. Additionally, there are various earnings from bandit suppression and battlefield endeavors. But those are uncertain and largely depend on the spoils. Indeed, according to regulations, a tenth of the spoils obtained in our ranks must be submitted to the direct lord. We should also fulfill this obligation this time. As for the other avenues, each knight has their own secrets, which I am not privy to. The annual income of a knight does not derive from the public funds of the territory, but rather from the revenues of the lord's estates and the treasury amassed from captured spoils. So, how much can we expect to receive this time? Herin remains concerned about his immediate gains. After pondering for a moment, Georgie replied, if luck is on our side, we might be able to secure between 2,500 and 2,700. As I mentioned earlier, the primary issue lies in marketability. If we flood the market, prices will undoubtedly plummet. Furthermore, even if we disregard that totem, it is improbable that any shop would have the capacity to pay such a substantial sum all at once for our goods. After all, they also need to maintain liquidity and face the risk of unsold merchandise. Additionally, many valuable items in our possession are of low demand. In summary, fetching a good price will require considerable effort. Herin sighed, expressing a hope for a swift resolution. Craig could not help but complain, Herin, just how desperate are you for money? I've heard you utter similar sentiments these past few days. Georgie sensed that Herin's concern was not solely about financial scarcity, but also stemmed from a sense of uncertainty regarding future income. Perhaps providing him with a relatively stable source of revenue would be a wise course of action. Resolute, Georgie proposed, if you are not in urgent need of funds, let us invest this money together in an enterprise. It would ensure a long-term income. What shall we invest in? Herin eagerly inquired. Upon mentioning this, Herin's expression transformed, indicating his newfound interest. Georgie felt reassured that his intuition had been correct. If next year's soybean yield increases, I would like to expand the current condiment workshop. Georgie outlined his plan. Herin initially hesitated, then stammered, are you certain that the workshop you want me to invest in is a condiment workshop? It is important to note that in this era, any condiment is synonymous with luxury, with the most renowned being the richly flavored spices from the East, such as the precious saffron, which commands a staggering price of 65 gold coins per ounce. However, the climate of Bolim territory is unsuitable for cultivating such crops, let alone the fact that no seeds for cultivation were available among the spices brought in. The laurel and rosemary produced in the territory were deemed insipid by the world, merely serving as makeshift substitutes for cinnamon and pepper. Typically, the main consumers are lower nobility and moderately affluent merchants, thus the prices remain modest, with finished products selling for only 4 to 6 gold coins per ounce. However, 7 years prior, by chance, while selecting gifts in a foreign goods shop in Calada, Georgie discovered yellow soybeans. Indeed, the very yellow soybeans he had encountered in China before his crossing. The shop had likely marketed them as a novel grain. Charging 4 gold coins per pound on a whim, Georgie purchased all the soybeans available in the shop. He then enlisted the guidance of a moderate druidic sect to instruct the territory's farmers in cultivation. After 2 years of development, a certain yield was finally achieved. This was soon followed by the experimentation of soy sauce, which, after over 3 years of various trials, culminated in the creation of a product akin to white soy sauce commonly used in Western cuisine prior to his crossing. Once launched, this product garnered widespread acclaim among the nobility, and its price has since surpassed that of brandy, a true treasure trove. Thus, when Georgie proposed Herin's investment, it was no surprise that Herin was taken aback. Chapter 25. A glimpse of rewards. I cannot possibly jest about such matters. Georgie chuckled, seemingly to alleviate Herin's doubts. Once we return to the territory, I will dispatch someone to calculate the specific funds required for expanding the workshop, in addition to the existing assets, to determine your share. However, you will not have any managerial rights, Only the annual dividends. Harin, beaming with enthusiasm, responded, "As long as there are dividends, I have no qualms. I am but a simpleton when it comes to management. I trust that you, Georgie, would not deceive me. May I invest as well?" Craig inquired softly from the side. Georgie remained noncommittal. "You are still too young. It would be prudent to consult your father before making any decisions." In the ensuing game of checkers, Georgie, drawing from his prior experiences, dominated the match, easily defeating both Craig and Harin. Observing their glum expressions, Georgie wished such opportunities for playful domination would come more frequently. The light within the tent was dim, with the flickering lanterns casting shadows that obscured the shifting light from outside. "Young Master Georgie, dinner is ready," called the young maid, Eliana, interrupting Georgie's playful tyranny. Craig and Harin displayed expressions of relief at their timely rescue. Upon hearing the call, Georgie touched his belly, realizing he was indeed quite hungry, perhaps having lost track of time in his merriment. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he declared, "Very well, let us conclude for today. Be sure to summon me next time you wish to play." Without waiting for their responses, he rose and pulled aside the fabric curtain to exit the tent. With a long sigh, Craig leaned back, supporting himself with his hands on the ground. "Thanks to Eliana, we finally managed to send Georgie away. Next time we play, we definitely won't invite him, at least not until we've grown stronger." Fortunately, Georgie had just finished speaking when he left. Otherwise, they would have been at a loss for how to respond, which would have been rather awkward. Harin reached up to touch his forehead. "Craig, someone will bring you food shortly. As for me, it doesn't matter if I'm a bit late. How about another round?" "Perhaps not. After just playing with Georgie, I lack the motivation to continue for the next few days," Harin replied, lying down. Recognizing his friend's mood, Harin understood that Craig was simply being petulant and decided not to linger. Turning to exit the tent in the twilight of the small town, a day apart felt like an eternity. After a day's labor, the corpses had been mostly cleared away, yet the remnants of the brutal night still echoed in the shattered walls. With dark brown stains marking the streets, attesting to the invaders' bloody savagery. The usual sounds of barking dogs and crowing roosters had vanished, replaced by an eerie silence, as if it were a distant, hazy dream. Wisps of smoke rose sporadically into the sky, resembling young maidens clad in white veils, dancing gracefully in the glow of the setting sun, exuding a beauty tinged with desolation and sorrow. The most prominent smoke billowed from the camp in the town center. Having recently suffered a raid, various supplies had been significantly damaged. Thus, tonight's dinner presented no new offerings, only a bowl of hearty stew alongside yesterday's provisions. Remarkably, there were even no fresh vegetables, leaving Georgie at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. Gazing at the chunks of meat floating in his soup, Georgie titched even if there are matters to attend to. Since we have already delayed for several days, one more day does not make a difference. Moreover, who can predict whether we might encounter another attack on the journey ahead? It is always prudent to restore one's spirits. Sir Val struck Georgie lightly on the left side of his chest. "Then allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of the soldiers." Cough, cough. "Your touch is rather heavy." Georgie feigned a pained expression while clutching his chest. Sir Val wore a knowing smile. "Stop pretending. I assure you, my touch was quite measured. Unlike that rascal Harin, who is always reckless, though he may not harm you, it is bound to be somewhat painful. By the way, Sir Val, what is your relationship with the temple of the war god or the goddess of the night?" Georgie ventured to inquire. "What brings that to mind? The war god has many followers in the principality. After all, the foundation of our Noha principality lies in valor and military merit. While I am not a devotee, I am somewhat acquainted with the temple." Sir Val paused briefly. "As for the Lady of the Night, her followers, being neutral, do not have direct conflicts with me, yet they likely view me with some disdain. After all, I am a follower of Pei Luo, and the sun and night are seldom in harmony." "Are they? Do you recall the spoils we acquired from the ogre sorcerer that day?" "Among them was a quality precision totem. Thomas mentioned that such an item could only fetch a good price at either of the aforementioned temples." Georgie expressed his concerns. Sir Val responded affirmatively. "Very well, I shall inquire on your behalf. This matter should not pose too much of an issue." "I appreciate it," Georgie replied. "Due to a shortage of personnel?" Even Harin had been assigned to duty, while Georgie, owing to his status, was permitted to rest at the camp. Citing fatigue, Georgie climbed onto the carriage, lit a lamp, and instructed his maid, Elena, to guard outside. He then retrieved a square parchment made of sheepskin. Appearing quite unremarkable, the waxy yellow surface bore dark brown speckles and various scratches. The edges seemed to have been gnawed by insects, presenting a somewhat tattered appearance, and upon unfolding it, a sense of the passage of time washed over him. After laying the parchment flat, Georgie patted the backrest of the carriage seat and extracted a silver-tipped feather quill and a bottle of dark red ink fixed in place. This quill, known as the Diala writing pen, was crafted from griffin feathers for the shaft, imbued with mithril for the tip, and utilized the silk pouch of a soil dog spider as the core, an alchemical creation. When paired with dragon's blood ink, writing on the aforementioned Dihira correspondence paper would result in the contents being transmitted to the holder of the corresponding Dihira scroll. Of course, the dragon's blood ink is not truly made from dragon's blood. It is an alchemical product refined from fresh lamb's blood, the sap of the Vishnu tree, and blood marrow stones. A crystal bottle containing approximately half a pint of this ink commands a price of around 50 gold coins. Naturally, the bottle is reusable. However, being an expensive consumable, Georgie would not resort to this method of communication if not for the severe incident that significantly impacted their journey. After contemplating for a moment and carefully organizing his thoughts, Georgie uncorked the crystal bottle, branded with twisted lettering, dipped the feather quill into the ink, and began to write on the sheepskin parchment. The Dihira correspondence paper has two significant drawbacks. First, it allows for one-way transmission only and cannot facilitate two-way communication. Second, once writing begins, the entirety of the content must be completed within a short time frame, with an interval of around 2 hours between successive writings. The better the quality of the correspondence paper, the shorter the interval, though they are generally similar. Additionally, there are various minor inconveniences regarding consumables, but its relatively simple production process makes it widely accepted in terms of both yield and cost. After all, a scroll with up to 8 sheets of correspondence paper costs only 2,200 gold coins, which is remarkably affordable among magical items. Coupled with writing pens priced at 80 gold coins each, a fairly complete information network can be established. When will I ever acquire a double-sided mirror? Georgie couldn't help but lament. A double-sided mirror serves as an instant communication tool between two individuals. Writing upon it requires no consumables and is largely unrestricted. However, its staggering price of 5,000 gold coins and limited availability present a significant barrier. Ever since Georgie took over the management of the Bolam territory, leading to economic prosperity, the Lord has been continuously seeking opportunities to purchase a double-sided mirror to replace the cumbersome Dihira scrolls, ensuring smoother communication between the two. Unfortunately, he has yet to succeed in this endeavor over the years. After finishing, he carefully stored the various items and then began to meditate, calming his mind and relaxing his body. Gradually re-entering the pagoda, in the center of the altar on the first floor of the pagoda floated 3 ancient tomes. Although Georgie could not decipher the inscriptions upon them, he understood their significance. One of them nearly blinded him, for it contained knowledge that resonated in his mind. The Innate Chi Great Capture. Chapter 26, Task Reward. Innate Chi Great Capture. The host has completed the regional task, the Shadowy Night of Peace, and received rewards. The host has activated the first major task and completed the first chapter, resulting in an enhanced reward. The host has activated the first series of tasks and completed the first chapter, leading to further enhancement of rewards. The merged reward is Cultivation Technique Innate Chi Great Capture. Georgie could hardly believe his eyes. It truly was the Innate Chi Great Capture. It is known that this legendary technique has never appeared in various Taoist texts. Even in orthodox Taoist legends, it lacks detailed descriptions, resembling more a concoction of later generations combining Buddhist and Taoist elements. To his astonishment, the system had materialized it as a reward. Georgie scrutinized the introduction regarding this technique. The Innate Chi Great Capture is one of the simplest forms of utilizing the practitioner's innate chi. The innate chi arises from the void, inherently unaffected by the transformations of the acquired world. Unlike methods that refine innate chi into special attributes and effects, such as the separation and union divine light, the Innate Chi Great Capture merely employs the most fundamental property of innate chi, its immunity to the usual yin-yang elemental interactions, as well as to corrupt and malevolent forces. However, the challenge lies in the absence of corresponding enhancements, meaning its potency relies solely on the practitioner's own magical power. Georgie reflected that the primary concern was the degree of consumption. Furthermore, its effectiveness tends to correlate directly with the practitioner's strength, categorizing it as a stable and orthodox technique. The most basic effect of the innate Qi Great Capture is the ability to unleash it at will. Far swifter than many other cultivation techniques, IT possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities, adept at capturing ethereal spirits and even the primordial spirits of advanced practitioners. IT can even suppress flying swords, magical treasures, and certain spells. Judging from this introduction, its versatility is indeed commendable, allowing for both capture and combat, and intriguingly, it seems capable of dealing with incorporeal beings. Georgie pondered whether he could transform a ghost into a ping-pong ball during their next encounter. The mere thought brought him amusement. The innate Qi Great Capture boasts remarkable developmental potential. In terms of attributes, practitioners can easily imbue their cultivated essence and magical nature into it, executing techniques akin to the Tianpong Divine Claw, the Een Demon Great Capture, or the Great Vajra Hands associated with various demon, magical, and Buddhist sections. Moreover, if one were to master artifacts like the Shinpin Pearl, they could transform it into a colossal hand, significantly augmenting the power of the innate Qi Great Capture. Even reaching the realm of gods and Buddhas would allow for the use of techniques akin to the Five-Finger Mountain to create a giant palm to swat flies, which would indeed be quite the spectacle. It seems that the effects could vary depending on the individual. If Val were to master this, would he not transform into a resplendent golden hand? The scroll detailed that the training of the innate Qi Great Capture comprises 6 stages: illusory shape, reality and void, mind intention, separation of spirit, primordial spirit, and true void. The illusory shape stage of the Great Capture is merely superficial, yet it is considerably more formidable than the formless energy of ordinary warriors' dragon grasp techniques. It can disregard earthly weapons and can effortlessly manipulate massive stones or uproot trees, demonstrating immense physical strength. However, it lacks agility and adaptability, rendering it incapable of suppressing spiritual entities or intangible forces such as spells, which poses a slight inadequacy in combat for practitioners. This stage of the Great Capture bears a striking resemblance to the Disgrace of Mages in the Big Bay series. It allows for multiple attacks, charges, disarming of weapons, grappling, or tripping, but cannot perform delicate maneuvers. Additionally, it seems that sustained focus is required during use. Once initiated, as long as one maintains focus, the formed force field can be utilized without further expenditure until it is destroyed. Conversely, should concentration falter, the force field dissipates quickly, and reactivation would incur substantial consumption, evidenced by significant physical and mental fatigue. In essence, unless one masters the art of dual focus, Georgie would likely be unable to engage in combat with his sword while employing the Great Capture at this stage. Thus, it appears that its utility is limited to specific circumstances, such as serving as a human catapult. As for destruction, common countermeasures include high-level dispel magic, separation spells, major disintegration spells, and anti-magic fields, all capable of inflicting effective damage on the illusory shape stage of the Great Capture. However, employing such high-tier spells against a mage's resources would certainly be a worthwhile trade. Regrettably, should one choose to engage in a direct assault, they would inevitably face the degradation inflicted by the opponent's enchanted blades and the resistance offered by their enchanted armor. However, George mused that even he lacked enchanted weaponry, leading him to surmise that the adversaries likely possessed little of it as well. The innate technique of the Great Capture of Primordial Qi, in its phase of virtuality and reality, now exhibited remarkable adaptability, capable of suppressing apparitions or other incorporeal entities. It also proved effective against flying sword artifacts and could alter in size. At this stage, its application range had significantly expanded, particularly in dealing with phantoms and other ethereal beings. For George, who lacked magical items, this was immensely advantageous. Furthermore, it enhanced his ability to counter magical artifacts, allowing him to penetrate the enemy's armor after transforming into a spectral form and then solidifying to launch an attack. Most significantly, it enabled him to levitate himself or other willing beings into the air, although other entities could not stray more than 40 yards from George, lest they plummet. The speed of flight was not vastly superior to a full sprint. Yet it somewhat fulfilled George's dream of flight. When he relinquished his aspirations of becoming a mage, he had deemed the prospect of soaring through the skies on his own merit exceedingly remote. The innate technique of the Great Capture of Primordial Qi at the heart stage could resonate with the user's intent, moving with remarkable agility. It could convey tactile sensations through the illusory hands and even facilitate the casting of spells directly. The most profound transformation was the significant increase in operational range, nearing 1,000 miles for life-taking flying swords. T.O. George, if the prior technique was likened to a World War II fighter jet powered by steel cables, this stage resembled a fourth-generation fighter jet controlled by a fly-by-wire system. Not only could it execute commands for immediate attacks, but it could also perform exquisite swordplay and other techniques reminiscent of the martial art of simultaneous combat. In due time, George could launch a coordinated strike alongside the Great Capture, no longer burdened by concerns of sustained concentration. The range of influence had drastically improved. However, George's personal vision remained limited and devoid of prophetic spells. He could not feasibly reach 1,000 miles to claim lives. Nonetheless, collaboration with others might be feasible. Should he ever lose his territory, he could become a remote assassin. At the spirit-splitting stage, he could simultaneously conjure numerous great capture hands, each manipulable with ease, akin to the thousand-handed guanyin of Buddhist lore. As the term suggests, George could now utilize multiple great capture hands concurrently for diverse operations. This mirrored the Zeus shield and saturation attack of the magical realm. Upon reaching the primordial spirit stage, the great capture of primordial chi approached the level of the legendary Five-Finger Mountain. It could transmute primordial energy into all forms of acquired magical power. Within the Buddhist tradition, the emphasis lay on having eyes in one's hands, capable of automatically manifesting various magical artifacts with myriad effects. In the Taoist path, it involved hand gestures that facilitated countless magical techniques. At this stage, the great capture hands no longer feared the majority of hostile spells and could imbue George's spells and other effects upon them. The vacuum stage of the great capture of primordial chi represented a divine power akin to the Buddha's realm, crafting a vacuum that formed its own dimension. The ultimate phase, as detailed in this tome, encompasses the highest achievements, allowing the attack to be ensnared in an alternate environment, such as an anti-magic zone, higher planes, lower planes, or the astral realm. Imagine a merman cast into a volcano or a mage rendered powerless in an anti-magic zone. It truly epitomizes overwhelming dominance. However, such feats necessitate that George possess sufficient strength and extensive knowledge. In this moment, George found himself at a loss for words within the confines of his thoughts. He felt a surge of excitement. This truly represented a comprehensive and progressive system. Although it may not rival the ever-changing spells of casters, its practical utility from the weak to the strong was undeniable. The rewards from this mission could be deemed a tremendous windfall. Previously, George had completed a task involving the extermination of goblins that had emerged from caves in the northern mountainous region. The reward for that endeavor was merely a scroll concerning small troop combat strategies, titled Wolfpack Tactics. Through diligent study and experimentation during the soldiers' drills, he ultimately developed a tactical expertise in wolfpack warfare. Overall, it was a somewhat lackluster tactical arrangement, meant for surrounding and assaulting formidable foes. Yet, against weak enemies, it was unnecessary. Against the strong, its effectiveness waned. To date, it had seen little practical application, and in the foreseeable future, its usability appeared limited. After all, the disparity in strength between George and the average soldier was too great. Even if he commanded them against insurmountable foes, he could likely dispatch such threats himself. In summary, this tactic was ill-suited for the current environment. Resolute, George extended his hands to cradle the ancient tome before his forehead. A flash of light enveloped the book, which gradually dissolved into ethereal wisps before vanishing into the ether. A golden speck emerged from the book, embedding itself into George's brow. Suddenly, the central altar radiated golden light, and the stone dragon heads adorning the tower emitted a cacophony of ringing small bells. A staircase materialized within the tower, its steps ascending until they connected to the second floor. Subsequently, the floor at the junction vanished, revealing a path to the upper level. Simultaneously, a large rune resembling a pair of hands appeared on the first floor's ceiling. In that moment, George comprehended the usage and cultivation methods of the great capture of primordial chi. From a practical standpoint, this manifested as a synergy of spirit and flesh. When employed, it required a synchronization of intent and action, simultaneously consuming the essence of the physical body, namely, vital energy, and the mental power derived from the soul's comprehension, suitable for the application of verbal spells. The subsequent cultivation focused on the evolution of the soul, guided by special visualizations and the nurturing of vital energy within the body. Ultimately, this process would extend extraordinary essences beyond the primary soul, which would perceive and assimilate the information flows within the multiverse, extracting useful elements for personal development and optimization. Thus, their critical attribute was perception. George need only persist in his training and select appropriate runes to inscribe upon his soul during each advancement. Finally, he felt he possessed the foundational capital for future endeavors, and he resolved to explore ways to ensure this method could be passed down within his family. George was filled with exceptional excitement. For the Borum family, with its relatively shallow heritage and lack of distinctive traits, the great capture of primordial chi, a complete system from low to high tiers, was truly a distant aspiration. Calming his emotions, George turned his gaze to the second ancient scroll, Chapter 27, the supplemental reward of the system task, Introduction to Herbalism. Upon beholding the scroll before him, George shook his head in dissatisfaction. His immediate reaction was disbelief that such a thing could be the reward. Oh, why would I think that? Perhaps the previous rewards had been so precious that they created a stark contrast. Indeed, the great capture of primordial chi could be considered a product of 3 cumulative task rewards. It seemed that the reward for the initial night combat task had resulted in the subsequent 2 ancient tomes. Even without considering the differences in task difficulty, the mere comparison of the 6:1 reward ratio illustrated the disparity between them. He wondered whether there might be content that could complement Mr. Kirk's teachings, as that would at least serve as a form of resourceful utilization. George could not help but complain, given that it was herbalism and merely an introductory chapter. He had little hope for the specific content within. Yet he decided to review it for any potential value. As anticipated, if feasible, George intended to transcribe it as supplementary material for the children in his territory who were studying herbalism, as usual. He pressed it against his forehead and promptly completed the study. Perhaps due to its nature as pure knowledge, the tower did not exhibit any changes. After recalling the knowledge that had settled in his mind, the first concepts to surface were the 7 common methods for processing and utilizing herbs: decoction, infusion, maceration, ointment, poultice, tincture, and wash. Decoction. Combine 1 ounce of herbs with 1 pint of water. Follow the correct order, adding leaves before roots. Once the water reaches a boil, cover it and simmer for 30 to 90 minutes depending on the type of herb, then allow it to cool completely. Afterward, strain the liquid for use. Infusion. The original method for preparing herbal remedies, similar in nature to brewing tea. Pour boiling water over the herbs in a ratio of 1 pint of water to 1 ounce of herbs. Allow to steep for 15 to 30 minutes. Maceration. Soak the herbs in oil, akin to making an ointment. It is best to use almond or sesame oil. Heat 1 cup of oil on low heat, and place half an ounce of herbs wrapped in coarse cotton cloth into the oil until the herbs lose their original color and the oil emits a strong herbal fragrance. Ointment. A solid oil infused with herbs. Select herbs that possess the desired properties, apply magic to the herbs, or both. For medicinal ointments, choose herbs based on the patient's condition. The ratio is 3 teaspoons of herbs to 1 cup of oil. Plant oils are preferred, particularly almond oil and safflower oil. Store ointments in a cool, dark place, sealed tightly. During magical rituals, specially prepared ointments are often applied to pulse points for maximum efficacy. Poultice. Immerse herbs in equal amounts of boiling water. Once the herbs are fully saturated, drain the water, wrap the herbs in gauze or coarse cotton cloth, and apply directly. This may be somewhat messy, so keep a clean towel on hand. Its medicinal effects are excellent, especially for mild ailments such as rashes. Tincture. The proper preparation method involves soaking 4 ounces of herbs in 8 ounces of alcohol for approximately 14 to 21 days. During the soaking process, the container should be sealed and kept in a dark place. Afterward, strain the liquid for storage. Washing agent. A brew intended solely for external use. A gentle wash is typically concocted by steeping a 1/4 ounce of herbs in a pint of boiling water, allowing it to cool naturally thereafter. Following this are several practical medicinal concoctions. Among the decoctions is elderflower tea, which aids in the recovery of the body post-injury. The infusion consists of eucalyptus leaves, which serve to enhance alertness. The maceration involves a remedy crafted from mint leaves and eucalyptus branches, applied to the joints to alleviate the pain inflicted by sprains and facilitate recovery. As for the ointment, it is a potion that requires the application of a magical freezing ray to create, comprising not only common herbs like purple flowered herbs, but also rarer and more expensive varieties such as ghostvine and murtisack fruits. Its efficacy is notable, as it can relieve muscle fatigue after intense exercise while also providing a degree of nourishment to the muscles. This is somewhat beneficial for Georgie and can effectively reduce the likelihood of sustaining hidden injuries during physical exertion for other close combat professions. The methods of preparing such potions are often shrouded in secrecy, typically held by their inventors or possessors. It seems that in the future, one might be able to sell them for a handsome price. The use of poultices involves a concoction made from peeled aloe vera and a white mineral known as costata, utilized to treat extensive allergic skin reactions caused by mosquito bites. The tincture is made from aged ginger combined with snow lotus and other ingredients, primarily aimed at combating high fevers triggered by severe colds. However, there is a scarcity of large-scale alcohol production in this world. Perhaps it can be found in the laboratories of certain mages. The distilled spirits produced in the region possess an alcohol concentration of merely around 30%. The specific alcohol concentration required for tincture preparation remains unknown, and using a higher concentration would be impractical given current production costs. Finally, the washing agent is crafted from materials such as bay leaves and mint leaves. If Georgie understands correctly, its function appears to be the temporary elimination of body odor. This hardly qualifies as a medicinal product. It seems more akin to a perfume or cleaning product, and then there is nothing more to follow. What a disappointment! Georgie felt an urge to overturn the table. Isn't this supposed to be the introductory chapter on herbal medicine? Beyond a few methods of handling medicinal substances and a handful of recipes, there is nothing else. Where is the information on gathering and identifying herbs from the prairie? Where are the pharmacological and therapeutic properties of these herbs? Where is the guidance on cultivating these herbs in their natural environment? This is hardly herbal medicine. It is merely an introduction to pharmaceuticals. After finally calming himself, Georgie thought, hopefully, the next reward will not be so disappointing. He turned his gaze to the final ancient scroll. Secret technique, blood and chi divergence. This is what is recorded within. The so-called blood and chi divergence resembles a technique from his previous life's martial arts that allows the user to freely manipulate their bodily energy and blood flow. Simultaneously, a symbol of a drop of blood appeared on the southern wall mural of the tower. From Georgie's perspective, this secret technique seems to serve three primary functions. First, it enhances the efficiency of one's energy and blood supply through the interaction of breathing and muscles. This effectively mitigates fatigue during physical exertion and accelerates recovery from such fatigue. However, Georgie already possesses several techniques of a similar nature, albeit none that simultaneously target both states. He could experiment later to determine which proves more effective. Second, it offers a method of sinking energy and blood, placing the individual in a state of semi-consciousness. This overlaps with the turtle breathing technique he has already mastered. Again, a comparison between the two through experimentation is warranted. Third, it provides a method that stirs the energy and blood. This is quite similar to the explosive energy technique in martial arts, enabling the user to experience a comprehensive enhancement of their physical attributes for a brief period. According to the description, it can elevate one's attributes by one tier, which translates to an increase of 2 in strength, agility, and constitution. The duration lasts between 15 to 30 seconds. Overall, the enhancement is inferior to the Barbarian's Rage, which can elevate strength and constitution by 2 tiers from the outset, and later even achieve an increase of 4 tiers. Moreover, its duration can extend between 18 to 50 seconds, surpassing that of blood and chi divergence. However, the advantage of blood and chi divergence lies in the absence of a period of weakness following its use, alongside a shorter interval between applications. In summary, its versatility is commendable. Georgie finds himself in need of such a self-enhancing ability at this moment. After all, the Taoist martial arts he has learned predominantly focus on strengthening the body, and acquiring materials for slaying enemies and exorcising demons is not an easy task. The recently acquired innate energy capture technique is indeed powerful, but mastering it in a short time frame seems implausible. Additionally, until he reaches the stage of synchronizing his intent, it would be challenging to integrate it with his current combat style. After all, it is hardly feasible for Georgie to switch careers to become a mage. Thus, while blood and chi divergence may not be the strongest reward, it is undoubtedly the most applicable to Georgie's current circumstances. After reviewing the 3 rewards, Georgie felt a renewed curiosity towards the newly appeared staircase. After all, it leads to the 2nd floor, which Georgie has yet to explore. Since the system has designated this tower as Georgie's path to transcendence, it stands to reason that this staircase is indeed a heavenly ascent. The wooden staircase, simple and elegant, devoid of any embellishments, is cloaked in a chestnut-colored varnish that conceals its natural grain. As he steps onto the stairs, he feels a slight springiness beneath his feet. Yet devoid of the expected creaks of wood, it feels akin to stone. His hand glides over the railing, its smooth texture reminiscent of jade. As Georgie ascends step by step, it is not that he wishes to proceed slowly. Rather, each step he takes demands considerable exertion. Fortunately, this is a space of consciousness. Had it been reality, he would have been drenched in sweat by now and utterly incapable of maintaining his composure. How exhausting! It is not merely fatigue. This sensation feels like a profound weariness of both body and spirit. What is this overwhelming drowsiness and heaviness? Georgie senses his body growing increasingly burdensome, and each step becomes more laborious and sluggish. Simultaneously, a voice seems to beckon him. Stop. Take a break. There is no need to push yourself so hard. If you wish to ascend, there will be plenty of time later. If you feel tired, you should rest. This voice feels almost hypnotic, causing Georgie's eyelids to grow heavier. An unusual thought crosses his mind. Should he rest for a while and return tomorrow, rejuvenated? Damn it, how could I entertain such thoughts? Am I really so devoid of confidence and courage to overcome this minor obstacle? How could I ever entertain the notion of giving up so easily? Georgie realizes that his previous state was somewhat amiss. Enduring hardship is essential to growth. Hold on. After a grueling trek, when Georgie finally reaches the second level, he feels utterly drained. Chapter 28. Weakness. Georgie forces himself to observe the environment of the second level. Unlike the first, the second level feels significantly more spacious, though not in the literal sense. In reality, the second level is slightly smaller than the first. Yet, why does it leave such an impression? Puzzled, Georgie begins to scrutinize his surroundings. The first thing that catches his eye is the altar at the center of the tower, identical to the first level, with a base of Han white jade and intricate patterns that Georgie cannot decipher at its center. Turning to survey the inner walls of this level, they appear to be curved, lacking the several grand doors of the first level, replaced by seamless floor-to-ceiling windows and extended railings. From here, one can directly gaze upon the external space of the tower, which seems to resemble a starry night sky. The most significant difference is the absence of the myriad murals and symbols that adorned the first level's walls. The pristine white walls likely contribute to the feeling of spaciousness. Struggling against discomfort, Georgie snaps back to reality and exits the tower, opening his eyes as he attempts to rise. However, the overwhelming sense of weakness and extreme mental fatigue causes him to stumble forward. Barely managing to brace himself against the inner wall of the carriage to avoid falling flat on his face, which would have been quite embarrassing, Georgie calls out weakly, Ileana, are you out there? Ileana's voice trembles in response. Young master, are you all right? You sound rather unwell. Although he merely feels a bit uncomfortable, Georgie replies, come in and help me organize my sleeping bag. As he steadies himself against the inner wall of the carriage to sit down, the door swings open with a sharp sound. Thud. Thud. Ileana hurriedly ascends into the carriage, her face etched with concern as she inquires, Young master, what on earth has happened? Should I fetch Sir Val or Sir Kirk to examine you? Georgie waves his hand dismissively. No need. It was just a minor issue during meditation. I simply need to rest for the night, and I will be fine. This trivial matter does not warrant troubling either of them, as they are both quite busy. Sir Val needs to attend to the town's defenses, and Sir Kirk is likely still caring for the injured. But young master, your condition appears to be quite dire. I am worried. I fear there may be something wrong, Ileana exclaims, her big blue eyes shimmering with tears. Georgie gently patted Elena's shoulder, reassuringly saying, It's all right, do not forget that I am an elite knight squire. I am quite aware of my physical condition, and a single night's rest will suffice for recovery. However, if you do not prepare promptly, we may face complications due to delays. After speaking, Georgie affectionately ruffled Elena's hair. Once Georgie withdrew his hand, Elena flipped the reclining chair opposite him, which unfolded like a convertible sofa bed. She then retrieved a neatly folded sleeping bag and blanket from a nearby cabinet. And in no time, a relatively comfortable bed appeared before Georgie. Oh, and please help me out of my clothes, Georgie prompted, a statement that truly revealed his current vulnerability in Elena's presence. After Elena assisted him in changing his attire, Georgie, suppressing his fatigue, crawled into the sleeping bag. Once she extinguished the lantern in the carriage, Elena settled into a chair beside him, keeping vigil. If he were to fall asleep immediately, it would likely hinder his recovery by morning. It seemed he needed to devise a strategy. Resolute, Georgie began to regulate his breathing, envisioning the rhythm of waves under the night sky in his mind. Gradually, the imagery transformed into a colossal dragon resting in the depths of the sea, with the waves rising and falling in sync with the dragon's breath. Before long, Georgie drifted into a peaceful slumber, and had any knowledgeable observer been present, they would undoubtedly exclaim that the technique of sleeping dragon was indeed as remarkable as its reputation suggested. The sleeping dragon technique, a specialized method for deep slumber, is said to have been created by the immortal Qin Tuan during the Song dynasty, emphasizing the profound principle of true stillness and the subtleties of the Wan and Donghua schools, as well as the practical applications of the 9 returns and 7 returns. Unbeknownst to Georgie, this night heralded significant changes for both his body and mind. As dawn broke, the cheerful chirping of birds outside the carriage, coupled with the sunlight streaming onto Georgie's face, roused him from his deep sleep. Stretching slowly, Georgie felt a remarkable improvement in his condition. While he had not fully regained his optimal state, he was no longer hindered in his daily activities and training. Turning to glance at Elena, who lay beside his bed with gentle breaths indicating her deep slumber, Georgie smiled and quietly got up to change his clothes, with his adept control over his muscles. He found it a trivial matter to avoid waking the young girl. Stepping out of the carriage, Georgie immediately sensed the freshness of the air, the heavy stench of blood from the previous day gradually dissipating. He found a clear patch of ground in the camp and began to perform the motions from the I Ching's cleansing technique to limber up his muscles, preparing for further training. As he completed his warm-up, he heard the voice of Night Bard approaching. "Georgie, your movements today seem a bit off," he inquired with concern, indicating that he had been observing for some time. Georgie, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "I encountered a minor issue during my meditation last night, but I am nearly recovered now. That is no trivial matter, especially for someone like you, a night squire. This directly affects your potential promotion to knighthood." Bart continued, stressing the significance of mental well-being. "You must understand that even fully fledged knights have fallen from grace due to such issues." A torrent of advice flowed from Bart, whose good intentions were met with Georgie's internal annoyance, as if 500 ducks were quacking incessantly in his ears. Yet Georgie could not dismiss him. He had to feign a look of receptiveness, despite the bitterness brewing within. The price of deceit. He mused, knowing that his secret system could not be revealed. "I shall take greater care next time." Although using the methods of mages to refine the mind has been validated by many, it is still not the original practice of knightly training. "Caution is prudent," Bart concluded earnestly. Georgie sighed inwardly, relieved that the lecture had come to an end. "Understood. I will be more careful next time," he replied, feigning humility. Seeing Georgie's demeanor, Bart seemed reassured. "That's good. I had intended for you and Harin to engage in sparring today, but it seems best to postpone. If you have time, take a stroll around the town. It should benefit your condition. Just remember not to stray too far. Ever since that night, I've had a lingering concern that this area may not be entirely safe. Thank you for your concern. Since there will be no sparring practice, I shall go have breakfast," Georgie said, pretending to pat his stomach and seizing the opportunity to make his exit. Given that he claimed he was going to eat, he felt it prudent to at least make a show of it. After all, if Bart were to inquire about Georgie's meal later, it would be awkward if he had to admit he had not seen the Lord earlier that morning. Though it was not yet time for breakfast in the camp, the cook was already up and about. Although being away from his own territory, Georgie, as a noble, still enjoyed certain privileges within the ranks. Upon expressing his needs, the cook, Babuz, set aside his other tasks to focus on preparing breakfast for Georgie. Unlike most territories today, the cooks in the Bolam territory were professional soldiers, in other armies. The responsibility for food preparation often fell to farmers conscripted on a temporary basis or adventurers pressed into service. In some cases, merchants collecting spoils of war or women providing special services were tasked with this duty. Such arrangements not only jeopardized the quality of the meals but also posed safety risks. Through years of debate in his previous life, Georgie firmly believed that the role of cooks in the military was irreplaceable. They provided nourishment, hydration, improved living conditions, and enhanced the fighting capability of the troops. Moreover, in times of severe casualties or difficulties, they could directly participate in battle to defend themselves without needing assistance. According to folklore, the cooks of Shui Rengue were all exceptional fighters, and of course, legends are merely that. Georgie did not expect his own cook to produce a hero capable of turning the tide of battle. His expectation was simple: to provide safe and palatable meals that would boost the morale of the troops. And if capable, join the reserve forces. Observing the robust man bustling about preparing his meal, Georgie found it amusingly incongruous. Perhaps it was that he envisioned cooks as round and rotund figures. Speaking of roundness, he thought of Barrowman at the port, wondering how operations had fared in his absence. Sometimes, Georgie marveled at the peculiar trains of thought that crossed his mind. To his astonishment, he was served fried lamb chops along with roasted onions and potatoes. He was taken aback by the quality of the food available in the camp. "Babos, where did you procure these ingredients?" Georgie exclaimed, stopping the cook as he turned to leave after serving the dishes. "These were just purchased from the town this morning, my lord. Since the attack that night, food prices have surged considerably, and supplies are scarce. However, many people have come to the camp gates to sell their goods this morning. I happened to be processing some fat lambs when you arrived, so I thought it would be a treat for you," Babuz replied, wiping his hands with a cloth. "Well, there's nothing more to do here. You should return to your tasks. Of course, enjoy your meal, my lord. I shall take my leave." Chapter 29. After the catastrophe, it was quite remarkable that business was picking up so swiftly. It appeared the town was beginning to show signs of revival. Should he commend the people for their resilience or simply acknowledge that life must go on? Georgie pondered as he savored the lamb chop. He found it curious that this world had begun cultivating potatoes so early. Yet they were predominantly grown as vegetables rather than being promoted as a staple food. Georgie had attempted to advocate for potatoes as a primary food source in his territory to conserve arable land, even introducing several recipes from his previous life, but faced unanimous opposition from all levels of authority. It must be said that Babuz's culinary skills were indeed commendable. The lamb chop was perfectly seared, and the potatoes and onions were adequately prepared. Accompanied by a refreshing hot soup, Georgie felt an unparalleled sense of contentment that he had not experienced in days. The experience of having a special meal was truly distinct. As he strolled through the town streets, the desolate atmosphere was unsettling, in stark contrast to the hopeful gazes of the vendors in the square. The individuals sitting at their doorsteps or leaning against alley walls appeared listless, their eyes clouded and devoid of vitality. Various lamentations echoed around him. Had the current circumstances not been dire, many among them would surely have succumbed to drunkenness. As one approaches the outskirts of the town, the extent of the damage to the houses becomes increasingly severe, and the desolation of the area becomes more pronounced, in stark contrast to the remaining inner circle inhabited by homeowners. The structures here, if one could even call them that, stand as mere ruins, still bearing the semblance of having been recently ravaged. Piles of debris are strewn across the streets, while broken columns, in various states of disrepair, cast long shadows under the morning sun. Gazing through the remnants of shattered walls, Georgie can glean a rough understanding of the internal layouts and basic designs of the houses that once stood along this route. The mundane yet tranquil daily lives of the residents who inhabited this place before the calamity seem faintly visible. Juxtaposed against the charred timber, scattered stones, and the dark brown stains of blood that mar the corners, a tightness grips Georgie's fists as he contemplates the sheer powerlessness that has brought about such devastation. What has transpired in Greywood Town today could very well befall Poitou tomorrow. The identity of the shadowy hand behind this disaster remains shrouded in mystery, yet rather than pondering impractical strategies, it would be wiser to focus on fortifying one's own strength. Had it not been for Georgie and his companions fortuitously lodging here that fateful night, the townsfolk and passing caravans would have likely offered little resistance. And the next day, travelers would have encountered naught but a silent wasteland. Perhaps a few might escape for various reasons, but the scars upon their souls would surely remain unhealed for a lifetime. As for whether Georgie and his group stumbled upon this encounter by chance or fate, such inquiries are of little consequence at present. Even the most deeply concealed conspiracies will eventually be revealed under diligent scrutiny. As Georgie meandered through the winding alleys, he eventually returned to the main thoroughfare. 6 young men approached him, wielding thick wooden clubs wrapped in iron, with 2 of them sporting sheathed long swords at their waists. Their disheveled formation, erratic strides, and jittery expressions suggested they were likely a makeshift militia tasked with maintaining order in the town, or perhaps merely conscripted novices. The leader halted and scrutinized Georgie for a moment before leading his companions past him. Observing their suspicious demeanor, Georgie shook his head as they departed, reflecting, "It appears these individuals are indeed rather jumpy." Maytime gradually soothed their wounds. From their body language and weapon stances, Georgie surmised that he should harbor no expectations regarding the combat prowess of this militia patrol. Nevertheless, their mere presence embodied a semblance of order. Akin to the broken windows theory proposed by those who came before him, they served to suppress the darker impulses that lurked within the hearts of the townsfolk. As Georgie walked, he noticed a wooden sign hanging ahead, markedly different from the rounded, time-worn one he had encountered previously. This particular sign appeared freshly crafted. Not only was the design crude, but the edges bore the roughness of hurried workmanship. As if it were a temporary substitute, beneath the sign was a wall facing the street, marred with pits and patches, where stones of varying hues indicated recent repairs, save for the charred remnants of fire. The two large wooden windows that once adorned the establishment were now missing, leaving only bare frames and iron bars in their stead. Evidently, the proprietor had yet to find someone to craft replacements. How curious that this inn, a prime target during the attack, still operated without a hitched IT. Seemed likely that the adventurers had become trapped within its confines, fighting desperately to repel the onslaught of relentless goblins. Georgie formed this conclusion in his mind. Crossing the 1-foot-high threshold, Georgie stepped into the inn named Green Vine. He glanced back at the increased height of the threshold since his last visit, pondering the inconvenience it posed for smaller individuals. After all, the terrain here was not particularly low. There seemed little need for such a lofty barrier to keep rainwater at bay. Observing the quizzical expression on Georgie's face, a burly man seated at a round table near the door boomed with laughter. "You must be wondering why the threshold is so high. 2 months ago, a band of halflings vanished into thin air after feasting in the tavern. More importantly, among them were certainly some with golden fingers, as many patrons soon discovered their belongings had gone missing. Someone later suggested raising the threshold, and surprisingly, it proved quite effective. Did they actually catch some afterward?" Georgie skeptically inquired, gesturing toward the stone slab, doubtful that it would significantly hinder the nimble thieves' escape. The burly man, now holding a wooden mug, drained it with a hearty gulp before calling for the innkeeper. Then turned back to Georgie. "You'd be surprised. Those little rascals thrive on their size, using the cover of darkness to pilfer and flee. With this threshold, their exit becomes much more conspicuous, and as the townsfolk gained experience, they managed to catch a few. However, in the past month, the halflings have been far more subdued. Patrons have hardly lost anything while drinking here." Georgie found himself intrigued, envisioning the halflings' embarrassment as they attempted to navigate the obstacle, and the subsequent outrage of customers realizing their belongings had vanished. A peculiar smile crept across his face at the thought. Returning to the present, Georgie shifted his expression to a warm smile, surveying the tavern's atmosphere. Like most inns of this era, the first floor served as both a tavern and a dining area. The absence of windows allowed for decent lighting, with occasional autumn breezes wafting in, carrying away the scent of ale and the heavy odors of the patrons. Several round wooden tables were occupied by a host of individuals, predominantly guards or adventurers from other caravans, yet unlike elsewhere. Nearly all bore visible injuries, with many limbs wrapped in bandages. It seemed they had endured quite the ordeal just nights prior. Georgie approached the counter and tossed a gold coin to the aging innkeeper, who, momentarily caught off guard, bent to retrieve it. As he picked up the coin with his somewhat withered hand, he bit it to assess its quality, then beamed at Georgie, inquiring, "What can I get for you?" "Esteemed guest," Georgie, observing the elderly man's wrinkled face break into a smile, declared, "First, provide a mug of ale to each of the brave souls who defended the town that night, and I shall have an apple cider from Greywood Town for myself. As for the rest, feel free to serve whatever else you deem fit." The innkeeper's face shifted to one of concern as he gestured for Georgie to lean closer. Complying, Georgie leaned in. The innkeeper lowered his voice. "In days past, that amount would have sufficed. However, prices have skyrocketed recently, so even for ale, we're still a bit short. Prices have risen so much. What a pack of swindlers." Georgie's expression stiffened, revealing his embarrassment. He then seamlessly adjusted his demeanor, discreetly withdrawing another gold coin from his pocket and handing it to the innkeeper. The innkeeper, upon receiving the coin, called out to a barmaid, "Give each patron a mug of ale." Upon hearing the innkeeper's confirmation, the men present erupted in cheers. Amidst the bustling of the bartender and barmaid, Soon everyone received their desired drink. Before Georgie stood not only his apple cider, but also a platter of snacks, featuring 2 slices of smoked sausage and a few thin slices of cheese, garnished with a small mound of ground salt. The crowd raised their mugs, shouting, "Cheers to this generous gentleman." Most of them downed their drinks in one go, toasting to the valiant defenders of the town. Georgie echoed the toast, though after raising his mug, he merely took a small sip. Chapter 30. Tales from the Tavern. Georgie found the Threshold's backstory increasingly amusing and, with a puzzled expression, asked the innkeeper, "Who was the gentleman that proposed such an idea? I usually don't divulge such information, but seeing as you are so generous, I shall make an exception." The innkeeper replied with a glint in his eye. Was a wandering elven bard present at the time who devised the plan. By the way, the man who just informed you about the Threshold's purpose is named Signer, and he is a professional of sorts. However, he likely has no ill intentions in answering your queries. Given the recent events, many adventurers are currently out of work. He probably hopes to gain your patronage. So it was all to boost goodwill? No wonder he was the only one to answer my question back then, Georgie mused, eye in his heart. Xiaoji found it somewhat amusing that there were still individuals with a modicum of discernment and thought. Yet it seemed they had become rather slick in their dealings. One could only wonder about their true capabilities and character. Moreover, it was curious that the establishment's proprietor would broach such a topic. Had he perhaps benefited from the man? Or did they share some animosity? I am not some naive young master unaware of the world's intricacies. After all, at that moment, a drunken voice emerged from Xiaoji's left rear. "Grim, old man, just a few days ago, you mentioned that the troublesome halflings were no more. Have you perhaps replaced that stone?" Thankfully, it had not been done, for that very stone had been a stroke of fortune that night. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji's interest was piqued, and he turned to look in that direction. He saw a heavily inebriated man propped up with his right hand, struggling to avoid collapsing onto the table. Clearly, he was not entirely lucid, and as he spoke, he waved an empty wine glass in his left hand, turning it over to inspect it. Xiaoji realized that even if this man had some clarity, it would likely be impossible to extract any coherent information from him. "Ah, young master, do not heed his boasting." To the outset of that night, he had already spent all the coin he carried and was sprawled across the table in slumber. It was only after the ruckus began that he roused himself. If we speak of the events at the beginning, he had not experienced them firsthand, but rather heard them recounted by others. The burly man beside the drunkard clapped him on the shoulder, causing him to slump over completely. Soon, the sound of snoring emanated from the inebriated man's mouth. "Oh, might you elucidate further?" Xiaoji inquired with a hint of curiosity. The burly man casually grabbed a piece of meat and chewed before responding. "To be honest, I am not entirely clear on the specifics. Although I was among the first to engage in battle, I merely witnessed the threshold that made it difficult for the diminutive goblins to enter and exit. Much like those halflings, we gained a slight advantage from that. If you truly wish to comprehend the matter from beginning to end, you should inquire with him." He gestured towards a yellow-bearded man at another table, whose left cheek bore a scar from a blade. Xiaoji scrutinized the latter and noticed that he appeared to be drinking alone, with little interaction with those around him. Even in the present moment, he wore snug leather armor, and his weapon was not sheathed at his waist, but rather leaned at an accessible angle against the table. Had it not been for the peculiar threshold and the interruption by the burly man, Xiaoji would have likely noticed such a character first upon entering the tavern. It was surprising to find himself still so inexperienced after 2 lifetimes. It seemed that prolonged association with youth had, to some extent, led to his assimilation. Xiaoji felt a twinge of embarrassment. Lost in thought, he took a piece of sausage and chewed it, his mind inexplicably shifting to how bland it was, which explained the small mound of salt beside it. Rising, he carried his plate and sat beside the yellow-bearded man, addressing him. "Might this valiant one clarify my earlier queries?" The man did not respond verbally, but merely pointed to his cup, with a sharp snap of his fingers. Xiaoji called out, "Barkeep, bring this warrior another mug of ale, and charge it to my tab." "What do you wish to hear?" the yellow-bearded man replied succinctly. "Please recount the tale of that night, from start to finish." "That is not sufficient. Let us have 3 more mugs," he added. "Others may know bits and pieces, yet piecing them together is somewhat cumbersome. While it is not a secret, I believe my story is worth the cost of these drinks." "Very well." Xiaoji exclaimed. Barkeep, bring 3 more mugs on that night. I felt I had indulged sufficiently and, feeling somewhat overheated in my attire, I chose a spot near the door to catch a breeze. Do you see that wooden board behind the stone slab? The yellow-bearded man pointed, and Xiaoji nodded thoughtfully. As the patrons of the tavern noticed the man beginning his account, they gradually paused their activities, leaning in to listen. The yellow-bearded man took a sip of his drink and continued. At that moment, the wooden board emitted a loud thud. Although the sound was not particularly loud, I certainly heard it. However, when I turned, there was no one in sight. I'm not boasting. Over the years, I have wandered through several nearby nations, and my abilities are quite commendable. Particularly when I once fought for coin on the battlefield, my instincts regarding danger are well-honed. It was through this combination that I avoided their ambush. Yet I was utterly unprepared for that large goblin to be invisible. It only revealed itself after it had severed a corner of the table. A commotion erupted among the patrons in the tavern. I told you, some of those creatures can indeed turn invisible. How can you not believe it? Who would take your words seriously in that state? Everyone assumed you were merely inebriated. Only the likes of Pick, who never gets drunk, would be believed. It seemed to be a friendly banter among comrades, yet it resonated with Xiaoji's own experiences. This exchange provided Xiaoji with a glimpse of the rumors circulating, while simultaneously sketching an initial outline of the personalities present among the adventurers. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that the yellow-bearded man had intentionally paused for him to hear this. Xiaoji couldn't help but marvel at the fact that anyone who had survived in society for so long must possess some cunning. The others had spoken truthfully. Several of the goblins who entered were indeed invisible. It was no shame to admit that initially, there had been a degree of confusion, but once the battle commenced, we had not gained any significant advantage. Having ventured into perilous escapades for over a decade, I had never encountered such a formidable goblin force. Even among the private soldiers of the lords during the turmoil in the southern Mori kingdom, few could rival their strength. That moment, we felt a glimmer of despair. Perhaps I could have fought my way through to escape alive, but my 2 companions would likely have been left behind. He patted one of his comrades seated to his right, whose expression revealed a sense of despondency. It appeared his other companion was either gravely injured or had already perished. Tio maintained composure in such circumstances and still possessed the ability to fight through was undoubtedly a mark of exceptional prowess. He was likely already beyond the unstable beginner phase in the realm of adventurers. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. According to martial arts lore, he might be likened to the level of Ling Hu Chong from the Smiling, Proud Wanderer, who had yet to master the Duga 9 swords. It was unexpected to encounter such talent here. Furthermore, the mention of invisible goblins corroborated Xiaoji's suspicions. Upon learning of the ogre sorcerer, he had begun to harbor doubts. After all, it seemed implausible that so many goblins could possess rogue-level stealth capabilities. It was likely a result of magical influence. To be candid, had it not been for the timely arrival of a squad of soldiers for reinforcement, we would have likely suffered even greater losses. While our combat prowess could hold its own, the moment this establishment was set ablaze, our defenses would crumble. That squad must have been the personal guard of some passing noble, led by a group of seasoned warriors with iron-tier ranks. Truly, the North's knightly order, the Duchy of Noam, was a sight not often seen in the wealthy southern kingdoms. The yellow-bearded man's words conveyed not only relief but also a tinge of envy. Envy? Was it a desire for strength or something else? Yet, such matters bore little significance to me. I had merely ventured out to unwind. My purpose in entering the tavern was to hear tales for leisure. While the information gleaned was rather innocuous, it was likely known by the Val Knights as well. I could surmise that he felt it unnecessary to share such details with me after all. It was merely the deceased head ogre sorcerer's exceptional talent, casting a long-lasting invisibility spell, or perhaps the clever execution of the goblin's tactical arrangements. These thoughts flitted through Xiaoji's mind. The raid that night had evidently left the merchant convoy's guards somewhat understaffed. Perhaps it would be wise to recruit a few individuals here to address the immediate need. If any troublemakers sought to infiltrate, the Val Knights would likely have means to detect them. Moreover, hadn't the tavern owner mentioned that many were seeking work? Why not take advantage of that opportunity? With the decision made, Xiaoji stood and called out, "Silence, everyone! My merchant convoy suffered significant losses that night. I am now recruiting personnel, and the meeting point will be in the town square. If anyone has inquiries, mention that Lord Bolam sent you. Upon hearing this announcement, the tavern erupted in excitement, and the glances directed at Xiaoji shifted notably. Many individuals vacated their tables, seemingly to make preparations. Satisfied with the unfolding situation, Xiaoji swiftly finished his meal and exited the tavern. Chapter 31. New tidings. As Xiaoji left the tavern, he made his way along the main road towards the town's outskirts, soon arriving at the position of the sentry post he had encountered earlier. However, today, the two sentinels had vanished without a trace, likely destroyed in the battle of that fateful night. Although the horses along the road differ from those observed previously, it is evident that they are not hastily assembled creations of the past few days. It appears that the town has kept a reserve of such items on hand. Due to a shortage of manpower, the patrol leader, Kuel, is personally overseeing inspections. He stands upright by the roadside, turning his head to survey multiple directions beyond the town. Perhaps due to the lack of merchant traffic, the tax officer, Simpson, is squatting beneath a large tree by the roadside, seeking respite from the heat. Upon noticing Georgie, he rises and waves, making his way over. As the saying goes, those who eat the king's grain bear the king's worries. Patrol leader Kuel has resumed his duties even before fully recovering from his injuries, illustrating the balance of power and obligation. In contrast, although tax officer Simpson has experienced some fright, he has not suffered any substantial harm. In other regions, the position of a tax officer may hold more sway than that of a patrol leader. However, in Nohan, the highest status always belongs to the military. Even among the nobility, those with the title of knight hold a rank superior to that of other lords of the same level, let alone court nobles. Even Georgie's father, Lord Boram, rose through blood and fire, clawing his way up from a pile of corpses before ultimately accepting the position of secretary to the Duke after attaining knighthood. "Ah, my lord, what brings you here?" The tax officer approached with a slight bow. Georgie casually replied, "Just taking a stroll. It seems there are no merchants passing through today." The tax officer clarified, "You may not be fully aware of our situation. Typically, faster merchant caravans should arrive in Huemu town between the afternoon and evening. Slower ones often camp midway, likely arriving afternoon. Is that so? No wonder we encountered such a long queue upon our arrival." Unlike the bustling city where traffic flows incessantly throughout the day, this small town is significantly affected by trade routes, with the comings and goings of large groups occurring quite regularly. Are there places outside the town where one can find large stones or wooden stumps? Georgie inquired, hoping to locate a suitable training ground for tomorrow or to test the effects of his new ability, Blood Flow Division. "I'm not quite sure. Although I've been here for 2 years, I rarely leave the town, let alone venture off the main road," the tax officer admitted, appearing somewhat disheartened by his inability to assist. "However, I believe Mr. Kuel would know." With that, the tax officer hurriedly dashed off to fetch Kuel. In contrast, patrol leader Kuel displayed less obsequiousness. He bore the demeanor of a soldier with a sense of self-respect, while the tax officer resembled a small bureaucrat eager to climb the ranks. "Are you referring to stones or tree stumps?" "Let me think," Kuel said, lowering his head and resting his chin on his hand, as if contemplating. Suddenly, he looked up and pointed in a direction. "If you head that way, once you pass the fields and walk a bit further, you should be able to find some. I visited that area 2 years ago, and if nothing has changed, there should be both stumps and stones. It would take about an hour to walk there at a normal pace. Closer locations mostly have their materials taken back to the village for construction. I cannot accompany you today due to my official duties, but that area is relatively easy to locate." "Thank you," Georgie replied, sensing Kuel's desire to limit their interaction. After expressing his gratitude, he hurriedly departed. With keen hearing, Georgie discerned the tax officer's complaints about the patrol leader behind him, which did not surprise him. The tax officer likely sought some advantage from Georgie, or at the very least, wished to gain favor for potential future dealings. He clearly felt that Kuel's behavior had undermined his own self-important displays. Yet, Kuel's demeanor was entirely appropriate. No superior enjoys seeing their subordinates too cozy with vassals, regardless of how humble the subordinate may be, especially within the military. Of course, for a patrol leader like Kuel, such matters are trivial. However, given that Huemu town is the closest settlement to the Boram territory within the Duke's domain, and considering the recent sensitive events, any actions that might arouse suspicion within the intelligence network are best avoided. If any trouble were to arise, Georgie would likely remain unscathed, but Kuel's situation could prove precarious. Following the direction indicated by Kuel, Georgie maintained a steady pace as he ran. He carefully placed his feet on the dirt paths, avoiding the cultivated fields. The landscape transitioned from yellow to green as he approached the town, with sporadic patches of dark brown and gray interspersed. The golden grains of wheat bowed slightly under their own weight, as if nodding in reverence to the earth. Instinctively, Georgie compared the wheat in this territory to that in his own, concluding that his yield appeared more promising. Professional cultivators grow far faster than ordinary individuals. After running for about 15 minutes, Georgie arrived at the location Kuehl had mentioned. Large stones appear to be partially embedded in the grass, accompanied by a few smaller ones nearby. Unfortunately, they were too close together to serve as effective obstacles for directional practice. Could he possibly use them as stepping stones? Regrettably, there were too few, though their varying angles did add a level of difficulty. As for tree stumps, only one could be found to the east. Perhaps it is best to return, Georgie thought, feeling somewhat disappointed with the sight. Upon returning to the square, he noticed the absence of adventurers running about, indicating that the recruitment of newcomers had concluded. Stepping into the camp, he indeed found several new faces. Sergeant Annison was assigning them their posts. Sir Val spotted Georgie and quickly grabbed his hand, bending down to whisper in his ear, "Come with me." Quickly, without waiting for Georgie's response, he pulled him towards Georgie's cart. "Eleanor, stand guard outside. No one is to approach without my or your young master's orders. Mr. Bart is the exception," after issuing commands to the still confused young maid. He swiftly ushered Georgie into the cart, closing the door and drawing the curtains. "All right, do you remember the discussion we had the day after the attack when we left the mayor's house?" Before Georgie could settle in, Sir Val began. "The day we left the mayor's house," Georgie reacted quickly, realizing that their previous speculations had begun to bear fruit. This revelation startled Georgie, and he thought to himself, how could news have spread so quickly? With such questions in mind, Georgie sought confirmation from Sir Val. Is it truly news regarding that matter? Absolutely. While there isn't concrete evidence, this morning, the envoys from the Kingdom of Lucia and the Kingdom of Cruz arrived at the Parliamentary Hall. Requesting an audience with the Duke, Sir Val explained, absent-mindedly running his fingers through his hair. We had just formed those suspicions, and within days, they began taking such actions. This cannot be mere coincidence. Upon hearing this news, Georgie did not respond immediately. He took a moment to contemplate the myriad possibilities related to this situation. Framing and deception? It seemed too soon for such schemes. Although the news of the incident had undoubtedly reached Karada through the temple, the information conveyed was minimal, likely leaving Karada with only vague notions. How could foreign envoys acquire more precise intelligence at such a time? Anyone would suspect foul play. What could it be? Georgie muttered to himself. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Sir Val, seemingly unfazed by Georgie's demeanor, remained seated beside him, likely intending to encourage Georgie's contemplation. The faint sound of dripping, almost inaudible, was the sweat trickling down Georgie's face. Landing softly on the carpet, seems I still lack experience, Georgie thought, pondering the core of the matter. Neither before nor after his transition had he engaged with diplomatic affairs in any meaningful way. Merely listening to idle chatter would yield little progress. Since he could not arrive at a conclusion, Georgie shook his head, hoping to clear his thoughts. He withdrew a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the sweat from his brow. Sir Val, do you have any further news? He inquired. No, not yet. A few days ago, I contacted some friends using magical tools, hoping they would keep an eye out for news from Lucia and Cruz. Unexpectedly, one of them provided us with this significant lead today. While the specifics remain within the Parliamentary Hall, such matters cannot be concealed for long. By tomorrow night at the latest, the nobles of Karada will be discussing the intentions of those two envoys. Sir Val replied, not providing a definitive answer. However, Georgie trusted that he was not withholding information, as there was no need for such secrecy. It was already becoming increasingly clear that this incident was linked to those two nations. How could Georgie articulate his current emotions? Was it a sense of relief at having lifted a heavy burden, or an unsettling feeling akin to a fall? After all, in the absence of further evidence, both Georgie and Sir Val, along with others, harbored a sense of hope against hope. They wished for the matter not to become overly complicated. However, with the dust now settled, it was evident that the worst-case scenario had indeed materialized, which, paradoxically, allowed for a certain sense of relaxation. Georgie proposed his suggestion. I believe it would be prudent for us to wait patiently. Should anyone inquire, We shall respond with the truth, refraining from any personal conjectures. This was, without doubt, the most cautious approach, allowing them to distance themselves from the brewing storm. They would devise their plans only after the adults had made their decisions. Sir Val seemed to concur with Georgie's resolution. Yet he added, however, if the noble Viscount has any other requests, we shall adhere to his wishes. Georgie shrugged, of course. Very well, let us temporarily set this matter aside. Now, let us discuss the recruitment of new members this morning. Sir Val's expression turned somewhat grave. Recruiting newcomers? I believe I have done nothing wrong in this regard. It is my prerogative, is it not? Surely, there can't be any issues with those I've brought in? Georgie felt puzzled by Sir Val's sudden inquiry. Regarding the authority to recruit new members, you have no issues there. However, it is imperative that you consult either me or Cobdo beforehand. Have you considered the potential consequences of someone arriving unexpectedly to apply? While neither of us is present at the camp, and we fail to receive timely information, Sir Val spoke earnestly, if those impatient adventurers and guards were to clash due to prolonged waiting, it would not bode well. Though our team possesses sufficient strength to withstand immediate threats, what of the aftermath? Rumors detrimental to your reputation could easily circulate among the adventurers. This could adversely affect your standing in future dealings with other mercenaries or adventurers. You are aware that many adventurers have quite a penchant for gossip, often embellishing their narratives with various embellishments. This is merely related to the matter at hand. Should any bizarre rumors emerge, it could bring disgrace upon your entire family. Sir Val commenced a heartfelt counsel, even addressing Georgie with a more formal tone. While from Sir Val's perspective, he believed he was being considerate, Georgie felt that the professional soldiers within the territory should adequately manage such situations. Sir Val's overall impression of these subordinates seemed to be rooted in experiences from several years prior. While he might have noted improvements in their combat prowess, it appeared he paid little heed to other aspects. This did not imply that Georgie was inherently superior. Rather, Sir Val was constrained by the historical context he was familiar with. After some contemplation, Georgie began to understand the source of Sir Val's undue anxiety. However, this was not a matter that could be easily clarified in a few sentences. For someone like him, whose worldview had already been established, a change of heart would not occur without direct experience. Georgie decided it prudent to admit his oversight. I acknowledge that my considerations were insufficient. I presumed that with you and Mr. Bart present at the camp, there would be no issues. While apologizing, he also subtly praised Sir Val. Let us move on. After all, it has not resulted in any adverse consequences. We shall let this matter rest for now. But do take care in the future. You are, after all, a lord now. It is essential to contemplate the potential ramifications of every decision. Sir Val understood Georgie's character. Since he had acknowledged his mistake, he would ensure that similar incidents would not recur. After a few more exchanges, they moved past the topic. Georgie felt a significant sense of relief. After all, he had been subjected to 2 rounds of admonishments that morning. Yet, Sir Val's demeanor remained unchanged as he directly posed the next question. Do you know why most noble youths who travel alone are formally recognized knights? It must pertain to their strength. I suppose. Those lacking in power are likely to encounter danger easily, Georgie replied with a conventional response. Strength? If it were merely a matter of strength, it would not be a significant issue. Nobles enjoy superior diets, access to quality educational environments, ancestral combat techniques, and the opportunity to engage distinguished instructors. With resources in every aspect far exceeding those of commoners, the average strength of noble offspring is considerably higher than that of non-nobles. Sir Val's words bore a hint of self-deprecation, yet Georgie, as a member of the noble class, refrained from commenting further. After all, every society is structured in hierarchies, even in the world he had traversed from. Indeed, if noble youths are willing to exert themselves, attaining the rank of Red Iron is not an insurmountable task. In contrast, most adventurers spend their lives stagnating at the Grey Rock tier. This is not solely a matter of personal aptitude. One must reach at least the Black Lead rank for their bloodline's attributes to potentially influence their descendants. Most ancestors of court nobles lacked this capability, yet their descendants' chances of reaching the Red Iron rank are not inferior to those of other nobles, which underscores the importance of resources. Among these, the most crucial aspect is the method of training, which, while considered part of the training resources, is also subject to the strictest regulation as a non-consumable. Even among nobles, information that is widely known is seldom shared with commoners. Consequently, many talented commoner adventurers remain entirely unaware of how to ascend to the Red Iron rank. Moreover, the means of acquiring such knowledge are limited and typically require significant sacrifices. Essentially, there are only two primary avenues: military merit and donations. Furthermore, a magical contract is established, stipulating that only the signatories may impart this knowledge to others. This is the traditional power structure, one that Georgie, as a vested interest, neither dares nor desires to challenge. He harbors none of the ambitions some transmigrators possess for creating a utopia. Since it is not entirely a matter of strength, what else could it be? Georgie pondered, perplexed. Observing the furrow in Georgie's brow, Sir Val directly revealed two words: poison. Poison? Georgie responded with surprise. Having had little exposure to formidable poisons in this world, his understanding was still rooted in the ancient toxins of flora and fauna from the previous realm. Given Georgie's current constitution, while it cannot be said he could consume arsenic without consequence, he certainly was not susceptible to small doses. Indeed, poison. Unless one becomes a formally recognized knight and attains the Black Lead rank. Most poisons remain effective against you. A notably infamous one, dark malice, could very well claim your life. While it may not necessarily kill you outright, it would render you nearly incapable of resisting when the time comes. Currently, the common poisons of concern include the cruel stinger, the priest's curse, the crystal lungs, the dried blood, and the Medusa's hair, among others. Under Sir Val's narration, the darker aspects of this world, which Georgie had previously overlooked, began to unfold before him. So, does becoming a formally recognized knight exempt one from such concerns? Georgie inquired, puzzled. While knights and paladins possess the strongest resistances to these substances among their peers, it does not imply the absence of apprehensions. How should I put it? Sir Val paused, raising a hand in contemplation. Let me provide you an example. The most renowned poison effective against knights is Hell's Embrace, a bright, deep red paste that can be applied to weapons or mixed into food. This paste is concocted from the ground teeth of a deceased demon and the blood of another, with the deaths occurring no more than 3 days prior to its creation. Otherwise, it will not take effect. Hell's Embrace is notable for being relatively straightforward to obtain among poisons effective against knights. Georgie's understanding dawned. So it is difficult to procure. As far as I know, demons appearing in the main plane are exceedingly rare. Coupled with the other related conditions, if such a potion is deemed relatively easy to acquire, it is no wonder that knights are said to fear no poison during their travels. Noticing the change in Georgie's expression, Sir Val recognized that he had grasped the essence of his point and continued. Thus, I am quite displeased with your decision to venture to the tavern alone this morning, consuming their food without prior inspection. If there had been an assassin, it would have led to dire consequences. Georgie retorted, how could it be so fortuitous as to encounter an assassin? Sir Val, are you perhaps being overly cautious? Who knows if the mastermind behind that day's events might have left an informant in this small town? The goblin attack that night did not unfold as they had anticipated due to our intervention. Your sudden appearance would present them with the greatest opportunity. The assassination of an heir to a lordship would have far greater implications within the duchy than the destruction of a mere town. Sir Val spoke with a serious tone. Upon hearing Sir Val's words, a cold sweat broke out on Georgie's back. While Georgie trusted his instincts for danger, in such a magical world, who could say whether they had any means of subterfuge? It is better to be overly cautious than to risk it all. Do not worry too much. You have returned safely, haven't you? Remember, the next time you visit such places, take a few more people with you. In this regard, Sir Val merely offered a reminder, raising an admonition but ultimately letting it go. Upon discovering that Sir Val had no intention of continuing his tutelage, Georgie exhaled in relief. He interjected, Mr. Val, what are your thoughts on the group of adventurers we found today? They should be fairly adequate. I supposed I initially held no expectations of recruiting suitable personnel from here. But since you brought them in, let us afford them an opportunity to choose. To his surprise, their quality was rather commendable. In response to this matter, Sir Val's reply appeared somewhat indifferent. Georgie inquired curiously, do you believe there is no need to augment our ranks? At least during the recruitment process, I was in full agreement with your approach. However, with the news from Karada, I believe our journey ahead will encounter little trouble. Now that we have commenced diplomatic rivalry, it is improbable that these two nations will instigate any significant upheaval within our territory. It seemed that the chair had become slightly uncomfortable for Sir Val. prompting him to adjust his position before continuing. Moreover, it is fortunate that we happened upon them. Thus, in the current context, it may be more prudent to seek laborers rather than mercenaries, Georgie casually remarked. So, it turns out that plans do not change as swiftly as circumstances do? The phrase plans do not change as swiftly as circumstances is rather clever, Georgie. Where did you learn that? Serval suddenly appeared intrigued. Damn it, I accidentally let that slip, Georgie lamented internally, pondering how to cover his tracks. Let me think. I scratched my head, feigning contemplation. I can't recall the exact book, but I definitely encountered it in the Grand Library of Karada. Then I shall visit it myself next time, Serval replied. By the way, there is something else. Among the newcomers, there are a few individuals worth noting. Chapter 33. Talano. Are those individuals problematic? Georgie furrowed his brows. Serval clarified, not to that extent. If they harbored any ill intentions towards our group, I would not have permitted their entry. What is the reason, then? Georgie felt a twinge of curiosity. They are deserters. Serval stated disdainfully. As a military noble, he possessed an inherent aversion to deserters, but in this era, some were conscripted against their will. The emergence of deserters was therefore inevitable. Most individuals would not dwell on such matters. Serval's instinctual stance was entirely dictated by his privileged background. After much contemplation, Georgie concluded, Mr. Val, those deserters should not be from our Duchy of Noam, right? Of course, if they were, I would have already taken action. How could I have allowed them to remain this long? Moreover, the ethos and treatment here make desertion unlikely. Judging by their behaviors, they likely hail from the Pamir United Emirates, Serval affirmed. The soldiers of the Duchy of Noam enjoy a high status and generous compensation, with local youth vying to enlist each year. Unless one has offended someone within the ranks or committed an unforgivable error, desertion is virtually non-existent. It is akin to conditions prior to my transmigration. In some regions, where incomes are low or individuals can secure positions within state-owned enterprises, enlistment is fervent, often involving favoritism and backdoor dealings. Conversely, in economically prosperous areas where veterans lack favorable arrangements, the majority of conscripts are typically individuals who have strayed from the right path or minor delinquents undergoing rehabilitation. Plans to transition to a contractual soldier system were proposed, yet Georgie had not witnessed any tangible results before arriving here. Georgie hastily complimented, You are truly well informed. Serval, recognizing Georgie's intent, shared insights on this subject. It is nothing remarkable. Strictly speaking, they are slave soldiers. These individuals bear prominent magical tattoos. Slavery is legal in Pamir, and perhaps fearing capture and return, they have traversed several nations to seek their livelihoods. Their scimitars are quite proficient, and their stances and packaging techniques when handling goods exhibit a distinct regional flair. I merely wonder how they manage to escape. Slave soldiers, as the term implies, are armies composed of purchased or captured slaves, typically trained from adolescence. Within their local environments, they are easily supplemented, and training costs are low, often utilized as shock troops. Their chances of survival on the battlefield are marginally better than those of suicide squads. Compounded by the rarity of individuals breaking free from slavery, all of which contribute to the occurrence of deserters. However, Pamir's nobility does not lack vigilance, resulting in very few successful escapes, in a world characterized by vast disparities in individual strength. These individuals, who have only been taught basic formation techniques, are not akin to the Mamluks of the past who could rise from servitude to prominence. Recognizing they are not a toxic fruit, Georgie felt a sense of reassurance. So, they are unlikely to cause us trouble. It is hard to say. If we do not encounter any Pamiri forces, there should be no issues. Regardless, once we reach Karada, they will not remain with us. Serval appeared quite at ease. Upon hearing this, Georgie quickly suggested, once we enter Karada, we should promptly send them on their way. There are quite a few merchant caravans from Pamir and Karada at this time. Is it truly so serendipitous? Serval responded, astonished. Georgie, supporting his head, remarked, Mr. Val, you seem rather uninformed on this matter. The spices from the southern islands of Pamir are quite renowned. Each autumn marks the peak selling season for spices, and typically, there are at least 3 Pamiri caravans in Karada during this period. At this juncture, we cannot simply dismiss them. We must at least complete this leg of the journey. Otherwise, it may appear as though we are intimidated by Pamir. The winter in the Duchy of Noam is notably frigid. Each autumn, large-scale livestock slaughter occurs to reduce herd sizes and manage winter fodder. In a world devoid of refrigeration, preservation relies on curing methods. Without spices, commonly cured foods lack palatability, especially for the nobility. Thus, this season is a peak time for spice procurement, and how could Pamir, known for its spices, refrain from participating? In truth, even if we do encounter them, it is not a significant issue. It merely involves mutual deflection and bureaucratic wrangling. Albeit a nuisance, we cannot possibly resort to conflict over such trivialities. Serval shrugged in resignation, but he did discover a commendable adventurer. Georgie, have you considered retaining him? Georgie was somewhat taken aback. Oh, a commendable adventurer? However, adventurers are not always reliable. Moreover, his strength may not be particularly impressive, and why judgment is infallible. That fellow is named Curtis, and he should have been a knight esquire. Although I am unaware of his circumstances that led him to this state, his willingness to bear debt for his companions speaks to his character, Serval asserted. Georgie felt that Serval's reasoning was becoming increasingly unreliable. What do you mean by bearing debt? Have you inquired specifically? I am not so idle, Serval retorted. One of his companions was grievously injured, and it appeared he would not survive. Without my healing spell, he would have certainly perished within 3 days. To that end, he signed a contract to work off his debt. He and his companions do not share my faith. Hence, he owes a total of 300 gold coins. Repaying such a debt will take considerable time, during which we can observe him closely. Although he has languished for some years, his foundation remains intact. Moreover, I sense that these adversities have not extinguished the flame within him. With proper guidance, he may yet have the opportunity to become a formal knight. As Serval spoke, he stroked his beard with a sense of satisfaction. Since you have calculated everything so meticulously, I find little room for rejection. Georgie recognized that Serval was making plans for himself and felt a twinge of gratitude. But what does this fellow look like? He is quite recognizable. Among this group of adventurers, he is the only one with a distinctive yellow beard. Serval replied with a smile, by the way, I heard from Ball that you encountered some issues during your meditation last night. Here, take this. It will be beneficial for you. As he spoke, Serval handed Georgie a strap woven from an unknown material. This strap, composed of delicate green and dark yellow threads, formed peculiar runes. It felt remarkably warm in his palm, akin to a treasured jade that had been cherished for years. What is this? Georgie inquired, perplexed as he gazed at Serval. This is a focus headband, crafted from elven leaves. For the next few days, wear it during meditation. It will assist you in clearing unnecessary thoughts, Serval promptly explained. By the way, this is merely a loan. Remember to return it once you feel restored. A warm current flowed through Georgie's heart. I believe I will not require it once we reach Karada. Serval stood up and gently patted Georgie's head, saying, Do not be overly proud. It is best to resolve your issues first. After all, who can truly predict matters of the mind? Regardless, this item holds little value for me. So you may keep it for a while longer. But what of Shiluin? It should be beneficial for him. Georgie gently caressed the headband with his left hand, tilting his head to gaze at Serval. Serval waved his hand dismissively. That fool is as thick-skinned as they come. He won't have any use for this. Then I must express my gratitude in advance. I shall return it to you promptly. Don't be so hesitant. I have matters to attend to. Before departing, Serval emphasized, remember to rest well these next few days. The recovery of the spirit cannot be rushed. Georgie shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips, and inwardly reflected, how a single lie can stir such concern among them. Am I being too ungrateful? They truly care about me. Yet, the system remains my greatest secret, and more crucially, I am unaware of its origins. It seems impossible for it to have come into being from nothing. Who was behind it? Why was I chosen? This situation is indeed quite profound. Sharing this with them could bring either fortune or misfortune. Resolving to cease his brooding, Georgie decided to test the efficacy of this item. Setting aside his self-inquisition, he prepared to evaluate the headband's true effects. Following Serval's instructions, he secured it upon his head and tied a loose knot. Yet after a considerable time, he felt no discernible difference. Must the effects only manifest during meditation? However, he employs visualization techniques, and who knows if they will yield results. Not feeling urgent to experiment further, Georgie removed the headband and retrieved a cloth from the compartment of the carriage. wrapping it carefully to keep it close, as the saying goes. Only one who knows their own affairs can truly understand. He recognized that his weakness stemmed merely from excessive exertion. Spending an entire day idly would be a grave waste of time. Consequently, Georgie did not heed Sir Val's advice to rest at ease, but rather adhered to his usual training regimen within the territory. Naturally, all intensive combat training was exempted, making him feel akin to an elderly sage devoted to self-cultivation. This drew a lecture from Sir Val, as if to say, what a needless endeavor. Nonetheless, this opportunity allowed him to familiarize himself with the newly recruited adventurers, particularly a certain bearded man named Curtis, whom Georgie had previously regarded as merely an experienced adventurer. He now recognized him as someone with a remarkable backstory. The leisurely hours passed more swiftly than anticipated, with the sun transitioning from yellow to crimson, leaving less than half of its visage above the horizon. After nearly a full day of recuperation, Georgie's physical and mental state had returned to normal, and he should be able to resume training the following day, contingent upon the knight's consent as night fell. Georgie resecured the headband and embarked on his meditation. Unlike before, he found himself entering a meditative state with remarkable swiftness this time. Surely, this must be the headband's effect. No. Something feels amiss. It seems as though something is resonating with his very soul. Chapter 34. The dawn of mystical powers. Isn't this rather peculiar? It felt as if something intangible was gently swirling around Georgie's soul, a sensation both faint yet substantial. An entirely new experience he had never encountered before. Wait, this sensation seems familiar. I believe I've encountered related descriptions before. Georgie felt he had grasped something significant. If my thoughts are correct, this sensation should only manifest after one attains a foundational understanding of the innate energy grasp. Georgie gradually withdrew from his prior visualization state. After stretching his limbs, he resumed his seated position and entered the visualization state once more. This time, however, he did not envision the image of the supreme deity, but rather a peculiar rune. According to the ancient text he had perused, this was a unique variant of the character representing a form of the primordial Tao pattern. Slowly, Georgie realized he had entered a state akin to astral projection, not quite astral projection, but rather within his spiritual platform. He could observe his surroundings with a full 360-degree perspective. Having never experienced astral projection before, he momentarily misidentified the situation. Once he recognized that the elevation of his perspective had remained unchanged, he understood the reality of his condition. Within his spiritual platform, aside from his soul, Georgie beheld two saplings. With his ordinary understanding of natural sciences, he could not discern the species of these trees. However, he was certain they were the essences mentioned in the ancient scroll. They took root within the spiritual platform, drawing sustenance from the soil of his bloodline and will, nourished by the essence of spiritual energy, ultimately flourishing under the radiant light of the merging of soul and humanity. Much like photosynthesis, the leaves of the trees absorbed the streams of information from the void, releasing Georgie's innermost negative emotions. These negative emotions gradually distanced themselves from Georgie until they vanished into the abyss. It was then that Georgie comprehended the fundamental cause of his previous weakness. Merely ascending a towering spire could not possibly render both body and soul so feeble. It seemed that as a reward for his ascent to the second level, these two essences, which he had cultivated, had already surpassed their initial stage and begun to take root and sprout. The cost incurred was entirely disproportionate. Could it be that the system bore this burden? If so, where does the system draw its energy from? Old enigmas remained unsolved, while new mysteries emerged. How astonishing! I never anticipated these two essences would possess such benefits. The previous text had not elaborated on this, yet Georgie could distinctly perceive the ability to continuously dissipate negative emotions. Perhaps this is common knowledge within the sect associated with that ancient scroll. Thus, it was not meticulously recorded. Frankly, in Georgie's eyes, the capacity of the essences to erode inner negativity was the true priceless treasure. Batak, the continent, boasts a myriad of governance systems. Taking the Duchy of Nohan as a representative example of the feudal system, its foundation lies within the knightly class. In a certain sense, Georgie himself is part of this hierarchy. Generally speaking, a knight defines their profession through combat and guardianship. To outsiders, their honorable and resplendent demeanor is filled with untold blood, sweat, and tears. The power that shields others from war and plunder is earned through countless scars and profound suffering. The mere financial requirements to become a knight could bankrupt even a family once deemed affluent. While enduring the stringent training necessitates an indomitable spirit of perseverance and courage, an endeavor beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. A knight requires a transcendence of the soul. Merely donning armor, wielding a sword or spear, and mounting a steed does not constitute becoming a true knight. Nor does completing all training and acquiring a banner and followers suffice to claim the title of knight, without a transformation of the soul. One is merely a formidable warrior. The chivalric spirit is not a mere jest. It constitutes the very foundation of a person's identity as a knight and their code of conduct, while simultaneously upholding the oath sworn. Only by adhering to these vows can an ordinary human wield supernatural powers such as the word spirit and knightly techniques. The transformation of the soul is an enigmatic process, yet it stands distinctly before all aspiring knights, serving as both a pathway to transcend their physical limits and a barrier to their extraordinary aspirations. However, this aspect is not devoid of its own avenues for enlightenment, the most representative being the knightly inheritance. The so-called knightly inheritance is guided by bloodlines or experiences that offer inheritors a relatively accurate direction, aiding them in clarifying their inner selves and souls and guiding this spiritual power to manifest beyond mere thought and spirit, encompassing both energy and matter. This is a treacherous path of trials, and only those whose bodies, wills, and awareness meet the standards can tread upon this illustrious road paved by the honors of predecessors. However, no inheritance is universally applicable. Aside from spiritual disparities, even the differences in bloodlines can render many inheritances ineffective. Moreover, knightly inheritances based on familial bloodlines often possess unique powers and characteristics. Should a knightly family go 3 generations without producing a knight, their previous bloodline inheritance becomes nearly void. Even a single generational gap can have a detrimental impact. The adage 3 generations build a family, 3 generations destroy a family encapsulates this truth. The various conflicts across the continent further exacerbate the plight of knights, who often perish in battle before they can pass on their ancestral secrets to their kin. This is the primary reason behind the interruption of knightly lineages. Once a knightly family's inheritance is severed, it becomes exceedingly difficult to produce new knights, as the bloodlines of established knightly families become rigidified and specialized, making it arduous for them to accept other inheritances and become knights anew. Families that have lost their inheritance, if they do not wish to fade into obscurity, must strive to cultivate their descendants as qualified knightly retainers, hoping that one day a remarkably gifted scion will restore the family's former glory. Georgie is fortunate. Although his family's inheritance has faced several interruptions, it ultimately endures. Yet Georgie is also unfortunate, for the foundation of his emerging family, in the true sense of the term, is remarkably weak. In order to become a formidable leader, Xiaojia had to rely on the system to integrate disparate elements from various frameworks into a cohesive whole. However, the weight of numerous secrets burdened Xiaojia's heart, causing a considerable accumulation of negative emotions, which posed the greatest risk to his future advancement. The path of a knight fundamentally hinges on the guidance of spirit and will, aside from the conventional virtuous knights. There also exist the vile knights. Nevertheless, Xiaojia harbored no interest in assuming the role of an antagonist. Merely becoming a champion of virtue was not his aspiration either. Thus, Xiaojia chose the path of self-discipline, striving to master his inner desires within the realm of reason. Through continuous introspection and a deepening understanding of his true self, he sought to render his desires submissive and ultimately conquer both body and mind. This essence, which could alleviate the peril of negative emotions, would undoubtedly save Xiaojia a significant amount of time. Just this aspect alone justified the investment, not to mention that it served as the fundamental practice for the innate qi seizure technique. Upon merely focusing on this essence, the system prompted, "Please select a reinforcement direction for the essence." After comprehending the system's introduction to the enhancement of the essence, Xiaojia realized that the innate qi seizure technique was rooted in this essence, and that strengthening the essence was tantamount to fortifying the innate qi seizure technique itself. The system presented 5 possible enhancement directions, from which Xiaojia selected 2. First, King's Wicked Whip, which would elevate the power of the innate qi seizure by 2 tiers, equating to a power increase of 4. Second, Mysterious Altar's Flow, which would greatly enhance the innate qi seizure strength when countering magic and enchanted items. Once the decisions were made, Xiaojia commenced the daily practice of this technique. Within his spiritual platform, He continuously visualized the characters of Qi, guiding the essence to grow normally. After approximately 2 hours, he reached the maximum limit for that day's training of the technique, drawing on his experience. Xiaojie then envisioned the image of the Supreme One, initiating his routine practice. Upon completing his tasks and stepping out of the carriage, he noticed the moon had nearly reached its zenith in the blink of an eye. 4 or 5 hours had elapsed. Xiaojie sighed, "Time truly does not linger. It seems I must quicken my pace. Achieving spiritual fulfillment sooner would allow me to replace sleep with visualization entirely. Otherwise, as I take on more methods of cultivation, I will become even busier." Speaking of the innate Qi seizure technique, the area he discovered during the day could undoubtedly be repurposed. Tomorrow, he would inspect the efficacy of this newly acquired technique. He hoped it would not disappoint him, despite his confidence in the innate Qi seizure after his previous experience with the wild wolf diagram. A part of him remained subconsciously skeptical. Seizing the opportunity before fatigue set in, Xiaojie decided to take a stroll outside. After sitting in stillness for so long, it would be best to invigorate his blood and energy. Perhaps due to an abundance of personnel, there were significantly more people resting in the camp today, indicating that routine rotations could now be conducted. Suddenly, Xiaojie spotted the yellow-bearded Kurtz practicing swordplay beside the campfire. This was likely a habit he had cultivated over many years. Indeed, as Sir Val had noted, Kurtz had not neglected his strength enhancement. Many knights who had fallen to the status of adventurers succumbed to self-indulgence due to a lack of hope. However, from the descriptions in taverns to his current demeanor, Kurtz appeared quite disciplined, and it seemed necessary to bestow some techniques upon him. Chapter 35. Verification. With a resounding thud, Xiaojie's right hand moved upward as if grasping something invisible. A nearby tree stump was uprooted, its roots snapping free from the soil with an audible crack. Xiaojie steadied his mental and physical turbulence, manipulating the Qi seizure technique to perform various transformations with the stump suspended in the air. Then, he clenched his fist, and the stump emitted a series of cracking sounds. Sweat trickled down Xiaojie's forehead, while cracks began to appear on the stump. With a loud bang, the wooden stump was crushed into several large pieces. The fragments burst forth like projectiles, some plunging into the grass, others flying far away to land in uncharted territory, and some shattering upon colliding with rocks. During the compression, a white powder formed between the wooden pieces, initially creating a cloud of white smoke that quickly dissipated in the dry autumn breeze. Exhaling deeply, Xiaojie wiped the perspiration from his brow. Currently, the energy expenditure of executing this technique was minimal, yet maintaining its operation proved to be quite taxing. Naturally, this was the necessary path to fully realize its potential. More practice and the essence's growth would expedite this process, ultimately allowing him to wield it effortlessly. After a brief respite, Xiaojie reactivated the technique, executing several punches and sweeping motions. This time, the force exhibited by the Qi seizure technique was exceptionally gratifying. No, it was not merely satisfying. The power was astonishingly immense. Observing a massive boulder uprooted from the ground, with one corner shattered during the impact, he realized that, in terms of sheer force, these two strikes were comparable to that of an ordinary bronze-tier individual without any special abilities. Following a series of trials, Xiaojie discovered that, akin to human hands, the innate Qi seizure's pushing and striking power was paramount, while gripping and swinging held secondary importance, and squeezing possessed the least force. Thus, the optimal method of utilizing it involved delivering a vigorous thrust, capable of launching an adversary into the air, potentially leading to their demise upon descent. Alternatively, one could use an enemy as a projectile against others. In the former scenario, one would need to consider the impact of spells like Featherfall. In the latter, it depended on whether the opponent possessed the ability to catch or had access to inertia-based powers. As for directly breaking an enemy's neck or crushing their skull, Xiaojie had yet to develop such refined control. What remarkable power! Xiaojie mused inwardly. Is this the essence of mysterious forces? It feels as though I am using a laborious lever without expending excess energy. If applied to transporting objects, it would be exceedingly useful. However, integrating it into combat requires further contemplation. Indeed, as stated in the scrolls, utilizing it demands intense concentration. Under such circumstances, I cannot even run, let alone engage in combat. The prospect of evasion and maneuvering is utterly out of the question. Despite being mentally prepared, Xiaojie frowned upon this realization. It seemed he needed to devise a method to cultivate a technique that allowed for dual focus. He stroked his chin, muttering to himself. More practice might enable Xiaojie to somewhat balance the use of this technique with other activities. Yet, fundamentally resolving this issue would require either mastering the innate qi seizure to the level of mindfulness, or achieving a state where he could maintain focus while simultaneously engaging in combat. Gazing at the now chaotic grassland around him, Xiaojie deemed it suitable as a training ground. It was time to utilize the current environment to observe the effects of energy division. Inhaling and exhaling. Xiaojie's heart synchronized with his breath. With each powerful contraction of his cardiac muscle, a copious amount of blood was pumped throughout his body, accompanied by the heat generated by the flowing blood. Every muscle in Xiaojie's being vibrated incessantly. The subtly undulating muscles resembled a ravenous beast, greedily siphoning nutrients from the blood, while the pores of his skin tightly sealed to prevent any loss of heat. With a forceful push of his right foot, Xiaojie leaped into the air, executing a graceful turn with an outstretched arm. Upon landing, a resounding crash echoed as a stone beneath him shattered into fragments. He then leapt forward, landing atop the previously disturbed boulder, maneuvering around the scattered stones like a butterfly in flight. His training encompassed every aspect of movement, vaulting, leaping, and shifting with ease. The rushing wind did not hinder him as he engaged in a series of actions. Keenly attuned to the fluctuations in his physical capabilities before and after employing the secret technique, harnessing his latent potential, he fully controlled this explosive state. Apart from the initial awkwardness that led him to step too deeply onto a few stones, Xiaojie managed to adeptly connect the activation and usage of this secret technique with the resultant surge in strength, maintaining control over his body throughout. With a long exhale, Xiaojie stood firmly upon the grassland. He then pressed his lips together, breathing solely through his nose. Exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale. At this moment, he practiced abdominal breathing, envisioning his lungs as a water pouch. Air flowed in through his nostrils, filling his chest completely, and he held his breath. Next, he raised his right hand horizontally, maintaining shoulder level, pinching his right nostril with his fingers, forcefully exhaling through the left nostril, imagining expelling all the impurities from his body. He then switched to his left hand, pinching the left nostril, gently exhaling through the right nostril, repeating this process 3 times for each side. Finally, he released his hands, inhaling through his nose, visualizing pure air entering, and exhaling, imagining the departure of unclean energy. He completed this cycle 9 times. In under a minute, Xiaojie expelled all the waste gases that had accumulated within due to the previous closure of his pores. The heat was gradually and effectively released, and his previously rapid heartbeat slowed to a steady rhythm of 5 beats per breath. Feeling the transformation after employing the secret technique, Xiaojie experienced a surge of exhilaration. The situation is far more favorable than one could have imagined, perhaps due to my prolonged use of the golden elixir to refine my physical form. The effects of this secret method on my being are significantly less than what is chronicled in the scriptures. Given the current circumstances, should I limit my usage to no more than a minute at a time, I find that I can engage in subsequent activities and recover within a span of 10 to 20 minutes. Without any risk. Of course, the considerable physical exertion must be replenished through my diet thereafter. More importantly, as my corporeal form grows increasingly robust, the duration of this secret method's application will gradually extend, while the intervals between usages will shorten. However, beyond a certain threshold, the efficacy of this technique will slowly diminish until it ultimately becomes ineffective. Thus, I regard it merely as a transitional method during this phase. Without relinquishing my ambition to seek similar techniques, whether through replacement or enhancement, I must cultivate the ability to amplify my explosive power. Casting a glance at the grassland before me, which resembled a field that had been plowed, I felt a twinge of embarrassment as I rubbed my nose. Were a passing druid to witness such a scene, it is likely they would take me aside for a lesson on decorum. After all, this is not a proper training ground, and my practice has transformed the landscape beyond recognition. Nevertheless, this world does not feature truly unclaimed territories. While it is uncertain whether anyone might stir up trouble, I still felt compelled to tidy the area a bit, as the saying goes. One feels invigorated by joyful occasions. On my way back, I found my steps considerably lighter, though this was merely an illusion. Guided by the dry, cool autumn breeze, the golden wheat fields undulated in waves. As I walked amidst this golden sea, It felt as though I were treading upon the very waves themselves, crossing the wheat fields and stepping over the vegetable patches. I soon returned to the road leading to the town. Following this well-trodden earthen path, I approached the town's entrance. "Halt! Who goes there?" A voice, tinged with a hint of bravado yet adhering to the formality of the occasion, compelled me to stop in my tracks. As I neared the sentry, I surveyed the guards, whose attire, while not uniform, bore similar colors and styles, a stark contrast to the previous town militia. More importantly, they lacked the lethargy exhibited by the militia prior to the disaster, as well as the jittery anxiety that followed. Could it be that new reinforcements have arrived? Do not speak out of turn. That is a noble lord. The tax collector's voice interrupted my thoughts, sending a shiver down the spine of the guard who had spoken. Simpson hurriedly approached me, his tone obsequious. "Why, lord, you have returned. They are mercenaries from the Stark Knight Manor, unfamiliar with you. I sincerely apologize for their earlier transgression, but given their long journey to assist our town, I hope you will overlook their behavior." "Nay, they performed admirably. They fulfilled their duties as guards with precision." I gestured dismissively, indicating I bore no ill will. I then passed through the sentry and entered the town. Once my figure vanished around the corner, both Simpson and the guards exhaled in relief. "Thankfully, he is a noble of military merit who is unlikely to hold grudges over such matters," remarked a middle-aged man, seemingly the leader among the guards. As he removed his helmet, "Noble military families show understanding towards us common folk. If it were those court aristocrats, they would undoubtedly scowl and look down on us." The soldier who had initially spoken appeared to recall something and began to curse under his breath. A fellow middle-aged guard slapped him on the back of the head and admonished, "Mind your tongue. If you spoke less like that, you would not attract trouble last time. You were docked 3 months' pay. Were it not for the knight's intervention, you would have lost your chance to join the regular army." "Thanks for that earlier incident, Simpson," the leader of the guards expressed. The tax collector wiped his brow. "Regardless, you all came to assist. It is best to avoid conflict with the other party. Thanks are still in order." Speaking up for Jerry in front of a noble carries risks. "If you truly wish to express gratitude, buy me a drink tonight." "Very well, do not think I will spare you from inebriation." Chapter 36. The path of reflection under the blazing sun. The dampness of the streets was dispelled. The once moist ground, which had been somewhat softened during my travels, had dried to a parched yellow. Yet, as it was now the harvest season, Pelro had evidently curtailed his formidable power. The sunlight had long since relinquished its excessive heat, casting a gentle warmth upon the passers-by without overwhelming them. In the center of the town square, a bustle of activity thrived, seemingly washing away the gloom of recent days. Compared to the previous day, the square was now dotted with vendors displaying baskets, alongside numerous stalls constructed from wooden poles and tarpaulins, laden with goods. Meat pies for sale, delicious meat pies shaped like otters. A rotund middle-aged man on the eastern side of the square was energetically hawking his wares. Thankfully, his linen garments appeared clean and tidy. Otherwise, his greasy black hair might have deterred potential customers. The man wielded a cast-iron mold and, using a wooden stick wrapped in cloth, smeared an unknown grease over it. He then poured a grayish-brown batter, likely a mixture of wheat, oats, and other grains, into the mold, followed by a filling of minced meat, before sealing it with more batter. Alternating between flipping the mold, the sound of sizzling filled the air. And before long, the lid was lifted, releasing a wave of mildly sweet aroma that wafted through the square. Observing this scene, I felt transported back to my childhood in my previous life. Back then, I was known as Li Dasheng, merely one among the throngs of ordinary individuals. As a preschooler, I was blissfully ignorant of the world around me. Each day after school, various vendors with pushcarts would line the playground, selling an array of enticing treats to captivate children. Among them was an elderly lady who prepared egg pancakes in a similar fashion. Though I never discerned whether those pancakes contained actual eggs, the sweet fragrance and soft texture left an indelible mark on my childhood memories. I recalled how, during my parents' pickups, the naive young Li Dasheng would always clamor for this and that. Gradually, I grew up, attended a nondescript university, found a mundane job, and led an unremarkable life. Aside from joining a small circle of seekers of immortality, I was no different from ordinary people. What truly troubled me was what fate had befallen my original parents after my crossing. Would I ever return to them? After all, My transition occurred during a moment of visualization, and I had shown no signs of delusion prior to it. If my body were left behind, would my parents withstand the heartbreak of losing a child? I hoped my disappearance would leave them with a lingering sense of longing, albeit at the cost of my insurance benefits reaching their hands. Despite a pension, given the rising cost of living, I could only hope the home I left behind would suffice for their retirement. Reflecting on the father who once sheltered me like a mighty tree, and the mother who tenderly cared for me, my heart filled with an inexplicable bitterness, and tears welled in my eyes. Others may long for peace, but the wind does not relent. A child wishes to care for their parents, yet time waits for none. And what am I to make of myself? Just as these thoughts crossed my mind, my soul experienced a distinct fracturing within my consciousness. Cracks began to multiply, spreading across my very essence. Wisps of dark smoke seeped from these fissures. In the realm of reality, an overwhelming fatigue washed over me, and only then did I realize I was in grave peril. Had the emotional turbulence I just experienced triggered a sudden outburst of pent-up negativity? Or was it a manifestation of my subconscious self-loathing? This marked the most daunting crisis I had faced since my crossing, eclipsing even the battles and challenges that had come before. For instance, during the nocturnal skirmish, even if my companions and I had faltered, we could have retreated without much hindrance from the adversary. Not to mention the presence of Knights Val and Bart, two formidable allies stationed nearby. This, however, was an entirely different matter. This was a battlefield for me alone. It was implausible, indeed, within the realms of my knowledge, to expect assistance in such a dire circumstance. In this unforeseen eruption, I had already lost the advantage. Recognizing the peril that lay before me, I endeavored to calm myself. Since this is an eruption of negative emotions, I shall confront it directly, vanquish it, and dissolve it with the warmth of positive experiences and emotions from my life. Was my guilt over failing to honor my parents truly justified? Yet, do parents not desire their children to live healthily and joyfully? Even if I have effectively become another person now, should they learn that I lost my second chance at life due to such reasons? The heartache would surely shatter them. In my heart, I urged myself, if I have crossed into this realm, there must also be a way for me to return. Although the known ranks lack a method of return, it does not imply that there are no paths to tread in the future. As long as one lives another day, hope inevitably persists. Regarding his parents in this lifetime, Xiaoji harbors complex feelings. Since it is impossible to completely cast aside past lives like the immortal beings who achieve disintegration and reincarnation, Xiaoji, burdened with memories from a previous existence, finds it challenging to fully integrate into his current family. His mother passed away early, and having opened his spiritual wisdom at the tender age of 3, Xiaoji does not possess profound memories of her. In the hazy recollections, his mother in this life had a melodious voice akin to a lark. The lullabies she sang remain etched in Xiaoji's memory to this date. As for his present father, the attentive Xiaoji can clearly sense the affection he bears for him. Perhaps it is the restraint befitting a noble, or perhaps the entanglements of numerous affairs within the territory, or perhaps the overwhelming weight of responsibilities that press upon him. Viscount Bolam has little time to openly express his paternal love in front of Xiaoji. Yet, even in these brief encounters, Xiaoji can perceive warmth in his father's eyes. The physical form and essence stem from one's parents. Regardless, the gratitude for their nurturing in this life must be repaid. Though the elusive return is a pursuit worth chasing, one must first fulfill their duties in this existence. Whether it is to inherit the family legacy or to develop the territory, I must ensure my father's aspirations are realized. As the inner affirmations continue, Xiaoji reaches for the focus headband, and he is surrounded by a group of caring individuals. Humans are not mere plants. The bonds forged in this brief span of 14 years far surpass those established over 2 decades in a previous life. It is no wonder some say that as times progress, the relationships between individuals become increasingly indifferent. Moreover, after becoming the acting lord, the hopeful gazes from the officials and subjects within the territory imbue Xiaoji with a sense of profound responsibility. Even if he cannot completely satisfy those who harbor goodwill and expectations, he must not let them feel disappointed. Reflecting on the confusion and uncertainty at the onset of his journey, the contradictions and caution he experienced after initial adaptation, the surprise and anticipation upon gaining strength, and the indescribable tranquility that enveloped him upon fully embracing his role, along with the efforts and struggles that followed the realization of responsibility. Unbeknownst to me, I have already left such profound imprints in this world. Then let the wings of the butterfly flap even more vigorously. Xiaoji's spirit begins to settle, and although the essence within his spiritual platform still emits dark smoke and fissures, it has not increased. Now is not the time to seek stability. With determination, Xiaoji takes a few steps to the side, leaning against the wall of a building at the square's edge to commence visualization. This is indeed a perilous act. Should any unforeseen mishap occur, years of cultivation could be thwarted in an instant. Yet, at present, there seems to be no better alternative. Passively awaiting death is not Xiaoji's style. He continues to visualize the image of the Supreme One, simultaneously reciting the Taoist scriptures. The Supreme One gives rise to water. Water in turn supports the Supreme One, thus the heavens are formed. The heavens support the Supreme One, thus the earth is formed. Heaven and earth mutually support one another, thus the divine is formed. Amidst this backdrop, the image of the Supreme One in Xiaoji's mind becomes increasingly vivid. While the essence within his spiritual platform begins to shift from Xiaoji himself to that of the Supreme One, the fissures within his essence gradually close under this transformation. However, once this transformation is complete, Xiaoji will no longer be Xiaoji. Much like the Arhat in the Buddhist realm, he may become a puppet of another. Though he does not entirely lose his self, he becomes akin to a marionette. Suddenly, Xiaoji's tone shifts to one of emptiness and nothingness. The image he conjured swiftly blurs and morphs into chaos, while his essence undergoes corresponding changes. Struggling against the sudden onset of drowsiness, Xiaoji realizes that if he succumbs to sleep now, he may never awaken. As he recites the final line of the incantation, mastered by the Supreme One, his essence, now transformed into chaos, rapidly collapses into a singular point. Following this, a blinding light pierces through the heavens and the earth within his spiritual platform. Xiaoji's essence reemerges, appearing crystalline and translucent. Though it closely resembles his physical form, it subtly radiates a unique rhythm. However, this new essence is but a fraction of its original size. At that moment, from a shadowy corner in a distant dimension, a feminine voice emerges. "Oh, how intriguing to find such a little fellow." Xiaoji, who has narrowly escaped death, lets out a bitter chuckle. The previous lies have now become truth. Could this be retribution? Feeling a palpable weakness in his spirit, Xiaoji remains unaware. Upon entering the spiritual platform, one would realize that the situation is not as dire as initially imagined, or rather, his current state might be akin to the period of weakness following a thunder calamity, rather than the debilitating fatigue from severe spiritual damage. Taking one last glance at the meat pie stall, Xiaoji shakes his head in resignation. Since this is the cause, it would be a disservice to himself not to indulge at least once. Dragging his somewhat heavy feet, Xiaoji approaches the stall. "2 meat pies, please." Meanwhile, in a camp on one side of the square, Shiluan stands guard outside a tent, sword in hand, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Chapter 37. The Awakening of a Certain Drunken Knight. Inside the tent being guarded by Shiluan, Nightval and Nightbart are engaged in hushed conversation with someone. Nightval, somewhat perplexed, inquires, "I did not expect it to be Knight Stark who came to our aid this time. I thought it would be the recently arrived Night God." Knight Stark thumps his chest with his right hand. That was unavoidable. Dakota had matters that summoned him back to Calada. Without a knight leading the charge, the militia and mercenaries cannot act independently. You must understand how far my fief is from here. It has been a struggle to arrive here with my men in just 3 days. You have just completed the handover of defenses and didn't even let me have a sip of water before dragging me into this shabby tent to ask questions. Isn't this what you wanted? Bart Knight retorts, producing a silver-gray bottle embossed with a rose pattern from his garments and tossing it to Knight Stark. The latter catches the bottle with both hands, swiftly unscrews the cap, and drains its contents in no time. The small bottle is emptied into his gaping maw. He then shakes the bottle vigorously, extends his tongue to catch the last drop, and licks his lips. "Bart Knight, your home-brewed mare's milk wine is indeed delightful. All right, Stark. No need to flaunt your poor taste any longer. What has God gone to Calada for?" Nightval interjects, rather unamused. Knight Stark promptly places the wine jug down, sitting upright to respond. "At your command, Lord Val. Although I haven't seen the specific official letter, I could glean some information from Pommy's remarks. It appears that Knight Olaf, originally responsible for the autumn hunt's security, was injured and unable to oversee the matter. Subsequently, someone recommended Pommy to the Grand Duke. Due to the urgency of the situation, he hurriedly set off after making preparations. If it weren't for the proximity of my fief, I wouldn't have known the reason. Upon hearing this, Night Val bows his head in contemplation. This clearly doesn't seem like a coincidence. Then Olaf's injury and the recommendation of God seem to have paved the way for this final assault. By using legitimate means to transfer the nearest knight, it ensures that the small town, no matter how fortified, cannot endure for long without reinforcements. The tent falls silent as Knight Stark and Knight Bart gaze at Night Val, seemingly awaiting his response. Lifting his head, Night Val asks, "Do you know how Knight Olaf was injured? And who recommended Knight God? Also, please refrain from calling me Lord. It truly feels awkward, back in the Order of Knights. That is how it was addressed. I can't break the habit now. How about I call you Deputy Commander, Lord?" Knight Stark quips, earning a glare from Knight Val. "No more interruptions. Quickly share what you know." Even though we can certainly inquire about it upon arriving in Calada, however, we would like to be informed in advance. Knight Stark shrugs. "I truly do not know how Olaf was injured. It's likely related to some duel or contest. After all, he is still young and should be brimming with enthusiasm. As for the person who recommended him, Pommy did mention someone, though I'm uncertain of the name, but they are undoubtedly a court noble." "A court noble, you say?" Night Val muses, stroking his chin. "Those weaklings could very well be bribed or coerced. If they were able to injure Olaf during a contest or duel, the opposing party must also be a knight. Though I wonder which faction they belong to. Lord Val, do you think there might be a significant problem here?" Night Stark senses the atmosphere growing tense and poses the question. "It's hard to tell at this point. But Stark, you should exercise caution moving forward," Night Val advises kindly. "During your free time, keep an eye out for any suspicious individuals in the vicinity of your fief and nearby towns. Additionally, enhance the training of militiamen and mercenaries." The words of Night Val seem to carry an undertone of significance, leading Knight Stark, who was reluctant to speak plainly, to direct his gaze towards Knight Bart. Are the barbarians preparing to march south in great numbers? Knight Bart, who had been lost in thought, was taken aback by this sudden inquiry, and after a moment of reflection, he replied, "It is merely a sign. Whether it is substantiated remains to be seen. Moreover, the enemy may not necessarily originate from the north." The notion that the enemy may not come from the north genuinely unsettled Knight Stark, who began to mutter to himself, "Father, the situation seems amiss." Just then, a voice from outside the tent interrupted their conversation. "Sir Hirin is calling." Night Val pulled back the fabric of the tent and swiftly stepped outside, turning to inquire of the standing Knight Georgie. "What has transpired?" "It is Georgie." Hirin pointed towards the path Georgie had just traversed. He appeared to be utterly exhausted, almost dragging himself along as he returned to the camp. "Damn it, not again." Night Val's mustache bristled in agitation. "Where did he go?" "Georgie should be at the carriage," Hirin answered uncertainly. "Very well, go and summon Daniel. Once found, bring him immediately to Georgie's carriage." Following this directive, Night Val turned to Stark inside the tent. "Stark, could you and Cobdo please investigate the vicinity of the town for any unusual occurrences?" "Certainly, Sir Val, it seems prudent," Knight Stark readily agreed. Upon receiving affirmation, Night Val dashed towards Georgie's carriage, while Hirin hastily made his way to the large tent designated for the injured. By this time tomorrow, Mr. Kirk would typically be inside checking on the patients. Inside the tent, Night Val admonished Knight Stark, "Since you have agreed, let us act swiftly. We cannot be caught unaware when Isolde returns and inquires about our ignorance." With that, he began to gather his weapons. "Must we be in such a hurry? From the implications of your earlier conversation, it seems your lord has encountered some mishap, and it appears to be rather significant." "I doubt he will be back any time soon," Knight Bart interjected, shrugging his shoulders. "It is better to be prepared, as you all mentioned that we ought to exercise caution in the time ahead. I would prefer not to face unforeseen troubles now. That would be quite the farce. What great calamity could arise in this vicinity? Did you not observe that even my lord has returned safely? His prowess is but that of a squire. Even if something were to happen, could it truly cause him harm? Are we, as formal knights, to be outmatched by him?" Knight Bart retorted. Knight Stark, albeit reluctantly, responded, "Still, you should at least don your breastplate and chainmail. It is always wise to err on the side of caution." "Fine, fine. After all, assistance is arriving to aid us. Do hurry. Once this is resolved, I shall treat you to a drink." Knight Bart conceded, raising his hands in surrender. Knight Stark nonchalantly replied, "Perhaps not. I have already imbibed once today. Alcohol is merely for savoring and indulgence." Knight Bart paused, ceasing his actions. "You, the former drunkard, have undergone a transformation. Allow me to ascertain if you are indeed the true Stark." With that, he approached, reaching out to pinch Stark's cheek. The latter swatted away the approaching hand, retorting, "You know not, since ascending to knighthood. My strength has not seen substantial growth, the time. I thought nothing of it, assuming it was merely a matter of accumulating experience post-advancement. As for drinking, as long as one does not become inebriated, it suffices." Knight Bart scoffed internally at such reasoning. Theo claimed that a formal knight can indulge without the risk of intoxication. One wonders how much one would need to consume in a short span to achieve drunkenness, given a knight's innate detoxification abilities. Yet, despite gradual improvements in physical prowess and speed over the years, there had been no meaningful changes in spiritual or verbal abilities. As for the ethereal light, that had never been a hope of mine. At this juncture, Knight Stark's demeanor shifted, appearing suddenly invigorated. "It was only a few months ago that I realized, to indulge in something without moderation is greed, and to remain idle in the face of knowledge is laziness. Coupled with these two flaws, I foolishly hoped for progress, when merely maintaining my current abilities would suffice. Thus, for the past 2 months, I have exercised self-control. The results have been markedly evident, as if a shackled bond has been released." Knight Val smiled. "It is rare that you display such insight." Stark scratched his head, then abruptly halted, his face flushing crimson. "Are you insinuating that I am foolish? How could I? I am the type to speak plainly." "You are indeed foolish," Knight Bart declared, seizing his longsword and exiting with the remark, "I shall await you at the outpost on the east side of the town." Knight Stark departed the tent towards his unit, muttering, "You shall see what is in store for you." Meanwhile, Hirin rushed into the large tent and discovered Mr. Daniel, who was aiding an injured soldier, instructing him to flex and extend his leg repeatedly. "You are recovering splendidly. In a few days, you shall be able to walk." Upon noticing Mr. Kirk had ceased his tasks, Hirin quickly remarked, "Mr. Kirk, it seems Georgie has encountered a predicament, and why father has sent me to fetch you." "Impossible. Has something befallen the Lord?" "Let us not delay," Daniel exclaimed, turning to address those still within the tent. "I shall return shortly to assess your conditions." Chapter 38. Concealment. Dragging his weary body, Georgie slowly savored a piece of the freshly purchased meat pie. The flavor is surprisingly delightful. The outer crust was crisp and fragrant, yielding a satisfying crunch with each bite. As he delved deeper, the inner layer, unlike the outer, retained some moisture, offering a slight chewiness. The porous texture further enhanced its softness. Alas, the absence of alkaline agents rendered the crust somewhat sour after prolonged chewing. The filling consisted of mutton infused with a hint of inexpensive, mild herbs, appearing tender and juicy. Regrettably, the locally raised livestock were not castrated, resulting in an added gamey scent to the already pungent mutton. The mild herbs could not mask this adverse effect. Yet, for one who had recently traversed from the modern world, such fare might be deemed unpalatable. However, for Georgie, who had dwelled in this era for quite some time, this dish was indeed commendable and a rarity for the common folk. Who would have thought that even in such a modest locale, delightful delicacies could emerge? Observing the bustling surroundings, Georgie instinctively remarked, "Is it once again the day of trade?" He was astonished to note how the recent afflictions of the populace seemed to be improving, albeit slightly, under the influence of Trade Day. The term Trade Day refers to a scheduled gathering for the exchange of goods. It is said to have been initiated by the church, typically held near temples on religious holidays. Initially, these events included religious rituals, but gradually transformed into a secular trade organization prevalent in regions with underdeveloped commodity economies. However, trade days are not easily convened. They adhere to specific cyclical patterns, closely linked to the local resources and the routes of merchant caravans. Larger trade days would attract wandering performers seeking sustenance. Yet, true cities like Poitou or Calais do not require trade days, as they experience trade daily. Regardless, this lively scene was a marked improvement over the previously desolate atmosphere. The local leadership had indeed learned to utilize the resources at their disposal. Reflecting on the recent conditions of the town versus its current state, Georgie couldn't help but sigh. Yet, regarding his own situation, He was at a loss for words. Wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, Georgie staggered back towards the camp. Upon stepping onto the carriage, he immediately sank into a recliner, desperately controlling his breath as he sought to restore balance between mind and body, aiming to avoid revealing any flaws during his forthcoming interactions. Fortunately, neither of the knights encountered me upon my return. I shall request Eliana to bring lunch shortly, by the time dinner arrives. My condition should be significantly improved. That time. It sufficed to assert that one was attempting to recover early, only to find oneself overly ambitious, resulting in a dissonance between the physical and mental states. Fortunately, upon returning, the ever-candid George had not been caught by the true leaders of the two teams. Transforming the lounge chair into a makeshift bed, he immediately adopted a posture akin to 5 hearts facing the heavens, commencing a rhythmic breathing pattern of 3 long, slow inhalations followed by 2 short, rapid exhalations. He relaxed his form, refraining from any idle thoughts, allowing his mind to drift into a realm of clarity. "George, are you in there?" came the voice of Sir Val from outside the carriage. "Surely it cannot be so soon. I should have gone unnoticed." George mused, feeling a wave of panic wash over him. Aside from my dulled senses, surely my vision has not deteriorated as well. George's heart raced with a sense of unease. However, he recognized that since Sir Val had spoken, it confirmed his presence within the carriage. Well, it is better to embrace fate than to evade it. With this thought, George replied, "I am merely resting." "Is there something you need, Sir Val?" "Hiren informed me that your return was somewhat unusual, so I wish to ascertain the matter at hand." Although Sir Val's tone was not harsh, it bore an undeniable air of insistence. That blabbermouth, George recalled Hiren's watchful demeanor outside the tent, implying that Sir Val had been engaged in some confidential matter inside. Why did I not consider this sooner? It seems this injury has impacted me more profoundly than I had anticipated. The most pressing concern now is how to navigate this predicament. Reluctantly, George resolved to adapt to the situation as it unfolded. I too sense something amiss. It feels as though my body is not entirely obedient. With a sudden crack, the carriage door swung open, and Sir Val swiftly approached George. He grasped George's head, aligning it straight, and pried open his eyelids to peer into his pupils. George felt as if every fiber of his being was being scrutinized, the hairs on his body standing on end. Alarmed and anxious that his secret might be unveiled, he noticed his heart racing uncontrollably. It felt as if an instant had stretched into an eternity. Sir Val released his grip on George's face, stood upright, and stroked his chin, occasionally shaking his head or nodding in contemplation. "Father, I have brought Mr. Kirk," Hiren's rugged voice echoed from outside. Daniel, keen-eyed, swiftly restrained Hiren, placing his right hand over his mouth and raising an index finger in a gesture for silence. He then whispered into Hiren's ear, "Do you not see your father deep in thought?" Interrupting him could have dire consequences. Hiren nodded in agreement, sensing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, at the sentry post where George had returned, Sir Bart was inquiring of the tax officer, "Simpson, are you saying that yesterday?" The Lord inquired about a location with large stones and wooden stakes. "Indeed, Sir Knight. It was the patrol leader, Mr. Cool, who pointed out the direction," the tax officer replied, gesturing vaguely. "Oh, are you certain of that direction?" Sir Bart glanced toward where the officer indicated. The tax officer patted his chest in assurance, stating, "There is no doubt. This morning, the Lord returned from that very path." "Is that so?" Sir Bart's eyes gleamed with interest. "If all is well, I shall treat you to a drink in the coming days." "How could I accept such a generous offer, Sir Knight?" The tax officer feigned modesty, yet his excited expression betrayed him. Sir Bart turned to Sir Stark, who was chatting with his soldiers by the horse. "We have identified a suspicious location. Let us hasten to see if we uncover anything." "Very well," Sir Stark replied after speaking to a nearby soldier. And the two knights dashed toward the direction indicated by the tax officer. Unlike George, they were singularly focused on their objective, heedless of the crops that lay crushed beneath their metal boots. The tax officer could not help but cover his head in despair at the sight. Meanwhile, Sir Val raised his head, as if struck by a thought. He gestured for Hiren and Daniel outside to wait a moment. Stepping forward, he placed his palm upon George's crown, his fingers gently gripping the skin atop his head, and then closed his eyes. Thump, thump. George distinctly felt the pulsations emanating from that large hand resting on him. The rhythm quickened and intensified, mirroring the fluctuations of George's own heartbeat, both converging in an uncanny synchrony. Soon, as their frequencies aligned, George felt as though every pore in his body had opened, allowing for a liberated breath. It was a sensation akin to consuming a ginseng fruit. Simultaneously, George's spirit began to actively absorb the vital energy and blood within him, albeit in a subtle, cyclical exchange. Although it appeared to be a mere faint interaction. This alone was astonishing to George. It is worth noting that he had no means to manipulate his corporeal vitality, relying solely on their natural interrelation. I never anticipated such a holistic resonance could yield such benefits. George thought, exhilarated, momentarily disregarding the possibility of being perceived as a thief of another's family secrets, as he began to harness his vital energy to match that frequency. Thump, thump. Sir Val perceived the resonance between their bodies. He opened his eyes, astonished as he regarded George, confirming the latter's ability to self-regulate before shaking his head and letting out a soft sigh, releasing his hold. George remained largely unaware of the events transpiring outside, his full attention devoted to his inner state. Although lacking guided visualization, he could not precisely discern the true condition of his spirit, yet its response felt exceedingly positive. At that moment, Sir Bart and Sir Stark had arrived at the practice ground where George had previously trained. Despite George's earlier attempts to tidy up, the sight before them prompted puzzled frowns. Sir Bart picked up a small shard from the remnants of a shattered wooden stake, examining it closely, while Sir Stark paced around the vicinity, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, Stark's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace. Chapter 39. A misunderstanding. With a resounding thud, a massive stone was overturned. Crack, crack, crack. Sir Stark clapped his hands together, having just moved the stone. Circling it a few times, he leaned in to blow away the dust from one corner. Observing a peculiar absence at the edge, he reached out to touch the cross-section and turned to Sir Bart, saying, "Come take a look at this." Sir Bart, hearing the call, set aside the wooden piece and approached, also inspecting the stone's cross-section. With a tone of inquiry, he remarked, "It appears to have been struck by a blunt instrument. Perhaps a hammer? The strength required to create such an indentation is not too dissimilar from ours, without the use of combat skills, of course." When Stark made this observation, confidence resonated in his voice. After all, this particular stone was renowned for its hardness, the obsidian here far more robust than the black gemstone of Earth. If an obsidian mine were to be discovered, it would be a lucrative source. However, such scattered boulders of obsidian held little economic value due to the costs of transport. The two knights, operating under their assumptions, concluded that a heavy weapon had caused this mark, implying that the strength required was merely that of a common black lead tier. Hence, it seemed plausible that the Lord himself could have caused such an effect using knightly techniques. Sir Bart, still harboring doubts, pondered aloud, "I have already inquired with the two replacements at the sentry post. Your lord did not return with any heavy weaponry this morning," Sir Stark reassured him. "Could it be that those pesky bear goblins are up to their tricks again? They love to wield morning stars." Sir Bart's imagination began to run wild. Why not simply ask him directly upon our return? Surely, that lord, being able to walk back, would not be so disoriented as to forget what transpired, Stark remarked. This site has clearly been tidied up. Would one have time to attend to such matters after a battle? Bart, sensing something amiss, seemed inclined to search elsewhere. Sir Stark grasped Bart's shoulder. "Your lord likely organized this after chasing off the bear goblins. I recall hearing you mention he had grown close to some druids. It would not be surprising if he were influenced by them to undertake such tasks. Among the nobility of this world, druids are regarded with the same disdain as extreme environmentalists on Earth." Sir Bart quickly retorted, "Have you not noticed that since the arrival of those druids, our harvests have improved by at least threefold? And that does not even account for the newly added specialties. Perhaps you feel a twinge of envy yourself." He continued, "Enough of this chatter. You should promptly return and investigate the matter concerning your lord." Sir Stark immediately seized Sir Bart and began to lead him back, appearing somewhat flustered and irate. "Let us converse civilly. Must you pull me along like this? Release me at once." Sir Bart grumbled incessantly along the way. Meanwhile, within the confines of the camp's wagon, Sir Val observed the complex sight of Georgie, who was channeling energy to nourish his spirit, of course, in his understanding, that was not referred to as the spirit. Turning away, he exited the wagon. Upon seeing Sir Val emerge, Silent, who had been silent for quite some time, hurriedly inquired, "Father, is Georgie in any trouble?" A sharp crack echoed as Sir Val delivered a playful yet firm tap to Silen's head. It seemed he had developed a fondness for this gesture. However, he controlled his strength adeptly, producing a crisp sound that caused discomfort without inflicting actual harm. Silen rubbed his head while Daniel observed the father-son duo with a peculiar gaze. Noticing Daniel's scrutiny, Sir Val sheepishly rubbed his nose and said, "I feel a bit pressured. Just needed to vent a little now. Let us discuss serious matters. Georgie's spirit has sustained significant damage, though it may not be injury per se, but rather a substantial depletion. However, the latter scenario is unlikely. I believe Georgie does not possess such a secret technique. Aside from the various rumors circulating, I have personally witnessed a similar situation. A knight who forcibly dispelled a curse he bore, remaining in such a state for a considerable time thereafter." Daniel, uncertain, asked, "Are you suggesting that Georgie may have been attacked, resulting in his current condition?" Just nights ago, Georgie experienced disturbances during meditation, leading to fluctuations in his psyche. Coupled with today's encounter with a nefarious soul-affecting spell, it is plausible that this could have led to his present predicament. Sir Val's tone was not entirely assured. Silen exclaimed, "Attacked? Are you saying Georgie was assaulted near the town?" "Calm down. Do not be so agitated," Sir Val urged, shaking Silen's shoulders to instill composure. Daniel posed the crucial question. "Let us set aside how this occurred. What should we do now? Is there any method to expedite Georgie's recovery? Primarily, we should focus on rest and recuperation. For now, let Georgie remain inside the wagon," Sir Val instructed, facing Silen. "From this moment on, you are to keep a watchful eye on Georgie, ensuring he does not wander outside alone. Additionally, we must extract him from this condition shortly. This technique excessively drains the user's physical energy. Prolonged use will not benefit him." "Understood. I will ensure the task is accomplished," Silen pledged, thumping his chest. Sir Val then turned to Daniel to discuss the appropriate herbs to utilize. "I believe lavender oil could aid in his recovery, and a suitable amount of mint might also be beneficial." The two delved deeper into discussion, gradually moving away and leaving Silen alone beside the wagon. Inside the wagon, Georgie soon realized the rapid depletion of his spirit and vitality. Compared to the rate of generation, it was evidently unsustainable. Just as he sensed his reserves nearing exhaustion, an instinctive alarm prompted Georgie to terminate this state. Upon self-examination, Georgie felt fortunate to have disengaged in time. Otherwise, the toll on his spirit and vitality would have been severe, far beyond a mere few days of rest and supplements could remedy. As soon as Georgie opened his eyes, Silen rushed forward. "Thank goodness you awakened on your own. Had you not, I would have had to resort to force to interrupt you. My father mentioned that remaining in this state for too long would be detrimental to your health. And your complexion has indeed deteriorated significantly." "All is well. I am fine," Georgie chuckled lightly. Silen quickly inquired, "Georgie, how do you feel now? Is it an improvement from when you first returned?" prompted by Silen's question. Georgie noticed a marked reduction in mental fatigue, though a new sense of weakness had emerged physically. Fortunately, the latter issue was much easier to resolve. "I feel considerably better now, thanks to Sir Val guiding me into that state." "But is that a technique unique to your family? Would it be a problem if I learned it so easily?" Georgie expressed some apprehension regarding what had transpired. Silen scratched his head, pondering before responding. "Regarding that previous state, I have witnessed my father utilize it. However, he has always been reluctant to teach me, claiming it is not yet time. If he has imparted this to you, he must have his own reasons." Georgie discerned a hint of resentment in Silen's words. Yet, as the heir to Sir Val, he had no rationale to deliberately conceal anything from Silen. Weighing Silen's remarks against his own experiences, Georgie concluded that the only possibility was that this technique was unsuitable for a squire. Hence, Silen had not learned it yet. Moreover, Sir Val likely did not intend to pass this technique to Georgie. Rather, he merely sought to guide him into that state for recuperation. To Georgie's surprise, he had managed to grasp the fundamentals without formal instruction. It seemed he needed to devise a plan to master this technique, as it was a significant matter among knights. After much contemplation, Georgie finally clarified the sequence of events. He cautiously addressed Silen. "Silen, I believe Sir Val has refrained from teaching you this for your own good. From my experience, excessive use of this technique could hinder your advancement to knighthood. Is that so? Yet my father seems to lack faith in me. As if I would lose control over this technique," Silen said sheepishly, scratching his head before asking with concern, "By the way, this will not have any adverse effects on you, will it?" Georgie waved his hand dismissively. "At present, it appears to be beneficial for my situation. In the future, I will endeavor to use it sparingly." Silent patted his chest. "As long as you're fine. By the way, Georgie, you must remain inside the wagon for the next few days. My father has specifically tasked me with watching over you." Georgie sighed. "Do I look like someone capable of venturing out in my current state?" Meanwhile, on the other side of the camp, Sir Val encountered Sir Bart and Sir Stark, who had just returned. After learning of the clues they had gathered, Sir Val affirmed his suspicions. "You mean to say there are signs of blunt force trauma? It appears I was not mistaken. Georgie may have indeed been attacked." Chapter 40. Departure. It seems the lesson imparted to those ruffians the night before was insufficient. Sir Val's expression darkened ominously. "We cannot definitively conclude that they were responsible. It remains merely a conjecture." "There is no need to be overly anxious," Sir Bart quickly interjected. In a resolute tone, Sir Val declared, "I shall venture out to investigate. I will return before sunset." Without waiting for a response, he unfurled his radiant wings, which this time seemed to blaze with golden flames. Anticipating this, Sir Bart swiftly sidestepped, successfully evading the expansive wings. Unfortunately, Sir Stark was not as fortunate. Unprepared, he had to leap forward and nearly rolled to narrowly escape the flames extending from the wings. Scrambling to his feet, Sir Stark brushed off the dust from his clothes and turned to shake his fist in protest. "Sir Val, could you at least give me a warning next time?" "Next time, if you are still around, I will be sure to," Sir Val replied just before leaping into the air, resembling a coiling dragon ascending to the heavens. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the distance. Watching Sir Val disappear into the sky, Sir Stark, with his brow furrowed, turned to Sir Bart and asked, "Do you think it wise for Sir Val to go out there alone in such a furious manner?" "Do not worry. Do not be deceived by Isolde's impassioned demeanor. He is quite aware of what he is doing," Sir Bart reassured. "He will likely conduct a patrol within a visible range. If nothing is discovered, then it shall simply be regarded as a temporary state, with no imperative to apprehend anyone or to exact vengeance to conclude the matter. Even upon the discovery of a suspicious character, a decision to strike will only follow after confirming their intent through spells. There shall never be a circumstance in which individuals yet to commit grave offenses within the duchy are summarily dealt with." Perhaps due to their prolonged association, Sir Bart is quite familiar with Sir Val's mannerisms and operational habits. For the time being, he has provided Sir Stark with a measure of reassurance. In truth, Sir Stark is not particularly concerned about Sir Val's propensity for indiscriminate slaughter, as no such malevolent knight has yet emerged within the duchy. It can be said that those unruly individuals are often dealt with before they can make any significant impact. The real trouble would arise if Sir Val were to shift into paladin mode. After all, among the cadre of individuals traversing this realm, there are quite a few desperate rogues, with the mercenaries and adventurers in the caravans being particularly reckless. Inevitably, some of these individuals bear a history of heinous acts elsewhere. However, there are simply too many of them. Since they have committed no offenses within the duchy, the populace tends to turn a blind eye. Yet, in the eyes of certain paladins, matters are not perceived in such a lenient light. Upon identifying a suspicious figure, they might immediately invoke a detection of evil, and upon perceiving a crimson aura, they would charge forth with fervor in their righteous crusade. These champions of justice elicit a mix of admiration and exasperation from many lords, as any conflict, regardless of the outcome, profoundly affects the caravans passing through their territories. After receiving assurances from Sir Bart that Sir Val would refrain from engaging in wanton acts of violence, Sir Stark breathed a sigh of relief and inquired, "So what shall we do now? Are you planning to wait here for his return?" "How could that be? It is not yet even time for lunch." "Isolde did mention he would not return until sunset," Sir Bart replied with exaggerated flair. "I seem to still owe that tax collector a meal. It appears I must wait until evening to extend my invitation. I truly cannot comprehend how you manage to maintain a smile in the company of such an obviously sycophantic individual." Sir Stark scoffed, his right hand resting on his hip. Sir Bart adjusted his attire and smiled mysteriously as he replied, "Do not underestimate the utility of such individuals. At times, their worth is surprisingly high, and the cost is remarkably low." Meanwhile, seated in the carriage, Georgie struggled to convince Sir Harin that he would no longer be wandering aimlessly. urging him not to fixate on him to the detriment of his training. Unfortunately, while Sir Harin acquiesced, he commenced a solitary training regimen not far from Georgie's carriage, his brooding visage directed towards the left door. His piercing gaze scrutinized Georgie's every move, causing Georgie to break into goosebumps and repeatedly lament inwardly. I finally understand the feeling of being scrutinized so intently by Bill Harrington. This must be akin to the sensation of those uninitiated men who have yet to succumb to the rigors of military life. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. After reciting passages from the Tao Te Ching several times to soothe his spirit, Georgie resolved, the most pressing concern is to ascertain the extent of the damage to my soul. He peered out of the carriage window, confirming that Sir Harin exhibited no peculiar expressions or behaviors. With a pat on his chest, he began his visualization exercise. This time, Georgie employed the visualization method from the innate mastery of the Great Seizing Technique. The revered image of the supreme unity he had visualized for many years had been utterly destroyed during his last act of self-rescue. It would be prudent not to attempt restoration in the short term, lest he provoke some form of backlash. Other visualization methods did not seem suitable for his current predicament, as even Georgie himself was unclear about the specific changes within his soul. Ultimately, he chose the Chi character visualization method, which he had previously utilized and had established within his body as an independent organ of essence. Based on Georgie's earlier experiences, this method allowed for the most objective observation of the soul, as it effectively provided a third-person perspective of inner sight. Drawing upon his previous experience, Georgie swiftly entered his spiritual sanctuary. There, he observed that his soul had diminished significantly, perhaps by half or more. Yet he felt relieved to find no substantial issues, exclaiming, "Thank goodness there are no visible cracks or damage, and it even possesses a certain crystalline clarity." A crystalline clarity to the soul? Georgie quickly scrutinized his soul, noting that it indeed bore a striking difference from before. This distinction was not merely superficial. If his previous soul could be considered the essence of Georgie himself, the current soul seemed to be an optimized version modeled after his physical form. It conveyed an impression as if it were meant to exist in this manner, a manifestation of natural evolution. However, the true significance lay in Georgie's discovery of a unique rhythm emanating from the vibrations of his soul. He immediately endeavored to perceive and interpret this rhythm. The result was akin to immersing himself in an ancient river, where a torrent of knowledge and information nearly overwhelmed him. The river of knowledge. Could it not be referred to as the Tao? Whether it be the Great Tao, Heavenly Tao, Sacred Tao, Royal Tao, or even the left-handed Tao, ultimately, they all converge upon the concept of Tao. To think that I too have reached a day of enlightenment. Is this a case of fortune arising from misfortune? Georgie found himself at a loss for how to express his feelings regarding this situation. Should he wear the smile that some advocate? If the earlier revelation of the soul's sublimation and self-optimization constituted a reward for overcoming tribulation, then this newfound enlightenment could be considered something truly extraordinary, a gift not easily attained even by the most fortunate. The term face warrior refers to those who, before traversing realms, casually attributed their fate to appearances, mocking those genuinely fortunate souls. How remarkable it is that I, too, have experienced such a day in light of this. All of Georgie's previous assumptions must be re-evaluated. He is not genuinely suffering from soul damage, but rather enduring a period of weakness following a trial. The tribulations faced in cultivation extend beyond mere heavenly tribulations. Indeed, human and mental tribulations constitute the essence of hardship. The trial Georgie recently navigated should fall under the category of mental tribulations. Given this context, Georgie need not pursue restoration. Rather, he should focus on nurturing his soul. Invoking the teachings of the Great Mother, with potent medicine, she bestows healing. He began to visualize the mother of the Dipper. In Taoism, the Dipper Mother is the progenitor of the 9 stars, governing the genesis of all things. By visualizing her, he could harness the celestial forces of the cosmos to nourish himself, undoubtedly the best choice for his current soul condition. However, even in this world, where the radiance of the celestial bodies may be elusive, the system should be capable of manifesting similar energies to compensate. True to form, as the image of the Dipper Mother grew clearer in Georgie's mind, an indescribable substance began to permeate his spiritual sanctuary. Resonating with his soul, in this resonance, his soul felt as though it were molten iron being refined in a crucible, undergoing a process of enhancement. sensing that his soul had reached its limit. Georgie ceased his visualization, only to exclaim in astonishment, "It seems my choice was indeed correct." This nurturing laced with tempering resembles a method of achieving immortality through the fires of adversity, perfectly suited to his present circumstances. Even amidst the true celestial forces, there exist malevolent energies such as the 7 killings and greedy wolves. How could one expect it to be entirely a gentle tonic, if there were any damage to his soul? He ought to be visualizing a gentle rain instead. As dusk descended and the sky was painted with the hues of twilight, Sir Val returned, appearing quite travel-worn. Observing his expression, Sir Bart, who was preparing to host a gathering, remarked, "It seems you have had a fruitful day." Indeed, it was a successful outing, for he had unexpectedly captured a black-lead tear-bear goblin priest, a significant catch. Sir Val tidied his hair, which had been tousled by the winds of flight. This evening marked their last night in the small town. They would pack up camp at dawn and depart punctually at noon. Volume 2, Chapter 41. The Final Journey. Just moments ago, the sun shone brightly. Yet abruptly, the skies darkened, casting a somber pall over the land. In an instant, the previously grayish-white hue of the sky deepened, replaced by a heavy, foreboding gray-black. The mischievous winds danced about, relishing the disarray of the people. While the trees swayed in resignation, electric flashes flickered within the weighty rain clouds as dense moisture enveloped the earth. The rain began as a gentle drizzle, quickly transforming into silvery gray, sticky threads, weaving a delicate net that ensnared the entire autumn landscape. Together with the darkened sky, it formed a tapestry reminiscent of a dilapidated roof ensnared in cobwebs. The grayish-white clouds shifting above mirrored the dust continually peeling from this ancient rooftop. Beneath the shadow of this weathered covering, everything felt oppressively heavy. Inside the carriage, one could see Giorgio deeply engrossed in writing something, beads of fine sweat forming on his forehead, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. After a while, it appeared as though something was stuck, compelling Giorgio to shift his gaze from the delicate white paper before him, simultaneously setting down the silver-tipped quill in his hand. Stretching languidly, Giorgio finally noticed that the daylight had taken on a different hue. He shook his head in self-deprecation. "It seems I was too absorbed just now." However, without these dim-sighted eyes, such a stark change in light would certainly impede normal writing. It appears that crafting a legendary martial arts manual is no simple task. Feeling somewhat vexed, Giorgio reclined in the cushioned seat of the carriage. Glancing at Elena, who was nearly drooling as she lay sprawled over the table, he thought helplessly while rubbing his head, "It seems I have truly spoiled this little maid. No one in my territory dares to act so freely in my presence as she does." Tap, tap, tap. Giorgio extended his right hand, tapping his finger on the table surface, prompting Elena to suddenly lift her head and, shaking off her drowsiness, look at Giorgio and say, "Young Master Giorgio, is there something you wish to command? Can't you see how dark it is outside? Hurry and light the lanterns." Giorgio pointed towards the dim sky outside. With her large eyes fixed on the window, Elena exclaimed, "Oh my, I've slept for so long, and it's already dark. Young master, you haven't had your dinner yet, have you? I'll prepare it for you right away." After saying this, Elena gently tapped her head. Seeing the dazed expression on Elena's face, Giorgio sprang up with a sudden burst of energy, skillfully maneuvering his legs through the narrow gap between the chaise lounge and the low table. Once on his feet, he swiftly delivered a playful flick to Elena's head. Smack! The chastised maid crouched down, cradling her recently tapped head, her eyes glistening with moisture. Giorgio waved his right hand, which had just made contact with Elena's head, and sighed, "This is merely a reminder for you. Under my protection in the Borum territory, perhaps no one would dare to say anything. But once we reach Karada, it will be a different story. Your earlier behavior could easily get you expelled by Maid Sarah.At that time. I might not even be able to speak up for you. And by the way, it is not yet completely dark outside. Take a closer look. Isn't it raining?" As the lanterns in the carriage flickered to life, the warm orange light immediately illuminated the entire space. Perhaps due to habits formed in a previous life, or perhaps a natural human yearning for light, Giorgio felt a sense of comfort wash over him as the carriage brightened. Despite there being no pressing need for it in recent days, aside from recovering his spirit, Giorgio's main task had been to compile the secret technique of blood and chi diversion into a manuscript. The process of compiling it was not as simple as some might imagine. It was not merely transcribing text. Giorgio needed to adapt the theories in his mind into expressions more commonly understood in this world, ensuring that those unfamiliar with Eastern civilization could comprehend it easily, a task that had consumed an inordinate amount of his mental energy. The previous incident had been a manifestation of Giorgio's temporary loss of inspiration. As for why Giorgio was so intent on creating this secret technique manuscript, it all traced back to the time of his injury. After being wounded, Nightval had guided Giorgio into a secret art that allowed the practitioner to nourish their spirit using their own bodily essence. Perhaps due to concern for Giorgio's injury, Val had not considered the implications too deeply, but unexpectedly, Giorgio had managed to grasp it by coincidence. Afterward, he had discreetly inquired with Nightbart about any information regarding similar techniques. Bart's response had been disheartening. Such techniques that could convert flesh and blood into spirit were exceedingly rare on the continent. It was rumored that only a few families with divine bloodlines, or those with extraordinary merits, might possess them. Upon hearing this news, Giorgio realized he might have inadvertently stirred up considerable trouble, potentially endangering those around him, including Nightval, who had unwittingly imparted this knowledge to him. Determined to remedy the situation, Giorgio eventually chose the technique of blood and chi diversion as an offering of goodwill. Firstly, whether it was the golden light spell or the innate chi grasp, both required an understanding of Taoist worldview and philosophy for practice. Secondly, both were crucial for Giorgio's current existence, particularly the innate chi grasp, a technique of a godly caliber that he was reluctant to part with. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, the technique of blood and chi diversion could explain why Giorgio had been able to learn Val's technique so quickly after being guided. This could indicate that he was not deliberately attempting to steal knowledge. As for whether the other party would be interested in the blood and chi diversion technique, Giorgio was confident they would be. Although its explosive effects were only marginally superior to the commonly seen berserk state of barbarians, it also provided fatigue relief and temporary stabilization of injuries. A technique with such multiple functions could be considered a high-grade offering, and the other party might find inspiration in it. Most importantly, it could synergize with the technique that enhanced mental faculties, leaving Giorgio untroubled by the possibility of rejection. Moreover, with Giorgio lowering himself to such an extent, as a member of a renowned noble family, it would be difficult for the other party to outright dismiss him. As long as there was something to discuss, there was hope. However, at present, the plan was not progressing smoothly, and Giorgio hoped to resolve it before those seeking retribution arrived. The caravan gradually veered to the right. Beneath the somber sky, a castle emerged slowly from the misty rain on the distant ridge, its 3 towering spires standing out prominently. This was Costa Fortress, a defensive bastion northwest of the capital city of Karada. Passing it would signify entry into the realm of the Duchy of Nohan's capital. Chapter 42. Entering the city, this rain had come swiftly and departed just as quickly. The sun's rays gradually pierced through the thick clouds, and the weeping rain clouds released their final droplets in the sunlight. The sky post-rain was as blue as if washed clean, with a few wispy white clouds disappearing shortly thereafter, resembling a pristine sapphire. Simultaneously, a vibrant rainbow appeared on the northwestern horizon, contrasting beautifully against the azure sky, akin to a halo surrounding the sunlit sapphire. Giorgio opened the carriage door, and a wave of damp air, tinged with earthiness, rushed in. Gazing at the expanse of blue above, his previously vexed mood seemed to lighten. Upon spotting the celestial rainbow, Giorgio could not help but exclaim, "I can't believe it's already autumn, and I'm still able to see this." Not far from the road, a few unknown birds began to chirp joyfully, as if reveling in the aftermath of their bath. Nearby, raindrops clung to the leaves, falling into small puddles by the roadside, producing a remarkably crisp sound. A sense of leisure permeated the atmosphere. The cacophony of chirping and the flapping of wings filled the air, prompting Giorgio to shake his head, thinking, it seems some mercenaries or adventurers couldn't resist hunting for wild game. Giorgio shifted his gaze towards the fortress perched on the ridge not far from the road. Without the rain's veil, the structure became vividly discernible. Surrounding the fortress's front was a wide moat. For Giorgio, who had been there before, it resembled more of a massive trench than a moat, as one side was virtually devoid of water. Behind the moat rose towering, straight walls, with arrow slits spaced every few steps. Unlike typical fortifications, Costa Fortress had no shooting holes in its outer walls. The entire structure was built from massive blocks of green stone, reinforced with adhesive, while the foundation and other critical areas were fortified with obsidian. To compensate for the lack of defensive firepower, two enormous three-story towers were constructed on each wall, brimming with shooting slots, resembling ominous eyes of death. The true danger lay in the protruding battlements with downward-facing firing slots and siege weapons. Only the patrolling guards on the battlements and the fluttering flags atop the central tower added a touch of life and color to the otherwise foreboding structure. The fortress's gate was not wide. According to Giorgio's recollection, it was roughly 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. Unfortunately, it was now completely obscured by a raised oak drawbridge. Gazing at the dark wooden planks of the bridge, Giorgio could sense the weight of history that this ancient fortress bore. The caravan continued at its predetermined pace, but the muddy roads, made treacherous by the recent rain, caused considerable trouble for the trailing covered wagons. Gradually rounding a small hill, the caravan entered a valley, where a high wall marked the final checkpoint into the capital region, the Broken Sword. Unlike the ancient castle that stands as a fortress, this pass, although similarly constructed from blue stone, lacks a certain grimness and possesses a touch of elegance. Beyond it lies a vast expanse, which also serves as the outer region of the capital. Banners were raised, and the shouts of the Val Knights echoed ahead. Subsequently, multiple flags were hoisted within the caravan, some representing the domain and others belonging to the two knights themselves. The carriage occupied by Giorgi gradually approached the city gates. The enormous gates towered over 9 meters high, their panels seemingly forged from cast iron. However, many were well aware that they were merely oak wrapped in a thick layer of iron plating. After all, the realm of humanity does not possess the abundant mineral wealth found among dwarven races. Iron goods in this era are anything but inexpensive. The true defensive feature is the heavy iron portcullis above the gates. Adorned with sharp spikes at the bottom, said to weigh 10,000 pounds, necessitating the installation of several massive winches atop the gatehouse for its operation. A regiment of guards stood at the entrance. Their round helmets adorned with scales cascading down to protect their necks. Clad in light chain mail over thick cotton cloaks, they wielded poleaxes in one hand and diamond-shaped ironwood shields in the other. The sleeveless tunics made of linen worn by these guards bore the emblazoned crest of the Duke's family. Likewise, their shields displayed an emblem on a red background, predominantly featuring a crowned white eagle and a knight in white garb wielding a blue shield. Dominated by red and white hues, the soldiers' cloaks echoed this color scheme. Typically, ordinary travelers passing through this checkpoint need not undergo scrutiny or taxation. However, merchants bearing goods are required to pay respective duties according to the unified tax rate set by the ducal household. And the taxes collected from the incessant flow of merchants have become a significant source of revenue for the principality. If the tolls paid in Greywood Town were primarily to maintain that particular trade route, this current tax collection represents a substantial boon for the treasury, one that even nobles would not dare to evade in large amounts. As the carriage passed through the city gates, a breathtaking panorama unfolded. The most distinctive feature of Calada is that, aside from the central noble and temple districts, its outer city lacks walls. In truth, the so-called outer city gradually developed from the original capital. Eventually, the wall delineated the inner city from the outer. As for why the outer city was never fortified with walls, according to my father, it was initially due to financial constraints. Later on, an adage circulated in Calada: the defense of the homeland relies on the valor and weaponry of knights, not on trembling behind walls. Henceforth, the notion of constructing walls was never broached again. Benefiting from this, the absence of walls allowed the outer city's development to shed significant constraints, gradually evolving into the bustling scene before us. As the cargo-laden carriages were being inspected one by the tax officials on duty, Giorgi and the others had no choice but to wait in an open area just beyond the pass. Closest to the checkpoint was Calada's slum, though Giorgi preferred to refer to it as the shantytown. The overall appearance of the dwellings here was exceedingly rudimentary, predominantly constructed from wood, tarpaulins, and thatch, with brick and tile houses being a rare sight. Nevertheless, thanks to the earlier planning by the Bakabu Temple, the houses lining the roads on either side were uniformly built from brick and tile. These structures faced the street, converted into shops, while the rear likely served as warehouses or quarters for laborers. With some possibly featuring basements for storage, the shops offered daily necessities such as firewood, rice, oil, salt, and various kitchen utensils. Of course, one cannot overlook the array of modest taverns scattered throughout. Originally, this area was home to residents of the shantytown who set up makeshift shops to earn a living from passing caravans. Surprisingly, their low prices attracted numerous townsfolk and others from afar to shop here. Some even purchased homes and established their own businesses. Presently, this place resembles a vibrant marketplace, brimming with vegetables, fruits, poultry, fish, meat, and an array of everyday goods. Naturally, such a locale also harbors its share of underground influences. Every week, one can witness the aftermath of brawls in the alleyways. However, the authorities merely maintain a token presence here, as long as those in control pay their taxes on time and do not exceed the official limits. They turn a blind eye. This area can be seen as a microcosm of Kalada's darker side. Although they generally do not dare to attract the attention of passing caravans, the risk of encountering brazen thieves is ever present. The influx of merchants brings wealth, but also myriad troubles, with the bustling traffic causing considerable inconvenience. Georgie and his party waited for quite some time outside the city gate. Once inside, despite the shops contributing to the noise and congestion, they were fortunate that the route was not singular at last. After the following caravan passed inspection and paid the requisite taxes, they were granted passage. The previously separated groups swiftly merged into one, heading towards the heart of the city. Upon crossing the shantytown, they were flanked by tightly packed buildings of 3 to 5 stories. These structures predominantly exhibit a simple, rugged style, favoring practicality. The sound of hooves echoed on the cobblestone streets, producing a rhythmic clop. The innermost city, closest to Kalada's commercial district, showcased buildings constructed with utmost luxury and elegance. However, apart from a few that could be deemed a harmonious blend of art and architecture, most exuded a rather ostentatious air. The merchant convoy within the domain parted ways at a square, where Georgie and his noble guards separated. Subsequently, they would reconvene at shops belonging to the same merchant guild nearby for the exchange of goods, after which they might enjoy a few days of unstructured leisure. As Georgie and his party reached the inner city gates, the setting sun cast its final vibrant glow upon the area. The afterglow illuminated the weathered stone walls, enveloping the entire city in a golden radiance, bright and beautiful. Ancient buildings of diverse styles rose in layered formations, while the labyrinthine, time-worn alleys stretched forth from the depths of history beneath their feet, each gray-white cobblestone polished smooth by the passage of time, exuding an aura of profound antiquity amidst the surrounding scents. Following a thorough inspection by the guards, the group hurriedly made their way to the residence of Viscount Bolem. Chapter 43. The Mansion. Proceeding along the central avenue, the sun had completely set. Every 10 meters or so, 5-meter-high iron poles were erected along the roadside, arranged in a crisscross pattern, each adorned with a lantern. The central avenue of the inner city, officially known as Barca Avenue, is named after the founding leader. This is the only street in all of Kalada that is consistently illuminated by streetlights. In contrast, elsewhere in Kalada, the night is predominantly cloaked in darkness, with only the shops in the commercial district lighting oil lamps outside their doors. Thus, townsfolk venturing out at night, whether on foot or by carriage, must carry their own lanterns. As for why the entire capital is not outfitted with streetlights, the answer lies in the cost of illuminating all of Kalada, not to mention the logistical undertaking of personnel needed to light and maintain the lamps each night. If residents were compelled to manage the lighting for the sections in front of their homes, the ensuing complications could be quite unsettling. The central avenue itself is not particularly long. Soon, Georgie and his party could see the outline of Tiala Square at the end of the road. In the dim light, the silhouette of the fountain in the square became vaguely discernible. The carriage halted before the third-to-last building on the avenue, a structure located near Tiala Square. At first glance, it exuded a unique sense of solemnity and antiquity, reminiscent of a temple. By day, one could observe the weathered marble walls that imparted an aura of age. Those familiar with the principality's history would note that the building was constructed over a century ago, adhering to the architectural standards required for nobility of that era. The only significant difference is that all the windows have been fitted with transparent glass. Now, shrouded in night, the place exudes a profound tranquility. The family crest, inlaid with gold, gleamed above the entrance, narrating the solemnity that befits this residence in the dim light. Sir Val dismounted and pulled the long azure silk cord hanging from the door, producing a sharp, clear chime. Almost instantly, A small door within the large gate swung open, revealing a neatly dressed young man with a stern expression. After glancing at the group outside, the young man stated, "One moment, gentlemen. The steward will be here shortly." Having uttered this, he retreated and closed the small door. Seizing the moment, Georgie dismounted, with the young maid, Elena, following closely behind, her hands clasped demurely before her. After a brief interval, the small door swung open once more. This time, a middle-aged gentleman appeared at the threshold, his countenance bearing a faint resemblance to the venerable butler, Craig. It is indeed the young master and Lord Val. You have arrived rather late. The master has been awaiting your presence in the study. However, I presume you have not yet partaken of breakfast. The master has instructed me to prepare a meal for you. So do indulge before you meet with him. As for the guards, accommodations have been arranged for them in the large dormitory at the back of the house, and their dinner, along with hot water, will be promptly delivered. With this, the butler gestured towards the rear with a slight bow. Accompanied by a loud creak, the grand ironclad wooden door, towering over 4 meters, began to open slowly. Stepping into the mansion, they trod upon the pristine marble floor, flanked by marble columns that could barely be embraced by 2 arms. Hastening into the hall, each individual was guided by different attendants to their respective dining areas, according to their rank. Since dinner time had long passed, even Georgie and the Night Val did not proceed to the grand banquet hall, but were instead directed to a smaller side room. I was uncertain when you would arrive, so I asked the cooks to prepare the food in advance. It is currently being kept warm in the steamer. The flavor may be slightly inferior to freshly prepared dishes. However, I believe this minor sacrifice is worthwhile to avoid making the master wait too long, the butler remarked as he followed closely behind Georgie and the others. Recognizing this behavior as a result of his father's directives, Georgie replied, "Very well, young Craig, let us prioritize our duties." "Please wait a moment," young Craig said, bowing before taking his leave. Night Val's expression was less than favorable, and he stroked his chin, muttering, "I did not anticipate matters had escalated to this extent. It should not be that severe. If preparations for war were indeed necessary, the inspections at the pass would not have been so lax today. I suspect my father wishes us to be mentally prepared for what may come." Georgie responded, attempting to mitigate the gloom surrounding the topic of war. Nonetheless, the oppressive atmosphere in the side room was palpable to all present. A wave of appetizing aromas wafted through the air, momentarily distracting the group from their somber thoughts as their stomachs growled in response. Under the butler's direction, the servants unveiled the silver platters one by one. The first dish presented was a golden-baked cod, generously garnished with onions and bay leaves, while the main course consisted of grilled steak drizzled with black pepper sauce. Accompanying these were individual portions of mushroom-stuffed quail and a salad of ham, eggs, and seasonal vegetables. To their surprise, a dessert reminiscent of caramel pudding was also included. Additionally, there were light dishes such as boiled spider legs. This meal could be regarded as a true feast to welcome and ease anxieties, as Georgie had not enjoyed such a lavish dinner since the spring festival. Except for Craig, who savored the banquet with satisfaction, the others were preoccupied with their own thoughts, and despite the exquisite spread before them, they ate with a sense of distraction. However, they maintained a degree of table etiquette, a mild reflection of noble decorum, which everyone, including Georgie, was obliged to uphold. After sampling the dessert, Georgie inquired, "Has the mansion acquired a new chef?" "Indeed, young master. This chef has only been with us for 3 months, a decision made personally by the master. It would be best for you to inquire about his background directly with him," the butler praised. With this diversion, the oppressive atmosphere that had lingered began to dissipate. Night Bart even shared his dessert with Craig, remarking, "Craig, I must mention the 2 individuals present. Firstly, there is the Craig family, who have served the Bolam family for generations, and secondly, there is Bart's heir, the playful squire, also named Craig. Due to the overlap of names, the latter is typically referred to as Little Bart when both are present." "Very well, young Master Georgie, Lord Val, and Lord Bart, please follow me. The others may return to their rooms or linger here or in the hall for a while, but do remember not to stay up too late. There may be matters to attend to tomorrow," the butler announced after dinner, leading Georgie and the 2 knights toward the study. The study was located on the 2nd floor, accessible via a T-shaped staircase made of redwood. At the bifurcation of the stairs hung 2 large portraits depicting different knights. The leftmost painting portrayed a knight valiantly charging into the fray amidst chaos, his singed hair, tattered armor, and bloodied visage illuminated against the backdrop of fire and blood. This was the first ancestor of the family, Cressida Osterbolam, whose relentless bravery elevated the Bolam family to nobility and granted them their lands. On the right, the other portrait depicted a man brandishing a flag amidst the pure white snow, his resolute gaze and confident smile radiating from beneath a white cloak that shimmered with a subtle luminescence. The distant tumult of northern savages clashing with soldiers formed a unique ambience around him. This was Alexis Osterbolam, the third head of the Bolam family, known as the Snow Fox of the Ice Plains, whose achievements elevated the family from baron to viscount, doubling their territory. The corridor on the second floor was adorned with half-length portraits of past members of the Bolam family. However, as no one had matched the accomplishments of the first two ancestors, only half-length depictions were bestowed upon them. Tap, tap, tap. The butler knocked 3 times on the door of the study, announcing, "Master, the young master and the others have arrived." A robust voice emanated from within, "Let them enter. The remainder is none of your concern. You may take your leave." After opening the door, the butler excused himself, adding, "In a moment, I will arrange for attendants to await you at the staircase and guide you to your rooms. If there are no further questions, I shall take my leave." Thus, the trio entered the study. It was exceedingly spacious, with towering redwood bookshelves lining 3 walls, and a ladder positioned in the corner as the shelves reached the ceiling. The ladder was essential for reaching the uppermost volumes. The shelves were filled with an array of books, both bound and in scroll form. The only wall devoid of shelves featured a large floor-to-ceiling window, evidently constructed with iron frames and large panes of glass. The Viscount was seated in a chair by the window, his hands resting on the desk, before Georgie and the others could fully settle. He stated, "The Kingdom of Cruz and the Kingdom of Lucia have simultaneously proposed a union to our Lord Duke." "Union? At such a critical juncture?" Knight Bart exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, both Georgie and Knight Val lowered their heads, contemplating the implications of the Viscount's words. "Are they hastening to compel our nation into submission? This is utterly ludicrous," Val murmured uncertainly. "Compel our nation into submission? How could that be, even if there is a desire for us to take sides?" "This is hardly the method," he continued. "What is troubling Val? He does not usually make such irrational judgments. Could there be more to this situation?" With this thought in mind, Georgie raised his gaze to the Viscount. It is said that a father knows his son best, and even amidst such a web of secrets between them, the Viscount, upon noticing Georgie's look, subtly nodded, as if granting him the autonomy to decide the course of action. Encouraged by his father's support, Georgie turned to Knight Val and posed his lingering question. "Val, have you received any further intelligence through your channels?" "Truthfully, those I dispatched have not provided any useful new information." Val replied, initially hesitant. However, he quickly shifted, offering his own insights. "Yet, the Temple of Pelair has reported that the followers of the God of Tyranny and the Lord of Conspiracy have been particularly active in Lucia and Cruz of late. I suspect that the envoys from these nations may have been unduly influenced by those factions, leading to their seemingly impulsive actions. That may not be the case. Influencing those envoys would typically involve seduction, misdirection, or the spread of false information. Even if they employed magical means, such tactics would be difficult to sustain over time. Once confirmed news arrives from our own land, everything will revert to normalcy. Thus, all their prior machinations would become a farce," the Viscount interjected, his fingers interlaced before his face as he contemplated the situation. "However, to target the high-ranking officials of both nations directly, if they possessed such capabilities, they would not still be a fringe church at this juncture. Moreover, it is one thing to contend with the God of Tyranny, but the involvement of the Lord of Conspiracy alters the situation entirely. The latter would never fall into such an obviously futile trap that could potentially ensnare them. After all, the crux of diplomacy lies in the competition of power between nations. Reflecting on China's tribulations during the late 19th and early 20th centuries makes this abundantly clear. Without strength, nations lack a voice. Do you think those diplomats desired to sign those humiliating treaties? They were compelled by those entrenched in the central authority. The so-called signing diplomats were little more than rubber stamps, refused to sign. And another would be brought in. Naturally, once signed, they could very well become scapegoats to draw hatred. At this juncture, Georgie was absolutely certain that the peculiar actions of the Kingdom of Cruz and the Kingdom of Lucia carried deeper meanings. It is crucial to note that the Duchy of Nohant is not as weak and easily bullied as certain other nations. If one were to liken it to a country on earth, it would resemble Prussia, freshly victorious in the Franco-Prussian War. Perhaps its overall national strength does not compare to that of long-established kingdoms, but in the event of conflict, few would possess the confidence to claim victory outright. As for the previously discussed war of attrition that is predicated on Nohant's passive defense, calculated over the span of years, should the northern Wind Knights of Nohant charge forth, they could traverse thousands of miles across the lands of these two nations. Attempting to extort a country that has consistently adhered to a policy of military preparedness would have been utterly futile had there been no formidable weapons prior to the crossing. Moreover, Nohant possesses its own formidable weapons. Upon contemplating such weapons, Georgie instinctively glanced at Sir Vld. Seems this is likely a form of probing, Georgie mused. Mr. Val, it appears you had some success during your previous excursion. This led Georgie to speculate on a possibility, albeit with uncertainty in his tone. Could this be a test of the duchy's stance regarding the prior attack? Regarding the attack? Then why have both kingdoms employed the same approach? Sir Bart interjected, who had remained inconspicuous for some time. His political sensitivity seemed rather questionable. So, Georgie, what are your thoughts? Viscount Bolam rested his hands flat on the desk, leaning back slightly in his chair. Georgie turned to Sir Val and inquired, Mr. Val, I have heard that due to my injuries, you undertook a significant search and even achieved some results. Do you believe the captured enemy could relay news back to their homeland about the events of that fateful night? Relay news? That is assuredly the case. The individual in question is a cleric of the Black Lead rank. Transmitting news from that evening would pose no difficulty. Besides, he possesses a considerable number of magical items, which would astonish anyone. Sir Val continued, however, he would have no means of grasping the specifics of the battle. Only that the conflict ended in failure. I can guarantee that whether he entered the town himself or utilized divine detection, I would certainly notice him as he spoke. Sir Val's tongue flicked across his lips, giving him an almost bandit-like air. Viscount Bolam chuckled. To think he could procure spoils that would astonish Isolde. I must see them in a few days. He glanced around the room, noting that his share would likely not be insignificant. The other three individuals in the room regarded Sir Val with eyes alight with eagerness. Unable to withstand their gaze, he quickly defended himself. Hey, don't look at me like that. My surprise stems solely from the fact that these magical items are not easily acquired given the opponent's identity and strength, not from any astonishment regarding the items themselves. Sensing an opportunity, Sir Bart rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming. Regardless, magical items from a cleric of the Black Lead rank are not easily obtained. We would all very much like to see them. If the price is right, do consider parting with them. Well then, Sir Val replied, adopting a teasing tone, I shall part with them at 7/10 of the market price. However, Cobdo, I have heard from Thomas regarding that ogre's glove. Even at a discount, you likely won't be able to afford much, and I must insist you refrain from extending credit. Your repayment capabilities are quite concerning. At this, Sir Bart wilted like a cabbage left out too long. Enough. Let us cease discussing unrelated matters. Those magical items will not fly away. We can examine them in a few days. That said, if the price is right, I, along with Georgie, may also wish to purchase a few. For now, let Georgie finish his conjectures. Viscount Bolam gently tapped the desk, steering the conversation back on track. With the cue, Georgie resumed, Sir Val has indeed confirmed the transmission of information. This indicates that the shadowy figures behind the scenes are already aware of the failure of their prior actions, prompting them to hastily test the duchy's position. As for why both nations have taken similar actions, it is likely that their mutual probing and infiltration have been ongoing for quite some time. Regardless of which kingdom orchestrated this attack, the other must have received some intelligence. Perhaps they decided to act after seeing one side enter the council hall. The proposal for a marriage alliance is likely a prearranged test. Georgie concluded. You mean both kingdoms are aware of the attack? How is that possible? Sir Bart exclaimed. Meanwhile, both Sir Val and Viscount Bolam furrowed their brows, appearing deep in thought. Observing their demeanor, Georgie refrained from interrupting their contemplation. After all, grasping a concept oneself is different from having it explained by others, especially since reactions to similar situations could vary greatly. A profound silence enveloped the study as Georgie relaxed, eyes closed. seemingly in a meditative state. Although Sir Bart appeared somewhat flustered, he maintained a quiet watch alongside the two, deep in thought. The crackling of the lamp's wick became particularly pronounced in the stillness. After what felt like a quarter of an hour, Viscount Bolam was the first to relax his furrowed brow and began observing the others with keen interest. Soon enough, Sir Val seemed to have made some progress, as evidenced by the slight upward curve of his lips. Well, it appears that those who can discern have likely reached their conclusions. Therefore, I must emphasize that the discussions we have this evening, as well as any future related topics, must remain confidential among the four of us present. Viscount Bolam directed a pointed look at the somewhat befuddled Sir Bart. Especially you, Cobdo. Be cautious not to let anything slip. He added, of course, if there are any uncertainties, you may come to me or Georgie with questions in the days to come. Pausing momentarily, Viscount Bolam continued, the handling of this incident may significantly influence the duchy's fortunes for decades to come. Therefore, refrain from making any public statements before we reach a final conclusion in the council hall. Isolde, you must understand your weight within the duchy. Your decisions could impact many and even influence foreign judgments. Now, that is all for the moment. Isolde, Cobdo, you have both had a taxing journey. Go and rest. Georgie stays behind, as it has been far too long since we had a proper conversation. Chapter 45. A conversation between father and son, Part 1. Very well. We shall take our leave. Sir Val tugged at the somewhat sluggish Sir Bart, and together they exited the study. Once only the father and son remained, Viscount Bolam stood and left his desk, swiftly crossing the room to Georgie, embracing him warmly. The gradually tightening hug began to feel a bit constricting, prompting Georgie to protest softly, "You are holding on a bit too tightly, my lord father." "Call me Dad. Referring to me as my lord father feels rather distant. When was the last time we met?" Viscount Bolam complained, loosening his grip slightly. "The last time we met was during the month of decay last year. You did not return to the territory for your customary summer break this year," Georgie replied attentively, allowing his hands to rest on his father's back. Viscount Bolam sighed. "No wonder it feels like such a long time. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Indeed, it has been nearly 10 months since we last saw each other." Feeling somewhat embarrassed in his father's embrace, Georgie sought a new topic of conversation. "During the month of radiance, you mentioned you had matters preventing your return to the territory. What on earth is going on? At that time, you clearly mentioned that it was inconvenient to explain in the letter and that you would tell me in person once I arrived." The Viscount Bolam released his arms from around Georgie and gestured towards a set of armchairs beside the bookshelf, saying, "This matter requires us to sit down and discuss it slowly, just the two of us." After much anticipation, as soon as the Viscount released his embrace, Georgie hurried to the tea table to arrange the cups and filled the delicate bone china cups with water from the silver kettle on the table. "You are quite diligent in this regard. Why won't you let your old father hold you a little longer?" the Viscount remarked with a hint of complaint. Seeing that the Viscount was reluctant to sit down, Georgie naturally could not take the initiative. To the Viscount's complaint, Georgie could only feign an explanation. "You were holding me too tightly. I felt a bit stifled and uncomfortable." The Viscount casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Still grumbling, "Are you joking? With your physique, if you feel stifled with that little strength, what kind of knight's attendant are you? You've never been fond of close contact since childhood. Others always think you are precocious. But I believe that even if you are precocious, it shouldn't extend to being distant from your father. I wonder if it's because your mother passed away too early, leaving you lacking maternal love. However, I have never considered remarrying, as that would be even worse for you. Why, dear father?" How could Georgie not understand the implications of the Viscount's words? If a new mistress were to enter their household, Georgie's life would undoubtedly become far less stable. Even with the strict primogeniture system, it would not prevent certain individuals from launching continuous hidden attacks. Although Georgie had confidence in himself, he could only imagine the amount of energy it would drain from him. Moreover, the absence of a mistress in the household could be a form of torment for the still youthful Viscount Bolam. While physical issues can be resolved, the loneliness and potential gossip among the nobility represent the true burden. Having lived 2 lives, Georgie could envision how the Viscount had endured these years. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the usually composed Georgie felt a mist gathering in his eyes. This slight change in Georgie certainly did not escape the keen eyes of the Viscount, who seized the moment to suggest, "Why not occasionally show a little affection in front of me? Let your father derive some joy from raising a son. You speak too late. I have already outgrown the age of being coddled. Upon hearing the earlier remark, Georgie quickly controlled his facial expression and the tears that had begun to well up. The Viscount patted his head and said, "If I had said this to you a few years ago, would you have been more inclined to show me affection?" Georgie rolled his eyes in exasperation. "It's hard to say. If I had known earlier, I would have said so, Tito. How did we miss this opportunity?" The Viscount wore an expression of regret, reminiscent of a character from Lu Xun's writings. Observing the Viscount's antics, Georgie firmly stated, "Father, you didn't keep me here today just to discuss these matters, did you? All right, let's talk about serious matters. What are your thoughts on the Kingdom of Lucia and the Kingdom of Cruz?" The Viscount unexpectedly posed such a question to Georgie. "I suppose I shouldn't interject here. Didn't you just instruct us not to speak out of turn before high-level decisions are made?" Georgie expressed his doubts. The Viscount took a sip from his cup and said, "Stop pretending. The information and analysis you relayed that night were immensely helpful to the Council. Otherwise, we wouldn't have even begun to understand the implications behind the actions of the Kingdom of Lucia and the Kingdom of Cruz. If both nations had agreed to a marriage alliance, we could have found ourselves in quite a predicament. However, while I'm not entirely in the dark about the current situation, I only know a portion of what I've experienced. Thus, I cannot provide any specific evaluations at this moment," Georgie promptly stated, revealing his difficulties. The Viscount sighed and set down his cup. "In truth, we have no further information on this front either. Perhaps we will in a few days. For now, only certain individuals possess scattered bits of intelligence through their own channels." Georgie's face showed surprise. "How can this be?" "Isn't they're the Timus Thieves Guild. I know that is the intelligence organization under the Duke's command. The reason I offered old Tom and his associates preferential treatment is precisely because they serve as a vital outpost for our national intelligence network. Otherwise, I would have long since begun to clear out these fellows. At the very least, I would want to have a firm grip on them. How could it be that we only maintain limited contact and cooperation?" Ha, ha, ha. Are you talking about the Timus Thieves Guild? Perhaps you haven't realized, but this intelligence organization merely covers some of the larger towns within the Principality. Even within the Principality, it cannot claim complete control over intelligence, let alone beyond its borders. They don't even have a branch outside. How could they possibly gather intelligence? The Viscount replied with a wry smile. Georgie then realized he had been misled by the spy networks of his previous life. This place still leaned towards a genuine medieval structure. While there might be a few spies or assassins, the existence of an early, rudimentary intelligence network due to magic was evident. However, it paled in comparison to the sophisticated spy systems of later eras. Similarly, the most renowned spy organization in ancient China, the Jinyue, could only assert dominance within the country, lacking any notable achievements abroad. Faced with this reality, Georgie could only express his thoughts. "Well, I cannot say much on the specifics. However, from the current situation, the Kingdom of Lucia resembles a starved winter wolf eager to hunt. Its ambition for expansion seems to be growing increasingly strong and evident, to the point that even the southern Kingdom of Cruz feels a serious sense of threat and unease. Should it succeed in devouring the Kingdom of Cruz, there is no guarantee that our Principality of Nohan won't be its next target. From a long-term and prudent perspective, avoiding an alliance with the Kingdom of Lucia is the best choice. Indeed, your reasoning does seem prudent. However, the Principality has not expanded its territory in quite some time. Even we military nobles desire new achievements to embellish our families, let alone the court nobles." The Viscount's expression revealed a certain dilemma. "Ever since I reported your intelligence and conjectures, those fellows have been as excited as if they had consumed a fly. Once both nations proposed a marriage alliance, they immediately turned their attention towards the Kingdom of Lucia, hoping to bite off a piece of flesh from the Kingdom of Cruz. Want to eat meat? They must first be able to digest it. The Kingdom of Lucia is vast and populous, and its cultural customs share a historical connection with the Kingdom of Cruz, making the differences appear minimal. Once they secure the land, they can seamlessly integrate through large-scale immigration. At this point, Georgie paused slightly, took a sip of water and continued, "During my journey back these past few days, I have not been idle. I gathered quite a bit of information about the Kingdom of Lucia from Mr. Val. They practice an incomplete feudal system, with territorial management overseen by officials appointed by the king. This means that a significant portion of the nobility there lacks administrative power. Thus, the challenges of migration between the two nations are starkly different, especially when it comes to relocating to other lords' territories in Nohan. Such a move would be utterly impractical. Therefore, after we have absorbed the kingdom of Cruz, the gap between us and Lucia will only widen. This is a choice where the risks far outweigh the rewards. That indeed presents a sound perspective. To a certain extent, it may even quiet those who only know how to engage in verbal sparring. Seemingly relieved by the satisfactory explanation, the Viscount appeared more at ease. In truth, choosing the kingdom of Cruz isn't entirely without its benefits. At the very least, it possesses certain technologies and resources that we desperately need. Those are indeed scarce for the principality. During negotiations, we should certainly consider these factors. If we are to form an alliance, we cannot merely make verbal commitments. We must collectively endure the pressures from the kingdom of Lucia. Ultimately, we must ensure tangible benefits, akin to how one must provide good feed for a horse to run swiftly. The Viscount reached out and affectionately ruffled Georgie's hair, saying, "Sometimes, I truly wonder how you come up with so many ideas." Georgie internally scoffed. Such matters are quite common on the internet from my previous life. Chapter 46. A Conversation Between Father and Son, Part 2. Then, my dear father, since you have found temporary solutions to some of your issues, please promptly tell me the specific reason for your delay in Karada this summer. Having finished his earlier complaints, Georgie swiftly shifted the conversation to a topic of his interest. The Viscount replied, "The delay during the summer was initially due to the court nobles in Karada. What new troubles have those braggarts and exiled nobles stirred up this time?" Georgie appears to wear a look of indifference towards the matter. However, he quickly regains his composure. "The fact that it compelled you, dear father, to remain in Calada to coordinate a resolution suggests that these individuals have indeed caused quite a significant uproar. The so-called court nobles, who possess no territories, seem to exist in every nation across this continent. The composition of these groups varies, more or less, among different countries. Currently, the court noble class of the Duchy of Nohan primarily derives from three sources. The first group consists of black, lead-ranked spellcasters or formally recognized knights without fiefs. These individuals can become court nobles after pledging allegiance to the duchy and signing official magical documents. Naturally, this portion is often in the minority and frequently occupies positions within the military. The second group comprises the descendants of military nobles without inheritance rights who, when the first path proves unviable, opt for a civilian route. Among them are those who have achieved commendable success and received titles after their notable accomplishments. However, this often results in a stark division. Some of these descendants strive diligently, inheriting their forebears' legacies, with a few even transcending mortal limits to ascend into the first category. Yet, there remain others who lack ambition or even succumb to decadence, either preserving their titles through familial arrangements or leveraging their connections. They unabashedly exploit their privileges, engaging in oppression of commoners and further colluding with underground organizations. Particularly irksome is their occasional clamoring for better privileges and power, without ever contemplating their corresponding obligations. The third category encompasses exiled nobles from foreign lands. Some neighboring nations are rife with instability, where conflicts and annexations among lords are not uncommon. In the aftermath of war, families with knightly heritage, even if stripped of their lands, can invariably find new monarchs as long as they survive. Conversely, certain noble families that have lost their lineage, or lack any such heritage, may, if fortunate enough to evade the ravages of war and possess substantial assets, choose to seek refuge in other nations as exiled nobles. Even the burgeoning Duchy of Nohan has its fair share of such refugees. With proper magical documentation, proof of lineage, and heraldic validation, they can retain their noble status after paying a requisite tribute to the Duke. This has long been a customary practice. Failure to do so often leads to discrimination in dealings with foreign nations. Among these individuals, some actively integrate into the local noble society, purchasing and diligently managing their own enterprises. Aspiring for greater advancement in the future, miracles do occur, as evidenced by the emergence of over 100 black, lead-ranked, or higher professionals from among them over the nearly 500 years of the duchy's history. Notably, a new knightly family has successfully preserved its legacy through 3 generations, attaining knighthood and acquiring a fief. Of course, alongside the ambitious, there are those who have succumbed to moral decay. Some nobles, while managing their enterprises, squander their time in a hedonistic lifestyle. A fortunate few manage to balance their finances, yet many ultimately find themselves compelled to liquidate their assets. Those unwilling to relinquish their indulgent lifestyles often resort to illicit dealings and the pursuit of privileges. Whether from the second or third groups, These individuals resemble the entitled citizens of late ancient Rome, with some even echoing the brazen offspring of officials from the world prior. They represent a festering sore upon the nation. And those brave enough to excise such malignancies are few. Their occasional disturbances can still be rather nauseating. However, their direct negative impact on the noble class, or even the citizenry, remains minimal, coupled with their noble status and intricate networks of relationships. This has prevented the upper echelons from decisively addressing the issue. Viscount Bolum seems to recall his experiences from this past summer, his expression betraying some discomfort. After a moment, he manages a wry smile. Shaking his head as he speaks, "They are merely a bunch of undisciplined rascals, but this time they have truly stirred up a considerable mess." Georgie immediately grasps the implication and inquires, "You mean among the victims? There is a noblewoman? Indeed. Do you remember Sir Dardanian? The son of the diplomat from the Tox family. One of the victims is his daughter, of the same age as you." A look of sorrow crosses Viscount Bolum's face. For Sir Dardanian, serving in the Caledon Guard, had some acquaintance with his father. Georgie gasps, "What? There is more than one? Do noble daughters now venture out without guards and attendants?" Viscount Bolum clarifies. There were indeed guards and attendants. But at the time, Miss Tox and her friend, Miss Anastasia, were abducted while measuring dresses in a tailor's shop. By the time the outer world became aware, it was already too late. What of the maidservant? Surely she was not unaccompanied? Georgie poses his question, suddenly struck by a fleeting thought. You don't mean Anastasia translates to Starflower in Elvish, do you? What else would you think? Those rascals nearly caused an uproar this time. When the guards sensed something amiss and entered, lo and behold, both the young lady and her maid were gone. It is one thing for the Tox family to overlook such matters. But did Anastasia not provide her own charge with any protective magical items? It seems Viscount Bolum harbors some grievances regarding the extra workload imposed upon him, preventing him from taking a respite. Noticing Viscount Bolum's demeanor, Georgie quickly asserts, "Father, your words are exceedingly irresponsible towards the victims. Such behavior is unbecoming of a true noble. Let us discuss the subsequent handling of the matter." Observing his son's apparent decline in regard, Viscount Bolum hastily explains, "I merely wish to express my frustrations in your presence. You must consider this. If the two ladies had possessed suitable magical items, they would not have endured such suffering. What could be done afterward? Upon receiving the news, we dispatched the city guard immediately, for Sir Dardanian held considerable connections. Yet while Calada is not the smallest of cities, it is not particularly large either. Ultimately, when we enlisted the aid of the mages to locate the two, it was far too late. It seems heads should roll this time," Georgie declares, mimicking a slashing motion. His discontent with those who exploit their privileges, both before and after his transition, fuels his fervor. Viscount Bolum, puzzled by Georgie's sudden enthusiasm, douses his fervor with cold reality. This matter, to some extent, concerns the dignity of the nobility. Executions are out of the question. We are dealing with hangings, and the bodies shall be properly interred. Then surely the Anastasia family will not take this lightly. Georgie recalls that the elves are particularly sensitive to such matters. How could they let it go? The outcome of this affair is that 3 court nobles directly involved were executed. Their families had their titles stripped, and all their assets were allocated to compensate the victims. Furthermore, for other implicated court noble families were also deprived of their titles. Most importantly, through our efforts, we managed to classify this incident as a common case of rape rather than the more sensitive issue of slave capture that the elves dread. In the end, we were able to achieve some level of understanding. Viscount Bolum's tone seems nonchalant, yet the reality of the confrontation was anything but trivial. Georgie perceives the strain and exhaustion etched upon Viscount Bolum's face. For reasons unknown, perhaps spurred by a surge of passionate impulse, Georgie rises and bows deeply to Viscount Bolum. "You have truly borne a heavy burden, dear father." Viscount Bolum remains taken aback for a moment before responding. "It is nothing? Truly nothing. This incident provides an opportunity to address the scourge within the court nobility. At the very least, we can expect some respite for the coming years, though it is unfortunate for those 2 young ladies. What will become of them?" Perhaps moved by compassion, Georgie cannot help but ask. Viscount Bolum sighs. "That is beyond our intervention. It is a matter for their families. However, I suspect they will be married off to someone they would typically overlook. After all, given the circumstances, they must lower their expectations. Understanding the implications of the previous discussion, Georgie suddenly inquires. This punishment was meted out because a noblewoman was involved. Yet I suspect this is not their first transgression. Surely, countless common women have suffered at their hands before. What will become of them? Furthermore, I believe the perpetrators extend beyond those who have already faced punishment. It is likely that future victims will emerge. Having learned from this experience, they will undoubtedly exercise greater caution and target commoners instead. Viscount Bolam gestured for Georgie to take a seat and began to articulate, these are the rules of the game. If one is a citizen, there may be some avenues available. With a stroke of luck, they might even secure a compensation while rescuing someone. However, when it comes to the impoverished denizens of the lower districts, we are indeed powerless. This is the reality, my child. Nevertheless, given the enormity of this incident, they ought to restrain themselves for a few months. Chapter 47. A conversation between father and son, Part 2, Do not worry. Father, after all, I have encountered such matters more than once or twice. Yet, I personally believe we ought to take some action. After all, as an age-old saying goes, the commoners are like the sheep we tend, and periodic shearing yields long-lasting and stable returns. However, certain scoundrels persist in the heinous act of slaughtering sheep for meat, which severely undermines the interests of others, Georgie protested. You are correct. The rogue shepherds should not exist. However, Georgie, Collada is not our sheepfold. Here, we too are shepherds. Ultimately, it is only the Duke, as the shepherd, who can decide the fate of those rogue shepherds. Moreover, dealing with those fellows is not as simple as slaying a few shepherd dogs. Even shepherds can bite. You have performed admirably in our territory. The steadily increasing number of free men and citizens in recent years attests to that, does it not? Viscount Bolam believed Georgie was overly fixated on this issue and sought to calm his somewhat agitated emotions. Georgie seemed to relent on this topic. Very well, at least this time they have, to some extent, learned a lesson. Viscount Bolam replied with some reluctance, although they have received a lesson, I have spent over a month dealing with this affair. I could have been reunited with my land and beloved children by now. All right. I shall remain in Collada for a while, Viscount Bolam stated, and Georgie immediately understood the implication in his words. Responding accordingly, the Viscount smiled with satisfaction, only to realize that his cup had just been emptied. He set it down on the table, while Georgie naturally reached for the silver pitcher to refill it. He then inquired, Father, you mentioned earlier that the initial issues stemmed from those court nobles. Were there other reasons thereafter? Upon hearing this, Viscount Bolam suddenly donned a peculiar expression, a sly smile gracing his face. Due to the troubles caused by those court nobles and other subsequent matters, I have expended a great deal of time, so much so that by the time I returned, there was hardly any vacation left. If I were to return to the territory, after deducting the time spent traveling, there would be scarcely a few days left to remain. I was pondering what tasks might still await me in Collada. He continued, pausing to build suspense, clearly teasing Georgie's curiosity. Georgie shot a discontented glance at his father and replied, You are not handling my marriage arrangements, are you? How did you know? Viscount Bolam turned, his face breaking into a mischievous grin. I never expected my little Georgie to ponder such matters. Ever since you asked me to abandon my original plans and come to Collada early, I began inquiring about the reasons among them. Butler Craig informed me that matchmaking was the most likely cause. Georgie casually deflected the Viscount's teasing. Indeed, how swiftly time passes. I can still vividly recall your appearance at birth, as if it were merely yesterday. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it is already time to contemplate the significant matters of life. Father, I truly feel a profound sense of gratitude, Viscount Bolam remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Radiating a warmth filled with paternal affection, at the same time, his eyes appeared to reflect some glimmer of light. So, what are your thoughts or conditions regarding this upcoming matchmaking? Georgie did not respond immediately. He pondered for a moment before replying, Father, you must have suitable candidates in mind by now. Let us meet them first and see if there is any spark, then we shall decide. Perhaps there might indeed be someone suitable. How rare! You actually did not oppose this. This is not the behavior one would expect at your age. I recall a lengthy quarrel I had with your grandfather upon hearing this news. The Viscount mused. Have the youth of today lost their romantic notions of love? How utterly unappealing. Viscount Bolam appeared quite astonished by Georgie's reaction, seeming somewhat disappointed at not witnessing the response he had hoped for. Georgie, with a stoic expression, retorted, If I were to express opposition, would a better outcome arise? How would you know unless you tried? Viscount Bolam teased with an amused expression. I refrain from engaging in endeavors with disproportionate risks unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, the input simply does not justify the output. Georgie remained unmoved by the bait thrown by Viscount Bolam. The Viscount sighed. Today's youth truly lack charm. Then, father, have you arranged suitable candidates? Georgie disregarded Viscount Bolam's playful banter and steered the conversation back to the crux of the matter. Seeing that his teasing had failed, Viscount Bolam conceded, to speak frankly, there are not many noble young ladies of appropriate age and without marriage contracts in the principality at present. When we eliminate those whose family backgrounds do not match or who possess a poor reputation, the pool of options remaining for you is quite limited. And which candidates have you contacted, father? Georgie could no longer tolerate the Viscount's deliberate suspense. Well, since you have inquired so earnestly, it would be remiss of me not to disclose. The Viscount replied. After taking a sip of water to clear his throat, he continued, currently, there are 4 candidates, of course, this is a mutual selection. Their suitors may not be limited to just you. First, we have Valina Keldcatley, who is 2 years your junior. Next is Catherine Andrews Malkin, who is also 2 years younger than you. Following that is Cecilia Pasquale Cranston, who is of the same age as you. Lastly, there is Clematis Nepleton Wessy, whom you have met. She is 3 years your senior. Georgie began to contemplate the backgrounds of these young ladies' families. The Catley family belongs to a baronial house in the southern region of the Nohan Principality. Their territory is significantly larger than that of Bolam, indicating that the Bolam estate does not reach the typical size of a baronial land. Being situated near the core of the principality, it is influenced by this proximity. Nonetheless, that area is a major grain-producing region of the principality, and forging a connection with them would indeed be a prudent choice. After all, having grain at hand brings peace of mind. The Malkin family is the only earldom within the principality. With their lands located near the northern fortress and other realms, they would be considered border marquises. However, due to years of warfare, the number of knights, and the overall military strength of their territory is nearly unparalleled within the principality. This has resulted in a dire economic situation, necessitating substantial aid from the principality annually. Even the most basic sustenance must be supplemented from external sources. A union with them would present both advantages and disadvantages. It remains uncertain whether it would convert into a mutually beneficial alliance or simply become a one-sided economic dependency. The Cranston family holds a relatively low profile within the principality. They seem to thrive, thanks to their proximity to the Talia forest and its various specialties, yet they do not stand out in other respects. Even during the series of activities surrounding the autumn hunt, they rarely attract attention. Should a marriage alliance occur with this family, Georgie felt further consideration was necessary. Otherwise, there would be a lack of certainty. Lastly, regarding the Wessy baronial family, they are neighbors to the Bolam estate, their lands situated to the northwest, closely adjoining one another. This family's territory is predominantly mountainous and hilly, rich in various mineral resources, and their metal smelting industry is well developed. However, like the Malkin family, they heavily rely on external grain imports. In regions where leadership is less competent, such territories either expand outward or become prey for other nobles. Due to the proximity of their lands, Georgie has had a degree of interaction with their only daughter, Clematis Nepleton Wessy. Georgie immediately posed a significant concern. Father, I am unaware of the situation regarding the other candidates. However, I recall that the Wessy family has only one direct descendant in this generation, Miss Clematis. How are their collateral heirs being prepared? This could have substantial implications. Viscount Boram displayed an expression of puzzlement at Georgie's inquiry. Surely you cannot be seriously considering Miss Clematis. This seemed utterly implausible. Although there had been some interactions, my impression of her is merely adequate. It hardly reaches the point of genuine admiration. However, if there is no opportunity at all, then it would be prudent to refrain from wasting time. Georgie felt compelled to refute his father's teasing. In response to Georgie's question, Viscount Boram sighed before replying, there are no other heirs. Baron Wessex, due to certain circumstances in his youth, has unfortunately lost his ability to procreate. Moreover, the collateral branches of their family have withered even more severely, leaving Miss Clematis as the sole heir. Should you two marry, it would either result in the merging of the two territories, rendering the Wessex estate a thing of the past, or your children would inherit the lands separately. Would such a territorial annexation not meet with the Duke's approval? Georgie inquired cautiously. Viscount Borum waved his hand dismissively, stating, this last option was actually strongly advocated by the Duke himself. He believes that having the Borum estate under his watchful eye is far more reassuring than being absorbed by outsiders. Furthermore, even after the merger, the Borum estate would only just reach the size of a standard viscountcy, thus minimizing potential complications. Chapter 48. The gift to my astonishment, my seemingly ordinary matchmaking encounter was intertwined with such significant ramifications. Georgie's expression soured slightly, prompting an exclamation of disbelief. Viscount Borum reassured him, do not fret too much. The Duke merely wishes for a favorable outcome. If you truly find her unappealing, there is no compulsion to choose her. Let us hope that is the case. Some choices are indeed better left unmade. Georgie's countenance brightened slightly, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. After all, the Duke's maneuverings bore unmistakable political implications, and completely evading the matter would surely prove challenging. Viscount Borum appeared confident, asserting, fear not. After all, I am the Secretary of the Council of State. The Duke would not impose such matters upon you. In this era, the roles of secretary and clerk were entirely distinct. The Secretary of the Council of State, as the title suggests, was responsible for drafting the King's or Duke's directives into legal documents or administrative orders, while also overseeing their implementation in Georgie's world prior to the Great Crossing. This role would be akin to that of a Prime Minister in Britain or a Secretary of State in America, resembling a high-ranking official in the Celestial Empire. Suddenly, Georgie pondered, if we were indeed to merge with the Wessex estate, relying solely on our own agricultural output might prove insufficient. Preparations in this regard must be made well in advance. This concern was likely a primary reason for the Duke's confidence in our annexation of Wessex. Viscount Borum seemed quite unconcerned, as Georgie looked up at him and remarked, it appears you are quite invested in the prospect of merging with the Wessex estate. My dear father, of course, provided that all other conditions and perceptions are comparable. I would still advise you to choose Miss Clematis. This represents the best opportunity for expansion our Borum estate has encountered in 3 centuries. As Viscount Borum spoke, a peculiar gleam shone in his eyes, and his tone elevated slightly. He soon recognized that his enthusiasm may have been excessive, adding, however, if you truly do not favor her, or if any of the previous ladies have caught your eye, then that is entirely acceptable. I trust your judgment will align with your true desires. Georgie began to feel that his autonomy regarding the marriage proposal was gradually being eroded by Viscount Borum's aspirations for territorial expansion. Nevertheless, Georgie could empathize with his father's sentiments, much like the earlier discussions about the duchy's situation. The yearning for new lands appeared to be a widespread sentiment among the nobility throughout the duchy. However, it seemed that the desire for the territory was not exclusive to their family. Competition for it would likely be fierce. Even if they were to acquire it, caution would be paramount to avoid antagonizing other envious nobles who might seek to create trouble behind their backs. Having grasped the crux of the matter, Georgie felt hesitant in his assessment of the situation's advantages and disadvantages. Viscount Borum reassured him, you need not worry about these matters. The duchy has its own well-established unwritten rules. As long as no coercion or unorthodox methods such as hypnosis are employed, no one will interfere afterward. This is a decisive issue. Yet the current circumstances differ significantly from the norm, dear father. Under the influence of foreign powers, it is inevitable that some may be swayed, Georgie remarked, his experiences having rendered him far less optimistic than Viscount Borum. Do you recall the attack on Greywood? Prior to that event, the nearest Gothic knight was reassigned to Carrara due to the autumn hunt. The root of it all lay in the sudden injury of Sir Orf, who was originally tasked with the matter. Although there is no direct evidence linking him to the attack, the coincidence is too striking to dismiss. I believe it would be nearly impossible to achieve this without the involvement of individuals within our duchy. Upon hearing Georgie's words, furrows appeared on Viscount Borum's forehead. I shall arrange for an investigation into this matter. You are correct. Given the current backdrop, we must indeed exercise heightened caution. I cannot believe I failed to connect these 2 incidents. That was a significant oversight on my part. I suspect your mind has been solely focused on how to acquire the Wessex estate, which has naturally diverted your attention from other matters. Georgie observed, unsure whether his words were meant to console or criticize Viscount Borum. So much has transpired over the past 6 months that I now feel fatigued both physically and mentally. Were it not for my status as a formally recognized knight, I would have long since collapsed under the weight of it all. Viscount Borum seemed oblivious to the underlying tone in Georgie's words. Offering a mild complaint about recent tribulations, despite his grumbling, Georgie understood well the pressure and exhaustion his father faced in his duties. Regrettably, there is little I can assist you with in these matters. Father, the difficulties of communication between our two locations are simply too great. No, you need not feel that way. After all, you are still a child. Burdening you with excessive responsibilities would be counterproductive. Viscount Borum hastily counseled. Moreover, you have already provided considerable assistance in this matter. As your father, I am genuinely pleased with your performance over these past few years. Your contributions to domestic affairs over the last 4 years would earn praise even from the harshest critics. I have not encountered anyone in the duchy who surpasses you in this regard. Hearing this, Georgie could not help but think, it is merely a matter of having gained greater insight, and merely a reflection of the differing developmental trajectories of our two civilizations. If the people of this world did not dedicate so much time to enhancing their own capabilities, but rather to governance and scientific inquiry, then my governance of the territory would not seem so subpar. Viscount Borum, noticing Georgie's contemplative demeanor, seized the moment to express, if your past achievements merely showcased your aptitude for domestic affairs, then your recent performance in foreign matters has indeed been nothing short of astonishing. You have demonstrated abilities in both realms that most individuals can scarcely aspire to. Unfortunately, according to the traditions of the duchy, members of the same family cannot serve consecutive terms as secretary. Otherwise, the next candidate for the position would require no further consideration. You would undoubtedly excel beyond even myself as your father. I hold no aspirations for that position. Through your years of dedication, the bond between our family and the Duke has been firmly established. In the future, that position will hold little significance for our Borum family. As Georgie spoke, he seemed to contemplate something before continuing. It is much like the bird ribs we consume during our meal. Minimal meat and excessive bone make it somewhat troublesome to eat, yet it feels wasteful to discard them outright. Perhaps it is indeed a blessing to be able to relinquish longing for such things early on. This way, I can focus solely on enhancing my own abilities and the development of our territory. Viscount Borum initially nodded in agreement, but then seemed to come to a realization. A look of satisfaction crossed his face as he remarked, "Your understanding of these matters is indeed far more profound than that of your father. At all times, the assurance of one's own strength is the true foundation. Without it, all else is akin to the castles you built on the sandy shores as a child, beautiful in appearance, but unable to withstand the ravages of wind and rain. Let alone survive in the waves. Your ability to maintain such clarity and integrity will surely lead you far beyond the path I have walked. I shall undoubtedly live up to your esteemed expectations. Father, by the way, I have prepared a gift for you in the territory." As he spoke, Georgie reached into the bag hanging at his waist and handed a leather belt to Viscount Borum. The Viscount picked up the belt and examined it closely. The main body of this belt seemed to be crafted from the tanned hide of a magically enhanced shark. Due to the unique structure of the shark's skin, the tan surface was smooth and devoid of wrinkles, presenting a texture that felt slightly granular to the touch. The belt was adorned with a greenish-blue silk thread intricately wound around both sides. The buckle appeared to be made of mithril, engraved with special runes. "This must be a magical item. May I inquire about its purpose?" The Viscount, glancing left and right, could not discern its exact utility. Georgie explained, "This is a product that emerged from an unexpected incident during the creation of a healing belt, which I have chosen to name the Restorative Belt. It has lost its ability to enhance the healing effects for others when worn, but instead provides a slow restoration of additional stamina and energy to the wearer. My experiments alongside Night Val and Night Ahua have confirmed its efficacy for knights, proving it quite effective. I believe it will be particularly suitable for you, given your daily engagement in affairs of state." Observing Viscount Borum fondly toying with the belt, Georgie continued, "Furthermore, it can offer the wearer 3 instances of injury treatment each day, which can be utilized separately or simultaneously. The treatment effectiveness for general injuries is rather commendable. If all 3 are used together, it equates to the healing prowess of a priest at the apprentice rank of Red Iron. However, I believe, Father, that you may not require such an advantage. Do you find this gift to your liking?" "I do, for I appreciate whatever you bestow upon me. Yet, might not a magical item seem overly extravagant?" Viscount Borum remarked, though his delighted expression and actions betrayed his true sentiments. This was procured from the profits of my estate. Infused with my longing for you, dear father, Xiaoji surprisingly displayed a rare moment of sentimentality. Chapter 49. The temple district on the horizon of the eastern grasslands, a radiant sun ascended, casting the first rays of morning light that unfurled like silk, weaving through the dawn with a clear and captivating luminosity, spreading swiftly. The sunlight danced through the windows, filtering in through the glass, gently caressing Xiaoji's eyelids. Feeling the warmth, he opened his eyes and slowly emerged from the velvet-lined silken bedding. It is often said that the tender embrace of comfort is a hero's grave, yet is not the realm of wealth equally so? Sitting at the edge of his bed, Xiaoji sighed contemplatively. Perhaps it was the smooth sailing of recent years that rendered him oblivious to such sentiments. However, this journey had undoubtedly demanded considerable effort and spirit from him, and when he finally found solace the previous night, he succumbed to a deep slumber within the soft bedding. This could be regarded as the most restful sleep he had experienced in recent years. Reflecting on the final conversation he shared with his father the night before, Viscount Bolam, with a serious countenance, inquired, "How much capital is currently available for immediate use in the territory without disrupting normal operations?" Upon hearing this question, Xiaoji was left perplexed. "Oh, father, is there a need for a substantial sum of money?" Noticing Xiaoji's apparent lack of understanding, Viscount Bolam elaborated. "It pertains to the matter of the proposed alliance with the two empires. Should this union fail, there would be nothing more to discuss. However, if it succeeds, we, as noble lords with territories, must contribute a considerable tribute in addition to gifts. While the outcome remains uncertain, early preparation is undoubtedly prudent. How much would that entail? Would it necessitate the full use of gold coins? Or could we consider other valuable items?" Xiaoji began to assess the gold reserves in the territory. Viscount Bolam promptly provided his estimate. "Based on our family's noble rank, the tribute would likely require around 3,000 gold coins, with gifts primarily consisting of artworks amounting to about 1,000 gold coins. For many territories, producing such a sum in cash or equivalent assets at once poses a significant challenge to cash flow. However, for our territory, such an amount is no longer insurmountable. To avoid drawing too much attention, would it be acceptable to divide it equally between gold coins and gems? As for the artworks, I must admit my ignorance." "That is something you must handle, father." Upon hearing this, Xiaoji breathed a sigh of relief. Viscount Bolam immediately expressed his interest. "Honestly, it has been quite some time since I have closely monitored the financial surplus of the territory. So, my dear little Xiaoji, could you enlighten me on last year's revenue?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoji began. "The surplus revenue stands at approximately 30,000 gold coins, in fact, aside from a portion in gold coins. Various precious metals and gems serve as general equivalents, alongside raw materials, grains, or weapons that retain their value more readily. While I cannot speak for others, I have not encountered any difficulty in amassing such a quantity of gold coins. Over the course of 4 years, the financial surplus has grown by 300%, and I genuinely believe that appointing you as the acting lord was the wisest decision. Nevertheless, allow me some time to recover from this profound emotional impact. Until tomorrow, my dear. Good night, father." Xiaoji feigned a yawn. After a night filled with exchanges of intelligence and contemplation of various issues, combined with the fatigue of travel, he quickly fell asleep after washing, guided by a servant. With his thoughts on that matter set aside, Xiaoji commenced his customary morning lessons. Consistency is paramount in all endeavors, especially in cultivation. The results of a haphazard approach often yield naught. Following breakfast, Xiaoji and 3 night attendants, under Night Val's guidance, proceeded to the Temple of the Just God to present the latest offerings of shining gold. It had been nearly a year since Xiaoji last visited Karada, yet the scenery along the road remained unchanged, as if time had crystallized, rendering it monotonous. The heavily worn gray stone pavement, smoothed by the countless footsteps of passers-by, lost its sharp edges, appearing polished and rounded. Patches of moss adorned the roadside ditches, infusing a touch of vitality into the otherwise austere environment. The buildings flanking the road were predominantly angular, imparting a sense of rugged beauty. The bold lines of the columns, pronounced horizontal wings, and the unadorned exteriors of the structures, while each building bore distinct details, collectively conveyed a consistent architectural style, lending a military air to the political center of the Duchy of Nohan. The temple district lay to the east of the inner city, where the architectural style increasingly embraced religious elements. Yet, it was precisely this transition that allowed the disparate styles of these edifices to coexist harmoniously within the relatively compact inner city. Upon arriving at the Temple of Tyre, the just God, they beheld the three-pointed archways at the front that row stood 26 statues of heroes clad in various garments, either lauded for their great deeds within the Tyrian church, revered martyrs with noble ideals, or influential scholars of the faith. At the center, a grand rose window adorned with intricate designs sat flanked by two smaller windows, akin to a priest and an acolyte attending to the divine. The tall and elegant triforium, supported by slender columns, culminated in two ribbed vaults embellished with flying buttresses, the slate roofs harmonizing within the overall grandeur, presenting a five-tiered structure before Chivalry. Although crowded, it was not chaotic. Countless sculptures, statues, and ornate decorations contributed to its solemn magnificence. It could be likened to a monumental stone symphony, expressing intense emotions of mystery, reverence, and grandeur through exceptional architectural artistry. The sacred emblem surmounting the temple spire was exceptionally resplendent, its gentle glow becoming blurred and inconspicuous in the morning sun, yet distinctly different from the distortion of light caused by heat. The central balance scale symbolized fairness and justice, while the crossed longsword and warhammer represented divine weaponry, embodying the force that exists to uphold justice. The legal documents forming the backdrop ensured that this power would not be wielded incorrectly. Chapter 50. The Temple of Tyre under Nightval's guidance. Chivalry, Shurin, and Craig ascended the steps of the Temple of Tyre. "Good day, gentlemen. How may I assist you?" As they neared the top of the stairs, a servant clad in a white robe extended a cordial inquiry. The young men, lacking experience in such matters, turned their gazes towards Nightval, leaving him somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny. However, he was, after all, a seasoned veteran, well acquainted with the ways of the world. He soon became impervious to the scrutinizing gazes of the others and answered the attendant's inquiry with composure. "Good day, followers of the just Lord. We are the knights and attendants of the Borum territory. Not long ago, we were ambushed by the priests of the malevolent god on our journey to Calada. It seems they chose the wrong adversary, ultimately facing the righteous retribution they deserved. Presently, we seek to comprehend the crimes committed by that individual, while also offering solace to the souls of the departed. Should there be any survivors or relatives of the deceased, we hope this news might alleviate their sorrow, enabling them to confront the new life that lies ahead." Upon hearing this, the attendant clasped his hands and replied, "May the departed rest in peace, and may the living find happiness. Your benevolent actions shall surely garner the blessings of the benevolent deities. Please proceed to the hall on the right side of the temple, where matters of this nature are addressed." As he spoke, the attendant gestured towards the pathway within the door. "Do you see that fork in the road? Simply turn right, and you shall soon encounter a room with a counter. That is where the identity of the malevolent one will be confirmed." Having received the desired information, Val clenched his fist to his chest and said, "Thank you immensely for your assistance. May the blazing sun dispel the shadows of concealed evil." The attendant, crossing his arms in salute, replied, "It is my duty. May law and justice protect the people from barbarity and cruelty." Nightval took the lead, raising his right hand to gesture for Georgie and the others to follow. However, his gesture was clearly in vain, as Georgie and the other two had been trailing closely behind him all along. Meanwhile, the attendant remained at the temple entrance, facing outward like a welcoming host. Awaiting the next visitor, for some reason, Georgie suddenly inquired about whether the previous individual was an ordinary believer or a servant in training. It's hard to say, but the duties of a priest in training are quite demanding academically. It seems improbable that they would engage in reception work for extended periods. Of course, an occasional involvement is not out of the question, Nightval remarked, stroking his chin. After a brief pause, he continued, "However, this is the sanctuary of the just Lord, and the priests here are generally also holy warriors. As for that attendant, he appeared too frail, which essentially rules out the likelihood of him being a servant." Georgie quickly exchanged glances with Shurin, who immediately understood and began to flatter Nightval. "Father, your insights are truly profound." The slight upward curve of Val's lips indicated that he was rather pleased by the flattery. Before long, the group discovered the hall with the counter on the right side of the corridor. Uncertain if it was too early or for some other reason, the entire hall felt desolate. Nevertheless, the attendant at the counter sat still, gazing straight ahead, seemingly unaffected by the atmosphere. Observing this scene, Georgie couldn't help but internally scoff. If only the counter staff from before my transmigration exhibited even half of this dedication. Even when there were customers, some of them appeared lethargic and indifferent, let alone when it was empty. Upon noticing their entrance, the attendant displayed a broad smile revealing 8 teeth. As Nightval approached the counter. The male attendant behind the window inquired gently, "Gentlemen, what business do you wish to conduct? Is this truly not a mobile service counter?" Georgie thought, as if a herd of wild horses were galloping through his mind. Nightval beckoned Shuren, who promptly handed over a cloth pouch. Val passed the pouch through the window, stating, "I wish to ascertain the identity and bounty of this malevolent priest." The front desk attendant quickly accepted the parcel, deftly opened it, and, after confirming the head's integrity and the insignia's design, placed it in a basket to be sent to the back. He then explained, "This particular priest of the malevolent god may not have a suitable bounty within the Duchy of Nohan. So we will need to wait for a period of time. This will take approximately half an hour. In the meantime, you may rest on the benches in the hall." "Half an hour, is it?" Nightval pondered, removing a pouch from his waist and inserting his hand into the seemingly ill-suited bag. He retrieved another linen-wrapped parcel and shoved it through the window, adding, "In that case, please authenticate this as well. But remember to keep the rewards for both separate. Do not confuse them." "Rest assured, sir, our professionalism guarantees that such elementary mistakes will not occur," the attendant replied, still smiling, though the smile appeared somewhat forced. It seemed that Nightval's previous remarks had not been particularly well received. Val turned to Georgie and the others, saying, "All right, lads. Let us sit down and rest for a while. It appears we will have to wait for some time for the final verdict." "Mr. Val, did you just retrieve that from your dimensional pouch as a personal trophy?" Georgie inquired, intrigued. Nightval casually brushed aside the matter. Indeed, that fool was so daft that he lingered nearby, seemingly intent on gathering information. Consequently, after I discovered him, he became a trophy. The apparent dismissiveness did not sit well with Georgie, and Shuren's expression grew somewhat stiff, while Craig's pouting lips could have easily held an oil bottle. "My combat experience offers you no valuable insights. Now, everyone sit tight and await the results," Nightval stated sternly. The waiting period often felt interminably long and excruciating. Shuren fidgeted restlessly, while Craig leisurely whistled, observing Shuren's antics. Meanwhile, Nightval comfortably closed his eyes, and Georgie scrutinized the interior structure of the hall. The hall's design starkly contrasted with the exterior. The myriad buttresses and flying buttresses supporting the outer structure resembled an unassembled scaffolding, giving an impression of skeletal fragility. In contrast, the interior minimized the thickness of the walls to the utmost, allowing for a plethora of hollow designs on the inner walls, resulting in a bright and open space that few other structures could rival. The architectural framework was evidently meticulously planned, facilitating a gentle breeze that wafted through the hollows in the walls, providing a refreshing sensation without the disruptive sounds of whoosh that might disturb others. Upon perceiving the internal structure and reflecting on the external conditions, a more complete image of the temple's overall design began to form in Georgie's mind. "Oh, so this is how it is?" The underlying structure reveals a fundamental transformation in the system. The load-bearing framework has shifted from an arch and dome-based system to one resembling a frame. The outer sections can become exceedingly lightweight, thus eliminating the need for walls and filling the space entirely with windows. Has the structural mechanics of this world advanced to such a degree? Before arriving here, I could scarcely have imagined such a thing. Perhaps this structure is not suitable for defensive buildings, resulting in its limited applications. Time often seemed to pass swiftly when one was deep in thought. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in a white robe and wielding a warhammer briskly entered the hall from outside. Approaching the group, he inquired, "Are you the valiant ones who vanquished the goblin priests?" Nightval opened his eyes and rose to his feet, replying, "Unless someone else claims credit, I believe we are indeed the ones you seek." "And who might you be?" "Forgive me for neglecting my introduction. I am one of the assistant priests here. You may call me Priest Jayan. This is not a suitable place for discussion. Please follow me." With that, he made a gesture inviting them to proceed. Nightval raised no objections, and the four of them followed their guide out of the business hall. Traversing a corridor, they arrived at a considerably smaller room. However, the furnishings here were far superior to those in the hall. A large, round tea table was accompanied by cushioned chairs. Priest Jayan retrieved silver teacups from a nearby cabinet and poured a brown liquid from a kettle into the cups. The liquid collided with the cup surfaces, forming a delicate layer of foam. Night Val was the first to sit down, taking a sip from his cup before wrinkling his brow. Observing his expression, Georgie and the others instinctively withdrew their hands from reaching for their cups, casting wary glances at Priest Jayan, who bore a similarly puzzled expression. The atmosphere in the room grew suddenly tense. This must be a concoction of milk and some herb, I suppose. The flavor is quite pleasant. Though I cannot discern the precise herb, Night Val's explanation dissipated the tension that had enveloped the room. Shuren complained, "Father, please refrain from scaring us like that. He has put us all on edge." As the words of the Night Val fell, Georgie delicately took a sip from his cup. "Oh, this flavor seems strikingly familiar. It feels as though I have tasted it somewhere before, and certainly not just once." A peculiar sensation surged within Georgie's heart. Indeed, this feeling. Although the taste is more bitter and lacks that silky texture, there is no mistaking that this beverage is milk tea. Drawing from his memories, Georgie promptly defined this drink. "The last time I indulged in milk tea was during the summer of my sophomore year before my journey began, when I was with my girlfriend. Back then, I was not particularly fond of such beverages. Who would have thought that today it would evoke such memories?" In stark contrast to the somewhat dazed Georgie, Sir Hirin and Craig displayed decidedly more direct responses. The former seemed indifferent to the drink, while the latter's facial expression contorted slightly, indicating discomfort. As Georgie returned to his senses and observed Craig's expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Craig, if you dislike it so much, there's no need to force yourself, and no one will mock you for being a sweet-toothed child." Remarkably, Craig refrained from rebuffing Georgie's jest and, placing the cup of milk tea at a distance, inquired, "When will you take me to the candy shop in the commercial district? If there's time later, I can take you there today. And don't let this drink's initial taste fool you. If you add sugar, I assure you, you will come to enjoy it." Georgie shook his head, bemused by Craig's quintessential sweet tooth. For tea, a beverage cherished by the vast majority of Chinese people, evokes a unique sentiment, regardless of personal preference. For Georgie, it not only represented nostalgia for a past life, but also served as evidence of his former existence. Thus, he unabashedly expressed his fondness for the drink and directly asked, "Father Jayan, where can I obtain the tea leaves, or rather, this herb contained within the beverage?" "Oh, you are quite fond of it, I see." Father Jayan initially paused before responding. "This herb is indeed called tea. Seems this gentleman has partaken of such herbal concoctions in the past. However, I suspect you have not tried it in today's manner. This is a newly emerging drinking style from the overseas realm of the elves. As for where to procure it, if it cannot be ordered from the import shops within the Nohan territory, you will have to venture to the southern kingdom of Cruz, where there is a far greater variety of Eastern goods. Thank you for the information. I believe I shall visit the import shop soon." Georgie felt quite satisfied with Father Jayan's information. Although there may be some obstacles along the way, he had at least discerned the channels for obtaining the tea. Sir Val, unwilling to see the topic veer off course, promptly interjected as soon as the conversation between Georgie and Father Jayan reached a pause. "Now seems the appropriate time to discuss serious matters. I assume we have reached a conclusion regarding the items we previously submitted." Father Jayan produced 2 scrolls from the sleeves of his robe and placed them on the table, saying, "Indeed, first, I must thank you gentlemen for your contributions to the good citizens. Do not be fooled by the apparent lack of notoriety of these 2 fellows within the Nohan Principality. However, should they receive credible information about rogues within their controlled territories, they would promptly dispatch forces to deal with them. Then it stands to reason that their bounty must be quite substantial," mused Sir Val, stroking his chin. Hirin, concerned about personal gain, interjected, "Oh, just how much are we talking about? Is it enough to exchange for a good weapon? Let us first consider the priest of the Bear Goblin at the Red Iron level. This fellow goes by the name of Cleo Watson, a name that could silence a child's cries in the Gnome City-state, and is often used by gnome parents as a cautionary tale for their children." After glancing at one of the scrolls, Father Jayan provided a brief introduction. "Not a dwarf." Hirin suddenly leaned forward, pressing his hands against the table with a lament. His reaction resembled that of a hapless suitor who, upon finally winning the heart of his beloved, discovers she is, in fact, an enchanting young Elidid, as someone might put it. "I stripped down to my trousers only for you to show me this." "Hirin, calm yourself and be wary of a rush of blood to the head. Let us allow Father Jayan to finish before forming judgments. Georgie quickly rose to grasp her in, soothingly insisting. During this exchange, Georgie discreetly observed the steadfastly composed Serval. Yet from the latter's stiff expression and slightly twitching lips, it was evident he wished to deliver a sound thrashing to Herin for his disgraceful outburst. Georgie silently prayed that Herin's days following Collada would not be too painful. Sir, do not become overly agitated. Observe how this young man beside you maintains his composure far better than you. Father Jayan's words rang true, yet Georgie, aware of Herin's actual age, felt the remark was rather cutting. Upon hearing this, Herin's countenance visibly darkened. The infamous Cleo Watson, while lacking the renown among dwarves that he possessed among gnomes, had nevertheless led his goblin minions to attack 6 dwarven villages, 3 of which were successfully breached and plundered. Father Jayan continued reading from the scroll. Frankly, I did not anticipate the dwarves to be quite so formidable. Even though the goblins emerged victorious, they did not gain much in the ENDAT, least the dwarven children and elders were largely spared. Approximately 120 dwarves perished in this second assault. It seemed Father Jayan's earlier statements had somewhat restored Herin's confidence, as otherwise, how could one move about so freely after relinquishing such a multitude of belongings? After a brief moment of awkward silence, Pastor Gowan finally provided an answer to the second question. Regarding the customization issue, that is a closely guarded secret of the dwarves, of which we outsiders are largely unaware. One must present oneself before a dwarven master for inspection. Without this, it is impossible to obtain sufficient data for customization. Furthermore, the weapons we purchase here are enchanted from the dwarf stock. Should you ever be fortunate enough to visit a dwarven temple for weapon customization, be prepared to wait much longer than here. It is essential for you all to be ready for this, lest misunderstandings arise due to our involvement. Now, have you decided what weapon you desire? Chapter 52, Temple Rewards, Part 2. For a one-handed weapon, it should undoubtedly be a longsword. Yes, a longsword it shall be. Without hesitation, Shiluan made his choice. This decision was indeed anticipated by all, for among the humans on the continent, the sword is the most popular weapon. However, Shiluan's choice was not merely a trend-following whim. It was a carefully considered decision. Popularity signifies a substantial user base. With a large number of practitioners, diverse techniques and methods naturally proliferate. In such a case, regardless of how one might keep their personal techniques confidential, the collective knowledge regarding swordsmanship is far more accessible than that for other weapons. As the saying goes, the stones from other mountains can serve to polish jade. Even if the techniques acquired differ from one's own, they still hold significant reference value. If the approaches are similar, or even complementary, the benefits are magnified. Amassing knowledge and drawing from diverse strengths is indeed the path to personal advancement. Much like the oft-misinterpreted quote by Newton, "If I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants." Although this statement was originally intended to mock his rival Hook, it encapsulates the essence of learning from predecessors, integrating it with one's own insights to forge a new path. Rarely do individuals choose the treacherous, solitary path when a broad and well-trodden road lies before them. While the latter may indeed yield strong individuals, not everyone possesses the desire to traverse such a thorny path. More importantly, unless one is blessed with familial heritage or has fortuitously inherited the legacies of the past, the difficulty of advancing is often far greater than for others. Moreover, even upon achieving mastery, one merely benefits from the rarity of their skills in combat, without any significant advantage over sword users of the same rank. It is a classic case of toiling without reward. As for why swords are so prevalent, it likely relates to the evolution of weaponry among humans in this world. The earliest widespread metallic tools were likely made of bronze. Early bronze weapons, being more suited for thrusting than slashing, primarily resulted in the creation of swords. In a world where individual strengths are relatively comparable, the advancement of metalworking would eventually lead to the obsolescence of swords in favor of more effective slashing weapons. Yet, in a world characterized by vast disparities in individual power, the transmission of techniques becomes paramount. Thus, the swordsmanship that emerged early on flourished and evolved into its current form. Of course, other races possess their own weapon techniques, but due to anatomical constraints, these are often ill-suited for human use. Upon hearing Shiluan's choice, Serval nodded in satisfaction, while Chaojia felt a great sense of relief. Do not be misled by Shiluan's apparent lack of thoughtfulness. He is not foolish. It would be impossible for him to have reached the pinnacle of red iron at such a young age otherwise. As for his occasional impulsive actions, driven by emotion, it may simply be part of the path he has chosen for himself, akin to the Taoist principle of the five thunders. A fine weapon is not easily obtained. Given the opportunity, one must certainly consider the long term. Xiluan must have contemplated his bloodline traits and familial heritage as well. Then it is decided. 1-star iron longsword. Now you may select the attributes for enchantment, Pastor Gowan said, handing over a scroll. Xiaojia took the scroll, glanced at it briefly, and then passed it to Xiluan, the true wielder of the weapon. Holding the scroll, Xiluan fidgeted at the table, lost in thought, yet failed to reach any conclusion. Observing his solitary antics, the others began to grow impatient. Seizing Xiluan's hand, which was busy ruffling his hair, Xiaojia whispered, "Xiluan, pause for a moment. I think you should show this to Sir Val. Given his understanding of you and your bloodline, he should be able to offer valuable advice." Xiluan lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently on Sir Val, his expression filled with hope, much like a drowning person clinging to a lifeline. However, the latter seemed still perturbed by Xiluan's earlier embarrassing display. Ignoring his subtle hint, an awkward silence fell between the father and son. Yet, for the sake of his future happiness, Xiluan gathered his courage and implored Sir Val, "Father, oh no, esteemed father, please guide this ignorant fool with your wisdom." Upon hearing Xiluan's plea, Sir Val slightly curved his palm upward and extended his right hand. For a moment, Xiluan appeared confused by Sir Val's gesture until the latter prompted him to hurry and pass the scroll. Realizing his oversight, Xiluan quickly stood and handed the scroll to Sir Val's outstretched hand. Sir Val received the scroll, unfurled it, and scrutinized the section detailing the enchantments, then turned to Pastor Gowan to inquire, "May I mark this as I wish? Please do as you see fit. After all, this scroll was prepared specifically for you." Pastor Gowan replied affirmatively. Sir Val, holding the scroll in his left hand, drew his right index finger across the parchment, marking it with precision before tossing the scroll back to Xiluan. He caught it deftly and opened it to find that 4 enchantment options now bore black underlines. Beside him, Xiaojia and Craig leaned in, intrigued. Xiaojia even reached out to touch the new markings, noting that they resembled charred paper fibers, skillfully done without damaging the scroll's integrity. This control displayed by Sir Val left Xiaojia in awe. The trio examined the enchantments Sir Val had underlined alongside their descriptions with keen interest, alacrity. This weapon's grip is adorned with a wing motif that seems to flutter with excitement. Its effect enhances the user's swiftness in wielding the sword, ensuring it never becomes stuck in its sheath. Ethereal. Enchanting this weapon renders it nearly transparent, allowing it to strike at incorporeal creatures like ghosts, providing physical adventurers and mercenaries a means to combat such foes. Keen edge. This weapon becomes exceptionally sharp, its blade shimmering with a chilling light. As the name suggests, it excels at slicing through armor and flesh, inflicting unimaginable damage. Spellbreaker. The surface of this weapon features diamond-shaped, purplish-brown patterns that seem to flow with liquid. It is a weapon feared by sorcerers, capable of bypassing a degree of magical defenses against any creature wielding arcane or dark powers, dealing significant additional damage upon a successful strike. After confirming Sir Val's selections, Xiaojia could not help but exclaim, "What a straightforward and robust choice. No frills, just practical abilities. As for whether it suits Xiluan, I trust Sir Val would not jest at such a moment, correct?" This was, of course, a pointed remark aimed at Xiluan, to deter him from pursuing flashy but impractical enchantments. Xiluan gazed at the 4 enchantment options on the scroll. His expression shifting through various emotions, he exhaled deeply, closing his eyes as if engaged in an internal struggle. All present refrained from interrupting, wishing not to sway his judgment and become scapegoats for any future accountability. Though the likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal, I choose ethereal, to avoid any future frustrations when facing ghosts. Xiluan finally spoke, his voice resonating like a bell in the ears of those around him. Following protocol, Pastor Gao In made the final confirmation. "So you have indeed decided on the ethereal weapon, with no further changes?" "Yes, I am absolutely certain." Xiluan's words were resolute, shedding any trace of his earlier indecisiveness. "Very well. The ethereal star iron longsword is confirmed. Please wait a moment, as I will present you with a token, which you will need to collect in person after a month." As soon as he finished speaking, Pastor Gowan repeatedly reminded, remember, it must be you personally. It cannot be claimed by someone else, as this requires confirmation through divine means. Shiluan nodded in agreement, saying, understood. I will definitely come in person. With this matter resolved, Pastor Gowan picked up another scroll from the table. After carefully reading it and confirming its accuracy, he stated, the priest of the defeated black lead-tier goblin god is named Xerxes Christopherson. He holds a relatively high position within the entire goblin church. However, what do you mean by however? Is there another issue? Nightval found Pastor Gowan's half-revealed statements rather strange. Since this individual had been lurking in the shadows, there had been very few attacks directly linked to him. Consequently, he did not bear much of an additional bounty, primarily possessing only the basic rewards for eliminating goblin priests bestowed by the dwarven and gnomish temples. This was even less than the previous reward for Cleo Watson. Pastor Gowan appeared somewhat embarrassed while explaining. After all, it was common knowledge that enemies of the Black Lead tier were far more dangerous than those of the Red Iron tier. Thus, it was no wonder that Pastor Gowan was hesitant about this issue. Chapter 53. Temple Rewards, Part 2. Is this an otherworldly version of the bad money drives out good? It seems that not only Pastor Gowan feels uneasy about this, but perhaps Nightval, who slayed Xerxes Christopherson, also feels quite uncomfortable. The situation before him involuntarily led Jorge to this conclusion. Perhaps due to years of noble refinement or the strongman's self-control, Nightval displayed no change in facial expression or body language. It seemed that this news had no impact on him whatsoever. He calmly remarked, well, however, I believe that the reward for killing an opposing church's black lead-tier powerhouse should not be too shabby. It is truly wonderful that you think so. Although the value of this reward does seem somewhat inadequate compared to that fellow's strength. Pastor Gowan continued, this is largely because the dwarven and gnomish temples did not anticipate that someone would actually kill that individual to claim the bounty. As he spoke, the palm of the hand holding the scroll became slightly damp. Seemingly intrigued by a fascinating toy, Jorge immediately inquired about the earlier statement. Oh, what do you mean when you say the temple did not expect someone to come forward for the bounty? As I mentioned earlier, Xerxes Christopherson is considered a high-ranking member of the Goblin Church, and he typically has a certain degree of subordinates as protection. Moreover, he has been hiding in the shadows for a long time, and very few know his patterns of movement. Unless they are gathered for religious assemblies, it is nearly impossible to locate him accurately. If one were to strike during such an assembly, it would require a considerable force. Essentially a full-scale war. However, due to the potentially enormous costs involved, neither church had such plans. Pastor Gowan first informed everyone of the difficulties in dealing with that black lead-tier goblin priest. After sipping some milk tea to clear his throat, he began to explain the reasons behind the low reward. You should know that high-ranking priests of such evil deities generally possess some means to counter prophecy-type spells. Hence, unless you stumble upon a stroke of luck and encounter a powerful individual who can prevent him from escaping, such outcomes are exceedingly rare. This is a consideration the temple did not fully account for. The bounty was merely a procedural formality. Additionally, the lack of extra victims in the bounty led to the current situation. Jorge recognized that Pastor Gowan's previous statements were not without merit. Yet he still felt a subtle sense of unease and asked, how so? While Mr. Val fortuitously eliminated this individual, it also resolved a significant issue for the dwarven and gnomish temples. After all, training a competent high-ranking priest incurs considerable costs. And the time invested is extensive, not something that can be replenished in just a few years. Therefore, aside from the previously stated reward, they should offer some other form of compensation, shouldn't they? Pastor Gowan nodded. Fully unfurling the scroll and presenting it on the table for all to see, he continued. Upon receiving the news of Xerxes Christopherson's demise, both temples were astonished and began discussing the matter of rewards. However, they quickly reached a conclusion. The total amount of the reward would not change. This is an unalterable rule. Otherwise, the temple's bounty mechanism would fall into disarray. Jorge immediately grasped the implication of the words. So? That means there will be compensation in terms of the selection of items. Pastor Gowan let out a slight sigh of relief. He certainly did not want to jeopardize the temple's reputation over such matters. He promptly provided an answer. It is indeed convenient to speak with intelligent individuals. Both temples have already provided their answer. You may choose any magical item not exceeding 5,000 gold coins. Of course, you may also select a considerable quantity of weapons, armor, or military supplies such as healing potions. Do not underestimate the latter. as exceeding a certain quantity is subject to strict regulation. Magical items? You say? Jorge turned his gaze towards the leisurely sipping Night Val. Given his demeanor, it seemed he had already anticipated the current outcome, so Night Val must have already chosen what he needed. It appears I was foolishly worrying for nothing. Jorge thought with a wry smile. Night Val set down his teacup with a gentle thud on the table, causing the foam floating within to disperse. He raised his strikingly handsome eyebrows and stated, "One magic wand containing 20 remaining fireball spells. The wand must be in pristine condition and fully functional. Such an item should not be too difficult for both temples to provide." Upon hearing this, Pastor Gowan inexplicably broke into a sweat. He quickly wiped his sleeve across his forehead and asked, "Are you preparing for war?" Pastor Gowan was indeed taken aback by Night Val's request. The so-called magic wand is a tool for storing spells. Unlike magical scrolls, which can only be used by the spellcaster and whose spell levels can exceed the caster's capabilities by only 2 tiers, wands can be utilized by specially trained individuals under activation conditions without excessive restrictions. However, their price is exorbitantly high. For instance, a newly crafted fireball wand costs nearly 12,000 gold coins. Most importantly, spells like fireball are exceedingly difficult to procure. To elaborate on fireball, it generates a low thundering explosion of flame over a considerable distance, inflicting fire damage to all creatures and objects within a 20-foot radius upon detonation. The potency of the fireball varies depending on the caster's strength, with the smallest equivalent to a large offensive grenade, while the most powerful could rival the explosive incendiary shells fired from a 155mm artillery piece in the 21st century. This spell can only be learned by those who have reached the pinnacle of the Greystone tier. And even among Red Iron tier mages, few area of effect spells compare to it. Thus, mages have developed numerous innovative uses for it. For example, they can reduce its size to a pea-sized fiery sphere, accurately shooting it to explode within the enemy's defensive structures. The most critical aspect is that fireballs ignite flammable materials and can damage items within the area. They can even melt low melting point metals like lead, gold, copper, silver, and bronze. In enclosed spaces with obstacles, if the fireball's damage is sufficient to shatter or breach such obstacles. It can spread beyond them. One can imagine the applications in warfare, from breaching city gates to incinerating supplies, from dismantling enemy formations during assaults to countering siege weaponry in defense. The versatility of fireball makes it the most cost-effective battlefield spell. A pinnacle Red Iron mage, depending on personal aptitude, can typically cast fireball only 3 to 4 times a day. Therefore, if used wisely, a single fireball wand can significantly influence the outcome of a battle, particularly against nations like the Kingdom of Lucia, which boasts large numbers but lacks matching elites. It is no wonder Night Val would directly choose such an item. Are you feeling troubled? If a used one is hard to find, we can cover the difference for a brand new fireball wand. Understanding Night Val's intention, Jorge immediately pressed the advantage, leaving no room for retreat. Night Val, upon seeing Jorge's assertive demeanor, immediately displayed a satisfied expression. "Are you truly certain you want this magical item? It is indeed exceedingly easy to inadvertently harm others." Pastor Gowan seems intent on dissuading Georgie and his companions from pursuing this notion. After all, it is akin to someone in America purchasing dozens of rockets. Even in nations where gun ownership is permitted, the psychological pressure surrounding the transaction of such heavy weaponry is considerable, even for the seller. "Let us proceed with this," he stated, "since our Lord Regent has already indicated that the price difference can be compensated with a brand new one. Therefore, the two temples, which seek to avoid unnecessary complications, should have no reason to refuse." Although Sir Val's tone was gentle, it bore an unmistakable undertone of authority that left little room for dissent. "Regent?" Pastor Gowan cast a puzzled glance at Georgie, who had just taken a seat. Seemingly unable to make a decision, he communicated with others in the temple via a short staff. During this interval of waiting, Georgie felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that the other party might seek some justification to demand a different reward. While such actions might slightly tarnish the temple's reputation, they were not something they could easily bear. After what seemed like an eternity, Pastor Gowan finally spoke. "After careful consideration, our 3 temples have agreed to allow you to exchange the insufficient price difference for a brand new fireball spell wand, including the commission from the Temple of Justice. You will still need to pay 7,000 gold coins. 7,000 gold coins, you say? Will you accept equivalent vouchers from the Temple of Woken, or would you prefer gemstones? If you require cash, I can send someone to the Temple of Woken immediately. Georgie responded eagerly, as if fearing a change of heart from the other party. To his astonishment, Pastor Gowan replied, "You must be Lord Georgie Auster-Bolum, the regent of the Bolum territory. Oh, be precise. The Gnome Temple is quite interested in the paper armor within your domain. They hope you can use this to offset the remaining costs. And how much paper armor do they require?" Georgie suddenly grasped one of the reasons behind the agreement to exchange for the Fireball spell wand. This was essentially a reciprocal arms trade. Pastor Gowan held up 2 fingers and replied, 200 pieces of paper armor. This price is considerably lower than what you would receive for selling them outright. However, due to the smaller size of gnomes, each piece requires less material. Furthermore, given the substantial volume of their order, they believe this price is still reasonable. Georgie's heart soared with joy, though he affected a show of reluctance. Very well, but when will you take delivery? The wand will arrive in a month. Along with it, a magical document will be sent. After signing the document, the gnomes will dispatch a merchant caravan to the Bolum territory to collect the goods within 2 months. This means you have 3 months for preparation from now. Pastor Gowan provided a comprehensive plan. Excellent, they will surely be satisfied, Georgie smiled. Chapter 54. Leaning towards cooperation. To whom should this token be given? Pastor Gowan found himself in a quandary. According to the original protocol, it should have been awarded to Sir Val, but now the value of the items Georgie had paid for was considerable, coupled with the intricate dynamics between the two. This convoluted situation left Pastor Gowan with a significant headache. Georgie quickly came to the rescue. Just give it to Sir Val. I believe he can make better use of this tool. After all, as the one leading the charge on the front lines, the likelihood of him needing such items is the greatest. These consumables are not meant to gather dust in a warehouse. They must be utilized at the right time and place to yield greater benefits. For the Bolum territory, the most precious resource is undoubtedly its populace, which serves as both the foundation of production and the source of soldiers. In this era where the peasantry is bound to the land, relying solely on a small number of free citizens from outside is utterly insufficient. The Bolum territory lies deep within the duchy, and given the current circumstances, there are hardly any opportunities for external expansion or population acquisition. Thus, Georgie can only strive to mitigate the loss of population, working to establish security and patrol systems to combat banditry, prevent fire, and control disease during peacetime. In the most perilous battlefields, whether through ongoing military professionalization or the current discussions surrounding the use of magical items, all are based on this principle. With that in mind, please ensure this gentleman receives the token. However, when the time comes to collect the wand, I kindly ask Lord Bolum to accompany us, as a document will require your personal signature, Pastor Gowan gently reminded. Furthermore, regarding the minor surplus from the exchange of magical weapons, what would you like to convert it into? Georgie turned his head towards Hirin, signaling him to consider what else might be needed. Hirin shrugged, indicating he had no immediate needs. When he glanced at Craig, he found the man wearing a puzzled expression. As for Sir Val, it seemed the matter of what to do next was left to Georgie and his 2 companions to decide amongst themselves. If none of you have any preferences, I shall choose for myself, Georgie stated, reiterating his reminder to Hirin and Craig. Go ahead and choose. After all, you contributed significantly during that battle. It wouldn't be right for you to take nothing. Hirin said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Craig simply pointed out, I didn't really help much, but Georgie, you must remember the candy house. Let me think for a moment about items equivalent to a moderate healing potion. Georgie mused, resting his chin in contemplation. The temple's internal pricing for a moderate healing potion is approximately 300 to 350 gold coins. However, on the market, you would be hard-pressed to find one for less than double that price. Based on Pastor Gowan's earlier remarks, if there is no malicious intent in misleading us, this exchange should be quite advantageous. Yet, given recent circumstances, I find no pressing need for such a potion. Georgie spent considerably longer deliberating than the others had. Aside from Pastor Gowan, the other 3 had grown bored and busied themselves with their own distractions. Georgie's brow gradually unfurled as he finally asked, I believe your temple must have items that enhance meditation effects. How much of this remaining reward could I use to acquire such items? Are you solely interested in items that enhance meditation? For long-term use, this reward cannot procure anything substantial. However, if you are looking for consumables, we may have some options available, Pastor Gowan replied after a moment's reflection. Georgie inquired calmly, what consumables do you have? Could you provide me with a brief introduction? Currently, you can exchange for primarily two items, ointments and incense. A special concentration incense could be traded for about 10 pieces, each capable of burning for approximately 1 hour. The aroma produced during its combustion aids users in a small space to more easily eliminate extraneous thoughts while meditating, hence its designation as concentration incense. Pastor Gowan explained, producing a brownish conical item from his satchel and placing it on the table. As for the ointment, I do not have it on hand, but it is applied to the underarms and joints. Its effects are similar to that of the incense, but since it is for individual use, its price is lower. You could exchange for approximately 30 applications of the ointment. Additionally, the effects of these two items do not stack, so refrain from using them simultaneously to avoid waste. Georgie then turned to Hiran and Craig, noticing their lack of reaction, and made his decision. I shall exchange for all ointment. Pastor Gowan was taken aback, then kindly cautioned, You truly desire this? If I am not mistaken, you must be following the path of a knight. Even in meditation, your requirements should not be too demanding, and I believe the general incense from the import shop would suffice for your USE. Do not squander the hard-earned reward on such items. There are some reasons behind this that are not suitable to disclose to outsiders, Georgie merely replied. However, this half-revealed statement led Pastor Gowan to misunderstand. Ah, so it is a matter of familial inheritance? Very well. I shall not press further. Let us go and fetch you a jar of concentration ointment. This item is readily available in the temple and does not require the waiting period of other goods. With most matters requiring negotiation resolved, it could be concluded that the primary objectives of their visit to the Temple of Justice that morning had been accomplished, with the weight of pressure lifted. The group relaxed considerably. Pastor Gowan, having fulfilled his obligations, did not rush to dismiss them but instead engaged in casual conversation with Georgie and his companions regarding some unusual happenings in Karada. This approach was reminiscent of business personnel from companies before his time, establishing relatively friendly personal relationships with potential long-term clients or significant accounts, if the goal were not merely a one-off transaction. This method proved to be highly effective. For this reason, Georgie's assessment of the Temple of Justice rose significantly. A temple run with the professionalism of a corporation is less likely to engage in irrational behavior, especially given the smooth cooperation with the local branch of the temple prior. Additionally, based on previously gathered information, the Temple of Justice is notably dedicated to the realm of good. Rarely did conflicts arise with lords lacking malevolent tendencies, which led Georgie to contemplate further cooperation with them. To this end, he inquired, By the way, may I ask if the high priest of your temple is present? Priest Gowan, perceptively noting the shift from their previous casual conversation, responded, Oh, what business do you have with the esteemed high priest? You should be aware that our territory also houses a temple dedicated to the just Lord. Georgie initiated the dialogue. After a moment of reflection, Priest Gowan remarked, Indeed, that is a subordinate institution of our temple, primarily engaged in the custody and supervision of contractual documents. Georgie quietly expressed, We currently lean towards further collaborative endeavors with your temple. The sound of a cup clattering startled Gowan, who almost dropped the teacup he was holding, nearly spilling it on the floor. After a flurry of activity, the cup still toppled over onto the table. Georgie's expression turned grave as he affirmed, Yes, I intend to establish a formal court within the territory to replace the current punitive system administered by the Lord's office, thereby alleviating the increasingly burdensome administrative responsibilities of the Lord's office. During this period, I hope to receive assistance from the Temple of the Just Lord. Furthermore, once the court is established, I would appreciate your dispatching personnel for supervision, as I believe no one is more suited to this role than the priests of the Just Lord. Upon hearing this, Priest Gowan swiftly retracted his previously nonchalant demeanor and adopted a solemn and dignified expression. After quietly reciting a prayer with his hands clasped, he addressed Georgie and his companions, saying, This is indeed the path of our Lord. Please hold on for a moment. I shall summon the high priest immediately. With that, he bowed to them and departed, seemingly to report this matter to the high priest. Georgie, are you serious about establishing a court and involving the Church of the Just Lord? That is a matter of internal governance. Allowing others to participate may not be advisable, Sir Val inquired. Puzzled, Georgie explained, I am merely granting them a degree of supervisory authority during the pre-trial and post-trial phases. This aligns perfectly with their doctrine and will not significantly impact the power structure within the territory. Although I have some feasible ideas regarding the court, I still wish for professionals to be involved to refine the process. Well, at least thus far, your thoughts and plans have not encountered any major errors. Perhaps Georgie's prior successes have instilled confidence in Sir Val, as he did not dwell on the matter any further. After a brief wait, Priest Gowan returned alone, carrying a ceramic jar. Upon entering, he stated, "It is truly unfortunate. Just as we were discussing matters, the High Priest had to step out. If you return tomorrow, I will inform him upon his return." Georgie contemplated and realized that he had no particular arrangements for the following day. Thus agreeing, "Very well. I shall return promptly at this time tomorrow. Let us make a reservation for then." "All right, unless there are further matters, we shall take our leave. We have already spent considerable time here." Sir Val stood up to remind them. Georgie turned to Priest Gowan and said, "Indeed, we have spent quite a bit of time. Therefore, we shall take our leave for today." As Priest Gowan handed the ceramic jar to Georgie, he remarked, "Please take this. It is the essence oil you exchanged. Remember our agreement and return on time tomorrow." "Until tomorrow," Georgie replied as he accepted the jar of oil. Chapter 55. The worries of the Sword of Dawn. As the group departed the temple, they found that the square and streets outside were no longer as desolate as when they had first arrived. Georgie looked up at the sun's position. Given the recent season, it was nearly 10 o'clock. The pathways in the temple district were dotted with pedestrians ambling leisurely, suggesting that they were not engaged in any urgent business. As for devout worshippers, this was not the time for prayer. Those strolling in small groups under the midday sun were likely bored noble science. However, everyone has their own way of life, and as long as they did not infringe upon Georgie's interests, he had no intention of commenting further. Just as they descended the temple steps, Craig eagerly asked, "Sir Val, we have no arrangements for this morning, do we?" "Oh, is our little Craig already impatient to visit the candy shop?" "Fear not. There is nothing urgent to attend to. You are free to explore, and as an adult, I shall not interfere with your activities." Sir Val paused before adding emphatically, "You and Shurin must heed Georgie's instructions. Do not create any trouble just after arriving in Karadat, I understand." "I will not cause any trouble," Craig replied with his big, watery eyes, responding in a sing-song voice. Shurin smiled shyly, giggling in agreement, observing their antics. Sir Val sighed, knowing they were being deliberately playful. "Given that Utri did not accompany us this time, I doubt you two will manage to create any significant trouble." Then, Sir Val turned to Georgie and whispered, "Georgie, I leave the rest to you. Please keep a close watch on those two mischief-makers. Rest assured, Sir Val, I will keep an eye on them. Besides, they are not children anymore. They shouldn't cause any major issues." Georgie reassured him quietly. Sir Val sighed, "You are indeed more reliable. If only they possessed half of your competence." Taking advantage of their closeness, Georgie whispered to Sir Val, "Everyone has their own strengths. If they were all the same, what would be the point? However, Sir Val, do you think your recent acquisition of the Fireball Wand might lead some to believe that war is imminent? Do you think that without such actions, certain individuals would sense the looming threat of war? It is better to be prepared in advance than to be caught off guard," Sir Val replied. "The Eastern Front has not seen conflict for a century or two. Even though the rotation system at the Northern Fortress has ensured the knights and select elite soldiers maintain their strength, war is not solely the concern of these high-tier units. You may not be fully aware of the local garrison situation, but do not harbor overly high expectations." Sir Val's tone suddenly rose as he continued. Georgie was initially taken aback, then incredulously asked, "Are the troops assigned to the Northern Fortress not rotated like those in our territory? Do you think anyone can afford to maintain as many soldiers as Borum? Even under your pre-reform methods, that would not suffice. Thus, a select group of elite soldiers has been specifically trained for long-term deployment at the Northern Fortress. As for the local garrison, they might manage minor nuisances, but if a real war breaks out, without months of dedicated training, they would serve merely as auxiliary troops." Sir Val noticed Georgie's understanding of such matters was markedly different from his usual demeanor, prompting him to release Georgie's arm and straighten up to explain. Seeing Georgie and Sir Val part ways, Shurin and Craig both breathed a sigh of relief. They had been worried that the two might conspire against them. Unfortunately, they had not overheard the earlier conversation, or they would have realized that their joy was rather premature. Georgie pondered Sir Val's words, running comparisons in his mind before exclaiming, "That means they are even inferior to the militia in Borum. How could they be so negligent? Do they not care about the security situation in their territory at all? This is utterly, utterly dismissive of potential threats. If a band of marauders with strength akin to those who attacked Huemu town were to come, they could easily wreak havoc across their entire territory. Such is the reality. Had that band of goblins not encountered our formidable stronghold, they might have even breached a single knight's manor without difficulty. Of course, they would ultimately be repelled, but prior to that, looting and pillaging would be inevitable, Serval remarked, shaking his head. As for the militia of Borum, since your reforms were completed, they are no longer merely militias in my eyes. While they may not yet be elite, they can certainly be deemed usable soldiers. The truth is, Borum's income far surpasses theirs. This is how your military reforms can proceed. Thus, your decision to enhance income before reforming the military was indeed a sagacious approach. The acumen you displayed is something even many seasoned officials would envy. Indeed, this is the true feudal era of the Middle Ages, even within a unified empire characterized by a long-standing central authority. The quality of soldiers varies dramatically across different regions. It would be utterly naive to assume that the military strength of various territories is comparable solely due to the military-first policy of the Nohan Principality. Even prior to the reforms, the Bolham territory, owing to its economic advantages, had a military prowess that was relatively superior to that of the Principality. Truly, the economic foundation dictates the superstructure. A flurry of thoughts raced through Georgie's mind. At times, the knowledge and experiences from his previous life seemed to obstruct his understanding of this new world. Could this be considered a form of alternative cognitive dissonance? Georgie, when can we go to the candy house? Craig's voice snapped Georgie back to reality. It dawned on him that he was still standing in the square outside the temple, and he had indeed been overly impatient, committing such a rudimentary error. The looming dangers of war had placed immense pressure on Georgie, a newcomer from an era of peace. Moreover, the weight of his responsibilities as a regent lord was an oppressive burden in itself. So, Serval, will you be joining us in the commercial district? Georgie extended a courteous invitation. Serval shook his head, stating, No. As I mentioned earlier, I, as an adult, shall refrain from meddling in the affairs of you young ones. Furthermore, I have some acquaintances in Caleta that I wish to visit. Since there is still a bit of time, I shall gather a few friends for a drink in the taverns outside the city. It would be beneficial to strengthen our connections. Strengthen connections? Father, you aren't going to meet a female friend, are you? Siren emphasized the word female with a noticeable weight. Even if I were to meet a female friend? What of it? Not even your mother can dictate my actions, Serval replied with an expression that conveyed his indifference. Indeed, in this social environment, men who fear their wives are few, and among the nobility. They are even rarer in this regard. Siren's attitude as the heir seems to exert a far greater influence on Serval than that of his mother. Of course, this would only hold if Serval had any inclinations in that direction. Yet based on his usual demeanor, the likelihood appeared quite slim. This was not the distorted world of extreme feminism that had emerged prior to Georgie's arrival, where the balance of power had tipped unfavorably. Even there, the wealthy and powerful seldom exhibited fear of their wives. Georgie found himself perplexed by Siren's provocative remarks towards Serval, yet he hastily intervened, saying, In that case, let us part ways here. I shall see you later, Serval. I may have some matters to discuss with you. He had momentarily lost his composure, as this was certainly not the appropriate venue for such discussions. Very well. We shall meet later, Georgie and Siren. How have you progressed with the study tasks I assigned you during our journey? I shall find time to review them in the coming days, and should there be no improvement, well, do not blame me if I am compelled to take stern measures as your father, Serval admonished lightly before departing. Upon hearing this, Siren shivered uncharacteristically, drawing curious glances from several women passing by who regarded the burly figure with bemusement. After Serval's departure, Georgie turned to Siren and remarked, I intend to take Craig to the candy house. After all, I promised him that following the battle in Greywood Town that night. You should join us. You may discover some delightful treats there as well. Father mentioned that candy makes for excellent emergency rations in battle. I believe it is worth investigating, Siren declared earnestly. However, judging by the way he licked his lips, Georgie was inclined to believe that he had little resistance to sweet delicacies. This reminded Georgie of the medieval European nobility's lack of resistance to sweets in his previous world. Could this be an example of similarities across the multiverse? Georgie emphasized to both of them, Very well. Since you both express interest, let us proceed together if time permits. I also plan to visit the shops under our territory. However, you both must accompany me. as Sir Val explicitly stated that you are not to leave my line of sight. Chapter 56. The Candy House. The establishment was known as the Candy House rather than a dessert house because it exclusively sold various types of candy. The reason for this is rooted in preservation methods. It is essential to recognize that in this era, sugar is a genuine luxury. Even in Calais, the capital, its consumption pales in comparison to that of rural towns in Georgie's previous world. The shop's sales model necessitates a substantial variety and quantity of goods to cater to customers' preferences. Much like certain upscale shops in the former Celestial Empire, discounts would invariably be applied after 8 p.m. Although there are discernible patterns in daily sales, fluctuations are commonplace. This era lacks sophisticated preservation methods. Confections like pastries, which are challenging to store, may even spoil before evening arrives in the heat. If placed in a cellar with ice, they quickly harden. It is worth noting that in this period, only the nobility and affluent merchants could afford such sweet treats. For these discerning individuals, even minor alterations in flavor could lead to outright rejection of the goods. Such circumstances might result in a shopkeeper suffering significant losses due to spoiled pastries. As for employing magic for preservation, one would first need to locate a mage willing to assist with preservation spells or suitable magical items. The costs, often exceeding 10 gold coins, would be enough to deter most. Ding ding, with the sound of bells attached to the wooden door, Georgie and his two companions entered this venerable establishment that had been in operation for several decades. The upward opening windows dispelled the shadows within while also preventing the harsh rays of the sun from penetrating too fiercely. The counters and shelves were crafted from oak, their surfaces rendered smooth and rounded by the passage of time, in contrast to the soot-stained columns and beams that bore the marks of age. They were clearly more recent additions, likely replaced after the shop's success. A young girl behind the counter greeted Georgie and his companions with a warm smile, before continuing to introduce the candies to other customers present. The counter was adorned with glass jars that had a slight green tint, each filled with a myriad of colorful candies. The sight of these vibrant spherical confections instantly captivated Craig's attention, his eyes gleaming with desire as he leaned eagerly toward the counter. Observing the shop's clientele, Georgie noted a young woman accompanied by two small boys, engaged in animated conversation with the shopgirl. The incessant chorus of "Mama, Mama, I want this," and "Mama, Mama, I want that," confirmed that this was a mother taking her children to purchase sweets. Their cotton garments suggested that they were neither nobility nor from wealthy merchant families. For no noble would be seen in public without silk attire, and although merchants were prohibited from wearing silk, they would typically don wool or leather. This social norm had been deeply ingrained for centuries, serving to avert numerous complications should someone attempt to masquerade as a simpleton, resulting in a situation akin to that of a white dragon fish. They would have only themselves to blame, based solely on their attire. Georgie classified them as ordinary citizens from the outskirts of Calais. However, even among citizens, those in Calais enjoyed a relatively affluent status, particularly skilled artisans who could earn over a gold coin daily. Thus, it was not uncommon for housewives to treat their children to sweets at the candy house. Before long, the mother retrieved 2 candies, handing one to each of her rambunctious boys playing at her knees. She carefully wrapped the remaining 2 in a cloth, placing them in her basket before offering coins to the shopgirl. With a final wave, she led the younger child past Georgie and exited the candy house, the bell chiming as the door closed behind them. "Hello, how may I assist you?" the girl behind the counter inquired with a smile. "Oh, Tanasia, is old Cliff not here today?" Georgie asked, revealing his familiarity with the establishment. The girl bowed respectfully and replied, "Father left early this morning to procure goods. He should return around noon. I set the usual sugar cubes for you, Lord Bolham." Upon hearing this exchange, Craig tugged at Georgie's clothing and pouted. "Georgie, you must have often snuck in here to buy candy without us." Seeing Craig's exaggeratedly pouty face, Georgie couldn't resist teasing him. He straightened his expression and said loudly, "What I do is none of your business. As I spend my own money, and you are you. There's no need to drag Siren into this, all right? If you wish to form an alliance, it should be with mutual consent. Do not presume without consulting the other party." With that, Georgie shifted his gaze toward the quietly standing Siren. That fellow today is nothing short of a complete freeloader, shamelessly risking offending Joji, the benefactor, by coming here with an empty stomach. He immediately shook his head, asserting that he had no association with Craig in this matter, clearly delineating his stance. Upon observing Shuren's demeanor, Craig realized he was fighting this battle alone. After failing to charm and finding himself outnumbered, Craig abandoned the notion of extracting any benefits from Joji. All right, sugar cubes are not meant for you. Generally, I consider them a token of greeting, Joji explained while gently patting Craig's head. Dio, you remember the beverages we enjoyed at the Temple of the Just Lord this morning? Adding a sugar cube to that would have greatly enhanced the flavor, so what are you planning to buy me today? And don't even think about trying to dismiss me with just a single piece of candy like that little brat did earlier. Despite the evident failure of the recent negotiation, Craig still leveraged his youth and favored status to negotiate terms. Joji raised his hands in surrender, saying, Yes, yes, you little rascal, I won't let you go away empty-handed this time. You shall indulge to your heart's content. As soon as these words left Joji's lips, he turned to Shuren and asked, What type of candy do you desire? Seemingly taken aback by Joji's unexpected question, Shuren stammered, I merely thought you might grab a couple of pieces to sample when you purchase them. If I like them, I would come back after payday. Joji looked down at the petite creature before him. What flavor do you wish to have, Craig? The icy, cool kind from last time, Craig promptly replied. Upon hearing this, Joji turned to the girl and instructed, Please bring me a dozen peppermint candies, Tanasha. Certainly, please hold on. Tanasha replied as she turned to retrieve a glass jar filled with white candy from the third shelf. Using a large metal spoon, she scooped out the candies, letting 12 of them clink melodiously onto a pre-prepared paper-lined metal plate. After placing the plate on the counter, Tanasha inquired, Is there anything else you require? Anything else? Now, that's the mark of a competent salesperson. She manages to leverage customer relations to boost her sales while seemingly engaging in casual conversation. Making it less off-putting, Joji mused to himself, realizing that the young girl he thought he knew had become quite astute. He glanced back at Craig, whose starry-eyed expression resembled that of an affectionate pet. With a soft sigh, Joji turned and handed a candy to Craig, then tossed another to Shuren, watching their faces light up with joy as they savored the treats. At that moment, Joji felt a sense of resignation, realizing these two were utterly beyond saving. Do you have any new varieties? He casually asked, hoping to divert Shuren's and Craig's attention. It was no longer the era of abundant resources, and the materials required for candy making were scarce. Aside from some fruit candies made during the harvest season, the rest were just enduring classics that had stood the test of time. It was reminiscent of a food wholesale store in a bygone era, where the same few items were sold year after year, yet it remained a popular spot for ordinary folks during festive seasons. Once he learned there were no new products, he could smoothly usher these two away without spending excessively on such luxuries. Tanasha's eyes brightened as if she had awaited this moment. As for new varieties, we recently introduced ginger candy, and it's been selling remarkably well. Joji felt as though he had shot himself in the foot. I didn't expect there would actually be one. I was merely asking to dissuade those 2's cravings. Ginger candy? You mean the kind that contains ginger? Joji asked incredulously, in the southern region he came from before his travels. Ginger candy was a traditional sweet, immensely popular and suitable for all ages, with some medicinal benefits. However, some found its mildly spicy flavor intolerable. Indeed, this past summer, a batch of ginger candy arrived at the commercial district's import store. Said to be a specialty from the Eastern Langshao Empire. We tried making some in our shop, and while it doesn't quite match the original, it has been selling quite well, especially among esteemed young nobles like yourself. Tanasha emphasized the last part, her tone laden with flattery. All right, I'll take 6 pieces of ginger candy, and as per tradition, please pack me some sugar cubes, Joji said, casting a warning glance at the 2 sugar-sucking companions, reminding them not to get too carried away. Fortunately, they seemed to understand the notion of moderation, nodding in agreement that it was sufficient. Tanasha smiled and announced the total. That will be 10 gold coins and 3 silver pieces. Thank you for your patronage, Joji grumbled. This new product is quite pricey. That's unavoidable. Ginger is rather expensive, Tanasha explained, tilting her head. Chapter 57. The legendary stallion after departing from the candy shop and en route to Joji's family-owned store. Shuren, who had been unusually quiet since morning, suddenly inquired, Joji, even if you visited there a few times to buy sugar cubes, you shouldn't be so familiar with the shop's young lady. What's the story behind that? Did you not consider that our territory's trade association is one of the principal suppliers of sugar in the kingdom? Joji feigned surprise as he looked at Shuren. The shop's owner frequently came here to purchase ingredients. Their interactions began a few years back, And after visiting their shop to buy finished candies, familiarity naturally developed. I never thought much of it. Besides, the supply of sugar ingredients has nothing to do with me. Our estate doesn't cultivate sugar beets, Shuren replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Joji didn't know how to counter Shuren's explanation, while Craig began to fidget with curiosity. He counted on his fingers and asked, Joji, since the trade association has sugar, why don't you open a candy shop in Pawatu? That way, I could have candy whenever I want. Joji felt a surge of irritation at such a completely off-the-mark suggestion. Yet he suppressed his frustration and patiently explained, there simply aren't enough people in Pawatu. If it's just a handful of folks like you buying, it wouldn't cover the costs. As he spoke, Joji affectionately ruffled Craig's hair. Craig instinctively shrank his neck, relishing the gesture. It was evident he enjoyed this interaction. Craig innocently asked, so if more people come to Pawatu in the future, we can open a candy shop. Right? Yes. If the population increases, Joji replied absently. Internally, he lamented, if only the population could grow. I wish for more people in the territory, but relying solely on natural population growth, who knows how long that would take? The current healthcare standards pose significant risks to women's fertility, a major barrier to population growth. Additionally, food production is another crucial factor. If we can't sustain our own population, relying on external sources for food is not only risky due to potential losses during transport, but also a precarious situation overall. Joji sighed and told Craig, if one day the population in our territory reaches 60,000, I'll open a candy shop in Pawatu. That's fantastic. You better keep your word, Craig exclaimed, jumping for joy. Yes, I promise to hire the best pastry chef in the duchy to run the candy shop, so you can enjoy candy whenever you wish. While Joji smiled at Craig, he silently pondered, if that day ever comes. I wonder if Craig will still enjoy candy. By the way, Joji, the main ingredient for making candy is coarse sugar, right? Although its flavor doesn't compare to that of candies, it can be eaten directly. Why not bring us some coarse sugar when we return to the territory in a couple of months? It would satisfy our cravings. Just as Joji was lost in thought, Shuren's sudden remark jolted him back to reality. If you want some, I can get you a bit from the coarse sugar we have on hand. But it won't necessarily be free. With a weary disposition, Joji replied to Shuren, I have never seen you exhibit such cleverness before. If only you could apply this wit in other areas, I dare say Mr. Val would not impose so many restrictions upon you. Joji shrugged nonchalantly. Isn't it usually because you're around? Why should I exert myself unnecessarily? You are my future lord. Wherever you point, I shall strike. Isn't that rather simple? Moreover, I seem to recall someone mentioning that overthinking can lead to baldness. Joji halted, scrutinizing Shuren from head to toe, a gaze akin to that of a merchant appraising goods, which made Shuren feel quite uneasy. He protested, please, do not regard me with such eyes. I assure you, I am not worth a good price. In response, Joji delivered a punch to Shuren's chest, exclaiming, who says you wouldn't fetch a good price? If captured as a stallion, you could easily command a fine sum beyond Nohan. If you were to diligently sow in the southern commercial republics, you might find yourself adorned with magical equipment within a few years. Can one truly acquire magical equipment? Shuren's eyes sparkled with excitement, his expression almost drooling with anticipation. He murmured, armor and shoes. When I travel, I must stay there for a while. I must at least secure armor and shoes before departing. Joji was taken aback by Shuren's intense fascination with magical items, or perhaps by the extent of his moral flexibility, contemplating selling himself for equipment. Should Sir Val discover that he had inadvertently pointed Shuren in this direction during a casual conversation, the consequences would be dire. A shiver ran down Joji's spine at the thought. He hastily admonished Shuren, have you considered the repercussions of such actions? If you dare to commit such an embarrassing act, I believe Sir Val would not hesitate to request an extended leave from my father to rectify the situation. Joji's words shattered Shuren's fanciful dreams. He donned a serious expression and defended. I was merely jesting. How could I possibly act on such a notion? Yet, given Shuren's habitual lack of decorum, both Joji and Craig regarded him with skepticism. However, Shuren's interruption allowed Joji to almost forget his initial intent to scrutinize him. Shuren's only notable resemblance to Sir Val was his once light yellow, now silvery gray, flowing hair. One of the few attributes that conform to mainstream aesthetics, explaining his particular concern for it. Joji speculated that Shuren's reluctance to exert his intellect stemmed not from vanity, but from a desire to retain a childlike innocence at his age. Nevertheless, the path was his to choose. Others, aside from Serval, had no say in his decisions. It appeared that Serval also supported his choices, though sometimes his behavior was so disgraceful that a few reprimands were warranted. I presume that once you become a full-fledged knight, such antics will cease. Otherwise, when you traverse the continent, you wouldn't want to abandon your knightly identity to masquerade as a barbarian in the northern mountains. Georgie remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Hiren pondered deeply, a sight Georgie had not witnessed in him for nearly half a year. Even during the weapon enchantment selection at the Temple of the Just God, Hiren had not appeared as invested. Clearly, this matter weighed heavily on his mind, leaving Craig utterly astounded by Hiren's demeanor. After nearly 15 minutes of contemplation, Hiren finally leaned closer to Georgie and whispered, "Once I become a full knight, things will improve significantly. I will be able to manage my emotions with ease and face fewer restrictions in my thoughts. However, the habit of avoiding mental exertion, cultivated over many years, cannot be altered in a mere year or two. I should not have to abandon my knightly identity to become a barbarian, but becoming a team leader remains unlikely." This was Georgie's first direct inquiry into Hiren's perspective on the matter, and he answered without hesitation, indicating a level of trust in Georgie. With Hiren's affirmative response, the tension that had long gripped Georgie's heart began to dissipate. He remarked, "It appears I have been unnecessarily anxious in any case. This is good news. By the way, you should strive to advance to knighthood soon. After all these years, you have embarrassed Mr. Val enough. Let him have a moment of peace. It cannot be good for his heart to endure this incessantly. I too wish to advance." Hiren lamented. "It feels as though I have one foot through a door, yet I cannot figure out how to bring the other foot in. I am currently stuck here. If not for that battle in Greywood Town, I wouldn't have even managed to step through the first foot." As the topic of advancement weighed heavily on Hiren, he momentarily felt despondent. However, he quickly adopted a more optimistic demeanor, reasoning that he had already endured enough embarrassment over the years, so what was a little more? Besides, his father, as a knight, was in good health. Surely he wouldn't suffer heart problems over such trivial matters. "Since you have your own considerations, I have nothing further to say. However, I think we should part ways quickly. It would be unwise to attract misunderstandings on the street," Georgie remarked, gesturing toward a group of noblewomen blushing and whispering in the distance. He could only hope that they were unfamiliar with him and had little inclination to gossip, ensuring that no unsavory rumors would circulate during his time in Karada. Upon Georgie's reminder, Hiren also sensed several unsettling gazes and promptly stepped back to distance himself from Georgie, jesting, "Today, I have exercised my mind more than I have in years. It feels quite unfamiliar." Chapter 58. An unexpected transaction turning a corner. Though the distance was merely a few steps, the architecture here bore little resemblance to that of the previous locale. Had Georgie traveled to Europe, he would have noted that the earlier environment felt akin to a medieval town, while this place exuded the essence of ancient structures reminiscent of late Renaissance Paris and other grand cities. Of course, the extensive use of large, colorless, transparent glass panes lent it a character more akin to European cities post-19th century renovations. At the end of the road lay a smaller polygonal square. Such squares, varying in size, were abundant in the outer districts of Karada, with several also found in the commercial areas. However, unlike other locales, this square primarily served as a hub for large commercial caravans to transfer and unload goods. Thus, only the most influential merchant guilds in the Duchy of Nohan could afford to establish shops along the square's perimeter. Among them were major trading companies like the Earthbound Journey Guild and the Murdo's Alliance, as well as local guilds like the Bola Merchant Guild, which Georgie managed and possessed certain administrative resources. During festive celebrations, the merchants surrounding the square would pool their resources to invite relatively well-known performers in Karada to entertain, both attracting customers and providing a form of appreciation to local residents. In contrast, the squares in other outer districts had largely transformed into markets, having become an indispensable part of the daily lives of nearby residents. Unlike elsewhere, the buildings surrounding this square were distinctly unique due to the arrangements of various guilds. There were exotic import shops, sturdy weapon and equipment stores, and alchemical shops adorned with an array of peculiar decorations that added an air of mystery. As for shops selling magical items, in a city like Karada, with a population of fewer than 300,000, There were no dedicated establishments for such scarce commodities. One relatively conventional shop was Georgie's destination for the day. Originally, when Georgie took over the affairs of the territory 4 years prior, he had intended to renovate this nondescript shop to resemble ancient Chinese architecture from his memories. Unfortunately, due to procurement issues and costs, the plan fell through. Thus, every time Georgie visited, he felt an inexplicable discomfort in his heart. "Good day, my lord. Young Master Val, young Master Bart." Before entering the shop, the attendant stationed outside caught sight of the group and bowed in greeting. Georgie nodded slightly in acknowledgement and strode through the door. The shop's interior was rather simple, with a few counters displaying various distilled spirits, finished spices, soy sauce, and other everyday items produced in the territory. Other items included paper armor and sea salt samples housed in glass jars. While the latter two were available for retail, their primary purpose was to serve as samples for potential bulk transactions. I distinctly recall instructing the shop to display its. Xiaoji glanced around. He found no sign of the spoils acquired from Greywood Town. A sense of unease began to brew within him. Could it be that they were too preoccupied with some matters and didn't manage to showcase them today? Sensing something amiss, Xiaoji hastily beckoned a nearby shop attendant, who was diligently polishing the display case, and inquired, "When will the batch of weaponry that arrived yesterday be put out for display? Are you referring to those oversized scales, the weapons, and the tower shields?" This morning, 2 groups of customers came and purchased everything. The young attendant replied, hastily concealing the cloth in his hand, his gaze cast downwards. "Oh, they've already been sold." "What? They've actually been sold?" Xiaoji exclaimed, gripping the attendant's shoulder in excitement. Startled by Xiaoji's sudden motion, the attendant stammered, I'm not sure. Such a significant transaction is usually handled by the manager in the meeting room on the 2nd floor. It would be best if you asked him directly. He just took a group of customers to the door before heading upstairs." Realizing he had been overly agitated, Xiaoji reassured the attendant, "You may continue with your duties. We shall ascend to the 2nd floor and inquire." With that, Xiaoji led Zylan and Craig to the staircase adjacent to the shop. Ascending towards the 2nd floor with swift footsteps. During this ascent, Craig could not restrain his curiosity, asking Xiaoji, "Isn't it a good thing that the item sold? Why are you so worked up?" Typically, selling ordinary items is indeed a positive outcome. However, equipment that can be deemed as exclusive is not easily sold. As they walked, Xiaoji elaborated to the duo behind him, "We had just dispatched a band of bandits, acquiring these spoils that are largely unusable by humans. To have them immediately consigned and sold is rather peculiar, don't you think?" Before long, the trio arrived at the door of the meeting room on the 2nd floor. Ordinarily, if no other circumstances were at play, the shop manager would be waiting here for significant business. After knocking with a series of firm raps, Xiaoji called out, "Randy, are you in there?" A warm voice from within responded, "My lord, please hold on. I shall be there shortly." Xiaoji turned the doorknob, discovering it was unlocked, and remarked as he opened the door, "There's no need for such formalities when no other customers are present." Upon entering, Xiaoji was greeted by the sight of a middle-aged man hastily adjusting a chair he had knocked askew and the clutter of papers strewn across the desk. Randy Haledi, the manager of the Bolam Chamber of Commerce at this establishment, had been in his position for nearly 2 decades, having risen from a mere shop attendant to his current rank through perseverance and diligence. Xiaoji had previously assessed his capabilities, and Randy had reliably maintained his role, making him a significant component of Xiaoji's commercial endeavors. With his neatly trimmed beard and chestnut hair, Randy hurriedly maneuvered around the desk and, before he could fully compose himself, bowed to Xiaoji, saying, "Welcome, my lord, to inspect the operations." "Enough of that, Randy. I currently have no time to concern myself with the shop's operations, and my stay in Karada may extend for a full 2 months. Other matters can wait. The pressing issue at hand is who purchased the batch of weaponry that arrived yesterday." Xiaoji wasted no time, diving straight into the matter, emphasizing its importance. Randy, taken aback by the gravity of the inquiry, sensed that this situation was more than a mere transaction. He returned to his desk, retrieving a ledger from a drawer and swiftly flipping to the relevant pages before handing it to Xiaoji. "My lord, the spoils you provided, excluding the refined items, were sold to a weapons shop located in a slightly remote area of the commercial district. The remaining items were displayed in the shop as per your instructions this morning. Approximately 2 hours ago, a group of customers purchased the scales and the tower shields without much negotiation, while the large refined weapons were taken by another group that followed." Xiaoji perused the records in the ledger. Though his thoughts were elsewhere, he understood that Randy might have misunderstood the situation. Patting Randy's shoulder, he whispered, "Do not worry. You have consistently performed well in sales and shop management. There is no need to be so anxious. I am well aware of the shop's less savory dealings. Have I not always granted you ample time to resolve such matters?" Then, stepping back to maintain a comfortable distance, Xiaoji spoke at a normal volume. "This transaction is quite recent. You must recall the characteristics of the customers who made the purchases. Indeed, my lord." The customers who bought the armor and tower shields spoke with a northern accent. Based on their behavior, they are likely traveling merchants from the north. They claimed that upon discovering this batch of goods, they intended to acquire it as backup supplies for the Towering Guard in Winterhold. They also ordered approximately 2,000 pounds of salted fish, and importantly, they will send someone to collect the goods from their territory, so we need not send anyone to deliver them ourselves. Randy carefully recollected his memories and organized his thoughts before reporting back to Xiaoji. "Oh, did they not take the meteor hammers?" Xiaoji inquired, raising a brow. Randy confidently replied, "They expressed discontent regarding that, questioning why we did not offer larger battle axes instead. They seemed less than satisfied with the accompanying meteor hammers." "Is that so? And who eventually purchased those meteor hammers?" Xiaoji shifted the topic to the subsequent matter. With his earlier preparedness, Randy promptly clarified the circumstances. "Initially, after selling the armor, we intended to temporarily set aside the remaining meteor hammers. However, a group of mercenaries suddenly arrived. They left 2 of their number in the shop to ask us to wait, while they sent someone to fetch their captain. After inspecting the goods, they purchased all the meteor hammers at a price of 350 gold coins each. Could it truly be mere chance? Perhaps my recent experiences have rendered me overly suspicious." A fleeting thought crossed Xiaoji's mind. Chapter 59. Explanations and troubles. Throughout the afternoon, Xiaoji remained preoccupied with the transaction. While this batch of scales was indeed suited for the Tauren's physique, they were tunics rather than front-opening garments. Given the size of a Tauren's head, coupled with their horns, it would be impossible for them to wear such items without significant alterations. If they were to be purchased and modified, it would be more prudent to custom-make them. However, they had also placed substantial orders for other goods. If they were indeed connected to the events of that night, they would not leave such obvious traces behind. Yet, they could also be acquiring these items on behalf of someone else. After all, as long as someone pays, these merchants do not mind acting as middlemen. This line of inquiry must be pursued further. Simultaneously, he consoled himself, "I hope I am merely overthinking. Regardless, caution in this matter is warranted, as we are already deeply entangled in this situation, making it quite difficult to extricate ourselves now." As for the mercenary group, he felt less concern, as blunt instruments still had their users. They might be preparing to eliminate resilient creatures like the sooty giant turtle. However, it would be prudent to send someone to investigate. After all, given my status, I need not expend much effort to look into a mercenary group remaining in Karada. Xiaoji promptly resolved to take action. Concerning the merchants, he felt a degree of trepidation regarding Winterhold. Preferring a more gradual approach, in contrast, for the mercenary group, a covert investigation would be more appropriate, as he wished to avoid alarming them. Karada was currently in an extremely sensitive state. Alas, had the full steel tower shields not been sold, they could have been traded with the Earthbear Heavy Infantry Regiment. In a manner of speaking, it could have strengthened ties between the Bolam family and the noble sons serving there. However, it appeared that initial plans in this regard had fallen through. If funds could be recouped swiftly without repercussions, it would not be a loss. Yet now it seemed that there were indeed consequences. Unlike the carefree Craig and the currently untroubled Xylan, Xiaoji found himself weighed down by these concerns. The multitude of concerns weighing upon Xiaoji is truly overwhelming. Thus, the substantial sum of over 3,600 gold coins garnered from this batch of spoils has failed to uplift his spirits. Nevertheless, the unexpected addition of over 1,200 gold coins to his budget has somewhat ameliorated his financial situation. Regardless, this dubious circumstance has utterly soured the good mood he had acquired earlier that morning at the Temple of the Just Lord. Even the exquisite dinner served at sunset failed to ignite his enthusiasm, especially given that the meal paled in comparison to the lavish banquet he had attended the previous night. After all, spending excessive time and resources on indulgence is hardly worthwhile. As night fell, Xiaoji arrived at a secluded chamber of the mansion, in accordance with his prior arrangement with Sir Val. To his surprise, He found that the knight had already arrived and was seated in a finely crafted mahogany chair. A delicate set of white bone china teacups and a matching teapot arranged upon the table before him. The gentle, snowy whiteness of the teacups contrasted strikingly with the brown liquid within, creating an extraordinary aesthetic allure. The steam rising from the beverage wafted an inviting aroma, leading Xiaoji to conclude that it was indeed the milk tea he had enjoyed at the temple of the Just Lord that morning. I never anticipated that Mr. Val would procure tea leaves so swiftly. It seems he has a genuine fondness for this beverage, which also reflects the strength of his connections. After all, he had no prior knowledge of tea before this. As Xiaoji savored the sweet fragrance mingled with the distinctive aroma of black tea, his thoughts began to drift. Upon noticing Xiaoji's arrival, Sir Val took a sip from his cup and remarked, "You were entirely correct this morning, Xiaoji. The flavor of this beverage indeed becomes much gentler with the addition of sugar. Most importantly, after consuming greasy food, a cup of, oh yes, milk tea, refreshes one immensely. I am delighted that you appreciate it. It appears my palate remains quite discerning. However, I truly did not expect you to acquire such items so swiftly." Xiaoji feigned surprise in response. All right. I doubt you invited me here tonight merely to flatter me. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Other topics can wait until we have concluded our business." With that, Sir Val set down his cup, and as it made contact with the table, the liquid within remained undisturbed. Xiaoji took a seat directly opposite Sir Val and posed a long-held question that had been buried deep within his heart. On the day when my soul was gravely wounded, did my accidental acquisition of the secret technique you used to save me bring about any complications? Upon hearing this question, even Sir Val, with his years of cultivated composure, momentarily stiffened. Although his facial expression largely remained unchanged, Xiaoji could detect a subtle irregularity in his brow and nose, indicating his inner turmoil. What felt like an eternity passed, though only a few seconds ticked by. I will consult with Lord Marquis to devise a solution to this matter. You are still a child. Do not burden yourself with excessive worry. Besides, this situation is not your fault. At that time, you were merely responding to your instinct for survival. Since it was not a matter of deliberate theft, it is far more manageable. After all, one cannot fault you for your remarkable aptitude in this area, Sir Val said with a hint of a wry smile. Yet, Xiaoji sensed, through both his expression and tone, that the situation was far more complex than Sir Val let on. Quietly, he retrieved a scroll he had been meticulously transcribing over the past few days from his satchel. He presented it to Sir Val and, employing a respectful tone, said, "It is not merely due to my innate talent. You will understand upon reviewing this why I was able to learn your technique so swiftly. Oh. This?" Sir Val pointed with his left hand at the scroll before him. Xiaoji nodded and gestured for him to proceed. With a look of curiosity, Sir Val unfurled the scroll and began to read. However, it was not long before his expression shifted to one of agitation. Xiaoji had never before witnessed such a plethora of emotions on Sir Val's face. In his confusion, Xiaoji thought, is the technique of blood flow division not particularly exceptional? What unique aspect could possibly astonish Mr. Val? After a lengthy pause, Sir Val laid the scroll down, gazing at Xiaoji with a complex expression, before exclaiming, "You devised this yourself, did you not?" Indeed. Unable to divulge the secret of the system, Xiaoji reluctantly acquiesced to Sir Val's assumption. When he had decided to transcribe this technique, he had already contemplated how to explain its origin. However, having lived under the watchful eyes of the knights in the territory for years, offering a casual fabrication could lead to trouble if discovered. Claiming he had found it at a flea market would render his own notes on the scroll difficult to justify. Even asserting it was a recopy might provoke inquiries about the original manuscript, leading to a tangle of complications. As for attributing it to an elderly sage's clandestine teachings, their first reaction would undoubtedly be suspicion regarding a hidden agenda, potentially causing upheaval in the Borum territory, even prompting a manhunt. Conversely, if he claimed to have conceived it himself, such an incomplete technique might indeed find some credence. Worst-case scenario, he would gain a reputation as a prodigy within a small circle. The technique was built upon 3 easily accessible skills and abilities among the nobility: the Wanderer's ability to breathe life into the deceased, the incomplete Berserker's raging prowess, and the recovery-enhancing techniques acquired through warrior training. Most importantly, he ventured down a path less trodden, merging the control of heartbeat and blood flow, rendering their application relatively simple and effective. Sir Val initially articulated his speculative analysis, then, with a sense of wonder, remarked, upon seeing this, I must say, Xiaoji, you are indeed a genius. This also provides a fitting explanation for the earlier incident, as you had already developed a robust ability to regulate blood and heartbeat prior to that. With this as compensation and clarification, will the previous concerns be more easily resolved? Xiaoji inquired tentatively. Sir Val immediately grasped Xiaoji's intent. If this is the case, everything will become significantly easier. However, Xiaoji, are you truly resolved to exchange this for the previous technique? There are indeed other methods available, as that technique holds limited significance for us knights. Your current one, while still lacking in refinement, possesses substantial potential for future development. Let us proceed with this arrangement. After all, this predicament arose from my actions, and I am quite intrigued by the method of nurturing the soul with one's own essence. Xiaoji stated, somewhat insincerely, deep down, he felt he was reaping a considerable reward. As his chosen path demanded a high level of spiritual investment. Recognizing Xiaoji's firm decision, Sir Val affirmed, very well. Once we have resolved this matter, I shall teach you the remaining portions of that technique. The technique has additional segments. It seems I have truly struck gold this time. Xiaoji mused, feeling as though he were a fox who had pilfered a hen. Chapter 60. Freely and unrestrained it appeared that, having addressed a latent issue, Xiaoji's heart felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted. The most evident manifestation of this newfound mental ease was the unparalleled tranquility with which he slept that night, a stark contrast to the previous evening. As he chanted within his spiritual realm, the image of Dumu Yuanjun became increasingly vivid and distinct. More importantly, it seemed imbued with greater spirituality. If Xiaoji's prior visualization of Dumu Yuanjun resembled a mere clay effigy found in a temple, the current representation was akin to a meticulously crafted jade statue by a master artist. It has been said that, from the perspective of the vast universe, Dumu Yuanjun symbolizes rules and laws in certain respects. The most apparent manifestation of this is the regulation of the sun and moon's movements as articulated in scripture, embodying the core of cosmic laws. While there are similarities to the Taiji deity, they are fundamentally different. Dumu Yuanjun suggests common principles governing the stable operation of the world, akin to the classical physics represented by universal gravitation. In contrast, the Taiji deity encapsulates the fundamental laws of material existence. Much like the quantum physics that Xiaoji was still exploring before his crossing, yet had not fully unveiled. The former serves as the foundation for understanding the world, while the latter is crucial for grasping the essence of reality. Thus, Xiaoji's initial choice to anchor his visualization upon the Taiji deity, despite its arduous path, is indeed a celestial highway. It allows one's soul to unconsciously align with the greater way while simultaneously deepening one's comprehension of the world itself. Under such circumstances, when an individual attains a profound understanding of the rules, their spirit consequently experiences a corresponding elevation. Although the possibility of sudden enlightenment cannot be entirely dismissed, Joji, who humbly believes he lacks a protagonist halo, has traversed this path through diligent effort. The advantages of this approach are quite evident. Within the same tier, one cannot be swayed by external spiritual assaults. Moreover, any technique employed can be executed with minimal consumption and complete control. Otherwise, it would be implausible for Joji to have succeeded on his first attempt with the innate Qi Great Capture technique. Furthermore, even if one fails to cultivate successfully and decides to transition to another method midway, it poses no issues. This is because it represents the genesis of the Tao, while other methods are mere extensions of it. Thus, incompatibility is simply not a concern. Regrettably, after years of arduous cultivation, the visualization method that had finally yielded some minor achievements collapsed due to Joji's own circumstances in his quest for survival. As the saying goes, one can calculate the heavenly way but cannot fathom the human heart. Currently, Joji is preparing to delve deeper into the Dumu Yuanjun visualization method. At its core, this choice stems from Joji's self-selected path, one of pursuing desires while remaining within the bounds of propriety. This is the path that Joji has chosen for himself, allowing him to master his desires rather than be governed by them. The evolution of the spirit does not follow a singular path. For those ordinary individuals lacking foundational depth yet aspiring to become knights, the knightly virtues refined over centuries of tradition are arguably the best choice. However, for families with lineage, this is not the sole option. Even those centered on virtue have numerous variants. For instance, the path of sincerity taken by Shiluan is one such variant. Among the other knights and attendants surrounding Joji, besides Shiluan, he only has a general understanding of their respective paths. Such secrets, unless revealed by the individuals themselves, remain beyond Joji's curiosity. Nevertheless, it is certain that the absence of any malevolent paths provides Joji with considerable reassurance. Taoist priest Gue Bianquan once stated that from a practitioner's perspective, the Dumu Yuanjun visualization method represents the primordial source of psychological activity trajectories. The scriptures declare that she birthed the stars in the heavens. In Taoist terminology, stars refers to hearts. The movement of each star denotes a distinct psychological trajectory, reflecting various modes of thought and psychological activities. However, the psychological trajectories and thought patterns of the average person are merely superficial, akin to a small cluster of stars in the vastness of the sky. Unable to encompass the infinite expanse, it must be understood that within every individual lies an inherent potential, the ability to develop various psychological trajectories and thought patterns. Yet, human thought patterns are highly susceptible to external influences, leading to diverse psychological trajectories and thought processes among different individuals. Regardless of the variation, each emerges gradually from their psychological potential, merely exhibiting different inclinations. The so-called Dumu Yuanjuan's mastery over the celestial constellations and the manipulation of the myriad stars signifies the utilization of this psychological potential to transform current, limited thought patterns and psychological trajectories. The primary function of the Dumu Yuanjun visualization method is to awaken this innate potential that few have noticed, enabling one to reshape their spirit. Once the spirit is transformed, the body and destiny will gradually reflect this change. Upon perfecting this method, the inner trajectory becomes expansive and unobstructed, unconfined by any singular mode of thought. This encapsulates the essence of Dumu Yuanjuan's dominion over the celestial stars, allowing for boundless psychological trajectories that can shift freely. Such fluidity in behavior inevitably leads to transformations in destiny. As the saying goes, the path of the sage adapts to the world. The ability to transform freely facilitates easier adaptation to external changes, distancing oneself from calamities. Ultimately, the practitioner with expansive thought trajectories not only possesses a singular path that they uphold, but also intersects with countless other paths and various arcs that embellish the journey. A spirit that is expansive can perceive what is often overlooked by ordinary individuals, discerning what remains unnoticed. This enables a profound alignment with their true essence of life. By confronting desires directly, one can wield them adeptly without being ensnared by external temptations. Thus, Joji's initial choice of the Dumu Yuanjun visualization method was not solely for the swift restoration of his spirit but, more importantly, for its harmonious alignment with his own path, aiding him in navigating further and more smoothly. Observing the increasingly vivid and substantial visualization, Joji mused to himself, "It seems that within 15 days, he will be ready to condense the 9 sovereigns. The 9 sovereign Tao bodies, birthed from Dumu, correspond to the 9 stars of the Northern Dipper. First is Tianhuang, second is Ziwei, third is Tanlang, fourth is Juming, fifth is Lucan, sixth is Wanxiu, seventh is Lianjing, eighth is Wuqing, and ninth is Pujuan. Condensing the 9 sovereigns entails selecting and visualizing each one in succession, assisting the manifestation of Dumu Yuanjun in controlling the spiritual platform amidst the celestial constellations." However, Joji has yet to reach a final decision on which star sovereign to choose first, as they all appear immensely beneficial, making the choice quite challenging. Having withdrawn from the visualization, Joji expressed his thoughts aloud. Upon glancing outside, he noticed the sun had already risen quite high. Remembering his appointment with the high priest of the Temple of Justice, Joji called out towards a small door behind a tapestry in his room. "Irina, please help me prepare for my washing." "Yes, my lord, I will be ready shortly," came Irina's response from behind the tapestry. Chapter 61. Return to the temple. It is all those useless customs brought by the fleeing nobles from the south. They claim one must always maintain elegance in the presence of others. I cannot believe that such individuals can maintain their composure even in front of their own maidservants. Joji inwardly scoffed at the time wasted by the trend that had only recently gained traction in Karada. If you were to ask the heirs of the traditional nobility of the Noan Duchy, where they spent the most time before coming of age, 9 out of 10 would answer, the training grounds. Nobles raised in such an environment possess formidable strength overall. However, while their demeanor cannot be deemed crude, it is certainly far from elegant. Yet, since artists and craftsmen in the southern nations began to clearly delineate their roles. A plethora of so-called poets emerged, and the custom of maintaining perpetual elegance spread from the initially small circle of exiled nobles to the entire courtly nobility, becoming a trend throughout Karada 8 years ago. By now, it has essentially transformed social customs to a significant degree. Regardless of one's reputation outside Karada, as long as you are a noble within its borders, you must adhere to these established rules. This has led to a situation where, not only in public, but even within one's own mansion, one must constantly maintain such affected behaviors. After all, one could not possibly bring all their servants from their territories, and even those recruited here might include a few gossips. This is not a traditional Chinese courtyard where communication with the outside world is minimal. Here, interactions are plentiful, and any inadvertent gossip could lead to becoming the talk of the noble circles. Especially among the ladies of Karada, for the next month or two, such disgrace would be unfortunate enough, but it could potentially impact future marital prospects. What Joji finds most intolerable is that if someone like Nightvow were to exude elegance naturally through their character, it would be acceptable. However, most can only be described as imitating the beauty of Dongshi, and Joji himself seems to belong to this category as well. The various restrictions imposed in the name of elegance often mean that performing the same task takes significantly longer than it would outside of Karada. If there is ample time, it is bearable, but when time is of the essence, it becomes a form of torment. Furthermore, due to the same reasons, Joji cannot even stride swiftly through the inner city. In summary, it is quite vexing, though Joji's delays due to his cultivation also play a substantial role in this frustration. Thus, this moment amounts to a release of the pent-up grievances accumulated over a long period. At last, he arrived at the entrance of the Temple of Justice, and Joji breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He pretended to be nonchalant as he straightened his clothes and ascended the steps. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The greeting was almost identical to the last time, yet it came from a different person. Joji took in the sight of the young lady before him. Her round, apple-like face and the dimples that appeared with her smile created an impression of undeniable cuteness. The voluminous and well-fitted robe concealed her figure entirely, making it impossible to discern her physique. If Taoist priest Dao Quan were to see her, he would surely remark that such a cute appearance must belong to a boy. Joji found himself unexpectedly reminded of a certain overly cheerful individual he had known before his transmigration. "Is there something you need at the temple?" The young attendant, noticing Joji's momentary distraction, intensified her tone for a second inquiry. Joji quickly realized that dawdling in front of the temple was quite rude, and he hastily clarified, "I apologize. I was just reminiscing about a friend I haven't seen in a long time." The attendant, her hands hanging limply, replied, "Ah, so you were reminiscing about a friend, but I can't shake the feeling that you were contemplating something quite inappropriate." Such a keen sense indeed. It would be a tremendous waste if this young girl did not pursue a vocation in the clergy, George mused silently, feeling a twinge of surprise. Nevertheless, he maintained a relaxed demeanor as he responded to the girl's inquiry. "I have an appointment with Priest Jayan at the temple this morning. Could you kindly inform me of his current whereabouts?" In truth, George was uncertain about how well Priest Jayan had arranged the meeting with the high priest. If, by any chance, the high priest were to be unexpectedly unavailable this morning, citing his appointment could lead to complications. To ensure a smoother outcome, George decided to lean on Priest Jayan, for regardless of the outcome, he would certainly be waiting at the temple as the primary initiator of this matter. "Oh, you must be the esteemed Lord Bolam with whom an appointment has been made today," the girl exclaimed, a hint of embarrassment evident in her demeanor. "Priest Jayan has been waiting for you in the room where you conversed yesterday." "You may proceed directly there." It was apparent from the girl's demeanor that Priest Jayan had indeed taken this matter to heart. Thus, even if he could not meet with the high priest today, George would not leave empty-handed. George, smiling, replied, "Thank you. I hope you soon become a formal attendant of the Just Lord." Though a simple gesture of goodwill, George noticed the girl became slightly flustered, suggesting he had touched upon something significant within her. She stuttered in response, "Hey, thank you for your encouragement. I will strive even harder." What might be a mere casual remark for one could very well alter another's life. Sometimes, fostering a kind connection costs one nothing, especially when no sacrifice is required. To deepen the impression, George offered as he passed her, "Keep it up. Don't give up. You possess a talent for this." Having visited the temple merely yesterday, George found the room from their previous conversation with ease. To his surprise, the door was ajar. From outside, he saw Priest Jayan inside, sipping a beverage, his body language revealing a more nervous disposition than usual. It seems the Temple of the Just Lord holds great expectations for this collaboration. Perhaps we might secure some advantageous agreements for the territory, George thought. However, the decision-maker was not the man before him. The outcome depended on his own actions. Taking a deep breath, George approached the open door and knocked lightly. Tap, tap, tap. The sound roused Priest Jayan, who looked up to see George standing at the threshold and promptly rose to greet him. Welcome, Lord Bolam. It appears I may have arrived a tad late, George said. Stepping into the room, Priest Jayan smiled. Not at all. You are right on time. I merely arrived early to enjoy some tea while waiting. One must find credible excuses. A priest of the temple idling away with tea? Surely, he could spend that time studying doctrine or praying instead. Moreover, the young lady at the entrance has already divulged everything, George thought, sensing he had gained the upper hand. He then inquired, how are the arrangements for the appointment with the high priest proceeding? Priest Jayan? The arrangements are all set. Once we receive word that someone is here to notify us, we can proceed, Priest Jayan promptly affirmed, pouring George a cup of beverage. As George settled into his seat, he pondered aloud, what if the high priest is currently in a meeting? It is indeed an unexpected situation. The high priest had originally scheduled this morning exclusively for you. However, an important visitor arrived an hour ago with urgent matters to discuss. It was unavoidable, so I must apologize for the delay. If you have pressing matters that cannot wait, we can reschedule, Priest Jayan offered, seemingly anxious that this unforeseen event might jeopardize their collaboration. After all, he viewed George as a passionate young man, and a sudden provocation might lead to unpredictable consequences for their partnership. Yet, George was not merely a hot-blooded youth. He was more akin to a politician, contemplating what benefits he might derive from this situation. After taking a sip of his milk tea, he replied, no need for that. I have time to wait. However, I am quite curious about what could possibly be so urgent that the high priest considers it more important than our collaboration. That I cannot say, but the visitor is none other than the Southern Lord Brent. I presume it involves legal consultations or discussions regarding the eradication of malevolent organizations within his territory. After all, he is a legitimate lord, and the temple cannot afford to be negligent in such matters, Priest Jayan explained in a lowered voice, tinged with a hint of resignation. Is it a matter of status? I, lacking formal inheritance of a title, cannot compare with a legitimate lord, George reflected, now understanding the context of the situation. He resolved not to take offense, for collaboration remained paramount. Chapter 62. Legislative Power? Malevolent Organizations? I cannot recall any unofficial entities in the Duchy of Noam that a local lord cannot handle. George interlocked his hands before his chest. Priest Jayan's expression grew somber. A direct confrontation with a lord. No organization could fully establish itself within the territory. However, engaging in clandestine activities and deceiving the gullible is quite feasible, typically for mere financial exploitation. With so many villages in the territory, if the overseers are not vigilant, these miscreants could easily rise to power. Yet, this time seems different. There are reports of devil worshippers among them. It is said that dozens have already perished, which explains the heightened concern. Should I say it is truly a tumultuous time? Now even devil worshippers are emerging. Such occurrences were once confined to the tales of wandering bards, and yet they manifest within our duchy. Could it be that the events in the kingdoms of Lucia and Cruz have prompted them to seize an opportunity for chaos? If so, their sources of information would likely be far more reliable than ours, George pondered, his initial shock giving way to contemplation. Fortunately, we have implemented a background verification system for incoming residents and increased the number of civil servants managing affairs. Coupled with years of vigilance and suppression of private gatherings within the territory, we have managed to avoid the worst of it. A sacrifice scale involving dozens could very well yield one or two individuals capable of performing spells. Yet surely, a mere viscount should be able to handle such matters, George queried with a hint of incredulity. Priest Jayan clarified, 2 of the 3 leading cultists have indeed been eliminated, but one sensed the tide turning and fled. As for whether there are others lurking in the shadows, that remains uncertain. Most likely, they hope the temple will send personnel to conduct a thorough investigation. This is indeed the expertise of our Temple of the Just Lord. Your earlier mention of legal consultations, could that be relevant? George teased, sensing he had gauged Priest Jayan's temperament accurately. Priest Jayan chuckled. Isn't that merely a professional habit? After all, it aligns with our temple's mission and primary operations. Anyone seeking assistance from the temple is, to varying degrees, connected to these matters. Thus, it is never amiss to bring them up. George contemplated this, recognizing its truth. What you say holds merit. The bounty rewards from yesterday pertain to both legal matters and the eradication of malevolent creatures. And the contracts we previously discussed were similarly tied to legal affairs. Tell me, would disclosing Lord Brent's information pose any adverse repercussions for you? George inquired, a note of concern in his voice. Priest Jayan waved his hand dismissively. Impossible. Do you think I would be so careless? This information could easily be obtained if you send someone to inquire with Lord Brent. You would likely receive a response that is almost entirely accurate. As for true secrets, I would never divulge them, and honestly, if there were any secrets regarding today's matters, I would be unaware. Besides, nothing else could possibly compare to the operations within your territory. Yet, even if we reach an agreement, establishing a formal court will still require considerable time for preparation. Even setting aside the tedious task of legal refinement, the acceptance of cases would have to wait until after the arrival of spring next year. Noticing the overly enthusiastic demeanor of the other party, Georgie felt compelled to douse him with a bucket of cold water to bring him back to reality. Suddenly, Pastor Gao became somewhat anxious, and with a tentative tone, inquired, to be frank, could you provide some clarity on whether the refinement of the law would allow our temple to participate in the process? Of course, all provisions must receive your approval before being enacted. I trust this would not adversely affect you, would it? I believe that merely proposing or suggesting plans should not infringe upon legislative authority. The king, lord, or governor may establish temporary or permanent laws and amend or repeal existing statutes. This is the fundamental essence of original legislative power. Those involved in the revisions may inadvertently infuse their own temporal perspectives into the laws they handle. Although having the final say should prevent any significant blunders, the foundational tone of the law will inevitably bear their imprint to some extent. Georgie instinctively wished to refuse his request. However, in order to avoid straining their relationship and jeopardizing future collaboration, he asked, if it pertains to the temple, that's one matter. But why are you personally so fervent about this? This collaboration was initially spearheaded by me on behalf of the temple. Thus, if there are to be revisions and refinements to the law, I must certainly be involved. For the clergy of our Temple of the Just Lord, participating in the construction, amendment, and perfection of new laws is arguably the finest way to comprehend and practice the teachings of our Lord. Pastor Gao, while articulating his potential gains, elucidated the crucial aspects, asserting that a comprehensive and just law could not only propagate the glory of our Lord but also, more importantly, reinforce and perfect the divine authority of our Lord. For the clergy involved, this represents not only a process of self-improvement, but also an opportunity to garner divine attention and even grace. Georgie inhaled sharply. I only remember that laws are manifestations of the ruling class's will. I hadn't anticipated that in this world, everything, to some degree, intertwines with the divine. Might my previous series of reforms intersect with deities such as the god of war or the noble god? However, given the trivial nature of my endeavors, it seems unlikely that their divine personnel would take notice. If they were concerned, they would have sent someone by now. I shouldn't frighten myself unnecessarily. The world continues to function without me. I mustn't inflate my own importance. After managing to console himself and dispel some doubts, Georgie glanced up at Pastor Gao. The latter gazed at him with hopeful eyes, causing Georgie to shudder involuntarily. Nonetheless, given the rationale presented, Georgie felt it imprudent to dismiss the entire group outright. Moreover, considering that the Temple of the Just Lord is fundamentally a cornerstone of the law-abiding and benevolent faction, it should not propose laws so egregious as to incite public outrage. Ultimately, the final decision rests with myself. Any provisions detrimental to governance will simply be disregarded. After much contemplation, Georgie felt a semblance of assurance regarding his eventual decision. He spoke, I think it best to postpone this matter until I meet with your high priest. After all, we haven't even finalized the terms of our collaboration yet. Is it not premature to consider this? Indeed, I may have been too hasty in this regard. We should await your discussions with the high priest to establish the tone before delving into further details. Pastor Gao also recognized that he had perhaps overshot his current role in this matter. Georgie understood this well, as it directly pertained to the other party's future prospects, and in such circumstances, It is rare for anyone to maintain composure. Tio alleviate the somewhat oppressive atmosphere following their conversation. Georgie shifted the topic. Why was the reception staff at the temple entrance different from yesterday? You should be aware that the reception staff at the temple's entrance are predominantly devout followers of our Lord. As they are volunteers, the personnel changed daily. Pastor Gao sensed that Georgie was feigning ignorance, but, understanding the need to ease the tension, elaborated, however, within the inner city, it is improbable for commoners to serve in such roles. They would find it challenging to pass through the city gate's scrutiny. Thus, the majority of the reception staff here are servants from noble families who are also believers. Upon hearing Pastor Gao's explanation, Georgie developed a new query. If that's the case, shouldn't those individuals be ordinary believers? Yet the young lady I encountered today appeared to be an apprentice clergyman. Pastor Gao smiled and clarified. Are you referring to little Annie? She is indeed a servant currently training within our temple. As I mentioned earlier, the pool of reception staff in this inner-city temple is quite limited. In the event of absences, only the apprentice servants can take on such responsibilities. Fortunately, such occurrences are infrequent and do not disrupt normal training. But how did you discern her status as a servant? It shouldn't be so readily apparent. Chuckling awkwardly as he raised his cup, Georgie replied, I merely remarked, I hope you soon become a formal servant of the just Lord, not expecting such a strong reaction. Annie is indeed a commendable servant. Although her talent may not be extraordinary by conventional standards, it is still quite respectable. However, within our temple of the just Lord, the ability to memorize and interpret legal documents is a crucial evaluation criterion. Seeing Georgie's perplexed expression, Pastor Gao further explained, while rumors circulate that our temple's clergy are all paladins, there remains a contingent of purely ordinary priests. Not everyone possesses the innate ability to become a paladin. Thus, while this aspect is significant within the temple, it does not overshadow the importance of the role itself. However, proficiency with legal documents is foundational. Without it, she cannot become a formal priest. I suspect she is currently quite distressed. Chapter 63. Temple education is this akin to a judicial examination in a different world. This completely subverts my traditional perception of a priest. So, do other temples possess their own unique evaluative requirements? I had not realized that the paths of individuals in this otherworldly realm bore such striking similarities to those in my previous life. Although I have managed to escape certain trials due to my chosen path, should I not extend a prayer for those still ensnared in their struggles? Georgie found himself unexpectedly beset by a pang of conscience. Was this an overabundance of sympathy? It seemed to affect Georgie. As he blurted out, I hope those little ones like her can prepare diligently for that aspect through their own efforts. But if she cannot conquer the legal assessments, what does her future hold? Rest assured, even if she cannot become a formal priest, the knowledge she acquires during her years in the temple will suffice to sustain herself. Moreover, there are non-clerical positions within the temple as well. Compared to ordinary commoners, her future is indeed far brighter. Additionally, her current struggles with legal studies may not define her future. The possibilities ahead are boundless, are they not? Pastor Gao regarded Georgie with a playful expression, his suggestive gaze sending shivers down Georgie's spine. I nearly forgot this world is one where knowledge is wielded by a select few. Pastor Gao's seemingly mundane observation struck a chord with Georgie. Perhaps it was the disparity in their life experiences. After all, people tend to congregate among their own kind. Georgie's circle consisted largely of fellow members of the privileged class, or those fortunate enough to join their ranks. Thus, while he was aware of these issues, he had not experienced them firsthand, often remaining merely on the surface of such matters. What an admirable cultivation approach, with such a systematic method for nurturing reserve forces. It's no wonder your temple maintains such vibrant vitality, and why confidence in our future collaboration has certainly increased, Georgie exclaimed with newfound insight. Pastor Gao subtly withdrew his suggestive gaze and, with a serious demeanor, remarked, perhaps you may not realize that this method of cultivating clergy was first introduced by the emerging war temple. While the time required for this approach is longer and the costs higher than the traditional master-apprentice method, the qualitative improvement in the caliber of priests is nearly transformative. The esteemed prince triumphed in the divine war by employing this very strategy, subsequently overthrowing the old guard warriors who possessed the same divine authority but had amassed far greater resources. Thus, this approach began to gain popularity. Tio win hearts through benevolence while simultaneously ensuring loyalty through the dual safeguards of faith and covenant. It appears that, Within such a grand context, the risks of employing such methods in the secular realm are disproportionately high, rendering the investment and returns imbalanced. Otherwise, would so many astute individuals not have widely endorsed this practice long ago, rather than waiting for today's opportunity to present itself? George could not help but engage in self-deprecating reflection regarding his earlier actions. Reverend Jayan, should our collaboration come to fruition, would you be interested in transferring to my domain? Perhaps having a congenial communicator would greatly benefit our future partnership. George extended an invitation to Reverend Jayan, causing the latter to plunge into deep contemplation, as evidenced by the evident struggle etched upon his visage. The room fell into a profound silence, leaving George, with nothing else to occupy him, to sip tea in solitude. Your Excellency, the meeting with the High Priest has concluded. Lord Baron Bolam, who is scheduled to meet today, may proceed. A youthful voice from outside shattered the tranquility within the room. Turning to look, George beheld a sprightly child, no more than 10 years old, standing at the threshold. This little fellow must have been well fed, for he bore the robust appearance of a spirited youth, complemented by his bright, clear eyes and the gleaming white teeth that appeared when he smiled. In a few years, he would surely grow into a handsome young man. It seems today you are quite fortunate. You should have ample time to establish a general direction. The one waiting outside is Cliggan. Simply follow him, and he will escort you to the High Priest's meeting chamber. As for the earlier inquiry, should I have the opportunity to partake in drafting the new legal document, I shall certainly attend. If not, I will need to deliberate further. Reverend Jayan did not dismiss the matter outright, revealing a degree of hesitation. Very well. Until we meet again, Reverend Jayan, during your time in Karada, I shall await your response. I believe that day will arrive soon. After bidding farewell to Reverend Jayan, George set down his cup and approached Cliggan. Lowering his gaze, he spoke, I entrust this task to you. Cliggan, I assure you it will be accomplished. Cliggan, adopting a serious demeanor, thumped his chest in promise. Children must be coaxed. George felt a twinge of pride at Cliggan's earnestness. However, is coaxing children truly a skill? Is George perhaps contemplating the abduction of a little girl to raise at home? Cliggan led the way, and George found amusement in the sight of the small boy behaving with such gravity. This was especially delightful when compared to the absurd antics of Thomas, the dwarf, who often feigned ignorance and acted childishly despite his age. Nevertheless, due to Cliggan's stature, his pace was rather slow in the temple, which was not conducive to running, giving George the impression of leisurely strolling through a park after a hearty meal. Did he truly believe I would provide an answer so readily? Could it be he has already resolved to involve our temple in the legal revisions? Alone in the room, Reverend Jayan swiftly grasped the implications of George's earlier words. At this moment, he could no longer maintain the calm demeanor he had previously displayed, for a significant opportunity was unfolding before him. After navigating the winding corridors of the temple, George, under Cliggan's guidance, arrived at the High Priest's meeting chamber. However, perhaps due to the temple's nature, the furnishings here bore a striking resemblance to those of the room where he had conversed with Reverend Jayan. What took George by surprise, however, was the stark contrast between the High Priest of the Temple of Justice and the image he had conjured in his mind. Standing before George was a notably tall man, his stature reaching approximately 8 feet, even without accounting for the thickness of his footwear. His broad shoulders and the muscular chest beneath his robe exuded an imposing presence that dwarfed George, a mere squire. His skin gleamed like burnished copper, and his short black hair, cropped to half an inch, resembled a layer of black velvet. Beneath his glossy forehead lay 2 thick brows, casting deep shadows that accentuated his already sunken eye sockets, rendering him somewhat intimidating, yet the cold, star-like glint in his eyes conveyed an unusual aura. His high nose led to thin lips that harmoniously complemented his slightly flat cheekbones, stripped of the differences in attire. He could easily be mistaken for a Mediterranean sailor. George had envisioned the High Priest of the Temple of Justice as either a venerable sage or a dignified judge, a notion influenced by various cinematic portrayals and modern churches that favor the image of a benevolent elder. The latter stemmed from his growing acquaintance with the temple that, of course, George would never admit that the comically grim visage of Judge Bao occasionally flashed through his mind, as that was purely for humor. George gazed at the middle-aged man before him, momentarily at a loss for words, as the jarring contrast of his appearance required time to process. Please, take a seat. As George remained momentarily dazed, The man extended his somewhat rough right hand and delivered his words with a firm and resonant tone. Though it was a mere formality, the underlying military precision in his speech was unmistakable. In this era, such militaristic demeanor was rare. Aside from knightly orders, in George's territory, only the Lord's Guard could boast such discipline. Others, even among the foremost military forces, still lacked the vigor that had been somewhat revitalized over the past 4 years. To someone like George, who frequently mingled with soldiers, such words felt particularly familiar. He blurted out, "Have you served in the military, my lord priest?" "Indeed, that was long ago in my youth. It has been quite some time since I departed from it," the high priest responded with genuine nostalgia. "Youth? Quite some time? Surely not." The high priest does not appear to be aged enough to warrant such reflections on old age. Though the longevity of practitioners may extend with their power, this man does not seem to have surpassed 50. Naturally, if he were akin to the legendary Knight Val, such thoughts would be rendered moot. However, from the information George had gathered, this man had only recently entered the bronze tier. Moreover, there were no indications of him possessing the blood of any long-lived races. A myriad of questions flooded George's mind. Sensing George's incredulous gaze, the high priest gestured for him to sit before speaking. "Do not be deceived by my current appearance. I am in fact over 60 years of age. Perhaps my relatively recent arrival in Nohan has led many to underestimate my years. As for my youthful appearance, that remains a secret, though I might mention it has ties to the eastern continent of Karatu. Also, you need not address me as my lord priest, as you are not a member of the temple. Simply refer to me as Mr. Virginia or High Priest Virginia." With that, he playfully winked at George, lacking the gravity one would expect from a temple leader. However, this demeanor alleviated much of the earlier dissonance George had felt. Following this, High Priest Virginia addressed George's query. "Does the Temple of Justice recruit members from the secular military?" "Oh, I believe you are mistaken. In my youth, I served in the temple's own Camellia Combat Brigade. In many respects, our brigade's strength rivals that of any knightly order. We hold significant advantages when confronting malevolent beings." As High Priest Virginia responded to George's inquiry, he took the opportunity to promote the temple's martial prowess. "I see. Your temple's religious military is indeed quite elite. However, this must come at a considerable cost. Do you receive sufficient commissions for such endeavors?" Although aware this was the norm in their world, George could not help but probe further. High Priest Virginia smiled, deftly sidestepping the question. "Lord Bolam, why do you not take a seat and converse? Is standing while speaking a peculiar habit of yours?" With that, he led the way, pulling out a chair and settling into a position he found comfortable. Faced with this situation, George could no longer remain awkwardly standing and promptly took a seat across from High Priest Virginia. "When I first heard that a lord intended to establish a court within his territory and sought to collaborate with us on this matter, I thought it was nothing more than a grand jest." The High Priest Virginia poured himself a glass of water, while gesturing to Georgie to make himself at home. The development of the Temple of the Just Lord in the Duchy of Nohan not proceeding smoothly? Georgie, seemingly struck by an important revelation, paused, retracting the hand he had extended to pour water. He tentatively inquired, "Hasn't any lord ever collaborated with you on this matter before?" "Indeed. Apart from the Duke requesting our assistance when drafting the laws, no other lord has made such requests. They place greater faith in the personal authority of the lords, believing that the intimidation derived from a decisive word is a more advantageous choice for them." The High Priest Virginia showed no reluctance in acknowledging his disadvantage in this regard, appearing unconcerned about the potential implications for future collaborations. With a wry smile, he articulated his analysis, noting that the strong military ethos in this region meant that certain military regulations had become common law across most territories. In a sense, in the commercially underdeveloped and socially uncomplicated capital of Nohan, such rudimentary statutes seemed barely adequate. Is this truly acceptable? Once these matters are spoken aloud, they could place your temple in a relatively vulnerable position during future collaborations. Virginia's earlier remarks left Georgie utterly perplexed. He set down his glass and said matter-of-factly, "Is there anything wrong with speaking the truth? Lord Bolam, you cannot possibly expect to finalize all cooperation agreements today. Can you? I believe we are merely discussing preliminary intentions today. The specific details may take quite some time to negotiate. From what I understand, you, Lord Bolam, will certainly gather ample information in the meantime. A few days of concealment could very well have a more significant impact on future cooperation. Given this, it would be better for us to be candid. After all, good faith cannot be purchased. I suspect there is more to it than that, isn't there? As adherents of the just Lord, shouldn't fair, open, and just transactions and collaborations align with your doctrine? Georgie felt confident that his understanding in this regard was fairly accurate, also seeking to dispel the air of sincerity that Virginia had previously invoked. It seems, Lord Bolam, that your grasp of our doctrine is somewhat skewed, but this is hardly surprising, considering you are not a follower of our Lord. Even among the faithful, those who truly comprehend the path of our Lord are few and far between. Virginia sighed, acknowledging that the topic had strayed somewhat. Is there a misunderstanding? It appears that comprehending these ecclesiastical doctrines cannot be achieved merely by perusing a few texts. Georgie recalled how the Old Testament had spawned numerous sects prior to his crossing over. In this world, where true deities exist, no one could easily distort the grace of the divine. However, truly deciphering the intricacies within was no simple task. It seems I had been overly confident in this regard. With a sudden shift in his thoughts, noticing Virginia's deviation from the topic, Georgie posed a question. Could you elucidate the specific details of your temple's doctrine? If your sect is to have the opportunity for widespread evangelism within my territory in the future, it is imperative that I gain a thorough understanding. In that case, let me illustrate using our recent collaboration as an example. Our current stance towards you is primarily informed by our scrutiny of your performance since assuming the lordship. To us, you appear to be a meticulous and comprehensive lord who values intelligence gathering and analysis, capable of filtering out a wealth of useful information. Perhaps your position limits your ability to establish an extensive and meticulous intelligence network. However, in the case of our temple situation, the risks of concealment are simply too great. Virginia began with some flattery, but then presented a contrasting perspective. If it were a different lord, although our doctrine prevents us from lying, a modicum of concealment would suffice to mislead the other party. While we would not manipulate the documents we sign like demons, if the other party remains oblivious, a few well-placed loopholes could aid in our church's self-preservation. Georgie was genuinely taken aback, displaying an incredulous expression. I never expected you to be so cunning. Chapter 65. Benevolence and cunning, I must say. High Priest Virginia, you truly spare no details. To discuss such underhanded tactics openly in the presence of your victims is quite astonishing. I scarcely know how to articulate my thoughts on this. Aside from the earlier remark regarding cunning, Georgie was genuinely stunned by Virginia's previous demeanor. Cunning? Indeed, we are cunning. How else could we achieve our objectives? Virginia felt no shame in Georgie's words. He stroked the stubble on his chin and continued. Unlike those who act with impunity, we are a benevolent group, thus many actions are beyond our reach. Moreover, our Lord is the highest authority in the realm of order, compelling us to adhere to the local rules and regulations wherever we go. Under such constraints, our struggle against evil organizations feels akin to being shackled from birth. In this context, if we do not employ a bit of intellect, would we not be inviting our own demise? Georgie recalled the lords and their heirs he had encountered during last autumn's hunt. Noting that none could be deemed truly malevolent, merely inept in governance. That being said, it does not seem likely that the current lords of the Duchy of Nohan would align with true evil. Moreover, while such tactics may work once or twice, over time, they risk exposure. How could anyone continue to collaborate under such conditions? It appeared that Lord Bolam had misinterpreted his earlier explanation. Before the contract is signed, it is naturally a process of mutual probing, an assessment of each party's strength and foundation. Should an erroneous judgment be made at this juncture, one cannot blame others. Virginia donned a saintly expression as he spoke. And do you believe any organization is as forthright as we are during negotiations? Even the followers of the God of trade and wealth would not hesitate to employ some deception before signing a contract. Our group, which never initiates, is as rare as the fire of the thorn bird or the horn of the celestial unicorn. Well then, such commercial duplicity is not uncommon, even in the highly developed industrial civilization I came from, where commerce thrived and laws were robust. How much more prevalent must it be in a society still steeped in ignorance? Georgie found it difficult to fathom the prevalence of fraudulent contracts in their current environment. While he had signed numerous contracts in this life without encountering any issues, he could accept such behavior during negotiations. However, tampering with contracts seemed strictly the domain of demons. I seriously doubt you would dare manipulate the contracts we sign. Different circumstances altogether. Our alterations to the contracts are merely precautionary. If a cooperating organization were to devolve into evil or enact tyranny within the territory, we must be able to sever ties without being bound by the agreement. Then why not simply state up front that you will not rescue them? Why resort to such devious methods? Some view such clear stipulations in a contract as an insult or even a curse. Hence, to safeguard our path, we must resort to these practices. However, someone as discerning as you should understand our predicament. Thus, we will explicitly state it in the contract this time, Virginia hurriedly explained. Goodness, is this not merely a matter of gauging the tableware beneath the dish? When faced with an informed individual, you clarify everything, while with the uninformed, you simply deceive them. This is the kind of behavior one would expect from a lawful good church of an elder brother level. Once I return to my territory, I must thoroughly review all previously signed contracts and investigate the backgrounds and current conditions of our partners, lest I be made a fool and unwittingly aid in their schemes. Through their recent conversation, Georgie resolved to scrutinize the series of contracts he had previously signed. While also feeling uneasy about the direction of their discussion, it felt rather odd for one party to openly discuss how they had deceived past collaborators. I believe it is time to return to the main topic. We have spent enough time on this matter. How can one even suggest that we are being harmed? Our partners have consistently held us in high regard. Nevertheless, I wholeheartedly welcome your desire to delve straight into the matter at hand. The previous discussions were merely to set aside any lingering concerns and engage in a thorough dialogue, which would deepen our mutual understanding and prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings in the future. Virginia's chief priest appeared exceedingly proud during the conversation. The high praise could very well be a case of one standing tall among the short. George couldn't help but internally scoff, though he understood that such thoughts would undoubtedly affect the subsequent dialogue of cooperation and could not be voiced aloud. The peculiar atmosphere generated by the previous off-topic discussion left George momentarily at a loss for words. He could only intermittently sip from his cup while pondering how to navigate the forthcoming negotiations. Time slipped away gradually. While that somewhat bizarre conversation significantly alleviated the doubts harbored by both parties, it also rendered the beginning of the formal negotiations uncertain. Experience prevailed. Virginia's chief priest set his cup down and inquired. Regarding the establishment of the court, do you require a straightforward noble tribunal, or a more complex procedural court akin to those found in southern commercial city-states? No. I do not believe that the choices of others are necessarily suitable for my own territory. I have my own plans, which cannot be succinctly conveyed in just a sentence or two. I believe the written documents at hand can illustrate the details adequately. With that, George retrieved a booklet bound with fine thread from the special pouch at his waist. He placed the 32 sized volume, covered in yellow-brown sheepskin, upon the table before him and fell into silence. Virginia's chief priest surveyed George and the booklet with a look of puzzlement, before seizing the latter and beginning to read. The ensuing events unfolded precisely as George had anticipated. Virginia's chief priest seemed utterly captivated by the content within the booklet, his gaze fixated on the pages, nearly ignoring George, who sat directly across from him. Observing the situation developing in his favor, George felt a moment of leisure and a twinge of pride, thinking, all those years I dedicated to this endeavor were not in vain. I have successfully captured the attention of an individual deeply engrossed in legal studies and applications. I trust that further negotiations will yield additional benefits. The booklet contained relatively little information, as it was merely an outline of a plan. Yet, Virginia's chief priest devoted an inordinate amount of time to it, pausing for considerable reflection with each page he turned. His earnestness and focused expression belied his own claim of being over 60 years old. Time passed slowly, long enough for George to feel that the food in his stomach had been entirely digested. Of course, this was entirely a figment of his imagination. Given his constitution, there would be little left in his stomach half an hour after a meal. This illusory sensation stemmed from the fact that it was nearing the usual lunchtime. I must inquire, why are there two distinctly different judicial systems presented here? Virginia's chief priest set the booklet down and raised his head, probing for what he deemed the crux of the plan. This document incorporates elements from both the civil law and common law systems of the world before my crossing. However, I must admit that my understanding of these two aspects is quite limited. It is rather a haphazard amalgamation. Yet, I believe it should suffice to impress the people of this era. For instance, in civil law, judges adjudicate cases primarily by considering statutory regulations before arriving at a verdict based on relevant statutes and the specifics of the case. Conversely, common law judges initially reflect upon past similar rulings, comparing the facts of the current case to those of previous cases, subsequently deriving applicable legal principles. Reflecting on the inception of this plan, George began to elucidate. Initially, I intended to have personnel compile a comprehensive code of laws, clearly delineating what is permissible and what is not. Enumerating permissible actions ensures that those who comply face no repercussions. While actions deemed impermissible must be avoided, transgressions would lead to criminal charges. Moreover, sentencing post-conviction would strictly adhere to the stipulations within the code, thereby minimizing human factors that could compromise the impartiality of the law. This way, judges would rule in accordance with the law, which might uphold procedural justice to some extent. And what then of the jury system that emerged alongside judges maintaining only legal procedures? Virginia's chief priest continued with his inquiries. George chuckled ruefully before responding, after all, no legal code can be flawless. The absence of enumerated content constitutes legal loopholes. In such instances, should the law be disregarded? What if a particularly heinous crime were to occur? Allowing such individuals to go unpunished would severely undermine the authority of the Bolham family as lords. Conversely, if the lord were to issue a verdict directly, it might jeopardize the authority established by the law. Therefore, in this context, the determination of a defendant's guilt rests with a randomly selected jury of citizens, while the judge's role is merely to guide and maintain order in the courtroom. Subsequently, we will revise existing laws based on circumstances to enhance their efficacy. Chapter 66. The Public Trial Assembly. Virginia's chief priest, harboring some skepticism, retorted, "A jury composed of ordinary citizens to ascertain the guilt of the accused?" He then added, "Lord Bolham, have you ever heard of the Public Trial Assembly?" The Public Trial Assembly? George's mind immediately conjured images of scenes he had witnessed prior to his crossing. Individuals paraded through the streets, trials in the town square, and swift executions. The so-called Public Trial Assembly places an accused individual before the public eye, subjecting them to scrutiny and judgment from nobles and commoners alike, determining the accused's crimes and penalties based on the will of the populace. Virginia's chief priest's expression shifted from calm to fury, culminating in a thunderous bang on the table. While this form of punishment may appear just, it is, in reality, a vile spectacle masquerading as justice and equity, trampling upon ethics, moral beliefs, and life itself, merely gratifying the twisted desires of the onlookers. Indeed, even in the Celestial Empire, such public trial assemblies were abolished several years ago. However, it seems that here they are far more nefarious than in the Celestial Empire. While that land has its share of wrongful convictions, the deterrent effect on would-be criminals is evident. Regrettably, I have not heard of any similar occurrences in the Duchy of Nohan. Could it be that my subordinates deemed it unimportant and failed to inform me? With this query in mind, George asked, "Has there never been a fair judgment rendered in such assemblies?" Each year, countless innocents are paraded at these public trial assemblies, forced to endure humiliation, beatings, and torture, ultimately coerced into false confessions, only to be executed in a spectacular fashion. As one scholar specializing in public trial assemblies noted, once summoned to the public trial assembly for public judgment, unless one satisfies the bloodthirsty desires of the mob, even the most virtuous and righteous individual stands no chance of escape or absolution. Gradually, Virginia's chief priest's demeanor softened, perhaps acknowledging that while some suspects deserved their fates, many others were merely collateral damage. If such assemblies occur annually, the growth of the population in smaller territories would, to some extent, be adversely affected. I have been concerned about the slow population growth in my domain. Can it be that there are those who support such activities? Are the nobles of our Duchy of Nohan too benevolent toward the commoners? George found it difficult to comprehend how such barbaric and ignorant practices could find support among local lords. Virginia's chief priest scoffed, stating, "The support and advocacy of local lords are significant factors contributing to the prevalence of public trial assemblies. They insist that holding such assemblies within their territories is essential for maintaining social order. Employing this method to demonstrate fairness and punishment, the cheers and applause from the peasant onlookers at these public trial assemblies undoubtedly reflect their extraordinary trust in the law and social order." He soon grew more vehement, even altering his tone. "Of course, this is merely a fade. The true reason for the Lord's endorsement of public trial assemblies lies in the fact that such gatherings significantly alleviate the public's accumulated anxiety under their oppressive rule. They provide an excellent outlet for the restless populace while simultaneously serving as a warning to those who might disrupt the status quo. This, to a great extent, diminishes the likelihood of uprisings within their territories. Many lords of questionable reputation, in their quest to solidify their dominion, often resort to fabricating so-called criminals to subject their subjects to repeated public trials. Seasoned travelers and merchants can discern the wisdom and magnanimity of a local lord merely by observing the frequency of such public trials. Upon hearing the series of explanations from the High Priest of Virginia, Georgie's eyes grew slightly red. Do these individuals possess no shred of humanity? Even devoid of empathy, should not a lord contemplate the future development of his territory? Not all realms prioritize the welfare of their subjects as does Nohan. The reasons for this predicament are manifold. Essentially, the continent of Bastur is a backward agrarian society, fundamentally rooted in agriculture, where the peasantry constitutes the most vulnerable demographic. They are ruled by lords and landowners who are often devoid of moral compass and act with impunity. As the High Priest of Virginia spoke, he sighed deeply, for they are also perpetually threatened by seemingly unending invaders. Be they goblins, kobolds, or even humanity itself. Under the ominous threat of arbitrary annihilation, the tense onlookers eagerly participate in the public trials. These unfortunate souls derive a perverse thrill from witnessing the horrific torment inflicted upon others. This provides them with a semblance of power, a false sense of control over life and death, leading them to mistakenly believe they can. Upon discovering the errors, Georgie promptly initiated remedial actions. Naturally, in addition to addressing typical nefarious cases, this institution is also responsible for the collection and organization of evidence, thereby providing support for subsequent court proceedings. Furthermore, the meticulous backup and organization of various case files upon their completion constitutes part of its daily responsibilities. Additionally, it serves as the representative of the Lord in prosecuting severe actions that infringe upon territorial interests. I believe these tasks must have sufficiently occupied its time, ensuring it has ample duties during regular hours. Thus, what do you think about referring to this institution as the prosecutor's office? The nomenclature of prosecutor's office could indeed be seen as Georgie's wicked sense of humor. However, a particular dilemma weighs heavily on his mind: whether or not to allow the profession of lawyer to emerge in this current era. After all, ordinary individuals still require third-party legal support, and it seems only fair to provide defendants with an environment conducive to defense. Yet, in the prevailing market conditions, it is doubtful that mere daily legal consultations and sporadic lawsuits could sustain such a group. Moreover, this is an age where knowledge is exceedingly expensive. Even mastering commonly used vocabulary and grammar could compel the average citizen to tighten their belts for an extended period, assuming they are sufficiently intelligent and diligent. The costs associated with comprehending an entire legal code along with its ancillary statutes are, quite frankly, staggering. To recoup their investments, those who become lawyers may not hesitate to incite the populace to escalate matters that could be resolved amicably among neighbors to the courts. Thus, the infamous litigation monger is born. Should such circumstances evolve into a scenario akin to that of Hope Nation, Georgie himself would become an eternal pariah. There exists a saying: lawyers and dentists can both be lethal. Are we truly suited to intervene in matters that infringe upon territorial interests? Virginia's high priest reacted with heightened intensity, as if he had just grasped a freshly baked sweet potato. Sensing Virginia's unease, Georgie quickly reassured him, "Rest assured, we will not handle genuinely confidential matters in this public court setting. As you rightly pointed out, no matter how much I wish to pursue justice through legal means, we must also consider the harsh realities. Just as the penalties for the same crime differ between nobility and commoners, the military possesses its own independent judicial system. Furthermore, certain convicted individuals may, due to special circumstances, require my signature as the Lord to grant them a pardon." Although Virginia's concerns began to dissipate, new doubts arose. Indeed, a pragmatic approach. However, if you truly intend to impose identical penalties upon both nobility and commoners, even our temple would hesitate to cooperate with you. This suggests that Lord Bolam is not a complete idealist. Such individuals often face significant failures. After all, no one wishes to challenge the time-honored rules of the game, and even less to confront the interests of an entire class. Yet, if certain offenders are to be pardoned, what purpose does their trial serve? I fail to see how this benefits the integrity of the law. Perhaps it is a matter of differing eras and perceptions, for Georgie's reasoning is not easily grasped. No. This is of immense significance. Unlike previous pardons, this one absolves only the punishment, not the crime itself. In other words, they remain criminals, merely exempt from punishment due to certain special circumstances. Yes, that's so. It seems rather intriguing. Virginia's high priest appeared somewhat moved, yet he quickly shifted the topic, noting that time was of the essence. While he expressed his sincerest apologies, he inquired if their conversation could conclude here, as he had numerous daily arrangements to attend to. However, he promised to allocate sufficient time for further discussion tomorrow morning. Georgie, fully aware that his counterpart, encumbered by responsibilities, did not enjoy the same leisure as he did in Calada, acknowledged that upon returning to his territory, he would be inundated with documents awaiting his attention. With a tinge of sympathy, he replied, "Of course, there are no further questions. This matter of cooperation cannot be settled in a single day. Also, may I keep this document that outlines the general plan? I am certain my lord would be greatly interested in your proposal." Virginia's high priest appeared genuinely intrigued by this. Georgie naturally responded, "This is merely a copy intended for collaborators." Then, "Until tomorrow, Lord Bolam." Until tomorrow, High Priest Virginia. Chapter 68. The night of each individual as the arbiter of justice and equity, you arrived from another realm with idealism. The war against the chaotic hellhounds has not extinguished the fervor in your heart. Enlightenment and protection are bestowed upon humanity, while order and compromise bear the weight of its existence. For the sake of a harmonious and perfect society, your praises echo within this vast, semi-enclosed space, resonating with a rhythmic cadence. Had Georgie been present, he would have discerned that the resounding voice was unmistakably that of High Priest Virginia. There, this figure, appearing more soldier than priest, knelt upon the stone slab before the altar. His expression was solemn and grave, as the benevolent and orderly auras shimmered faintly beside him. Ultimately, they transformed into two ethereal streams, encircling High Priest Virginia, almost tangible to the naked eye. The delicate blue and milky white auras rippled gracefully, merging and expanding outward, enveloping the entire prayer chamber in a misty haze. Upon the altar before High Priest Virginia lay the very copy of the plan that Georgie had left behind during the day. It seemed that High Priest Virginia's regard for it surpassed what he had previously conveyed during his dialogue with Georgie. Soon, the pages of the document began to flicker with luminescence, as if scanning and deciphering some hidden meaning. Simultaneously, beads of sweat, which should not have appeared on one of his stature, formed upon Virginia's brow. Suddenly, the auras surrounding him surged into his body like water drawn into a siphon, dissipating the mist that had cloaked the surroundings. Once the ethereal light fully entered his being, his body trembled, as though something unprecedented had occurred. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure and continued the chant, seemingly unaffected. It was only upon completing the ritual of reciting the scriptures that High Priest Virginia rose. Appearing somewhat weakened, he sighed and murmured to himself, I was indeed a bit too agitated just now. Normally, such an unexpected divine grace would be manageable if it merely elevated my level. However, I had not anticipated such a tremendous boon, accompanied by an ascension and transformation of the soul. I, who should have quietly awaited the completion of this transition, ended up experiencing such profound emotional turbulence. Had it not been for my lord's immense power, I might have sustained injuries. One might ponder, it is merely divine grace. When High Priest Virginia placed this scroll upon the altar for veneration, he should have been mentally prepared for such an occurrence. Why then did he allow himself to become so overwhelmed by intense emotions? To illustrate, consider an individual in a governmental institution who successfully resolves a challenging issue. They might expect merely a commendation from superiors, perhaps gaining a slight boost in their standing. However, unbeknownst to them, the matter holds great significance for their leader, who promptly promotes them and assigns them to a department of real authority. Would you not feel elated in such a situation? It would indeed feel as though fortune had smiled upon you from the heavens, and without any hidden snares. High Priest Virginia extended his right hand and retrieved the book from the altar, gently caressing it with his left while murmuring, I had no idea the contents herein would be of such importance to my lord. It seems my perspective has been rather limited, or perhaps I have been positioned too lowly. This collaboration with Lord Bolam appears absolutely critical for my lord's future development. No, I cannot place all my hopes solely upon this collaboration with Lord Bolham. It seems prudent to reach out to fellow parishioners in other districts to explore the possibility of establishing similar courts and related legal systems for experimentation. Once this thought took root in High Priest Virginia's mind, it quickly spiraled out of control. Drawing upon his experience, he He concluded that negotiating with others in this regard would likely yield Lord Bolam's consent with only a modest expenditure. Moreover, according to my lord's wishes, tomorrow morning's meeting is scheduled to take place in the Grand Cathedral of the Temple. It appears my lord intends to bestow blessings upon that young nobleman. Which is indeed enviable to my lord is, after all, the arbiter of justice. Such collaborations must be conducted with fairness. I should contemplate what we can contribute in our future cooperation to ensure mutual satisfaction while minimizing the temple's expenditures. As High Priest Virginia pondered this, he leaned against his head, lost in thought. Meanwhile, within the Bolam estate, Lord Bolam was engaged in a light-hearted discussion with Georgie regarding their impending collaboration with the temple. The atmosphere within the room, along with the expressions of the father and son, suggested that the topic remained one of pleasant and enjoyable discourse. Viscount Bolam stroked his chin and remarked, in other words, "The Temple of the Just Lord expresses considerable interest in your proposed collaboration. Perhaps it is to further promote the doctrines of the Just Lord. The other party before me shows no pretense whatsoever. Their fascination with this plan is utterly transparent. Georgie presents a faade of remarkable confidence this time. However, they have not divulged the extent to which they value this initiative. Yet, from my intuition, it seems that this plan holds a certain degree of significance in the heart of that high priest. Nevertheless, I remain somewhat apprehensive about whether allowing the temple to intervene in the judicial matters of our territory might adversely affect our rule." As he spoke, Viscount Bolam furrowed his brow. Georgie gazed into his father's eyes, and only after the latter averted his gaze did he explain, "As long as we do not encounter any major mishaps and maintain proper control, there should be no issues. Firstly, any laws to be implemented must be signed and confirmed by us to take effect. Secondly, during the implementation phase, the temple's responsibilities are limited to prosecution and evidence collection. They will not directly partake in the final verdict and sentencing. While they possess a certain influence, they lack the administrative resources to deploy. Lastly, concerning supervision, I have not granted them the authority to act independently. They can only report any doubts to us for resolution. It seems you have thoroughly considered the relevant matters. You must have been preparing for this collaboration for quite some time," Viscount Bolam inquired with a smile. Georgie scratched his head and replied, "If we are merely discussing the establishment of courts and the refinement of legal systems, I have been preparing for that long ago. However, regarding the collaboration, although there was a preliminary intention, no definitive decision had been made until recently. Yet, my recent experiences exchanging rewards at the Temple of the Just Lord and previous small-scale collaborations, coupled with their centuries-long esteemed reputation, have solidified my resolve." Chapter 69. Possible competitors. Upon hearing Georgie's account, Viscount Bolam lowered his head in contemplation and expressed his concerns. "According to your words and my past understanding, what is most crucial for the Church of the Just Lord is the establishment of the entire judicial system alongside the courts and its operational efficacy thereafter. In other words, they only require these theoretical plans and abstract data. It seems unlikely that we would gain substantial benefits from them. Conversely, they could utilize these to further expand the influence of their church, leading me to feel that in this collaboration, we might be at a disadvantage. And my dear father, you need not be overly concerned about this matter. Even if they acquire the complete set of data and information, they will still rely on us for a considerable time to come," Georgie reassured the visibly agitated Viscount Bolam before calmly analyzing the situation. "After all, while the organizational structure I have devised may have limited impact, if mishandled, it could undermine the Lord's authority to some extent. It is acceptable for us to propose such a structure, but if another organization were to suggest it, regardless of their reputation and credibility, the first reaction of a lord would still be, 'What scheme lies beneath?' This reasoning is indeed sound. Generally speaking, no one wishes to relinquish their grasp on power, especially those lords who have long held the reins of life and death, who would naturally harbor suspicions." Viscount Bolam seemed to suddenly recall something and quickly reminded Georgie, however, those commercial republics might readily agree to such proposals, considering their power structures are quite decentralized. Provided the conditions are favorable, they would not hesitate to expend some effort to alter their judicial systems. After all, the individuals who wield power remain largely unchanged post-reform. Those southern commercial republics, you say? There, schemes and accusations among the wealthy for profit are commonplace, let alone the exploitation and scheming against the impoverished. The clash of ideologies can often prove more intense than the pursuit of profit itself. although the southern realms have afforded ordinary people easier paths to advancement. The treachery and the myriad hidden ugliness lurking beneath the surface are far more numerous than one might imagine. Although Georgie's words were delivered with calmness and composure, the conviction and confidence they exuded were indeed rare. The so-called commercial republics rely fundamentally on trade. While trade can indeed yield wealth, in the throes of fierce competition, without the backing of state power, merchants may struggle to gain an advantage. Consequently, the actions of the governments in commercial republics are wholly subservient to commercial interests, with unwavering support and protection extended to merchants. During transit, the government provides armed escorts for merchant ships, stepping in to negotiate when disputes arise. As the learned Abraham Dalglish once remarked, throughout, the government of the commercial republic serves either as the spokesperson and facilitator for merchants or as their armed support. Take, for instance, the prosperous commercial republic of Tutkal in the south. Although it does not conform to the later model of separation of powers, it operates within a dualistic system of governance. Compared to our feudal monarchies, it is indeed far more democratic. Had it existed in the world before my transmigration, it might have represented an advanced mode of production. Unfortunately, this world presents some differences. Primarily, political democracy manifests through the decentralization of power. The highest legislative and supervisory body in the Tutkal Commercial Republic is a Grand Assembly of 500 members, while the administration is overseen by a Senate composed of 120 members, effectively constraining the power of the governor, who serves as the head of state. The governor is elected through secret ballot, and failure in duty can lead to removal from office. Upon taking office, the governor must sign an oath, assuring the Grand Assembly that neither he nor his family will exploit their position for personal gain or undermine national interests. This political democracy fosters relatively equitable wealth distribution and opportunities for social mobility. While commercial nobility occupies significant government roles, there is no insurmountable chasm between nobility and commoners. A commoner who achieves success in commerce may ascend to nobility, while a noble may fall to the status of a commoner due to business failures. Social mobility occurs naturally, rather than being reinforced or consolidated through political power. Nobility cannot exploit the common populace through government positions, thus preventing social injustice and maintaining societal stability. In comparison to neighboring countries, during its zenith, Tutkal exhibits a marked institutional superiority in economic and civic welfare, of course, with everyone having the opportunity for upward mobility. The latent demons within the human heart are unleashed. Coupled with a lack of external control, the glossy surface of democracy conceals a mountain of bleached bones. At the same time, all things present a duality of advantages and disadvantages. These commercial republics each possess their peculiarities. Two common weaknesses are evident: the extreme decline of agriculture and the absolute lack of strong individuals. Firstly, there is a near absence of the primary sector, agriculture. This mirrors the situation of the Venetian Republic before my transmigration. As is well known, prior to the modern industrialization that began a mere 200 years ago, most nations on Earth were agrarian, with agricultural populations constituting the vast majority. However, during the pre-industrial era, Venice stood as an exception, boasting almost no agricultural populace. Its residents engaged predominantly in secondary and tertiary industries, manufacturing, commerce, and services, particularly commerce. This similarity across distant worlds is impossible to overlook. The yearning for a better life can be said to be an inherent trait of humanity. If one can engage in trade, who would choose to toil the land? Lacking capital, one could simply seek employment in the city, which arguably facilitates the initial accumulation of wealth. If Venice had some degree of land scarcity, the commercial republics in this world possess a plethora of abandoned lands. As for the use of slaves? If they were human slaves, such a practice would clash with the democratic principles of the republic. Moreover, under the vigorous promotion of the church, which occupies the moral high ground, slavery has come to symbolize barbarism and cruelty. In impoverished, remote nations, such practices might be tolerated, but in a wealthy and industrious nation, to engage in such actions would be to invite accusations of injustice. That would indeed be courting one's own demise. What of using slaves from other races? Setting aside the difficulties of sourcing them, the potential retaliation from powerful species such as elves and orcs cannot be ignored. After all, humanity has yet to achieve dominance on this continent. The repercussions of antagonizing these two nations could lead to trade losses that would outweigh any benefits. Furthermore, one cannot entirely dismiss the threat of conflict. While races such as goblins, often marginalized, might serve as slaves without significant issues. These creatures either possess low intelligence or are physically weak, embodying severe deficiencies. Additionally, the inherent lethargy of slaves poses a considerable challenge. If production efficiency cannot be raised, sustaining operations in a profit-driven capital would be exceedingly difficult. The nation relies heavily on imported grain, placing its lifeblood to some extent in the hands of outsiders. Even with substantial domestic reserves and trade routes, complete reassurance remains elusive. However, given the absence of truly unified, centralized states in the vicinity, coupled with issues of grain storage and output, the commercial republics do not fare significantly worse in terms of food security compared to other grain-producing nations. The primary disadvantage lies in the potential for unfavorable pricing. However, for these mercantile republics, problems that can be resolved with money are not considered problems at all. As for the issue of the strong. In such commercially prosperous and economically driven capitals, one might poetically describe them as vibrant. Yet harshly, they are rife with materialism. Under such conditions, how many individuals can truly settle down to endure the rigors of winter training in the chill of the frost and summer training in the sweltering heat? Simultaneously, the adage of rich in martial prowess, poor in literature, while not entirely applicable in this world, still holds some truth. The costs associated with acquiring martial skills are hardly negligible. Furthermore, the necessary tools and nutritional supplements for years of steadfast training demand significant resources. To cultivate an elite of the red iron rank in a society devoid of iron and blood would require the wealth of a great family. With such means, while one may not succumb entirely to the intoxication of opulence, the distractions of material desires are, for the most part, unavoidable. Ultimately, only a few can resist temptation. Following this is the threshold from red iron to black lead. The elevation of the spirit is exceedingly difficult to achieve through external means. Why did those practitioners prior to the crossing choose to retreat into the mountains? Beyond the avoidance of human disasters and thefts, more importantly, it was to distance themselves from the worldly distractions in pursuit of inner peace. In such an environment, those who can pass this trial are already scarce compared to other places. Moreover, it is easier for individuals to rely on vices, traversing extreme and biased paths. Such characters often bring calamities that far outweigh the benefits. Indeed, there is another aspect that poses the gravest threat to mercantile republics: the ease with which bloodlines allow the offspring of the strong to inherit strength. This heralds a cataclysmic shift. When the theory of lineage becomes a truth, the allure of wealth for the powerful diminishes greatly, coupled with the fluidity of commerce, which hampers the formation of stable noble classes. It becomes challenging for heritage-valuing knights to establish themselves there. Even other professionals remain somewhat wary. If it were not for the rich supply of resources and certain contractual agreements with mage organizations, those republics would not be as stable as they are now. Furthermore, the training of mages, as previously stated, is exceedingly difficult in such an environment. Focusing on research is fraught with challenges. Even so, Viscount Bolam remains cautious. Could mere ideological differences exert such a considerable impact? I recall that these mercantile republics place great emphasis on LAW. In this aspect, there are indeed commonalities. Chapter 70. Opponent or teacher. Although the experiences of the day enlightened Georgie to the realization that his understanding of this world is far less profound than he had initially believed, he remains quite confident about the southern mercantile republics. Georgie had drawn inspiration from certain aspects of their development for his own territory. Consequently, he dispatched multiple individuals for on-site investigations, from politics to economics, culture to diplomacy, and ultimately military matters. There were specialized personnel responsible for each aspect. Unlike the era of information explosion prior to his crossing, this world is hindered by slow information flow due to inconvenient transportation. Therefore, the most effective method for gathering intelligence and understanding foreign conditions is to send people to collect information on-site. Even in the espionage-laden era before the crossing, the primary source of intelligence was the information compiled from various open channels by embassies. Of course, this challenges the abilities of those tasked with intelligence filtering and analysis. Moreover, in this era, where confidentiality awareness and measures are still rudimentary, the targets are often those mercantile republics with loosely constructed political systems. As long as one does not encroach upon the technical secrets of monopolistic guilds, spending a small sum allows Georgie to access nearly transparent information about the entire republic. While many laws in these mercantile republics restrict people's actions, they are often rife with loopholes when it comes to limiting the infringement upon others. This provides a degree of cover for acts of fraud and plunder, in such a broader context. They would never allow the Church of the Just Ruler to participate in the revision of legal texts. Furthermore, it is inconceivable to permit their involvement in judicial processes, given the numerous intricacies involved. As for supervisory power, it is merely a joke in their eyes. Can one truly call it oversight if it cannot be bought with money in the mercantile republics? Georgie clearly scoffs at the legal systems of those several mercantile republics. As for why he seeks to obtain information and intelligence from them, it is, of course, to develop the commerce and industry within his territory. The phrase "without agriculture, there is no stability. Without industry, there is no wealth. Without commerce, there is no vitality" succinctly encapsulates one aspect of national strength. Agriculture serves as the foundation of society. Without a stable supply of agricultural products, societal stability is unattainable. Industry constitutes the primary sector for wealth creation. Without industrial development, economic growth stagnates. Commerce acts as the medium for economic circulation. Without commerce, economic activity falters. The original Bolam territory, blessed with fertile soil and primarily flat terrain, alongside the Potel River's estuary providing abundant freshwater resources, has always maintained a relatively developed agricultural sector. Excellent deep-water ports and a climate akin to that of the Mediterranean have facilitated trade in cash crops such as olive oil, coupled with a proximity to the capital, Caleta, and relatively good roads. This area has established a foundational commercial and handicraft base. However, Georgie deems this far from sufficient. To possess such favorable geographic conditions and natural resources, yet fail to utilize them is tantamount to squandering nature's gifts. Nevertheless, developing commerce and industry cannot simply be achieved by issuing a rallying cry. The relevant policies and conditions cannot be determined impulsively. Although Georgie possesses some knowledge of economics and management, whether they align with the objective laws of this world remains uncertain. After acquiring the specific policies and systems of those southern mercantile republics, Georgie selected beneficial aspects that align with his own interests, combining them with the situation in the Bolam territory to develop an initial outline and regulations for industrial and commercial development that reflect Bolam's characteristics. Through a continuous process of implementation and revision, from initial suggestions to small-scale promotions, and ultimately to a comprehensive rollout after assuming lordship, it took a total of 6 years to transform Bolam from a mere hub for raw material supply and caravan transshipment into a central economic powerhouse integrating manufacturing and commerce. At this point, Georgie could finally afford to lavishly purchase the necessary supplies for his cultivation. Naturally, Georgie had no intention of introducing any form of democracy within his territory. There is a saying, if one does not seek death, one will not die. Georgie, having lived well, has no desire to hasten the possibility of another crossing. Setting aside the fact that such an endeavor would yield no benefit for the Bolam family as lords, even if there were some advantages, they would likely be met with a united front of opposition from neighboring feudal lords. However, alongside the development of commerce and industry, Georgie also faced two exceedingly severe challenges. The first, the greatest bottleneck to development, was a shortage of population. In this regard, Georgie had no effective solutions. He could only hope to attract more free citizens to settle in the territory by continually improving the living standards of the populace. Concurrently, he aimed to enhance basic health care to increase child survival rates. Naturally, the ideal scenario would involve participating in external wars to plunder a portion of the population for replenishment, provided they do not become entangled in the confrontations of two powerful nations. Even a three-way struggle would be unacceptable, as Georgie despised being used as cannon fodder. The second issue pertained to the food supply, somewhat analogous to the challenges faced by those mercantile republics. The rapid development of commerce and industry has led to a significant influx of migratory populations, while the burgeoning alcohol industry has consumed vast quantities of extra grain. Additionally, the shift in industries has caused a yearly decrease in both the number and proportion of the agricultural population. Fortunately, under the feudal lord system, the nobility's stringent control over land and subjects allowed Georgie to maintain his factories as private enterprises, by adopting certain principles from the state-owned enterprises of the Celestial Empire. He managed to keep the conversion of agricultural and industrial populations under his control. Simultaneously, he provided certain subsidies to the agricultural populace, ensuring that the wealth gap between craftsmen and farmers did not become excessively pronounced. This has, at least initially, addressed the issue of food security. Even so, the grain supply in the Bolam territory is barely sufficient. Should the population continue to grow, Georgie would be compelled to reduce the area dedicated to cash crops and instead increase the cultivation of staple grains. After all, under the guidance and promotion of the Druidic order he had invited, the seed-to-grain dry weight ratio in the Bolam territory had already reached an astonishing 5:1.6 for this era. Should he attempt to further increase production, relying solely on manure and the three-field rotation system would not ensure the fertility of the land. The so-called three-field system divides arable land into spring sowing, autumn sowing, and fallow, alternating for spring planting, autumn planting, and rest. Each plot of land can be left fallow for a year after 2 consecutive years of cultivation to grow fodder for livestock, thereby restoring soil fertility. Without chemical fertilizers, any attempt to further increase yield per unit area would be akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Thus, the primary contradiction currently faced by the Bolam territory is the conflict between the ever-increasing demand for labor and the somewhat stagnant population growth, as well as the growing food consumption against the difficulty of increasing grain production. Other contradictions fall subordinate to these two major issues. Regarding the latter, Georgie once considered promoting the cultivation of potatoes to partially substitute grain supply, while also increasing the catch of fish and aquatic products as a source of protein. This near replica of the national cuisine of a certain dark culinary culture, fried fish and chips, quickly met with failure during its initial trial. The increase of fish on the dining table is welcomed by the common folk. However, the idea of substituting potatoes as the staple food has encountered considerable resistance. For the sake of territorial stability, Georgie must temporarily abandon this plan. Although Viscount Bolam is aware that Georgie previously dispatched individuals to investigate commercial republics such as Tuckler, he remains somewhat uncertain upon witnessing Georgie's confident assertions. Surely, the situation cannot be as dire as you suggest. It seems as though the intervention of the Church of the Just Lord into their judicial system would pose an immense threat to those commercial republics. Not merely a threat, but if they were indeed to open their judicial systems to the Church of the Just Lord, it would not be long before a sweeping restructuring of the noble class within those commercial republics would occur. The ensuing rebellions and potential foreign invasions could very well lead to the dissolution of the nation itself. Georgie's words are delivered with unwavering certainty, and to bolster his persuasive power, he elaborates that if the Just Lord belongs to the lawful neutral alignment, then a broad cooperation between them could indeed be feasible. However, if they were aligned with lawful good, the inherent contradictions between the two would appear irreconcilable. Crucially, the clergy and paladins under the Just Lord are adept at detecting evil and discerning lies, rendering it impossible for the opposing side to conceal their darker aspects in their presence. Moreover, the paladins who are committed to their own paths would never remain passive. Thus, conflict seems inevitable. The notion that heretics are more contemptible than pagans embodies this very principle. Therefore, your assertion implies that even if we were to collaborate with the Temple of the Just Lord elsewhere, it would necessarily be on a limited and restricted scale. The Viscount appears to grasp the crux of Georgie's earlier statements. You are quite astute, my father. After pondering whether this remark is a compliment or a slight, Georgie concludes that, within a certain time frame, only they would engage in comprehensive collaboration with the Temple of the Just Lord. Once this cooperation is successfully established, some observers will gradually emerge. As time passes, these observers, upon recognizing the rationality and feasibility of this burgeoning system, will sequentially seek collaboration with the Church of the Just Lord. It is akin to the delicacy of sea spider, its exquisite taste belied by its fearsome appearance deters most from trying it. Our current task is to be the pioneers in this culinary adventure. The Viscount, with a hint of pride, responds, without a clever father like me, could there be a son as astute as you? The first to sample the sea spider, no less. While this sentiment bears merit, I cannot shake the feeling that it is somewhat peculiar. The outcome will depend on how much benefit you can secure for our territory in the forthcoming negotiations. This is indeed a world where bloodlines reign supreme. No one would dare to dispute the Viscount's words. Rest assured, dear father, do you think I would allow myself to suffer losses? Georgie winks at Viscount Bolam. Chapter 71. The salon witnessing Georgie's rare display of playful antics. Viscount Bolam is momentarily taken aback at tea times. One cannot help but feel a tinge of sorrow for Viscount Bolam, burdened as he is with such a precociously mature son. Since Georgie's 3rd year, the Viscount has never truly experienced the joy of familial bliss. Thus, this simple gesture captivates him. Observing such a reaction from the Viscount touches the softest corners of Georgie's heart. compared to the Viscount's incessant verbal prattling and somewhat exaggerated expressions. This natural and heartfelt instinctive behavior evokes a genuine sense of affection within Georgie. Perhaps I should occasionally bestow some favors upon this dear father of mine. An unexpected thought arises in Georgie's mind. No, no, I must have lost my senses to entertain such notions. Perhaps, should I indulge him, he may grow greedy for more. In this atmosphere of unspoken thoughts, the study falls into a profound silence. However, it is soon shattered as Viscount Bolam's words break through the calm like stones cast into still waters. Georgie, you must remember the primary purpose of your visit to Kadala, as it pertains to matters of great significance for the future of our territory over the coming decades. If you allow your focus on collaboration with the Just Lord to divert you from this important affair, it would be a clear case of folly. Therefore, once the framework and principal aspects of our collaboration are established, delegate the details to others. You need only concentrate on the specific processes. The resources of our Bolam territory in Karada are at your disposal. But do remember that the continuity and legacy of our family is paramount. I understand, dear father. I am fully considering all aspects of this matter. In no more than 2 or 3 days, I shall finalize the framework and principal aspects of our collaboration with the Church of the Just Lord. Georgie responds, before inquiring, by the way, how have you arranged my meetings with the noble ladies? As Georgie complies with the Viscount's words, he internally grumbles, how can you be so certain that the legal reforms of our territory will not impact developments in the coming decades? Is this simply the limitations imposed by the era? And why do I feel as though I am being treated like a stallion from your recent comments? Viscount Bolam responds, I am pleased to hear that, but how did you know I would arrange meetings for you? Isn't it obvious? The autumn hunt is still some time away. If meetings were not arranged in advance, would you really have expected me to clear my schedule this early? Georgie retorts, puzzled, surely, you must be doing this on purpose. It's so glaringly obvious that anyone with a modicum of intelligence could decipher it. Why feign surprise? Viscount Bolam waves his hand dismissively. You remain as perceptive as ever. Dear father, I believe it unnecessary to dwell further on this matter. You should inform me of the time, place, and manner of our meetings in advance, so that I may prepare accordingly. Georgie counters, swiftly rebutting the Viscount's lackluster performance. Noticing Georgie's vigorous response, Viscount Bolam's eyes gleam with the wonder of a child discovering a new toy. He pauses before stating, the specific timing has yet to be determined. I must consult with the parents of the young ladies before reaching a conclusion. However, do prepare yourself for the upcoming ball, evening banquet, and salon. While the ball and evening banquet pose no issue, the salon conjures visions of those effete individuals, incapable of even besting a goblin in a brawl, gathering to lament the falling of leaves or bemoan the vicissitudes of life. The mere mention of the salon sends shivers down Georgie's spine. Since his first encounter with such gatherings 2 years ago in Karada, he has been utterly repulsed. It would be one thing if the attendees were merely ineffectual individuals who refused to invest effort. But the subsequent emergence of so-called politically critical poetry, in Georgie's view, amounts to nothing more than nonsensical ramblings. Far from providing any assistance regarding the prevailing circumstances, the sour odor emanating from these pieces resembles that of a vinegar vat, making even the thought of engaging with them distasteful. At times, even works riddled with grammatical errors and lexical missteps receive unmerited praise from those individuals, all while being lauded as creative innovations. In summary, Georgie believes their actions severely tarnish the art of poetry. Viscount Bolam bursts into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ha! 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 What a satirical depiction! I shall certainly employ these words to provoke them at our next encounter. It seems that dear father shares a notable disdain for those literary salon attendees. Can we say there is a mutual understanding between us? Georgie quickly discerns this contradiction and, with a hint of concern, asks, will such self-satisfaction not lead to direct conflict with them? If any trouble arises, it could turn quite troublesome. Fret not. What chaos could those individuals possibly conjure? Viscount Bolam retorts. Should it come to blows, I alone could handle them all, and my status has thus far prevented me from acting against them. But should they strike first, it would present the perfect opportunity to teach them a lesson. The Viscount gestures for Georgie to dismiss his concerns. Yet, the blatant malice in his words sends a chill down Georgie's spine. How have those inept individuals managed to provoke such ire from my generally amiable father? Perhaps my initial judgment was flawed. they may not be as incompetent as I had assumed. While they may lack in practical endeavors, they certainly excel in the realm of provocation. Seeing Georgie remain silent and downcast, Viscount Bolam mistakenly assumes he is worried about his impending involvement with the literary salon. Thus, the Viscount hastens to reassure him, do not be overly concerned. No military noble would allow their children to partake in a literary salon that would only serve to squander their time. However, the salons in Karada are no longer limited to that singular type. Originally, the term salon referred to gatherings within small circles, yet those initial meetings that originated from the southern Tukul commercial republic have, for reasons unknown, transformed into mere spectacles of jesters since their arrival here. We are merely striving to restore it to its original essence. Non-literary salons, you say? Pray, what aspect do you refer to? At this moment, Georgie finds himself unable to suppress his curiosity. Viscount Bolam, with an enigmatic grin, responds. After this year's exchanges with the Kingdom of Cruz, a plethora of diverse salons has emerged, akin to clover blooming in the spring fields. Which one you will attend shall be revealed in due time. As for now, even I am uncertain. It largely depends on which salon coincides with our meeting time, as father truly not arranging this merely for the sake of my amusement. It feels overwhelmingly conspiratorial. Georgie gazes at Viscount Bolam with an unusual intensity. When did the exchanges with the Kingdom of Cruz commence? And how are the discussions regarding the potential unions with these two kingdoms progressing at higher levels? Why the sudden shift to this topic? Is it because I just mentioned the Kingdom of Cruz? Viscount Bolam chuckles at his own delayed realization. Georgie, in a fit of indignation, exclaims, do not divert my attention. It seems you were the one who initiated this change of subject. And as for diplomatic matters, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from concerning yourself with them. Dealing with those wily old foxes is far from a straightforward task. Results will not be forthcoming anytime soon. Viscount Bolam appears to ponder this, a weariness etched on his features. Georgie murmurs to himself, indeed, the challenges are manifold. Viscount Bolam replies, your tone suggests you were already aware of the potential for such circumstances. Of course, the implications of a full-scale war between the human realms are indeed beyond our imagination. The risks and benefits hidden within are not easily discernible in the short term. Among the various families in the upper echelons, there exist both significant and minor conflicts. Each individual harbors their own judgments regarding the threats and advantages that war may bring to it. Would be miraculous to reach a unanimous decision in such a brief period. Georgie, without hesitation, distills the essence of the matter, stating, just among the southern families alone, there will undoubtedly be